So hey guys, this is Starvatip. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-recorded human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generated narration for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, we will see second part. What if Harry Potter fell into darkness after losing everything? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. Haunted by the death of a friend, Harry turns away from the light he once fought for. As his friends struggle to hold together, the true heir of Slytherin walks a darker path, one that could save the world, or destroy it. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Harry Potter woke up early in the morning and left Hogwarts by using one of the secret passages that he had discovered. He had a meeting to attend outside of the school. There was a field around Hogwarts that kept people from apparating in and out. If he wanted to reach his destination, he needed to be outside of the field. It wasted time, but sometimes, to get what he wanted, he needed to be patient. The secret passage that he was taking had an exit point within Hogsmeade, in one of the shops near the border farthest from Hogwarts. Harry was wrapped within his invisibility cloak. He'd also thrown a muffling charm on his feet. This allowed him to easily slip outside, with the shopkeeper being none the wiser. He was fortunate that the Dementors were not allowed to enter Hogsmeade. Yet even so, an aura of depression hung over the tiny village. Desperation, fear, anxiety. Like a thick smog, these negative emotions polluted the streets. What had once been a lively hamlet filled with friendly faces, now there was only a desolate street with a few people darting from one building to another, as if they were afraid of staying outside for too long. Harry ignored this, entered a small alley, and apparated, disappearing with nary a crack. Apparating was not a pleasant magic. Whenever Harry used it, he felt like he was being forced through a very small tube, as if his insides were being squeezed, his body compressed. However, he had learned to deal with the discomfort. It only lasted for an instant anyway. Seconds after apparating, Harry appeared in a small alley within Diagon Alley. He stashed away his invisibility cloak, put up the hood of his robes, and then stepped onto the main street and merged with traffic. Because of the early hour, there weren't that many people present. He saw a couple of adults walking down the street and shopkeepers opening their stores. Above, on the second floor of several buildings, lights were turning on as people got a start to their day. He imagined it would get busy sometime within the next few hours. Harry's destination that day was Gringotts Bank. He had a meeting with Ragnarok. The bank was mostly empty, as he had expected. Walking up to one of the tellers, Harry didn't even bother waiting for them to finish their task, but instead he placed a notification on the table. "I have a meeting with Director Ragnarok." The goblin stopped what he was doing, counting jewels, it looked like, glanced at him, and then looked down at the notification. From the widening of the goblin's eyes, he knew what this notification meant. He stopped everything that he had been doing and hopped off of the stool. "Follow me." Harry followed the goblin into the side passage that took him to Director Ragnarok's office. The goblin knocked on the door once, received permission to enter, and walked inside. Harry waited outside. He knew how this worked. The goblin would introduce him, and then Ragnarok would let him enter. Protocol was important to goblins, even if time was money and standing around waiting wasted time. "Director, the person you have an appointment with is here," the goblin said. "Send him in," a voice said from inside. The goblin came back out and held the door open. "Director Ragnarok will see you now." "Thank you." Harry walked inside. The door shut behind him, leaving him alone with the director. As he'd expected, Director Ragnarok was sitting behind his desk, leafing through documents. Harry didn't let this bother him and took the chair in front of the desk, waiting for Ragnarok to finish. Unlike with the other goblin, he couldn't afford to be rude here. "Lord Harry Potter," Ragnarok began at last, "for what reason have you called this meeting?" "I have a basilisk corpse." Harry got right to the point. "It's about 15 meters long. I'd like to extract its organs and sell them as potion ingredients, and I'd like to sell the skin to clothiers. But you need manpower and professionals in potioneering and physiology to extract the parts," Ragnarok concluded. "Plus, you need a seller." Harry nodded. Yes. If you can supply me with the people to extract and someone to sell the basilisk parts to, I will split the money earned with Gringotts 50-50. Leaning back in his chair, Ragnok fixed him with a contemplative gaze. That is a generous offer. However, I get the feeling that there is more to this than simply extracting potion ingredients from a basilisk. The basilisk is located at Hogwarts. Harry shrugged. Within the Chamber of Secrets, to be exact. Ragnok breathed in through his nose. That does make this difficult, then. As you know, we goblins are not allowed on Hogwarts ground without permission from the headmaster. After the last Goblin Rebellion, a treaty had been made between the goblins and wizards. In return for having ownership of the bank that wizards used, the goblins were restricted from certain places. One of those places was the Ministry of Magic. Another was Hogwarts. Of course, this restriction could be circumvented if they received permission. Since the contract that kept them from entering was a magically binding one, verbal or written consent was required. Words had power. Harry had heard this a lot in lectures and from books, and no one could deny the effects that words had on people. Hitler had spewed vitriol and incited a war that claimed many lives, countries had been toppled by the words of others, celebrities were defamed by gossip journalists, and royalty could have their heads placed on a chopping block with a few well-placed rumors. Yes, words had the power to change the course of history. Beyond the political machinations that a few well-placed words could cause, there were even more far-reaching consequences in the magical world. Words didn't just have power, they didn't merely affect the way people thought through rhetoric and charismatic individuals. Words were power. Some magical creatures could be defeated on words alone, such as the Sphinx. Concepts, spells, runes, everything began and ended with words. In a magically binding contract such as the one that bound the goblins, words meant everything. Then, in order to allow your people to enter, I would need to have Headmaster Dumbledore give you express permission. Yes, that could be a problem. Harry didn't think the headmaster was wary of him, but asking for permission to let the goblins on school grounds would certainly arouse suspicion. What's more, if Harry asked Headmaster Dumbledore to let the goblins into Hogwarts, he would be asked to explain why, and he didn't want to reveal that he was using the Chamber of Secrets as his base of operations inside of Hogwarts. I will work on finding a way to get your people inside, Harry said at last. In the meantime, I'd like you to put out feelers to find people who would be interested in acquiring basilisk parts. I'll get to work on that. Ragnok nodded slowly. I already know a few people who would be interested. However, if we're going to get the most out of this, then we'll want to get more people involved and put the ingredients acquired on a bid. Basilisk ingredients are rare, so if we play our cards right, we could make a killing. You said this basilisk was over 15 meters long. Somewhere around there, Harry said. I haven't been able to measure it because its body was twisted, but I've estimated it to be between 12 to 15 meters. That means it's an old basilisk, Ragnok murmured. Only basilisks that live for at least 1,000 years get to be that long. That means the magic inside of it is incredibly potent. If what you say is true, then we may be able to make upwards of several 100 million galleons. Harry nodded noncommittally. He truthfully didn't care about making more money. His coffers were already quite full, and he was making even more money by investing in the non-magical stock market. His main goal in all this was to acquire basilisk ingredients for his own use. Harry also wanted to gather the skin to create magical resistant clothing. I won't be able to get any work done while that corpse is in the chamber. It was regrettable, but he supposed that was how things sometimes went. He could still do his more formal studies, but any and all of his current projects required massive transmutation circles that would take up most of the floor. In that case, I'll get started on coming up with a means of getting your people into Hogwarts. Harry stood up. Very well. I'll send a list to you in 1 month's time of the people who have expressed interest in buying the basilisk ingredients, Director Ragnok responded. Then we have an accord, Harry said. Indeed. Harry Potter left less satisfied than he had hoped. He wanted to get rid of that corpse, but it looked like that wasn't going to happen for a good while. Still, at least he was making some progress. That didn't make him feel better, though. Daphne's idea to confront Harry required people who were knowledgeable about Hogwarts. It was clear to her that the reason they hadn't been able to find Harry was because he knew the castle better than they did. He knew its secrets, its secret passages, and he used those to move around unobtrusively, invisibly. If they wanted to find him, then they needed to be capable of tracking him down despite this. That was why she had Neville ask Fred and George Weasley for help, why she and everyone else were currently sitting in the All-Commons common room with the Weasley twins. No one else was present. Daphne had set up a small ward so that people would shy away from the common room. This normally wouldn't have been possible, but she'd had some help from the house elves, who had, for whatever reason, agreed to aid them after Susan explained what they were doing. Daphne had explained what was happening with Harry to the twins. They were surprisingly quiet as she spoke. Even their expression were a bit more serious than she would have thought possible. They didn't ask questions, they didn't speak, they just listened right until the very end. So that's what's going on, Fred said. At least, she thought it was Fred. We knew that Harry was having issues of some kind, George added. But we could never figure out what. I guess now we know. Wait, Blaise cut them off. How did you two know that something was going on with Harry? You mean aside from his moody attitude and the fact that he's no longer living in the Gryffindor dormitory? George retorted. Under such flawless logic, Blaise could only blush. That's simple. It's because he's been leaving Hogwarts, Fred finished. Leaving Hogwarts. Harry had been leaving Hogwarts. She hadn't realized that such a thing was possible, but when she thought about it, Daphne understood that there were probably secret passages that lead outside of Hogwarts grounds. It wouldn't have surprised her to discover that Harry knew several passages out. Can you tell us what passage he's been using to leave Hogwarts? Asked Susan. We can, but I'm not sure it'll do much good, Fred said. George nodded. We've only been able to catch him on occasion, and only when we're actually looking for him. It seems that Harry is being really cautious. He changes the passage that he uses to leave Hogwarts every day, and he always returns from a different passage. He also doesn't have any set pattern, Fred added. Some days he might use one passage, and then go a week without using it again. Because there are so many passages at Hogwarts, determining which one he's going to use before he actually uses it is impossible. He's being awfully paranoid. Indeed, Forge. Indeed. Caution did fit with Harry's modus operandi. Daphne had noticed it before, in his politics, in his views, in how he expressed himself. Even if he had radical beliefs that shook the wizarding world, he was cautious in how he presented them, making sure to gather suitable evidence to support his beliefs before doing anything. It seemed that this caution extended to his other activities as well. No, it seemed as if Harry was being even more cautious than he normally was. What Daphne wanted to know was, why? Was Harry doing something illegal, something that warranted caution? Well, leaving Hogwarts was against school rules unless it was for a planned trip to Hogsmeade, or the student had permission, but then that didn't answer her question. Why was Harry leaving Hogwarts? What was he doing? Then how are we supposed to find him? Asked a frustrated Tracy. It does seem rather hopeless, Lisa added. If we can't figure out where he's going to be and intercept him, then Daphne's plan won't work. Daphne bit her lip. She'd been betting on the idea that they would be able to predict where Harry was going to be. Then they would intercept him, force a confrontation, and make him confess his problems so they could help. However, if they couldn't figure out where he was going to show up, then confronting him would be impossible. How frustrating. How do you two know which passages Harry's been using? Astoria suddenly asked. Everyone else stopped what they were doing and looked at the youngest girl there. She was sitting beside Luna, who they'd met up with again about a week after school started. The two of them seemed to have hit it off, perhaps because they were both younger than everyone else. Excuse me, Fred asked. Since you know which passages Harry has been using to leave Hogwarts, it means you have a method of tracking people, Astoria said. The only way you could track Harry was if you had something that allowed you to. What is it? How are you able to locate him? Daphne was startled. Not that Fred and George had a method of tracking Harry, but that Astoria had figured that out. The thought had never occurred to her. Judging from the flabbergasted expressions of her friends, it had never occurred to them either. Fred and George looked between each other. Their brows were furrowed as if undergoing a silent debate. She's asking about the magical device you have hidden in your robes, Luna added, pointing at George. How did she? Fred started. Know about the Marauder's map? George finished. I do not know what this Marauder's map that you speak of is. Luna shrugged. But the Nargles are buzzing around your robes. That normally means you have a strong magical item on your person, or you have a strong magic, but these Nargles are centered around a specific spot. That means it has to be a magic object. Everyone gawked at Luna like she'd suddenly sprouted horns from her head. Luna had been something of an oddball since Harry befriended her, but her eccentricities seemed to become more apparent as time went on. In the end, Daphne decided that this must be another quirk of hers. She looked back at Fred and George. Do you have a magical item that will let us locate Harry? Again that look appeared on their faces, the one that said they were debating on what they should tell her and the others. She wanted to force the answers out of them. However, she knew that she couldn't. Doing that would have been wrong. Besides, the Weasley twins were devious tricksters who bowed to no one. If she tried to force the issue, she and everyone else would likely be preyed upon with humiliating pranks. All right, George said, reaching into his robes. We'll show you our greatest treasure, Fred added. But you have to promise not to tell another living soul. It went without saying, but everyone promised not to tell anyone about whatever they learned here. With that, George pulled something out of his robes and set it on the table. Old parchment, that was the first thing that Daphne noticed. It looked like a folded piece of old and faded parchment. Yellow and crinkled. There was no way of knowing its age, but however old it was, Fred and George handled it like it was the most sacred of treasures. Fred carefully unfolded the parchment. Its total length was nearly 5 times larger than when it had been folded. There didn't seem to be anything special about it, though Daphne knew better than to just assume. If Fred and George had it, then it was something to be wary of. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good, George said as he pressed the tip of his wand against the parchment. Several gasps sounded out from all of her friends. Daphne didn't blame them. The parchment, which had appeared old and worn, suddenly transformed. Words appeared along the parchment. Names, Daphne realized. Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, Prongs. They were not names that she knew. Yet the names soon vanished and were replaced with something else, something even more astonishing. For depicted on the parchment was a highly detailed map of Hogwarts. No, it's more than just a map, Daphne realized. Located on the map were names, quite a few of which she recognized. Headmaster Dumbledore was in his office, and so was Minerva. The other teachers were located throughout the school, and there were the names of many students who she knew wandering the halls. What's more, all of the names were moving. In other words, this map tracked where everyone in the school was at any given time. That's amazing, Tracy said. She seemed to be the only one capable of voicing her thoughts, not that anyone disagreed with her. Isn't it? Fred said, sounding quite proud. Now you see why this is our greatest treasure? Asked George. Daphne could certainly see why they coveted this item so much. A map that could tell you exactly where everyone in the castle was would be a boon to anyone. It also explained how Fred and George were able to create such elaborate pranks without anyone catching on. She also had to marvel at the magic that must have gone into creating this map. She couldn't begin to guess at what sort of intricate spells had been cast on it, whether it had been created by runes, or if it had been enchanted. This sort of magical device went well beyond what they would learn at Hogwarts. Harry would love to get his hands on this. The moment she thought about Harry, sadness welled up inside of her as the strings of her heart were yanked on. However, that sadness soon turned into determination. She didn't know what was wrong with her friend, but she and the others were going to get him back. The old Harry that meant so much to her. 2 weeks passed since Harry had met with Director Ragnarok. During that time, Harry hadn't had any success in figuring out how to get the goblins into Hogwarts. He couldn't just sneak them in. The problem was the magic that bound them to the contract. If they attempted to sneak into Hogwarts, the barrier that surrounded this place, the same one that stopped people from apparating, would repel them and alert the headmaster. That wouldn't be good. It would be especially bad if he got caught. Harry didn't want Headmaster Dumbledore finding out about the basilisk, or the Chamber of Secrets. Sitting in the Chamber of Secrets, on a chair that he had created from alchemy, Harry looked at the writings on his desk. They were his notes on the barrier that surrounded Hogwarts. He found that writing sometimes helped him think, and this particular subject was something that required a lot of thought. There wasn't much information on the barrier, not its mechanics nor how it worked. From what little was written about it in the books that he had found within the forbidden section of the library, the barrier had been created by all four of Hogwarts' founders. Ravenclaw had designed it, Hufflepuff had built it, Slytherin had initiated it, and Gryffindor had powered it. The four greatest wizards of all time had created this together, and it had only grown more powerful since then. According to the books he had borrowed, every headmaster who came after the four founders was responsible for adding something to the barrier, strengthening it. It was like something of an unwritten rule. This was done not only to help protect the students, but for the new headmasters to prove that they had what it took to be the headmaster. Unfortunately, there was no information on what the previous headmasters had added to the barrier. There wasn't even any information on what the original barrier did. The only thing that Harry knew was that the barrier didn't allow people to apparate so long as they were trapped within its sphere of influence, and that it kept goblins from entering. Other dark creatures also couldn't enter. Vampires and werewolves were allowed, but Dementors couldn't come near Hogwarts itself. That said, he'd discovered how far the barrier's range was. The barrier had a diameter of 9 kilometers wide and 3 tall. Harry wondered if these numbers had been taken into account during its creation. 3 was a magically powerful number. 9 was divisible by 3. Of course, that didn't account for the total, but perhaps there was more to magical numbers than he had realized. While he was trying to determine how he'd help Ragnarok's people get past the barrier, a loud, obnoxious ringing filled his ears. It was the alert from his mirror. Sirius was calling. With a grimace, Harry summoned his mirror and activated it with a magical word. The mirror distorted, shimmered, and then revealed the face of Sirius Black. His godfather looked a lot better than the last time he'd seen him. Gone was the hollow face and sunken eyes. That meant Sirius was still taking his potions, just like he'd told him to. That was good. Sirius, what are you calling me for? Has something happened? I think I should be the one asking that. Sirius said. What is taking so long? Why hasn't Pettigrew been captured? Has something happened? No, nothing has happened. Then what's going on over there? It's been nearly 3 weeks since school started. Shouldn't Pettigrew have been captured by now? Harry snorted. You make it sound so easy. Capturing someone like Pettigrew isn't a simple matter. He might be weak, but he's cunning enough to have evaded detection for over a decade. What's more, he rarely leaves the Hufflepuff dorm. Ron Weasley had recently been complaining about Scabbers not leaving the dorm room. Supposedly, the rat had disappeared somewhere inside of the dorm, and not even Ron knew where he was now. Even if he snuck into the dorm, finding a single rat in an unfamiliar location would be difficult. It wasn't even a certainty that Pettigrew was still present. He could have left Hogwarts altogether. The thought was not pleasant. Without any means of locating him, there's no way I can apprehend him, Harry concluded. What about the Marauder's map? Asked Sirius. If you had that, then finding Pettigrew would be a snap. The Marauder's map was a creation of Sirius and his dad. Well, technically, it had been created by Remus Lupin, but all 4 Marauders had a hand in making it. If he had that map, then finding out where Pettigrew was would have been a simple matter, indeed. There was a problem with that, however. The map wasn't in Filch's office, Harry said. What? You serious? About as serious as your name. Running a hand through his hair, Harry sighed. I searched all through Filch's office and couldn't find it. Damn. That's not good. It means someone else must have it. Seems that way. Harry did wonder who might have found the Marauder's map. He was placing his bet on the Weasley twins. No evidence pointed toward them having it. Not hard evidence, but there was plenty of circumstantial evidence to support his theory, like how they never got caught with their pranks, how they could prank so flawlessly, how they always seemed to show up at just the right time. Yes, if they had the Marauder's map, it would explain how they could do everything that they did. If I could search through their belongings. But that would be hard. The Weasley twins were cunning, devious geniuses. Their luggage probably had traps. No. He shook his head. Even if they'd trapped their luggage, the Marauder map would be somewhere on their persons. That meant he couldn't outright take it. You've got that look on your face, Sirius said. Excuse me. That look, Sirius continued. You have that look on your face that says you're planning to do something stupid. James often wore that look right before he and I got into trouble for doing something stupid, so I recognize it. I'm not James. No, you're not. You're more like your mom than you are James. A sardonic smile twisted Sirius' mouth. Though you're not really like your mom, to be honest. Thanks for noticing. Smartass. Takes one to know one. Touché. Sirius inhaled a deep breath, held it, and then exhaled it. So, what's the plan? What was the plan indeed? Harry wasn't sure what he should do next. Well, he should look into getting his hands on the Marauders map, but that would require confronting the Weasley twins. There was also the chance that they didn't have the map. What would he do if they didn't? He'd be back to square one. Don't worry, Harry said. I'll think of something. I'm not sure how much confidence that inspires in me, Sirius said. Whatever. Later. Sirius. Harry deactivated the mirror and sent it back to his luggage. He stood up and exited the Chamber of Secrets through one of several exits. This one was on the opposite side of the entrance that led to the girls' bathroom. It was no surprise that the Chamber of Secrets had multiple passages leading out. He hadn't explored everything yet, but the chamber was filled with lateral passages that led to various places inside of Hogwarts. The exit that he was using took him into a room located behind the Great Hall. If I was Fred and George Weasley, where would I be? Pondering this question as he cast a disillusionment charm over himself, Harry exited the room, walked through the Great Hall, and then headed for the stairs. His necklace clinked against his chest. It would have done an adequate enough job of keeping people from noticing him, but he preferred having the added insurance of the charm. The first thing he needed to do was ascertain whether Fred and George had the map. After that, it would be a simple matter to ambush them, knock them unconscious, steal the map, and erase their memories. However, first, he needed to verify that they even had the map. As he was wandering down a hallway, two people entered that same hall from a passage several meters away. It was Tracy and Lisa. While Lisa warily eyed their surroundings, Tracy was touching her ear. Are you sure he's here? Tracy asked. I don't see anyone. Harry froze. Should he run? No, they couldn't see him. He was disillusioned. Plus, he also had his necklace. Even if the charm wore off, the necklace should keep him from being spotted. In front of us, Tracy continued. Lisa hadn't said anything. Who was she talking to? He's probably using a disillusionment charm or his invisibility cloak, Lisa said. Ask them for his exact location. Directly in front of us, they said. They were talking about him. Harry didn't know how they knew he was there, but when they both turned in his direction and raised their wands, he realized that they had somehow figured out his general location. He turned and ran down the corridor. Fortissimo! Lisa shouted. A wave of energy washed over Harry, a sound akin to shattering glass echoed through the hall, and the charm that had been keeping him invisible vanished. The magic surrounding him was no more. Even his necklace sputtered as the magic from Lisa interfered with it. There he is! Tracy shouted, pressing a hand to her ear. We've found him. Harry gritted his teeth as he bolted down a corridor. Their shouts echoed behind him. They yelled at him, demanding that he come back. He didn't. He ran. He ran and he kept running, bolting down corners and traveling upstairs. Footsteps echoed behind him. No. Wait. They were coming from his left. Blaise and Terry rushed out from behind a set of armored suits. Their wands were already raised. Twin jets of red energy shot from their wands. The world became illuminated with red. It had been decided that Daphne and Susan would be the ones to confront Harry. Everyone believed that they had the best chance of getting through to him, Daphne because of how close they were, and Susan because she'd become awfully stubborn since last year and insisted that she take part. If anyone could make Harry open up, it was them. For the past several weeks, Daphne and the others had been gathering everything they would need to confront Harry. Their friend was powerful and cautious, Some would even say that he was paranoid. They couldn't just go up to him. He'd avoided all attempts at contact, and she was sure he'd run if they tried to get close. Thanks to the Weasley twins, they had some magic devices that acted similar to non-magical communication devices. They were experimental. To be honest, they didn't work very well. Static crackled in their ears, and they only had a range of 15 meters. They also only worked for about 10 minutes before breaking down. However, with them, they could at least communicate. Daphne and Susan didn't have one. There were only few available. One had been given to each of the pursuit groups, whose job it was to chase Harry. The Weasley twins had the last one. They were using it to keep all of the team's east of Harry's location at all times, and to direct them so they could funnel Harry to this location. Are you ready? Daphne asked Susan. Yes. Susan nodded and went over to the door. The plan was for her to lock the door as soon as Harry entered and block his path, thereby ensuring that he would have nowhere to run. After that, it would all be up to them. Ragged gasps. Aching chest. Harry continued to run from his former friends. It was more than just Tracy, Terry, Lisa, and Blaise now. All of the people he'd gathered, the allies that he had cast aside, plus a few others, were now chasing after him. They were around every corner, within every hallway. He didn't know how, but no matter where he went, there was someone waiting for him, blocking him, forcing him to take another route. He knew what they were doing. They were trying to trap him. The problem was that he didn't know how they were doing it. He had no idea how they knew where he was. It was like they were predicting where he'd be, as if they were tracking him, but that was impossible, unless they have the Marauders map. But there was no way they could have the Marauders map, was there? But, if they had asked the Weasley twins for help, and Fred and George really did have the map, then I need to get away from them. Harry ascended and descended stairs, rushed through corridors, and eventually found himself in the third-floor corridor, the same corridor that had been forbidden in his first year. The Philosopher's Stone had been in this corridor. He's over here. Tracy's shout reached him. A moment of panic hit him. Harry rushed into the door where the trapdoor had been. It was still there. He locked the door behind him with a powerful magical lock, leapt down the trapdoor, and made his way deeper into the labyrinth. This place existed outside of Hogwarts. It was an extension created within the last 2 years specifically to hold the Philosopher's Stone. The Marauders map wouldn't be able to track him here because it hadn't existed when the map was made. The hallway opened into a large dome-shaped room. Up ahead was the door that Terry had opened by using his astrology knowledge. It was still there, closed now, a silent testament as to what happened here. Harry entered the room. He wasn't alone. Hello, Harry, Daphne greeted. Her smile was kind, but Harry felt as if he'd been physically struck with terror. He turned around to run away, but it was too late. The door had already closed. Susan was standing in front of it. We need to talk, Susan said, determination shining her brown eyes. Daphne wondered if the ache in her chest, the feeling of something shattering, was due to the young man in front of her. Naturally, it was. However, that ache, which only grew stronger with time, seemed to be for so many more reasons than just him, though he was certainly the central figure, as all of her feelings right now revolved around him. Harry looked pathetic. His eyes were wide like a cornered animal's. He looked back and forth between her and Susan. She'd never seen him look so weak, so utterly wretched. This was not Harry Potter. Harry, Susan said, taking a step forward. We wanted to. Stay back. Harry screamed, stumbling away from Susan. He turned around, as if preparing to run away, but Daphne was in that direction, and so he stopped moving. Why are you running from us, Harry? Susan asked. Why are you avoiding us? Why? Harry tried to snarl, to put on a strong front, but it was a lie. He was shaking with, what? Fear. No. Maybe it was desperation. I'm avoiding you because I don't need you. I don't need anyone. The only person who I need in this world is me. His words might as well have been a blade. They cut through Daphne as surely as one. Susan, too, seemed to be deeply hurt by his words. However, unlike Daphne, who remained unable to move, Susan seemed to have renewed her determination from his words. That's not true, Susan said, taking another step forward. Harry took a step back. Don't come any closer. I know that you don't mean that, Harry, Susan continued. You're just confused. You lost your friend and now you don't know what to do. I don't have friends, Harry snapped. I don't need friends. Having friends is pointless. They're a burden. They become close to you, worm their way into your heart, and then when they die, you're left with nothing. You become empty. I don't need that. If having friends means being a failure, then I'd rather not have any friends at all. Harry was rambling by this point. His words, feelings, and emotions were all jumbled together. Daphne could barely make heads or tails of what he meant. However, she understood one thing for sure. Harry was pushing everyone away to avoid getting hurt again. He had decided that if losing someone was going to hurt this much, then he'd break ties with everyone to keep from feeling this way anymore. That said, this isn't the right way to live. Daphne understood how Harry felt. They all did. However, what he was doing was wrong. He was wrong. How could they make him understand that? Harry, please calm down and talk to me. Talk to us, Susan said. She took another step closer. That turned out to be a mistake. Stay away. Stay away. Stay away, stay away, stay away, stay away, stay away. She and Susan only a moment to realize that something was wrong. Then, without warning, dark black smoke burst from Harry's scar. A fierce wind slammed into Daphne. However, it was more than wind. Daphne felt cold, alone, terrified, hurt, angry, mad, outraged, humiliating, ashamed, useless, disgusted, downtrodden, defeated, loveless, everything hurt and he just wanted to. Gasping, Daphne clutched a hand to her chest as emotions and thoughts poured into her as if she was an empty vessel waiting to be filled. Harry. These are Harry's emotions. That black miasma pouring out of Harry's scar carried with it all of the emotions that Harry was feeling. Suddenly, Daphne understood. Harry wasn't just taking Hermione's death hard. It was more than that. There was a burden on his soul that she couldn't comprehend, a wound that had only widened with Hermione's death. It was as if his very soul had suffered terrible damage, as if it had been hanging by a thread and Hermione's death had been the cutting curse that severed it. On the other side of the room, Susan Bones was shivering. She must have been feeling the same thing that Daphne felt. Daphne could barely see the girl past the black miasma, but if she was feeling it, then her friend must have felt it, too. I need to do something. Harry was suffering from something. There was more to this than merely being hurt and angry. This black miasma wasn't natural. Something had to be done, or Harry might end up being hurt even more. And yet, I don't know what I should do. What could she do against this strange power, which had rendered her all but powerless? She couldn't move, she could barely think, even breathing was a chore. All she could do was crouch on the ground and shiver. Her body had been rendered inert by the bombardment of emotions that were not her own. Someone, please, help Harry. Just as she was thinking about how hopeless this situation was, a burst of light appeared before her. Hot blue flames exploded into existence, and a cry not unlike that of a bird echoed across the room. Warmth. Daphne could only describe it as that. A strange warmth filled her chest. It then spread outward, across her body, engulfing her in what felt like a protective dome, a warm blanket. The dark miasma was blown away. For just a moment, Daphne thought she saw a giant bird with white and blue feathers, but it disappeared before she could blink, making her wonder if she had just imagined it. Harry stood in the middle of the room. However, as she watched him, his knees buckled and he began to fall. She scrambled to her feet and rushed to his side before her mind could tell her body to move. Susan must have had the same experience. She was at his side at the same time. They caught Harry before he could fall, though his weight caused them to nearly topple over as well. Harry, Harry. Daphne called out Harry's name. Why? Harry whispered. Why do you two keep persisting? Why does everyone keep hounding me? I just want to be alone. No, you don't, Susan rebutted. You don't want to be alone. Let us in. We can help you. We want to help you, Daphne added. He didn't respond with words. However, an arm wrapped around Daphne and pulled her close. Her robes soon became stained with tears. Susan looked up at Daphne, her face only a few centimeters away. The expression that she wore seemed to hold a statement. I think we should let him get it all out, it seemed to say. I agree. Daphne nodded. Since they were both being held by Harry, they had no choice but to awkwardly seat themselves together and hold him at the same time. It was uncomfortable, but now, at least, they allowed Harry to shed all of the tears that he'd been holding since long before any of them had ever met. There was no telling how long they'd been down there, in that room, shedding tears. Time had become meaningless, an ephemeral existence with no purpose. However, even if time itself seemed to no longer hold sway, Harry did calm down, eventually. I'm sorry you had to see me like this, Harry muttered. He was embarrassed by his unsightly display. It was disgusting. Harry was supposed to be composed. Harry was supposed to be perfect. He wasn't supposed to bawl his eyes out like a child. What are you talking about? Asked Susan. There's no need to apologize. We're here to help you. Susan's right, Daphne said. You're always helping everyone else, but that means there's no one who can help you when you're in trouble. We want to be the people who help ease your burden. We want to be there for you. Harry didn't want to admit it, but their words made him happier than he thought they should have. He felt light. At the same time, their words made him feel more self-conscious than normal. For years now, Harry had done his best to present a perfect front, to be strong and intelligent and wise. He helped those needed him. He got perfect grades. He always lent a smile and an ear. He was the person who everyone looked up to. In other words, he had strived to become the perfect human. He needed to be perfect. To accomplish his goals, to achieve his dreams, anything less than absolute perfection was unacceptable. If he couldn't be a perfect being, then how could he accomplish anything? That was also why Harry had always kept a certain distance from everyone, even friends, until recently, at least. He had kept friends at arm's length because he couldn't let them see anything except his perfect side. That had changed after coming to Hogwarts. Before, Lisa Croft had been the only one that he had opened up to. Now he had several friends who'd seen sides of him that he hadn't meant to show. He didn't think it was a bad thing at first, but then Hermione had died, and Harry had realized that letting himself get too close to people had more downsides than he'd thought. That was why he'd attempted to distance himself from everyone, why he'd forsaken them, though it didn't look like that had worked. Are you feeling better, Harry? Asked Susan. Yeah, I am feeling a bit better. Thanks to you too. Harry didn't really understand how, but he did feel a lot better. His mind was more clear than it had been in months. He could think without fear. His own insecurities, his fears, were no longer whispering in his ear. The voice, the one that he'd heard since Hermione's death, was gone. It was no problem, Daphne said softly. You're important to us. It's only natural that we would help you. I guess. Harry wasn't sure when it had happened, but sometime while he'd been crying, Daphne and Suasion must have moved. They were no longer in the middle of the room, but leaning against the wall. Harry was sitting on top of them. He felt like a small child being cradled by his parents. While his legs were resting on Daphne's lap, he was actually sitting on Susan, who was cradling his head to her chest. Her heart beat a steady pulse against his ear. Harry, can you please tell us why you were acting like that? Asked Susan. You don't have to if you don't want to, but it might help you if you talked about it with someone. Psychologically speaking, Harry knew that Susan was right. He'd read enough books on psychology to understand the concept of baring one's soul to another as a form of therapy. Still, he was hesitant. Harry had always kept his thoughts and feelings to himself. It was to help him present that perfect front, a method of pretending that he was perfect. However, maybe he should tell these two. Harry was beginning to realize that he might need to talk to someone. He wasn't sure how long he could hold some of these emotions in. Perhaps that was a side effect of having spent his entire life keeping everything to himself. Eventually, little by little, the will began to break down, leaving him vulnerable. In some ways, it was like what happened to Daphne back during their first year at Hogwarts. To be honest, I'm not 100% sure I know exactly what came over me, Harry admitted. When Hermione died, I was hurt and angry and confused, but more than anything else, I hated myself for not having done more to protect her. If I had been more proactive, if I had tried harder, if I had solved the mystery behind the Chamber of Secrets instead of telling her to leave it be, she wouldn't have died. It was the duty of those in charge to protect the people under them. Harry had been the leader of their group, the one everyone followed. He should have been protecting them, but instead he'd decided to not do anything under the assumption that, whatever was happening with the opening of the Chamber of Secrets, it had nothing to do with him. He'd acted selfishly. That selfishness had caused Hermione's death. All the people who've been close to me that were killed, they all died because of me, Harry whispered. My mom and dad were killed because Voldemort had gone after me, and Hermione died because the person who'd opened the Chamber of Secrets had been after me as well. I told Hermione not to get involved because it wasn't any of our business, but it was my business. My negligence got her killed. You can't think like that, Harry, Susan said. She didn't die because of you. She did, Harry interrupted. She died because someone had come after me, and they killed her to get my attention. If I had just worked toward solving the mystery surrounding the Chamber of Secrets, Hermione wouldn't have died. Susan didn't say anything. She likely didn't know what to say. I understand, Daphne said suddenly. I understand what you're saying, and I know why you feel this way, but do you really think that Hermione would blame you? I don't know. Maybe she would blame me. Harry remembered what happened when he confronted the Bogart. Even though he knew, logically, that his parents and Hermione were not the kind of people who would blame him, his heart told him otherwise. It told him that they did blame him, that they held a grudge against him for living when they had died. If only I had been stronger. If he had been stronger, this wouldn't have happened. If he had been more powerful, they wouldn't have died. Don't be stupid. Susan karate chopped him on the head. Harry yelped. Hermione wasn't that kind of person. She would never blame you for what happened. You can't think like that. I know that, Harry whispered. I know that, he said more loudly. I know that, but I. Two sets of arms wrapped around him. Harry froze. You hate yourself, don't you? Daphne said suddenly. It sounded like a question, but it wasn't. All this time, I wondered why you pushed yourself so hard, why you tried to change so much. That's the reason, isn't it? You hate yourself for something that you did in the past and now you're trying to atone for it. However, when Hermione died, it broke your will and caused you to isolate yourself. Daphne wasn't wrong. Harry did hate himself. However, the reason he pushed himself so hard wasn't because he wanted to atone for something. There was another reason, outside of atonement and self-loathing, that pushed him forward. Daphne, Susan. Harry looked up at his two friends. Do you know what eidetic memory is? Harry told Daphne and Susan everything. He informed them about eidetic memory, what it was, what having it meant for him. They learned about his past, his knowledge, his dreams and goals and desires. They learned about the darkness that lay within him. And they accepted it. They told him that his past didn't matter, that the things he'd done, the horrible, inhumane acts he had committed against his family, didn't matter to them. This surprised him. He didn't know why, but it did. Still, hearing them tell him that it was okay meant the entire world to him. That night, Harry had slept soundly for the first time in months. Harry was woken up the next morning by incessant shaking and a familiar voice. Harry, Harry, come on, Harry, you should wake up now. Harry groaned as he opened his eyes. Everything looked fuzzy. The world was a blurry mishmash of colors, until Harry blinked several times to refocus. Then the images sharpened, and he realized that someone was standing over him. Neville. Harry tried to recall the events of the previous day. He remembered crying in Daphne and Susan's arms, remembered telling them all about his past and eidetic memory. However, his memories after that were blurry. He remembered a bunch of sights and sounds and smells, but it was like a film had been cast over his vision. There were dark spots, blank space. If Harry had to define it, it was like he'd been sliding in and out of consciousness. He did specifically remember someone helping him walk. He could remember the feel of an arm around his waist, but that was it. Nothing else came to mind. The problem with eidetic memory, Harry lamented, was that you only remembered what you saw. You can't remember something that you didn't see. Also, because the memory was always seen exactly as you remembered it, if your vision was blurred by, say, exhaustion or tears, then all you'd get was a grainy image. It was the same if you passed out. What time is it? Harry asked. It's a little after 5 in the morning, Neville said. I woke you up because I thought you'd want to exercise. Exercise. How long had it been since Harry had properly exercised? He hadn't done any exercising since the end of the last school year. His teacher would have been ashamed of him. Right. I should exercise. Thanks, Neville. You're welcome, Harry. Neville tried for a smile, but it was more guarded than Harry remembered it being. Harry slowly climbed out of bed. His limbs felt stiff. He'd been ignoring it since he felt like there were more important things to do, but now that he'd been reminded of how he'd neglected his body, he could feel how poor his physical condition was. His limbs used to be limber and flexible. Now they felt like wires stretched taut. They used to be strong. Now they were like limp noodles. He'd let himself go. How shameful. Waving a hand at his trunk, Harry summoned his gym clothes and put them on. Neville was still in the room. He was staring at Harry with a gaping jaw, perhaps because of the wandless magic. Harry thought about trying to cover up what he'd done without thinking, but in the end, he decided not to. He didn't want to lie to his friends anymore. Hey, Neville. Why yes. I'm sorry. Sorry. Harry rubbed his arm. About the way I treated you and everyone else. It was wrong, and I'm sorry. Ah. Neville looked about as uncomfortable as Harry felt. Don't worry about that. I know you were going through a rough patch. We all were, but you had it the worst. While he appreciated Neville's compassion, Harry felt like his friend was trying too hard to be understanding. Part of him wished Neville would get angry. Perhaps if someone got angry at him, it would be easier for Harry to forgive himself for how he'd acted. After getting dressed, he and Neville left the room quietly so as not to wake the others. They walked through Hogwarts, eventually reaching the entrance, where everyone that Harry had befriended was already waiting. Even Tracy Davis, well known as the laziest among them, was up and ready. Look what the toad finally dragged in. Tracy wore a grin that nearly split her face in half. She was dressed in a pair of tight black shorts and a sleeveless green top. I was wondering if we'd ever see you again. Perhaps it was her demeanor, that teasing and gung-ho personality that she seemed to have retained despite everything that had happened, but Tracy's words and grin brought a smile to Harry's face. Yeah, sorry for worrying you. Hey, if you're really sorry, then you should make it up to me by giving me some tutoring later today. Harry nodded. I can do that. While Tracy spoke, Daphne and Susan walked up to him. Like Tracy, they, too, were dressed in workout clothes. Susan wore a surprisingly modern skirt and a jersey, and Daphne was dressed in a pair of shorts and sleeveless tank like Tracy's. Harry concluded that the clothing Tracy was wearing belonged to Daphne. How are you feeling? Daphne asked. Harry gazed fondly at the girl. Better, thanks to you too. We didn't do much, Susan said. Anyway, let's go. You haven't been exercising, right? You need to regain your strength. Right. It wasn't until Harry started jogging around the Black Lake that he realized how badly he'd let himself go. While not noticeable to most people, the difference in his performance now and several months ago appalled him. He was slower than he used to be, ran out of breath quicker than he used to, he couldn't keep a steady pace, and worse, his legs felt knock-kneed and weak. By the time he finished running 20 laps around the lake, his thighs and calves were screaming in protest. Are you okay, Harry? Susan asked as she rubbed his back. He was hunched over, sweat dripping down his body. His breathing was heavy. He felt an ache in his chest, as if each breath taken was slowly driving nails deeper into his lungs. I'm fine, he panted, grimacing. This lack of ability must have been a result of not exercising and inhaling all of those fumes from his potions. He'd taken precautions, of course, but it looked like those had only partially worked. Do you need a break? Asked Daphne. Harry shook his head. Even though he was out of shape, Harry still did his best to finish his workout. It hurt. His muscles were sore from having gone unused for several months. However, he pushed the pain and discomfort aside for the sake of regaining his former strength. He even had Susan and Daphne help him stretch afterward. Gah. Harry. Are you okay? Maybe we should stop. N. No. Let's keep going. B. But it looks like you're in pain. No pain. No gain. Sitting on the ground, Harry was having Susan and Daphne help him stretch. Susan was behind him, her hands on his back as she pushed his torso forward. Meanwhile, Daphne was in front of him. She was holding his hands and pulling him toward her, thereby helping him stretch out his thighs. It hurt. Pain lanced his thighs and glutes like branding irons, but he forced himself to keep stretching. Regaining his limberness was every bit as important as regaining his strength. When their workout concluded, everyone headed back to their respective dorms, showered, and dressed. By the time they were done, it was time for breakfast. A lot of people were already sitting down in the Great Hall, eating. All of the students were chatting away as they sat at their tables. When Harry entered, all conversation ceased. Harry was keenly aware of the eyes on him as he walked to the Hufflepuff table, where Susan, Daphne, Blaise, Tracy, and Hannah were already sitting. As he walked, whispered conversations began to pick up. They were about him. It's Harry Potter. Harry Potter. I wonder what happened to him. I heard he had a panic attack. I heard he was put in the hospital. Someone told me that he was going dark. Why is he so pale? Do you think he's sick? Given how he'd avoided people since returning to Hogwarts, he couldn't blame them for the way they were talking. It was annoying, but it was also understandable. That was why he walked silently to his seat, sat down, and did his best to ignore them. You look better now that you've freshened up, Hannah said. I feel a little better, Harry admitted. Hannah smiled. I'm glad to hear that. We're all glad to hear that, Susan added. Blaise nodded. You really had us worried. I'm sorry, Harry said in a whisper. Don't worry about it, Tracy said. We understand. Now let's dig in. I'm starving. Glutton, Daphne muttered too softly for Tracy to hear. Everyone started eating breakfast. Given how hard they worked, it wasn't surprising that most of them piled food onto their plates and ate with a ravenousness that belied their size. While they ate, they also conversed, with Tracy being the loudest. Terry, Lisa, and Luna joined up with them. The Nargles around you have disappeared, Luna announced as if diagnosing that her patient had been cured. I'm glad to hear that. You had a bad infection of Nargles recently. As that's so? Harry asked. Then I'm glad they're gone. Luna smiled. Me too. As breakfast continued, someone else wandered up to them. It was a girl who looked like a younger version of Daphne, but with a different shade of hair and different colored eyes. Astoria. Daphne's younger sister. Harry Potter, Astoria said. Harry turned in his seat to face Astoria. Good morning, Aster Goo. The Great Hall went silent as Harry fell off his seat after Astoria kicked him in the shin. Harry landed on his back. The air left his lungs in a rush. However, the breathlessness was nothing compared to the stinging pain in his shin. Story. Daphne bellowed as she stood up. Why did you do that? Astoria glanced at Daphne, and then looked back at Harry. She frowned at him. That was for my sister. I bet you don't know it, but my sister cried for you every night this summer. Whenever we spoke, she always looked sad. It's your fault my sister was hurting. If you hurt her again, I'm going to do more than kick you. This girl was a good sister, Harry decided. Only someone who was truly worried would do something like kick a person for someone else. He couldn't fault Astoria for it either. He'd hurt Daphne, he'd hurt everyone, but Daphne had probably been hit the hardest due to her past experiences. Hurting her was a sin that he'd never be able to erase. All he could do now was try to make amends. I understand. Harry smiled at Astoria, who took a step back, a flabbergasted expression appearing on her face. Thank you. I'll do my best to never make Daphne sad again. Astoria looked away. So long as you understand that, we're cool. Breakfast resumed, though not without the current event being the new hottest topic. As Harry sat down and returned to eating, Daphne, who sat next to him, placed a hand on his thigh for a moment, as if thanking him. He noticed her looking at him out of the corner of his eye, and they shared a smile. Story, Luna said seriously as the youngest girl sat down. Luna, Astoria greeted. Did you know that you have a lot of Nargles around your head right now? Luna asked, and at that, several of their friends began laughing, much to Luna's confusion. Classes started soon after lunch. That day, Harry's first class was arithmancy, which he shared with Daphne, Terry, and Lisa. Arithmancy is a magical discipline that studies the magical properties of numbers. It's the closest magic that came to science after alchemy and potions. By learning how numbers work magically, a witch or wizard can learn how to increase the potency of specific ritual, create wand movements for new spells based on precise calculations, and even predict the future using numerology. Of course, Harry didn't believe that anything, arithmancy included, could predict the future. That said, the subject interested him. This was especially the case because arithmancy would help increase his knowledge of every other branch of magic, since spells and potions all used arithmetic principles. The person teaching them was Septima Vector. She was a fairly young witch compared to some of the others at least. She held herself with an exuberance that came from youth, and her robes, which were more form-fitting than Professor McGonagall's, revealed that she had the figure of a younger woman. Harry pegged her to be in her 30s. Class consisted mostly of going over basic arithmetic equations consisting of the three most powerful magical numbers, 3, 7, and 13. According to the Rowena's principle of arithmetic divisibility, these three numbers, along with any number that was divisible by one or more of these numbers, held a significant amount of magical power. A good example was the six-pointed star, known by non-magicals as the Star of David. 6 was divisible by 3, and was therefore a good number for creating rituals. There was a common misconception among the non-magical community that a pentagram was used mostly for rituals. The truth was that pentagrams, five-pointed stars, barely functioned as a proper ritual focus. Rituals using it tended to fail, and some could even backfire. Six-pointed stars were the best to use in a basic ritual. Of course, the six-pointed star was, in and of itself, a very basic ritual symbol. It was a 6, which meant it was only divisible by 3, and while 3 was a magically powerful number, it couldn't compete with a ritual composed of something with 21 points, which was divisible by 3 and 7. Sadly, a 21-pointed star was impractical to use in a ritual. After class, Harry walked with the others as they spoke. Terry and Lisa seemed intent on debating the subject of which numbers have more power. I believe 3, 7, and 13 are more powerful than any divisible number because they're prime numbers, Terry was saying. Just because something is a prime number, that doesn't make it more powerful. I think the ability to add more prime numbers into them have a lot more potential. Composite numbers allow you to add powerful prime numbers into them, thus increasing their power in turn, Lisa rebutted. Harry and Daphne shared a look. Daphne smiled. Harry sent an uncertain one back. He was still worried. Even though Daphne and the others had accepted him back into their fold, he would have been lying if he said he wasn't concerned about potential lingering resentment. It would have been justified. He'd left them. Had someone else done this to him, he would have resented them. Perhaps, they're just better people than I am. Harry's second period that day was Transfiguration. Professor McGonagall had given him a funny look when he entered with his friends, not that he blamed her. However, she was professional enough not to call him out. She began their classes the same as always, by jumping right into a lecture about animagus. Unlike the previous lecture last year, which had only briefly touched upon the animagus ability, this one was a lot more in-depth. However, Harry had already become an animagus. He didn't listen to the lecture. Is something wrong, Harry? Asked Susan. You're not paying attention. Transfiguration that year was shared with the Hufflepuffs. Susan and Hannah sat with him and Neville. Nothing's wrong, Harry said. I'm just a bit distracted. Distracted by what? Never in his life had Harry heard a more ambiguous question. There was a lot that was distracting him too much for him to mention within a single sitting. He still needed to come up with an appropriate apology to his friends. Plus, he still had to deal with Pettigrew. That was on top of reclaiming his previous standing among his peers and getting back into shape. Harry had so much work that needed to be done, and, for perhaps the first time in his life, he wasn't sure how to go about doing it. Class ended and the students all stood up. As they were leaving, Professor McGonagall called out to him. Mr. Potter, I would like to speak with you before you head off to your next class. You three go on ahead, Harry said to Susan, Hannah, and Neville. I won't be long. His three friends nodded, though Susan do so hesitantly, and left the classroom shortly after. Harry walked up to Professor McGonagall. He wore the politest expression he could, the better to present a facade that nothing was wrong. Can I help you, Professor? Professor McGonagall studied him with a look that Harry couldn't comprehend. She seemed both worried and suspicious, though he couldn't begin to guess what she might be suspicious of. Then again, considering his previous actions and the way he'd been hiding, maybe she thought his sudden reappearance was suspicious in and of itself. It has been a long time since I've seen you in my class, she said at last. Harry shifted. Actually, I've always been in your class. You just didn't see me because of this. Deciding that honesty was the best policy, Harry took out his enchanted necklace, letting it dangle from his grasp as McGonagall inspected it. Enchantments. Her eyes widened. Did you make this? Harry shook his head. An enchantress in Diagon Alley made it for me. I see. Yes, that makes sense. Still, why would you have something like this made? I didn't want anyone getting near me, Harry admitted. It took more effort to admit than he thought it would have, but he couldn't stop now. He needed to be upfront and honest. After what happened to Hermione, I thought it would be better if I didn't let anyone else get close to me. Professor McGonagall's face softened. I think I understand why you would do this, and while I do not agree with what you did, I'll not say anything more on the matter. It appears you've come back to your senses. I can only assume your friends are responsible for this feat. Yes, ma'am. In that case, I'll not keep you. However, should you ever need someone to talk to, know that my door is always open. I will. Thank you, Professor. Harry left Professor McGonagall's classroom to find Susan waiting for him. She was leaning against the wall, her hands clasped in front of her, the book bag dangling from her grasp. When he closed the door, she looked up. Her eyes brightened. Susan. What did Professor McGonagall want to talk about? Susan asked as they began walking down the hall. She just wanted to ask if everything was okay, Harry said, glancing at her out of the corner of his eye. You waited for me. Susan blushed. I didn't want you to be alone. I see. She was worried that he might have a relapse. Well, he guessed he couldn't blame her. When he considered how he'd been before she and Daphne helped him, it made sense that she'd want to keep an eye on him at all times. It was kind of touching, to be honest. After second period was lunch. Harry decided that this would be a good time to properly apologize, when everyone was present, so he only needed to say it once. Even saying it once was going to be hard. Harry wasn't the type who apologized often, so he'd like to get this done with one apology. Rather than meet in the Great Hall for lunch, everyone met up in the all-house common room. According to Susan, that was where they had been meeting since school started. It pleased Harry to know this place had been put to good use. It also made him feel ashamed. His friends had been doing all they could to remain together. Meanwhile, he'd neglected them for his own selfish purposes. He and the others sat down at one of the rectangular tables. Everyone but Harry was chatting. I can't believe it's already been over a month since school started. Halloween is coming up soon, Neville said. Blaise nodded. I learned in Muggle studies that Muggles celebrate Halloween by dressing up as witches and wizards. Harry twitched at the word, Muggle. What happened to mundane? I didn't know that, Neville said. Blaise nodded. It's apparently been a tradition for a while now, though I don't know why. Have you no brains in that head of yours, Boot? The new Firebolt might be the fastest broom in the market, but it's clearly not the best, Tracy said. Speed doesn't mean anything if it lacks maneuverability. Do you know how hard it must be to turn something going over 200 kilometers per minute? Terry scoffed. I know what I'm talking about. You're the one who's lost her mind. The Firebolt has several charms and enchantments that keep the rider from being affected by the speed. This allows them to make turns they couldn't have done otherwise. But there's no charm that can affect gravity, Tracy rebutted. If the rider doesn't want to be squashed or thrown off, then they need to decelerate. That means the Firebolt's entire design is inherently flawed. Harry was impressed by how smart Tracy sounded. Then again, the only time she sounded smart was when she talked about Quidditch or brooms. Must you two constantly argue about brooms? Lisa asked. Yes. Terry and Tracy said. What's a nargle? Astoria asked Luna, who was eating some type of food that Harry had never seen. It looked like she'd just mixed a bunch of different foods together to create a sandwich. Nargles are mischievous creatures. They like to hide in mistletoe, and they can infect people by hovering around them. What do they look like? No one knows, since nargles are invisible unless they want to be seen. Luna shrugged. But I've heard they look like fairies when they choose to reveal themselves to humans. While Luna and Astoria's conversation was odd indeed, the one between Susan, Hannah, and Daphne seemed relatively normal. I was thinking about getting some of those blood pops when we go into Hogsmeade, Hannah said. Daphne made a face. Aren't those for vampires? Well, yes, but I wanted to see if they really tasted like blood. Susan also made a face. How do you even know what blood tastes like? Remember when we went to my father's vineyards in California and I smashed my mouth against a wheelbarrow? Susan winced. Yeah, your teeth were bleeding a lot. Oh. Right. The longer everyone spoke, the less certain Harry became. He felt so out of place. It was like he no longer belonged with everyone. Could they even accept him anymore, after what he'd done? Why should they? He'd practically betrayed their feelings at a time when they needed him the most. Harry, Daphne said, suddenly noticing his silence. Is everything okay? Everyone stopped talking and turned to him. Harry suddenly felt like he was being shoved into a spotlight. At any other time, during any other instance, he might have reveled in that spotlight and used it to further his agenda. Now he just wanted to hide. But I can't hide, can I? I need to come clean and apologize to everyone. That was right. These people were friends. They were precious, cherished friends, and they had supported him even after he'd abandoned them. He might not belong with them anymore, but since they hadn't tossed him aside, the least he could do was return their kindness with his own. Harry stood up and bowed to everyone there. I'm sorry, he blurted. Everyone stared at him like he was an idiot. Harry blushed. I neglected all of you. While everyone was hurting, I ran away from my pain and wasn't there for any of you. I secluded myself and ignored you, my friends, in some misguided attempt to protect my own feelings. Man, can you go on or what? Tracy interrupted. Excuse me, Harry said, blinking. Look, I'm not the smartest person in the world, Tracy said. That's something we can agree on, Terry agreed. Shut up. Boot. Tracy snapped before looking back at Harry. Still, don't you think you're giving us too little credit? If we really hated you, or didn't want you with us, we wouldn't have spent so much time getting you back. Lisa nodded. We've already forgiven you. We pretty much knew why you were doing it, Blaise added with a shrug. We don't blame you. We were all going through a tough time, but I think you had it the worst, Neville added. Harry smiled unsurely. Thanks. It wasn't that he wasn't grateful. He was very grateful. Their acceptance meant a lot to him, but he felt so guilty. They might have forgiven him, but Harry couldn't forgive himself. As the conversations picked up where they left off, Harry began to feel out of place again. Should he try and join in? Who should he talk to? Would they want to talk to him, or would they be resentful that he was butting in on their conversation? He didn't know what to do. Never in his life had he been more frustrated. A hand landed on his knee. It was small and soft. He recognized it just from the feel, but he would have known who it belonged to even if he couldn't remember everything. Only one person was sitting close enough to do this. He glanced at Daphne, who was still chatting with Hannah and Susan. She wasn't looking at him, but he could feel her hand squeeze his thigh, as if reassuring him. Harry didn't know what to do. However, he knew what he wanted to do. Grabbing Daphne's hand, he turned to Blaise and Neville, and began sharing his experiences with Muggle Halloween. Harry had been dreading many things when he returned to daily school life. Potions was one of those things. He didn't fear Snape. Disliked the man intensely, perhaps, but not fear. Snape was the man who, on his first day of school, tried to make Harry look like an idiot by asking questions that were not in the first-year curriculum. He'd then deducted points from Harry, claiming that he was a cheater. That said, since last year, the man had done his best to ignore Harry, and Harry, likewise, had done everything he could to ignore the moppy potions professor in turn. Sadly, such was not the case this time. Like last year, potions was shared with the Slytherins. Harry and Neville sat with Blaise, Daphne, and Tracy. While he received a few looks from everyone else, no one came up to them. Daphne sat on his right, and Tracy on his left. Blaise and Neville sat at the table in front of them. Hey, Harry, you said that you've been attending all of our classes, right? Tracy asked. Yes, that's right. Then how come no one ever saw you? Harry sighed at having to explain it again, but since Tracy hadn't been there when he'd spoken to Professor McGonagall, he knew she couldn't help it. He pulled out his necklace and showed it to her and Daphne. After explaining how it worked, Tracy whistled. That's pretty neat. I didn't know enchanted items could do that. Before Harry could say anything, the doors slammed open and Snape stalked into the room. His cloak billowed behind him as he gave everyone who wasn't a Slytherin a nasty stare. When he got to Harry's table, he paused. Then he frowned. Then his lips twitched. Harry did not like that twitch. Mr. Potter, he purred as he stared down at Harry. His long, hook-like nose almost curled. How nice of you to finally grace us with your presence. I had thought for sure that you'd been expelled for incompetence and truancy. Harry could have done many things. He could have snapped at Snape, could have responded with sarcasm, could have returned fire with fire. Numerous visions flashed through his head. He thought of all the things he wanted to say, wanted to do. However, he did none of those things. They wouldn't have helped him here anyway. He bowed his head. I apologize, Professor Snape. I promise not to be absent from your class again. Snape remained silent, his frown deepening as if he was having trouble deciding how to respond. He didn't respond well to receiving such sincere respect not from Harry. Finally, after nearly a full minute, his upper lip curled, and he said, I hope you haven't forgotten everything you've learned. You're going to have a hard time catching up as it is. Then he stalked up to the front of the classroom and began snapping out orders to follow the instructions on the board, you dunderheads. Harry sighed. That had gone a bit better than he had expected. Early the next morning, while he and everyone else were exercising, Harry tried to decide on how he should broach the topic of Peter Pettigrew. He didn't want to just spring it on them. This was pretty big news. It wasn't every day that people discovered that Sirius Black was not only innocent, but that Peter Pettigrew, the one he was supposed to have murdered, was not only alive, but also responsible for his parents' deaths. This was a serious topic. Damn it. I'm making serious puns in my own mind now. Harry sighed as he continued doing sit-ups. This entire thing was problematic. He decided to think about something that was easier to bring up. Another thing that Harry wanted to do was take everyone down to the Chamber of Secrets. While he did not plan on telling anyone outside of Daphne and Susan about his eidetic memory, he did want to share everything else. He was sick of keeping so many secrets. So, there's something I wanted to tell all of you, Harry said after they had all sat down for breakfast. Everyone stopped talking and looked at him. Now? Tracy asked. Harry shook his head. Not now. Later tonight. After dinner. Even though he'd said later tonight, the truth was that Harry was tempted to tell them everything right then and there. He didn't want to wait. It was strange. Harry had always considered himself to be a patient person. He understood that in order to receive the best conceivable outcome, waiting was a necessity, as was the case here. However, as classes continued, he found himself consciously waiting for the day to end. Even when dinner finally did arrive, Harry could barely stand to eat. You should eat something, Susan said, putting some pork onto his plate. She then leaned in and whispered, You're going to tell everyone about your perfect memory, right? Harry shook his head and whispered back, I'd rather keep that a secret for now. I have some other secrets that I wanted to share with you all. They're rather important, and I don't want to leave you guys in the dark about them. Susan frowned at him, but nodded, and then proceeded to shovel more food onto his plate. Harry ate, but mostly because he didn't want Susan to be disappointed in him. He didn't really feel like eating. His stomach was doing weird flip-flops, and his palms felt sweaty. Harry wondered if he was getting sick, which was impossible, of course. He'd never been sick a day in his life. Still, He wasn't feeling well, and the terrible feeling only increased the longer dinner went on. By the time it was finished, Harry felt ready to throw up. When they were finished, everyone made their way out of the Great Hall. So, Blaise started, what is it you wanted to tell us? No, here, Harry said, gesturing. Follow me. He led everyone up a flight of stairs, through a series of corridors with bowing suits of armor, and into a room that looked like one of the many unused classrooms. Aged and covered in a layer of dust, the only thing present within this room were a series of footprints. They were Harry's footprints. What are we doing in this place? Asked Tracy, covering her nose and coughing as she stepped on the ground and kicked up dust. There's a secret passage in here, Harry said. He walked up to the wall, where the footprints ended. A secret passage? Inquired Lisa. Yes. Harry closed his eyes and hissed out the word that would open the passage. Open. Everyone jumped when they heard him speak Parseltongue. They already knew that he could, but they must have forgotten about it until now. However, whether they were surprised or not, they didn't get a chance to comment. The next instant, the wall slowly peeled back one brick at a time, revealing a hidden passage located within. Harry held up his hand and clenched it into a fist, and, like a spark igniting, his hand began to glow. He turned around to everyone. They looked shocked, but he paid them no heed. Follow me, please, and watch your step. This passage has a steep descent. The passage was winding as it traveled down, 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 leading deeper into the depths of Hogwarts, past the basement where the Slytherin dorms were and far below the Black Lake. Harry's friends followed closely behind them. He drew upon more of his magic, creating a bright light to help them see. How far down is this tunnel? Tracy complained. We've already traveled pretty deep. I bet we're traveling down into its very depths, Terry said. This passage isn't on the Marauders map, Lisa said, only to squeak at the end. So you guys did have the Marauders map, Harry said. I had been wondering how you could track me so well. Let me guess, it's in the Weasley twins' possession. How do you know about the Marauders map? Asked Neville. Because my father was one of the Marauders, Harry answered. He, along with Sirius Black, Peter Pettigrew, and Remus Lupin, were the four who created the Marauders map together. Wait. You're telling me that Remus Lupin is a Marauder? Tracy squawked. No way. Yes way, Harry said. I'm more concerned to hear that Sirius Black was a Marauder, Hannah admitted. There's nothing to be concerned about, Harry said. Sirius Black is one of the things I want to talk about. No one said anything after that. They reached the end of the passage, where a rickety old door sat on rusted hinges. Harry opened the door and stepped aside. Everyone took the hint and went through. What the bloody hell is this? Tracy screamed in shock. Harry walked into the Chamber of Secrets and stepped past his friends. He turned around. Shock was etched onto the faces of everyone, though Tracy's gaping jaw was by far the silliest expression present. They looked like someone had punched them in the gut with iron knuckles. This is the Chamber of Secrets, Harry said to them. I've been living here since school started. That admittance, that he'd been hiding in this place, was the hardest he'd made so far. It shamed him to admit that he'd run from his problem to the point that he had literally secluded himself in a place like this. If he'd been stronger, he wouldn't have done this. If he'd reached out to his friends, perhaps he wouldn't have run. All he could do now was come clean. The Chamber of Secrets, Blaise whispered. So, it really does exist. How did you find this place? Asked Daphne. Do you remember the story about how someone died in the second-floor bathroom? Daphne nodded. That person was Myrtle. She was killed there during the first time when the Chamber of Secrets had been opened. I learned about that by chance, and when Hermione died, I went to the second-floor bathroom and found out how Myrtle died. Harry paused and closed his eyes. Talking about Hermione stung. There was a pain in his chest, like an open wound that grew wider the more he thought about her. No one else said anything. Allow him to regain his bearings. Anyway, through her, I discovered a secret passage in the girls' bathroom that lead to here. There are actually several passages leading to the Chamber of Secrets. I've discovered 4 so far. Harry frowned when he noticed that no one was actually paying attention to him anymore. Their eyes were on something behind him. The basilisk. It wasn't like he could blame them for staring. The basilisk was huge, a massive creature that spanned upwards of 15 meters, with scales covering its body and eyes like amber gemstones. It was easy to see why they'd be unable to look away. Harry, Tracy said, a tremor in her voice. What the bloody hell am I looking at? That is a basilisk. There were several sharp inhales of breath. While Tracy didn't know what a basilisk was, Blaze, Daphne, Terry, and Lisa did. They turned their eyes from the massive snake to him. And, what is it doing here? Lisa hesitated to ask, almost as if she was afraid of the answer. I killed it. There was a moment of silence as the group tried to take this in. Harry could see in their facial expressions how they tried and failed to comprehend that single sentence. Their faces were twisted, the struggle clear as day. They were trying to believe him but couldn't. How did you kill it? Daphne asked. In response to her words, Harry waved his hand and summoned Gryffindor's sword from where it sat against his desk, which he showed to the others. I killed it with this. A sword, Tracy said. You killed it with a sword. Yes. That thing. That massive, bloody snake. You killed it with a sword. I believe I just said that. I give up, Tracy said. I'm done. I no longer know what to think. I'm just gonna go to bed after this, wake up, and hopefully find out that all of this was just a dream. Good luck with that, Terry snarked. Can it, boot? What I want to know is, what was this thing doing here? Lisa asked. Do you remember the story about the Chamber of Secrets? Harry asked. Lisa nodded. Before Salazar Slytherin was kicked out of Hogwarts, he built a chamber that none of the other founders knew about. Then he put a monster in there. Legends had it that the monster was waiting for the heir of Slytherin to appear so it could continue Salazar's work of killing off Muggle-borns. Are you telling me the basilisk was that monster? Harry nodded. A basilisk's gaze is deadly. However, if you stare into a basilisk's eyes through a reflection, it will only petrify you. That is why all those people were petrified, because none of them except Nicholas looked at it directly, and Nick was already dead so it couldn't kill him. What about Hermione? Neville asked. Astoria and Luna seemed to stop paying attention and walked past Harry. Hermione wasn't killed by the basilisk, Harry said through clenched teeth. She was murdered by the man who was controlling it. Harry tried not to let his anger get the better of him, but it was hard. Tom Riddle had killed Hermione to get to him. Had he not been so adamant on not doing anything that he deemed as unbeneficial for himself, then she wouldn't have died. He didn't know who he hated more, Tom or himself. No one seemed to know what to say, so Harry decided to drop the subject. He didn't want to talk about that anyway. There are a lot of Nargles around this poor creature, Luna said. She and Astoria were near its head, gazing into its soulless eyes. Poor creature. Astoria questioned Luna with a raised eyebrow. Yes. Luna nodded. This poor creature was used for evil purposes. It was never given a chance to become something other than what its masters wanted it to be. It's so sad. Astoria seemed unable to think of something smart to say, so she shrugged her shoulders and said, if you say so. There's something else that I need to tell you, Harry continued. And this is important, especially because I'm going to need your help, Susan. For a moment, Harry felt guilt spring from his gut like uncoiling serpents. Just the other day, she and the others had been forced to run him ragged and confront him, to bridge the gap that he had made with them. Now he was springing this on her. He truly was a lousy friend. But Susan just smiled, her eyes glimmering with a determined glint as she said, how can I help? Harry took a deep breath. And then he dropped a bomb. Sirius Black is innocent of all of his crimes, and I need your help to prove it. Harry told his friends everything that happened during his summer, from his experiments to his meeting with Sirius Black. He did leave out how he obliviated his relatives. That was a crime, and he didn't want them being implicated by association if something happened to him. That said, outside of his use of illegal magic, he held nothing back. After his explanation, he asked Susan to write a letter to her aunt, asking Madame Amelia Bones to come back to Hogwarts. He also asked that she be discreet about it. Harry didn't want anyone else to catch wind of this. She told him that she would write one up this weekend, which would be the only time that her aunt was available. Thankfully, The weekend was only a day away. The previous day, Harry had moved his luggage back into the Gryffindor common room. His roommates had been shocked to discover him that morning. Seamus and Dean had asked all kinds of questions. What had he been doing? Where had he gone? Was he back for good? Were the rumors about him quitting Gryffindor true? Harry had no idea where that last rumor had come from, but it must have started from somewhere. He had answered all of their questions, though he didn't tell them the full truth. His friends deserved an answer, but he didn't want knowledge of his misdeeds spreading. Perhaps that was wrong of him. However, he still wanted people outside of his circle to see him as perfect even if that facade had been ruined. Gryffindors had 4 classes on Friday: Potions, Charms, Study of Ancient Runes, and Defense Against the Dark Arts. Potions and Charms were easy enough. Snape had tried to cause some problems by making snide remarks about him, but Harry had replied to every single one with a smile and a polite acknowledgement. Not even Snape could give him detention for that. Charms was also relatively easy to deal with. Professor Flitwick had been surprised to see him, but when Harry raised his hand to answer a question, the stout man had replied with a smile and welcomed his back. The only real trouble of the day was Defense Against the Dark Arts. Harry filed into the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom with everyone else, taking up a position with Neville, Daphne, Blaise, and Tracy near the front. Seconds after the students entered, Professor Lupin walked into the room. To the man's credit, while he acted surprised by Harry's presence, he displayed enough professionalism not to react outside of showcasing a moment's hesitation. Class began as usual. They had already mastered the Ridiculous Charm and were moving on to the next spell, the Seize and Pull Charm. Carpe Retractum, Remus began, is a charm that creates a retractable rope made of light. This spell is used to pull certain objects toward the caster, or to pull the caster toward whatever object the rope is affixed to. You're generally supposed to use this on inanimate objects, though it can be used on plants and animals. Harry was already well versed in this spell, though he rarely used it. The spell was easy enough to cast. However, it took a fair amount of force to pull objects toward you, never mind pulling yourself toward an object. Stronger individuals had an easier time, since the act of pulling was a physical one and not magical. That said, it worked on small objects easily enough. After explaining the mechanics behind the technique, Professor Lupin had everyone line up on one side, and then he set several on tables with pots on the other side. All right. He clapped his hands. I want all of you to practice this charm. Remember, to cast this spell, you need to make a whipping motion with your wand and say, Carpe Retractum. Go ahead and try. Harry spent a moment observing everyone else as they practiced. Perhaps it was expected, but Daphne, Blaise, and Tracy were the ones who had the best results on the first try. Neville wasn't far behind them. Everyone else had varying degrees of success, with some managing to produce a whip and others not getting more than a sputter of light. After studying everyone for a second longer, he decided to at least practice the spell a little. He whipped his wand forward, a beam of light ejecting from the end, latching onto the pot that sat on the table in front of him. He braced himself. Then he yanked it back, toward him. The pot flew off the desk, and he caught it with his right hand. Excellent. Professor Lupin clapped. Well done, Mr. Potter. You did it on your first try and non-verbally. Take 15 points for Gryffindor. Opening his mouth, Harry quickly snapped it closed when he realized that, indeed, he'd cast the spell non-verbally. He hadn't meant to do that. Thank you, Professor, Harry replied softly. Professor Lupin smiled one last time, and then turned around. He looked like he was going to help Seamus, who'd lit his pot on fire, but before anything else could happen, Professor McGonagall rushed into the room and hurried over to Professor Lupin's side. Harry was too late to catch the beginning of their conversation. However, he enhanced his ears quickly enough to hear the end of it. Sirius Black is inside of Hogwarts. Harry froze. Sirius was here, at Hogwarts. That lame-brained fool. What the blazes is he doing here? Professor Lupin addressed the students. I apologize everyone, but it looks like class is over for right now. There's been a call for all the faculty. I have been asked to escort you all to the Great Hall. If you'd follow me, please. Harry felt his blood pumping abnormally through his veins as he followed Professor Lupin down the corridor with everyone else. What should he do? Should he tell the professor about Sirius? No, that was a bad idea. The professor might have been Sirius's friend at one point, but now he thought the man a traitor. Without providing ample evidence to suggest that Sirius was innocent, letting anyone know would only lead to him being confined. Dang it. What should I do now? I have to find Sirius, but there's no way I can do that in this massive castle. I don't even know where he might be hiding. This is impossible. It's. A hand engulfed his. Harry was jerked out of his worries, and he looked up, into the ice blue eyes of Daphne. Do you know what's going on? She asked. Harry casually glanced at everyone around them, making sure no one could overhear, and then he leaned into her ear. Sirius Black is currently inside Hogwarts. He most likely became impatient and decided to go after Pettigrew on his own. I'm not sure how, but someone spotted him. My guess is the faculty is going to bring all the students to the Great Hall, and then have several people look for him while the rest guard us. That doesn't sound good, Daphne admitted. His smile turned mirthless. No, it doesn't sound good at all. By the time their class reached the Great Hall, the large room was already filled with a lot of students. The tables had been removed. Now there was just a large, empty space, where students were congregating into groups. As his class wandered into the room, traveling deeper in, he picked up the numerous conversations from various people. It seemed as if no one knew what they'd been called there for. It took Harry several minutes to locate their friends. Hannah and Susan weren't there, but Lisa and Terry were. Daphne also managed to find Astoria. She didn't let go of the girl's hand once they'd met up. Do you have any idea as to what's going on? Asked Terry. I'm sure Dumbledore will make the announcement soon, Harry said, leaning in. However, I heard Professor McGonagall saying that Sirius Black has infiltrated Hogwarts. Terry looked like he'd been struck in the face. Seriously. But isn't he? Yes, he is. That fool probably got impatient and came here to find Pettigrew on his own. Harry ran a hand through his messy hair. Honestly, that man is such a pain. What are we going to do? Asked Lisa. There isn't much we can do right now, Harry said. I'll have a more clear picture once everything has settled down. More people arrived, including faculty members. It wasn't long before Professor Dumbledore himself strolled in through the Great Hall's doors. The students went silent as he made his way to the podium, turned around, and began speaking. Students of Hogwarts, he boomed, his voice reverberating across the Great Hall. We have run into a dire situation. Sirius Black has somehow managed to infiltrate Hogwarts. The students began to shout. Voices rose. They were quickly squashed, however, when Professor Dumbledore raised his wand and it released a loud bang. And a flash of light. I understand that you are all nervous. However, allow me to assure you that your safety is our top priority. That is why, for tonight, you shall all remain here. The staff will be guarding you and patrolling the castle in search of Sirius Black. I urge you not to leave the room. The Dementors have been given special permission to roam the halls, and they cannot tell friend from foe. With those ominous words, Dumbledore gathered the staff and began speaking with them in hushed tones. They were too far for Harry to hear. His ears may have been enhanced, but not even he could pick out singular noises above the din of conversation. Instead, he turned his thoughts inward. He needed to somehow warn Sirius about what was happening. He also needed to scold that idiot for being stupid. Honestly, how hard was it to stay put? But how should I find him? I see Susan and Hannah, Daphne said, pointing to a pair of people in the distance. They were surrounded by their friends in Hufflepuff. He and the others walked up to them. Harry, Susan said when she spotted him. Squeezing out of the crowd, she rushed up to him and grabbed his hand. Harry, what should we do? Harry took a deep breath. There's nothing we can do right now. I'll have to wait until nightfall, and then sneak out of the Great Hall using my invisibility cloak, find Sirius, and get his butt out of here before he gets himself key. Ed. You're going out alone? Susan asked, aghast. The others were looking at him like he was an idiot. There isn't much choice, Harry admitted. I can't take any more people with me if I want to move swiftly. I'll be racing against the clock. Susan looked like she was going to argue. Daphne did too. However, Harry cut them off. Besides, I'm gonna need you to do something else for me. Susan, talk to the staff and see if you can get in contact with your aunt. You need to let her know that there's new information regarding Sirius Black, and that she needs to come here with full squad of Aurors, particularly ones who know how to cast the Patronus charm. Harry lamented that he didn't know the Patronus charm, but he didn't know anyone who could teach it to him. If you can get her here before night hits, then we might be able to solve this without me needing to leave, Harry added. Susan nodded. I'll try to hail down the staff. Susan went off, and Hannah followed her. Harry turned to Astoria and knelt down. I'm sorry to ask you this, but could you find the Weasley twins for me? What makes you think I know where they are? Asked Astoria. Because you're about as mischievous as they are, Harry said. I imagine if anyone can find them, it's you. Astoria stared at him harder than he'd ever seen from her. For a moment, Harry wondered where the wide-eyed girl he first met had gone, but then he realized it must have been a facade. This girl was a lot more cunning than he thought she had been. Actually, she reminded him of the Weasley twins. All right, she said at last. However, I have a condition. Harry frowned, but he knew better than to deny her. Which is, make my sister happy. Harry blinked. Story. Daphne nearly shouted, only just managing to keep her reaction down to a yelled hiss. Her face was red all the way down to her neck. My sister has been protecting me for as long as I've known her, but that means she doesn't have anyone protecting her. I love my sister. I want her to be happy. You're going to protect her from our father and make her happy. You don't have to do this, Harry, Daphne said. I can't accept that offer, Harry admitted. Astoria frowned, and Daphne, despite her previous words, looked hurt. I already promised myself at the New Year Gala during our first year that I would protect Daphne and her happiness. It wouldn't be a fair deal. While Daphne's face looked ready to explode, Astoria actually smiled. You know what? I take back what I said about you behind your back. If you're going to go that far for Daphne, then you're all right in my book. Harry would have smiled, but there was business to be had. What's your price for finding the Weasley twins? Astoria closed her eyes. A favor. Just a favor? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. Don't take favors lightly. I'll keep one favor from you, and when I cash it, you'll have no choice but to do whatever that favor is, no matter how dangerous or humiliating it might be. Harry would have liked to say that he'd thought about his answer carefully, that he weighed the pros against the cons. He would have liked to say that he tried peering into the future, to see what sort of favor Astoria might call in, that he'd made an intelligent choice. However, in truth, Harry barely thought about the deal before shaking Astoria's outstretched hand. Deal. Astoria, it turned out, was able to sniff out the Weasley twins even more easily than Harry imagined. She found them within minutes. Harrykins! Fred exclaimed. We heard you were back, George said. But we didn't know if we believed it, Fred continued. Good to see you, old chap. Fred, George, I need your help. Oh. Fred raised an eyebrow. What can we help you with? The Marauders map. I need to borrow it. Fred and George looked at each other. I'm guessing your friends told you about the map, George said. Harry shook his head. I've been looking for the map since this year. I thought you might have it, but I didn't know for sure until my friends chased me down. Anyway, that map was created by my father and his friends. Your father? Fred gaped. Your father is Prongs, Harry said. It was named after his animagus form, which is a stag. You're the son of Prongs. Fred and George deliberated some more, but they eventually pulled out the map and gave it to Harry. Since you're the son of Prongs, we can't in good conscience keep this from you, Fred said as he placed the map in Harry's hand. Use it wisely, George added. Thank you, Harry said as he knelt on the ground, pulled out his wand, and tapped it against the map. I solemnly swear that I'm up to no good. Harry watched as words appeared on the parchment. Messrs. Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs, purveyors of aids to magical mischief makers, are proud to present the Marauders MAP. Unfolding the parchment, Harry studied the map. Almost everyone was in the Great Hall. In fact, there were only 2 people not in the Great Hall right now. Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew. They were outside, on the campus grounds, and they were getting further away. Harry could have sworn, but he didn't. He memorized the route that they were taking, and then he shoved the map into Daphne's hands. Daph, could you please go find Remus Lupin? Tell him that you have new information about Wormtail and Padfoot, and then show him this map. He'll know what to do. What are you going to do? Asked Daphne as she held the map close. Sirius Black is chasing Pettigrew. I'm going after them. He didn't give anyone time to respond. Casting a disillusionment charm over himself to become invisible, Harry made his way to the back of the Great Hall. There was a door behind the teacher's table. Through the door was a secret passage that led to the Chamber of Secrets. Harry rushed through the passage, then changed directions and went through another passage that took him outside. Once he reached the campus grounds, he didn't hesitate to transform. A change came over Harry. His bones snapped and shifted. His body sprouted fur as it became longer and more streamlined. Hands and feet turned into paws. Legs became stronger, more powerful, and his senses all sharpened to well past those of human senses. Harry, now in his jaguar form, bolted across the grassy field. He knew exactly where he was in relation to Sirius and Pettigrew. He moved quickly in the direction that he remembered them traveling. Coldness seeped into his bones, an unnatural chill born being close to the Dementors, those horrid monsters that brought unwanted visions to his mind. Oddly enough, their presence didn't seem as strong right now. They felt muted. Harry wondered if this was the result of his animagus form, but he put that out of his mind and focused on running. He raced past the Black Lake and reached the entrance to the Whomping Willow. Dementors were swarming around everywhere. They flew above his head, moving past him and continuing on to Hogwarts. Harry felt their coldness seeping into his fur, though the feeling was muted. He's here. Take Harry and run. Fool. Avada Kedavra. The visions, however, were still present. Harry fought against the nightmarish images that entered his mind. He saw a flash of green and his mother falling to the floor. He pushed it back. He found himself inside of a small cupboard, broken and bloody after being beaten by Vernon. He pushed it back. He saw and saw and saw and pushed and pushed. Ignoring the visions only seemed to make it worse. Fortunately, the Dementors didn't seem capable of recognizing him as a human. They ignored him, and Harry reached the Whomping Willow in record time. The Whomping Willow was a massive tree that sat at the edge of Hogwarts grounds. Its thick limbs were like tree trunks, and they flailed as Harry came near, as if each one had a mind of its own. Harry growled like a beast as he leapt through the hailstorm of flailing limbs. He wove across the grounds. Tree branches struck the earth, cracking it, denting it. However, thanks to his animagus form, Harry avoided them all and reached the roots in record time. There was a secret passage located within the roots of the Whomping Willow. Harry didn't hesitate to leap down, into the tunnel, which would lead to the Shrieking Shack. Thanks to his animal form, he landed on his feet. He raced down the hallway, a narrow passage that ended in a broken down door, which he burst through like a bat out of hell. Sirius and Pettigrew were already inside. Sirius was snarling like a rabid beast while Pettigrew quaked in fear in the corner. Harry could already see what was happening. His godfather was losing it, and if something wasn't done soon, then Pettigrew's death was going to be on their hands. Much as Harry hated the rat, he didn't want Sirius to kill him. What are you doing, Sirius? I told you not to come to Hogwarts. Sirius didn't take his eyes off Pettigrew as he spoke. I'm sorry, Harry, but I can't do this. I can't sit by knowing that this man is alive and near you, and I can't wait any longer. I have to do this now. What? You have to kill him? Yes. Don't be a fool, Sirius. Harry snapped. If you kill him now, then all of the effort I've put into clearing your name will be wasted. Don't you want to be a free man? I think I want revenge more than I want freedom. While all this was going on, Peter Pettigrew was looking at Harry with a cunning expression of hope. It made him sick to his stomach to help this man. Still, sometimes people needed to do things they didn't like to get the results they wanted. My friends are in the process of letting Professor Lupin know what's happening, Sirius. He'll get the orders and then come here. Just sit tight and don't let Pettigrew go anywhere. Harry, Pettigrew said, taking a step forward. He stopped when Harry pointed a glowing red hand at him. Do not come near me. I'm only letting you live for one reason, and that is to make sure Sirius can be free. Sirius's face scrunched up as he debated with himself, his thoughts so visible it was almost painful to watch. Finally, after what felt like a lifetime, he scowled and glared at Pettigrew. Consider yourself lucky that being able to live with my godson is more important than getting revenge, rat. Harry didn't think it would take Professor Lupin long to gather several people to come and help. But when a chill seeped into his bones, he realized that he'd neglected to take something into account. The Dementors. Now that he, Sirius, and Pettigrew were not in their animagus forms, the Dementors could sense their presence and they were coming. What is this feeling? Pettigrew asked, shaking. Shut up. Sirius snapped as warily tried-eye both his surroundings and Pettigrew. Meanwhile, Harry was dealing with bigger problems. Harry. A female voice screamed. Harry covered his hand with his mouth, vomit seeping between his fingers as he fell to his hands and knees. He was cold, so cold. He thought he heard someone yelling his name, but he couldn't tell. Everything was blurring out. Lily, take Harry and go. It's him. Go. Run. I'll hold him off. Fool, you think you can defeat me without your wand. Avada Kedavra. The voices were stronger now. Image flashed in front of him. Everything was spinning. He felt cold and dark and alone and frightened, and he just wanted everything to stop spinning. Why wouldn't everything stop? You're just a good-for-nothing freak. His uncle's voice screamed in his ear. His body felt heavy. He felt like he was falling down a deep shaft, a hole in which light couldn't reach. Even when his head cracked against something hard and unyielding, he barely felt it. Everything was cold. He felt numb. Damn freak. You're lucky that we've decided to accept you into our house. Be grateful. Not Harry. Please, have mercy, have mercy. We would have been better off without you. How useless can Brad be? How could you fail me like that? Worthless. Foul. Loathsome. You would have been better of dying with your parents. Why couldn't you protect me? The last thing Harry saw was a bony hand reaching out to grab him and several beams of light, followed by a brilliant and ethereal phoenix. Then the world went dark. Harry woke up with a sharp intake of breath. His eyes snapped wide open as he shot up into a sitting position. Shortly after, a wave of nausea hit him and he fell back down. Everything blurred in and out of focus, but he blinked several times, forcing his vision to slowly clear. He was in the hospital wing, though he could have figured out that much simply from the feel of the bed. The ceiling overhead was quite familiar. He frowned, then looked left, and then right. The beds were empty, which he'd expected, but still. What happened to Sirius? Sirius had been with him when the Dementors had attacked. If Harry had been discovered and been taken to the hospital, then surely Sirius had been found as well. I guess Sirius wouldn't be in the hospital wing, since he's a wanted criminal. They didn't have him key. Ed, did they? If Professor Lupin and the others had arrived in time to save him, then Sirius must have been saved as well. Professor Lupin didn't seem like the type who would let someone be key. Ed after they were already taken into custody. He hoped that meant Sirius was located in a hospital outside of Hogwarts or at the very least, getting treated. There's also Pettigrew. Harry didn't care if Pettigrew lived or died. That said, he knew that Pettigrew needed to live if Sirius was to be acquitted. In that regard, at least, he hoped the rat hadn't been offed yet. Madame Pomfrey wasn't in the hospital, which led Harry to assume that she was speaking with Professor Dumbledore. He wondered how long it would be before they came in. As if his words were prophetic, the door opened. Professor Dumbledore walked into the room alongside Madame Pomfrey and Madame Bones. Harry rose to greet them. Ah, Mr. Potter, Professor Dumbledore greeted. I am glad to see you're awake. You gave us all quite the scare. I apologize, Professor, Harry said softly, even as he turned to Madame Bones, who eyed him with a stern frown of disapproval. Madame Bones, I'm sorry to have called you here. I have information on Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew. I figured as much, Madame Bones admitted, her frown becoming even more prominent. Tell me, how did you manage to break out of the Veritaserum's effect? Harry shook his head. I didn't. It's impossible to fight against the effects of Veritaserum. Then how did you? If I may, Madam Bones, Professor Dumbledore interrupted. I do not believe Harry has the ability to fight off Veritaserum. That would indeed make him quite powerful, but no one can do that. Rather, I think what Mr. Potter did was simply remove any memories pertaining to Sirius Black from his mind. Remove? Madam Bones' eyes went wide, but then they narrowed. You mean he has a pensieve? That would be my guess, Professor Dumbledore admitted. The headmaster is correct. Harry nodded in acknowledgement. I do have a pensieve. I knew that I would be questioned upon my return, so I bought a pensieve to store my memories in before coming here. Were the situation not so serious, the expression on Madam Bones' face would have been amusing. Given that the situation was dire indeed, Harry found no humor in it. May I ask why you decided to hide evidence from the Aurors like that? Madam Bones asked. Because the Aurors' method of questioning leaves no room for expanded information, Harry supplied. When he noticed the looks he was getting, he elaborated. Aurors are only allowed to answer a specific set of questions when interrogating someone who is underage with Veritaserum, thanks to the laws of humane conduct that were imposed during the early 1700s. What's more, when under the effects of Veritaserum, people cannot expand upon their answers, which limits the amount of information they can give. For example, if you had asked, "Did you meet Sirius Black?" You would have only acknowledged that you had met Sirius Black, but you wouldn't have been able to inform me of the circumstances behind your meeting, or what happened after. Madam Bones finished his thought. Nodding, Harry said, yes. You must also take into account that you're not allowed to ask me to explain myself in depth. The laws of humane conduct have an article in Section 9, which states that you cannot ask questions that would mentally impose upon a student's private life. It was a law that had been created by the purebloods to keep Aurors from asking their children questions that might get them in trouble. A lot pureblood houses had illegal side businesses. Even the light houses that followed Dumbledore were not pure in this regard. It had been a unanimous decision by the House of Lords to impose this law upon the Ministry of Magic. Which means you wouldn't have been able to give me a full accounting of what happened. Madam Bones sighed and pressed a hand to her forehead. I understand your situation now, though I do not like it. You do realize that if you were an adult, I could have you thrown in Azkaban for obstructing justice. She was putting on airs. Harry, being who he was, could have gotten out of almost any charge against him. That said, were he not the boy who lived, then she could have easily put him in jail. He also understood the point she wanted to make, which was why he didn't argue. I realize that. However, I didn't want any information on Sirius Black leaking until I had Peter Pettigrew in captivity and presented to you. Speaking of, Professor Dumbledore interrupted, you'll be pleased to know that both Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew are in our custody. Harry shifted as a weight was lifted from his shoulders. That's good. May I ask what's going to happen to them? Since it's clear that Sirius Black did not kill Peter Pettigrew, we're going to give him a retrial, Madam Bones said. The fact that Pettigrew is alive brings into question everything we thought we knew about his case. Harry frowned. You mean you're going to give him his first trial? Sirius Black was never given a trial. What? Madam Bones blinked. Sirius Black was never given a trial, Harry repeated. The Ministry of Magic threw him into Azkaban without giving him a trial. Madam Bones turned to Professor Dumbledore. Is this true? The headmaster frowned, his half-moon spectacles glinting. I do not know. I was not part of Sirius Black's case. Minister Bagnold told me that due to my bias toward Sirius Black, his case would be handled by another. Do you know who did preside over the trial? Asked Madam Bones, to which Headmaster Dumbledore shook his head. There was no trial, Harry stated again. Lucius Malfoy made sure of that. There was a moment of silence as Professor Dumbledore and Madam Bones looked at Harry like he'd sprouted 2 extra heads. He didn't think he'd ever seen the headmaster so flabbergasted before. Had he really not known this? Lucius Malfoy. Madam Bones blinked rapidly several times. That can't be right. He might have been able to get out of his charges because he has deep pockets, but my understanding is that he bribed the minister to send Sirius Black to prison. Given the upheaval at the time, I imagine Minister Bagnold was more than happy to comply, especially since it meant her coffers became quite full, Harry said with a shrug. There was a rumor going around that she had accepted several bribes, Madame Bones murmured. That was part of the reason she resigned as Prime Minister. The other reason Minister Bagnold had retired was because of how the war had gone. Under her leadership, the war against Voldemort had steadily been turning in the Dark Lord's favor. Had he not gone to kill Harry when he did, there was a good chance he would have won. So, Sirius Black never received a trial. Madame Bones suddenly looked tired with her shoulders slumped and her posture slouched. I'll have to look into this, but if it's true, then even if he was guilty of his crimes, we wouldn't be able to hold him prisoner. Of course, if he's innocent, we'll also have to make reparations. This is becoming quite the mess. They spoke for a while longer. Harry promised to reveal everything he knew about the circumstances surrounding Sirius, while also apologizing to both Madame Bones and Headmaster Dumbledore for deceiving them. After letting Harry know that she would be calling upon him again sometime in the near future, Madame Bones left, leaving him with the headmaster and Madame Pomfrey. It seems this year is going to be another eventful one, the headmaster said lightly. There was a twinkle in his eyes. Harry closed his eyes and slumped down. Headmaster, I'm sorry for the way I've been acting. It is all right, Mr. Potter, Headmaster Dumbledore said, his voice reassuring. I, too, understand what it's like to lose people you love. You too, huh? Yes, I've lost many people in my time, including my brother and sister. It was difficult to move on after my sister died and my brother stopped speaking to me. However, all wounds of the heart fade in time, though I am afraid the scars left from such wounds will never fully heal. He appreciated the headmaster's frankness. At the same time, it didn't really help him. Harry clutched a hand to his chest, feeling the emotional pain as though it were a physical ache. I already know this pain will never fade. I'm not so naive as to believe this is something that will ever heal or go away simply because I want it to. He'd already tried doing that. He had pushed his friends away, he'd lost himself in his projects, he'd tried to run. It hadn't helped. All it had done was make him sink further into darkness. It had made him revert to the vile creature that he'd been before meeting Lisa Croft. He felt his stomach bubble from just thinking about it. I suppose not, Headmaster Dumbledore allowed. After another moment of silence, the headmaster stood up and smiled at him. Well, I believe I shall let you get some rest. Your friends should be by soon. I see. Thank you, Headmaster. Think nothing of it. Dumbledore waved and left. Once more, Harry was left to his own devices. During his time in the hospital wing, Harry was visited by all of his friends. Daphne and Susan had scolded him. According to them, what he'd done had been stupid, reckless, stupid, irresponsible, stupid, dumb beyond all recognition, and stupid, in that order. Everyone else had sat back and watched with amused smiles as Harry was scolded like a child who'd stolen candy from a grocery store. Later in the day, after his friends had left, been kicked out by Madame Pomfrey for making too much noise, Harry received a surprise visit from Professor Remus Lupin. The man strolled in, his expression slightly haggard, as if he'd been having trouble sleeping. Given what he must have learned about Sirius, Harry imagined the man was racked with guilt. Harry, he greeted, sitting down on the chair like he was boneless. Professor Lupin, Harry said. Or should I call you Moony? Either one is fine, Remus replied with a weary smile. I shouldn't be surprised you know about that nickname. I assume you also know about my relationship with your parents. Shrugging, Harry said, I do. Sirius told me a lot about your adventures together. That was, of course, only partially true. Sirius had indeed told Harry a lot, but Harry also remembered a lot. He recalled how Remus had visited them a few times, though he rarely stayed for long. His parents had always asked if he wanted to stay the night, especially during the full moon, but Remus had always declined. If you know about my past, that makes this easier. Despite his words, Professor Lupin looked like someone who just had a planet dropped onto his shoulders. I owe you an apology. After your parents died, I went off on my own, abandoning the son of my two best friends in order to live a secular life of self-pity. I never once thought about what you must have been going through and only cared about myself. Harry sighed. This man was being pretty hard on himself. He thought it was deserved, but being rude or rubbing how much his life had beeped thanks to the professor's inaction wouldn't benefit anyone. We all have our problems. I don't blame you for what happened in my past, so you shouldn't either. He thought about bringing up Professor Lupin's lycanthropy, but decided not to. It wouldn't help him here. Professor Lupin smiled. You're too kind. Has there been any news on Sirius and Pettigrew? Harry asked. The face Professor Lupin made was that of someone who'd swallowed a limo. I have not heard anything. It looks like Headmaster Dumbledore and Madame Bones are keeping everything related to this incident under wraps. The only reason I even know as much as I do is because I was the one who arrived on the scene first. Professor Lupin paused, grimacing as though remembering something unpleasant, and then he shook his head. I never would have imagined that Pettigrew was alive. I doubt most people would, Harry said, already looking to head off Professor Lupin's pity party. Considering the number of months he'd been having his own pity party, he didn't want to deal with the professors. Pettigrew was cunning enough not to leave any evidence, and I doubt you'd have been able to find him since he disguised himself as the pet rat of the Weasley family. Yes, I suppose that's true. Professor Lupin tried to smile. Still, I feel like I should have known that Sirius was innocent. He and James were as close as brothers. Harry realized that if he didn't stop this man, then he would be forced to listen to Professor Lupin's self-recriminations, which were far too close to his own current issues with his friends. He changed the subject. Again. Would you mind telling me some stories about your time together at Hogwarts? For the first time since he'd entered, Professor Lupin's smile was genuine. I would love to, he said, and then spent the next hour regaling Harry with stories of his parents. The days passed by in relative peace because there was a new hot topic that had come up since Sirius Black had infiltrated Hogwarts. Harry didn't know how the rumors were started, but someone had found out at least something related to what happened with him and Sirius. Numerous theories were being discussed within the corridors. Everything from Sirius Black attacked him, to Sirius Black saved him, to Harry Potter fought against and single-handedly captured Sirius Black, had been bandied about. Being the cause of these rumors, Harry had once again been forced to endure everyone he passed going silent, and then starting up again when they believed he was out of earshot. It was annoying, extremely so. However, there was nothing for it. He couldn't stop the rumors, and if he tried to stop them by saying something, then people would just come up with more rumors. This endless, vicious cycle was something he had grown used to. It didn't help that Madame Bones had essentially sworn him to secrecy. He was neither allowed to confirm nor deny the rumors. Fortunately, people didn't ask him. He guessed they were too scared. It had been a week since the incident with Sirius Black. Classes continued on as per the usual. Harry had been slowly regaining his former physical strength, and he'd become more comfortable with his friends. Even so, he still had moments where he felt guilt creep up on him. Thankfully, Daphne and Susan were there as support. Perhaps it was because they knew most of his secrets, including his most important one, but Daphne and Susan had been a constant presence for the past week. At least one of them was always by his side. Whenever Harry went into a relapse, one of them would be there with a reassuring hand. It had become a habit for him to be holding at least one of their hands whenever they were sitting down. He believed it was their way of giving him strength. He wasn't sure if the others had noticed. Blaise probably did. He was observant. However, he was also intelligent and knew better than to draw attention to it. It was late afternoon. The mid-September air was crisp and refreshing. Leaves were spread across the ground, having fallen from their branches. The Black Lake appeared the same as always. Harry could see the giant squid waving a tentacle at some of the students standing by the shore, almost as if it were greeting them. The students waved back. Quidditch will be starting soon, Tracy said. Do you plan on going out for the team this year? Harry thought about it for a moment, and then shook his head. No, I don't think so. Quidditch is fun, but it doesn't give me the same thrill that something like sparring and dueling does. He did enjoy flying, but not when playing Quidditch. Still, Harry mused that he was missing out on a good opportunity to regain his popularity within the Gryffindor house. On the other hand, if he soundly defeated every other house, they might not like him as much. If he wanted to reclaim his former popularity with all of the houses, then he needed to regain the precarious balance he had between being an exceptional student, yet not someone who constantly stood in the limelight. It was a lot harder than it sounded. That's too bad, Tracy sighed. Thanks to Malfoy's father getting Slytherin brand new equipment, I have a feeling that sniveling dirtbag is going to win. Not very supportive of your house, are you, Trace? Daphne asked rhetorically. Oh, can it? Tracy muttered. I love our house just fine. It's Malfoy I hate, and since my hatred for Malfoy is greater than my love for Slytherin, well. Malfoy isn't an easy individual to get along with, Blaise agreed with Tracy's words, nodding ever so slightly. Understatement of the century, Blaise. Has he been causing problems? Asked Harry. Daphne shook her head. He mostly keeps to himself these days, though he has amassed a small following since you went under. A lot of the younger students look up to him, and a few of the older students have been listening a little too often lately. Hearing that made Harry want to sigh. Draco wasn't much of a threat, just a boy who thought he deserved the world because his father was rich. Dealing with him would not only be tiring, but it would also be more trouble than it was worth. Still, could you please keep an eye on him? You don't have to observe him closely. Just let me know if he starts acting strangely, Harry said. Blaise nodded. Since I share a dorm room with him, I'll keep my eyes out for anything unusual. I wouldn't worry about Malfoy, Astoria said. I've met him once or twice before. The boy's a coward. I've never seen someone whose belly is yellower than his. I'm with Story on this one, Tracy agreed. Luna nodded. He has a lot of nargles around him. Conversation probably would have continued, but at that moment, Professor McGonagall, of all people, strolled onto the grass and walked over to them. Her movements were harried. There was a stilt in her step, as if she'd rushed down a flight of stairs and injured herself. She stopped in front of them. Her cheeks were slightly flushed. Mr. Potter, Headmaster Dumbledore would like to speak with you. There couldn't have been many reasons for the headmaster to call him. In fact, Harry could think of only one reason for the headmaster to ask for a meeting. Do you mind if I come along as well? Asked Susan, who must have realized the same thing. Professor McGonagall frowned, but when Harry gazed at her imploringly, she sighed. Very well. You may also come. However, only you. Since your aunt is also here, I believe it would be nice if I let you see her. Nothing more. So I was right. Hearing that Madam Bones was also present made what they were calling him for even more obvious. It had to be Sirius. That was the only reason Madam Bones would have been at Hogwarts. Something big must have happened with Sirius, and they were going to tell him. He stood up. Susan stood up with him and grabbed his hand. Her face was beet red. Harry guessed she was embarrassed. He tried not to let her embarrassment make him embarrassed. Matters weren't helped when, upon looking at their hands, Professor McGonagall's lips twitched into a smile. If you two will follow me, she said before turning around and walking back toward the castle. They were led to the headmaster's office. Professor McGonagall spoke the password, gumdrops, with an embarrassed blush on her face. Having never been to the headmaster's office before, Susan was startled when the stairs began to move. She squeaked and grabbed onto Harry. You okay? He asked. Yes. I'm just surprised. Sorry. It's fine, Harry murmured as Professor McGonagall led them down the steps and up to the door. She was just about to knock. Come in, Minerva, when a voice called out from the other side. Harry glanced at Professor McGonagall. A vein throbbed on her forehead, though she still opened the door, allowing him and Susan to precede her. Several people stood in the office, which was filled with knick-knacks and various odds and ends. Headmaster Dumbledore and Madam Bones were there, obviously, but there were also two other people. One of them was Professor Lupin, and the other was Harry. Sirius shouted with obnoxious joviality as he rushed over as if to hug him only to pause. Harry did not like the gleam in his godfather's eyes. Now who is this? Harry, you sly dog. Why didn't you tell me you had a girlfriend? While Susan turned red right down to the roots of her hair, Harry frowned. Susan isn't my girlfriend, I think. You think. Well, she is a girl, and a friend, but. Harry knew nothing of relationships. They were about the lowest point of interest on his list. He had neither the time nor the inclination to understand what it meant to be intimate with someone. Even if he was going through puberty and dreamed of doing various intimate acts, he wanted to wait until he'd accomplished his other goals before he even contemplated the idea of dating someone. Sirius looked from him to Susan. I think your friend might disagree. Harry frowned at Sirius, but he didn't have time to deal with the man's comments on his relationship. It's good to see you, Sirius, Harry said at last. He took a deep breath. I was worried, when I realized you had infiltrated Hogwarts. Sirius's eyes popped wide open, as though he couldn't believe what Harry had just said. Was that concern in your voice? Harry turned his head. He could feel heat rising to his cheeks. And no. While Sirius looked ready to burst into a grin, Madam Bones walked forward and greeted Susan. It's good to see you. I hadn't realized you were coming with Harry. I wanted to be with Harry. Susan started off strong but ended in a quiet voice. I see. Madam Bones paused. Well, if Harry is fine with you being here, then I see no problem. Headmaster. I do not have a problem either, the headmaster replied with a twinkle in his eyes. In that case, I'd like to speak about what's going to happen within the next few days. Madam Bones coughed into her hand. First, we are going to make a public announcement at a press conference that Peter Pettigrew is alive and has been caught. We'll make a public spectacle out of it by showing him at the press conference. We'll also state that Sirius Black has been cleared of all charges, but that he'll need to come forward to publicly proclaim his innocence. Nodding, Harry could already see where this was going. I'm guessing Sirius will then turn up at the Ministry of Magic. Madam Bones, to his surprise, shook her head. What we want to have happen is for you and Sirius to make an appearance together. If they see the boy who lived with Sirius Black, then they're more likely to accept him. We'll hold another press conference then, and you'll tell everyone about what happened this summer, how you and Sirius reconnected and you discovered that he was innocent. It will give Sirius more plausibility. It will also let others know what happened to me during the summer, thereby putting a close to the many rumors that have been going around, Harry added with a nod. This is a pretty cunning move, if you don't mind my saying so. I'd expect political maneuvering like this from someone like Celestina. Madam Bones made a face. I did consult with her on the matter. I don't know how, but she managed to find out about Sirius Black a few days after he was taken to the hospital. She shook her head and muttered something about loose lips, which made Harry wonder about how far-reaching that woman's hands were. In any case, that's the basic plan so far. We're not going to make the announcement until after Halloween, so there's some time before anything happens. We need to make a lot of preparations. There was a pause in the conversation. Harry felt something similar to tension within the room, and he realized soon after that it was coming from Susan. Everything that was happening wasn't something normal students went through, or, indeed, even those with people in high positions. She was probably nervous. He squeezed her hand to reassure her, and was pleasantly surprised when she squeezed back. Madam Bones continued. In the meantime, Sirius Black is going to stay, wherever he's been staying. She eyed Sirius, who grinned and then made a zipping motion by his lips. Madame Bones gave an exhausted sigh. I also want you to keep quiet about what's going on. I'm sure there are plenty of rumors going around Hogwarts. Don't verify any of them, even if someone comes up to you. Can I at least tell me my friends? Asked Harry, which caused Headmaster Dumbledore and Sirius to crack a smile. Even Madam Bones smiled a bit. Yes, you can inform them about what's happening, but do so where no one else can hear you. Harry nodded. Well, that's all I wanted to speak about. Since I'm here, I would like to spend some time with my niece. Harry, I'll let you and Sirius talk for a few more minutes as well. Thank you, ma'am. While Madam Bones took Susan over to a corner so they could talk, Sirius and Professor Lupin walked up to Harry. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall and Headmaster Dumbledore remained in the background, mere observers to the proceedings. You look a lot better than the last time we saw each other, Sirius observed. I could say the same of you, Harry shot back. You can thank my friends for being too stubborn to cut me loose. Those are some good friends, Sirius said. Yeah, Harry closed his eyes. They are good friends. Say, Harry, Sirius hesitated for a moment. I know this is kinda out of the blue, but after all this is over and I'm a free man again, would you like to come and live with me? You don't have to, of course, but I thought it might be nice if we. That, Harry interrupted, clutching at his chest. It felt hot. There was a stinging sensation that he didn't recognize. Taking a deep breath, he shunted the feeling aside and said, I would love to. Harry didn't know if he'd made the right choice, but when he noticed the look of relief on Sirius's face, and the slight smile that Professor Lupin wore, he decided that maybe, just maybe, it didn't matter. Days passed by slowly, yet pass they did all the same. The fallen leaves had been cleared by the house elves, leaving the once grassy ground bare. Nights became colder and a chill seeped into the day's air. Halloween was coming. Harry spent his time with his friends, going to class, studying, and helping everyone get ahead in the classes they were struggling with. With the passage of time, he became more comfortable around them. He no longer felt hesitant when he spoke to them, no longer worried about whether or not they had accepted him. Perhaps it was because what he'd been looking for from the very beginning hadn't been their forgiveness but his own. Third years and above were allowed to, with permission from their parents' guardian, visit Hogsmeade, the small town next to Hogwarts. The first weekend trip was coming up. Despite not getting a guardian signature since he had no guardian anymore after erasing the Dursleys' memory of him, Harry was still allowed to go, thanks to Susan asking Madam Bones to pull some strings. Early that morning, he and the others woke up and got ready for Hogsmeade. It was the weekend, so they didn't need to get up as early as usually, but the sun was still near the mountains when they all congregated in the Great Hall for breakfast. Everyone there conversed. They spoke of whatever caught their fancy, from Quidditch and brooms, to school and history. Neville spoke with Hannah about her father's vineyards, or rather, he listened while she did most of the talking. Terry and Lisa were quietly conversing about their classes. Tracy talked to Blaise about their respective families. Meanwhile, Daphne was consoling a sulking Astoria, whose pout made her look like a super adorable version of her older sister. Come on. Don't pout, Story. There's no reason to. But I wanted to go with all of you to Hogsmeade, Astoria complained. Daphne gave her sister a consoling smile. None of us were able to go to Hogsmeade our first 2 years. What makes you think it would be any different for you? Besides, you have plenty of friends. You and Luna should hang out with them. Astoria was vastly different from her sister, which showed in how she interacted with everybody. A social butterfly, Astoria was always smiling, always enthusiastically chatting with people in the all-house common room, and always getting involved in whatever activities were being held at the time. Harry had seen her playing everything from soccer to makeshift Quidditch games. Sometimes she'd be sitting with first years of various houses in study groups. In fact, the only first-year group she didn't talk to was the Slytherins, and that was because they'd been drinking Draco Malfoy's Kool-Aid. The situation between him and Astoria was still tense. She greeted him with curt politeness, always referring to him as Potter, instead of Harry. He had an intense feeling that she hadn't forgiven him for what he'd done to Daphne, but that was okay. It just meant he had to earn her trust. The journey to Hogsmeade didn't happen until after lunch. Harry and his friends spent that time playing a game that he'd devised called Magical Shooter. It was basically a mock battle between two forces. Using the color-changing spell, two sides would fight each other. When someone was hit, they died, and had to sit down in the spot where they'd been slain. It had been a fun way to spend the next 2 hours, though most everyone had gotten too tired near the end to play and spent the remainder of their time lying on the grass. After the game, they were taken to Hogsmeade by carriage, the same carriages that were pulled by the Thestrals. Despite there being 9 of them in total, they were able to easily fit thanks to the expansion charm. Harry didn't know how the teachers felt about him expanding their property. However, he'd rather they all be together than not. Hogsmeade was the only all-wizarding village within Great Britain. It was by Hengist of Woodcroft, a wizard born in the Middle Ages. Harry had a card of him that he'd gotten from a chocolate frog. When the carriage slowed to a halt, he and Blaise opened the doors, stepped out, and helped their female companions exit the vehicle. Thank you, Harry. Daphne smiled as she placed her hand in his, allowing him to help her down the steps. It was a far cry from their first year. He still remembered how she'd originally looked at his extended hand like it was covered in viral diseases. Their feet tapped against the hard pavement. Hogsmeade wasn't what Harry would reasonably call a village. It was more like a hamlet, a small community that appeared to have been transported straight from the Middle Ages. There were only a few houses and several places to visit. All of the buildings were thatched roofed and brick walled. Harry turned his head this way and that as they walked along the road, traveling ever deeper into the village. Where should we go first? Asked Lisa, pondering the question with more seriousness than it probably warranted. Honeydukes. Tracy and Hannah said at the same time. Harry looked at Daphne and Susan, then at the others. Blaise was sighing and shaking his head, his expression resigned, while Neville, Terry, and Lisa wore hopeful expressions. Honeydukes? He asked. Everyone else nodded. Honeydukes, they said in unison. Thus their first stop of the day was Honeydukes, a wizarding sweet shop that was famous for its chocolates and many myriad of sweets. It was already filled with people when they entered. People were crowding every aisle, chittering like excited squirrels. Daphne apologized when someone bumped into her, shoving her against Harry, who in turn bumped into Tracy. Bloody hell. This place is crowded, she grumbled. Language. Trace. Whatever. Mom. Harry eyed the many shelves, all of which were lined with succulent-looking sweets that made him want to gag. Nougat. Pink squares of coconut ice, honey-colored toffee, they had hundreds of different types of chocolate lined up in neat rows. There was a large barrel of every flavor beans, another topped with fizzing Whizbee's levitating sherbet balls, and they even had one wall covered with special effects sweets like Drooble's best blowing gum, or tooth-flossing string mints, and even ice mice. Having never been a sweets person, Harry felt sick just standing in there. All right, Hannah cheered. It's time to get some sweets. Chocolate time. Tracy cheered right alongside her. They all split up, going off to grab their favorite treats. Since Harry wasn't one for sweets, he didn't partake like the others did. Instead, he wandered around the store with Daphne, who also didn't eat many sweets but was shopping for her younger sister. She grabbed sugar quills, pixie puffs, and treacle fudge. Those appeared to be her sister's favorites. Harry wondered if he should also get Astoria something as a means of bridging the gap between them, but he decided against it. She'd probably see through such an ill-fated attempt. He and Daphne were the first ones out. Neither of them were a true fan of crowds, so they waited outside while everyone else bought their sweets. Sitting on a bench several meters from the store, Harry breathed in the crisp air. Next to him, Daphne looked in her bag to make sure none of her sweets had broken while they made it to the exit. There had been a lot of jostling, pushing, and prodding to get out. I notice you didn't get anything for yourself, Harry commented. Nothing to your taste. I've never been much of a sweets fan, Daphne admitted. What about you? I notice that you didn't buy anything. Sweets and I don't mix, Harry returned. Daphne raised a hand to her lips and giggled, causing him to grin. Their friends came out of the store in ones and twos, gathering over by the bench when they spotted him and Daphne. When everyone had exited, they decided it was high time they went to the Three Broomsticks. As Harry's feet clomped on the hardwood floor, he was greeted to a warm atmosphere with lamps located on lintel posts and a ribbed ceiling. Tables were interspersed across the floor. Dozens of patrons sat around those tables, or in the booths pressed against the walls. At the far end sat a bar, near which dozens of people gathered, laughing merrily as they drank from mugs filled with frothing liquid. A middle-aged woman with blonde hair and a charming smile strolled past them and said, "Find a seat anywhere. I'll be with ya in just a second." Before hurrying back into the throng of people, Harry could hear her shouting at several customers to behave themselves, though she didn't sound angry. Well, Susan started, let's find a place to sit. Even though she said that, finding a spot to sit was difficult. The place was packed. They were also a group of 9, and most of the tables only sat 4. After worming their way through the crowd, Harry and the others eventually found a nice group of people who were willing to cede their booth to them. It was still too small, but Harry cast a modified version of the expansion charm to make just the seat and table larger. I'll never understand how can you modify magic on the spot like that, Hannah mumbled. You changed the arithmetic equation of the spell, didn't you? Lisa inquired. More like modified. Harry frowned as he flicked wand back into its holster and sat down. He scooted over for Daphne, who slid in next to him. It wasn't long before her hand slid into his under the table. Since it's a charm, it's easy enough to modify the equation to only enlarge specific objects while leaving out everything else. Transfiguring this table would have taken a lot more arithmetic modifications, since transfiguration is more scientific in nature. As he and Lisa discussed the merits of spell modification, Tracy looked at Daphne. Your boyfriend is being a nerd again. And you're being a pest. Daphne snapped, blushing, to which she merely received a grin. Harry frowned at the comment. He wasn't sure how to take that, though he understood that Tracy was just teasing Daphne. Did they really appear as if they were dating? Should he be happy about that? Well, the idea had its appeal. Many of his dreams had featured Daphne in them, but he didn't think that was a good reason to start dating someone. However, once they were older, and he had accomplished his goals, if she wasn't averse to the idea, then what? Romance had never been Harry's priority. His goals were to make his parents proud by reshaping the wizarding world, and while he intended to eventually have kids, that wouldn't happen until much later. At the moment, he was too young and had too much on his plate. He couldn't be worrying about romance. Besides, if I start dating Daphne, then what about Lisa? His non-magical friend was another problem that he would have to face. He'd vanished without a trace, not telling her a single thing. How worried must she have been to arrive at the Dursleys one day, only to discover that they had no recollection of him? One thing's for sure, Harry sighed to himself as he continued speaking with Lisa, this Christmas is going to be troublesome. Harry had become used to doing something on Halloween. During his second year at Hogwarts, rather than lock himself up somewhere or kill a troll, he had spent that day with his friends. They'd eaten, conversed, and laughed. It had been fun. This year was shaping up to be much the same. That morning, as Harry entered the Great Hall with his friends, he was forced to duck low as a swarm of bats flew overhead. Blinking, he looked back inside to find that much of the Great Hall was decorated. The tables were still there, but they had been painted in orange and black. Pumpkins sat on the tables, and all of the food had been transfigured to look like Halloween symbols: jack-o'-lanterns and bats and green-faced witches with a wart on their noses. That last one threw him off. It was so mundane. Streamers hung from the ceiling. They must have been charmed, for they were constantly changing color. As Harry walked over to the Gryffindor table with his friends, several loud popping noises erupted from the floor. He glanced down to see what looked like miniature fireworks. They didn't seem to be actual fireworks, though, because they didn't hurt. He stepped on another one and it popped, the sound echoing off the walls. Looks like the party's already started, hasn't it? Asked Tracy as they all sat down. Certainly seems so, Lisa said in a cool voice. What do you think about them? Susan asked Daphne, who pondered the question as the bee-owned girl put French toast shaped like brooms on her plate. I think they're excessive. Also, the tables are going to be removed, right? Why bother adding so many decorations when they still have to get these out? Because it's awesome, said Tracy. Daphne stared at her friend. You have a way with words that I never will. Was that a compliment? No. The Halloween party was going to be much larger than the one last year. Professor McGonagall had informed the Gryffindors that it was going to be more like a gathering than a simple dinner. It was apparently a suggestion from the Hogwarts Board of Directors, which was headed by Lucius Malfoy. Harry suspected that he'd funded this idea to counteract the popularity Harry had received due to all of the changes he'd made last year. It was a well-played move. Harry couldn't undermine it, especially since he'd been busy sulking by himself. Perhaps if he'd not been so absorbed in his own angst, this wouldn't have happened. While Tracy placed a hand against her chest as if Daphne's words had wounded her, Blaise pulled strange, multicolored string from his hair. I hope they clean this place a bit before the feast. This stuff will get in our food. I'm sure the staff has planned for that eventuality, Terry said. I'm just excited by the idea of a party, Neville added. Conversation continued, though they relocated after breakfast. They didn't have class that morning or first period. The group ended up gathering in the all-house common room. There were already several people from other houses. One group was playing Exploding Snaps, but another was playing the Muggle board game Monopoly. Harry and the others went over to the fireplace and sat down on the plushy pillows or took a spot on the floor. Say, Harry, Susan, who'd taken a spot on the floor to his left, started. Yes. Twirling a strand of red hair between her fingers, Susan asked, I was just wondering if you had any plans for the Chamber of Secrets now that you're not staying there. Harry managed to contain his wince, but just barely. Once I get the basilisk converted to saleable parts, I plan on turning it into a gym and workstation. Workstation? Daphne inquired. She was sitting next to Tracy, who sat on the floor, her legs crossed and flapping like a butterfly's wings. That's right. Harry nodded. Even if I plan on shelving some of my projects, there's still a lot of stuff I want to work on that I don't want other people getting into. Are they dangerous? Asked Lisa. Some of them are. Are you going to tell us what they are? Asked Tracy, only to be kicked by Daphne. Ow. The bloody hell was that for? For being intrusive, Daphne said. I'll show you intrusive, Tracy declared with a menacing shake of her fist. I don't intend on hiding my projects from you, Harry said. You guys can come in and watch as I work. Just please, for your own safety, don't touch any of them. Some of them are volatile. I'm now feeling the desire not to go near the Chamber of Secrets anymore, Tracy admitted shamelessly, to which Daphne elbowed her. OWCH. Harry had 3 classes that day. Charms, Study of Ancient Runes, and Defense Against the Dark Arts. Charms was the easiest of his lessons. They weren't learning anything particularly difficult, and since he'd studied ahead during his last 2 years, he already knew all of the content. Of course, Harry had studied ahead on all of his courses. Last year, before Hermione had been killed, he'd been up to his 5th year in all of his classes. Even the electives were courses that he'd studied up on a bit more than was expected of a 3rd year. He'd just begun learning about 4th year arithmancy, and he was halfway through his 3rd year of ancient runes. Arithmancy was easier than runes. Being a math-based subject, it was something that he excelled in, and he had plenty of experience with mathematical equations. Arithmancy was a lot like algebra. They learned about prime numbers, the equations that spells were made of, and how those equations worked to form spells. Out of all his electives, arithmancy was the one where he didn't really need to study ahead because his background made him already familiar with the concept. During those periods, Harry tried to be helpful by not only participating in class, but helping others solve the problems without giving them the answer. It was best to let people come to the conclusion on their own. While some of his peers were still wary, they slowly came around as he lent them his aid. Hey, Harry, Daphne whispered into his ear. Can you check to see if this is correct? I'd like to have my answer double-checked before determining that it's finished. It was study of ancient runes. Their current task was reconstructing the theoretic runic sequence to create the names of one of the Old Norse gods using Eldar Futhark runes. He, Lisa, Terry, and Daphne were all sitting together. Sure, Harry murmured back. He scooted behind Daphne, ignoring the fresh scent of her hair, and peered at her work from over her shoulder. She had chosen to reconstruct Freya's name. The runic sequence went as followed. Fehu, Uruz, Thurisaz, Ansus, Rado, Kanaz, Jibo, and Wunjo. Runes are broken into 3 sections or groups of 8, called Edir, plural. This helps one to remember their order, and it has significance in magical uses. First, the rune name is given, then its phonetic value, its symbolic image, and finally, the esoteric meaning used in divination. This is correct, Harry said at last. However, you'll want to fix up your line right here for Kanaz. See how it's a little crooked? If you were to activate this rune with that, it would blow up in your face. Daphne nodded and, after using a spell to clear away the ink, she recreated the Kanaz symbol, which looked a lot like a sideways V. Much better, Harry approved. Daphne smiled at him. Defense Against the Dark Arts was Harry's last class of the day. They were currently learning about Grindylows and how to deal with them. That evening, Professor Lupin had acquired one from the Black Lake to show to the class. Grindylows were ugly creatures. They had sickly green skin and tentacles for locomotion. Their faces looked stretched and taut, undulating as if their muscles were made of gelatin. The one that had been presented to them would use its long, spindly fingers to pull faces at them through the glass of its small aquarium. Harry wondered if all magical creatures were jerks. The pixies had acted the same way. Professor Lupin had given them homework, a one-foot essay on the Grindylows' strengths and weaknesses. Harry and the others, wanting to get it out of the way quickly, went to the all-house common room and finished the paper before the Halloween party. This would let them enjoy the party without worrying about homework. Since it was a wizarding party, no one dressed up in costumes. That was a non-magical tradition. Later in the evening, he, Neville, and Astoria came down from their dorm with the rest of the Gryffindors and made for the Great Hall. "You look awfully cute in that dress, Story," Harry complimented. Astoria had chosen to wear a red dress that was several shades lighter than the Gryffindor colors. It was highlighted with gold at the hems, but was otherwise plain. "It's Astoria," she corrected. "Just because I don't think you're a bad guy, that doesn't mean I'm going to let you call me that. Only Daphne can call me that." "Man, that was harsh," Harry murmured. "Sounds like she still doesn't like you," Neville teased. "It's not that I dislike him," Astoria corrected. "I just don't care about him one way or the other." Sighing as he scratched the back of his head, Harry realized that he still had a long way to go with Astoria. She would often treat him like this. Her words, her tone, everything was spoken in slight sarcasm, but it was only with him. She greeted everyone else with smiles and kind words, unless she was pulling a prank with the Weasley twins. The Great Hall, when they entered, appeared to have their decorations finished. The tables had been moved out of the way, and in their place were several circular tables with food and pumpkin juice. Streamers still hung from the ceiling, and bats circled the streamers. The ghosts were also mingling with the students. Giant jack-o'-lanterns sat along the walls, charmed to move in time to the music, a spooky song from a Weird Sisters cover band who were playing on the teacher's podium, which had been transformed into a makeshift performance stage. Several people called out to Astoria, a group of girls who were waving her over. Since no one was wearing their robes, it was hard to judge which house they were from, but Harry had memorized their faces and knew they were a combination of Ravenclaws, Gryffindors, and Hufflepuffs. Luna was one of the people there. There were no Slytherins. "Tell my sister that I'll meet up with her later," Astoria said before traveling over to her friends. Harry watched as Luna and Astoria greeted each other, and then the group moved off. "She's much more of a social butterfly than her sister, isn't she?" asked Neville. Harry would have agreed, but Daphne spoke up behind them a second later. "Who's much more of a social butterfly than me?" Neville twirled around, face paling. He stuttered something out, but then his cheeks went beet red and he fell silent. Harry didn't blame him. The girls must have all decided unanimously to dress up, because all of them were wearing dresses. They weren't particularly stunning. Indeed, they were just regular dresses of varying color. However, there was a certain charm to seeing several cute girls in dresses. Harry thought that Susan's red dress suited her quite well, and Daphne always looked good in green. "You girls look stunning," Harry said with a bright smile. The reactions were interesting. While Daphne accepted his compliment with a gracious smile, Susan blushed down to the roots of her hair. Meanwhile, Tracy and Hannah wore satisfied grins. Lisa's smile was small but noticeable. Her cheeks were a touch pink. "Thank you," Daphne said, accepting Harry's hand as he extended it to her. "I somehow feel like we were only complimented because Harry was being polite now," Tracy said. "That's not true at all," Harry admonished them. "I'd never say something I didn't mean." "But you'll stretch the truth," Tracy rebutted. "Only with people I don't like," he fired back. "Please not now," Lisa said. "Can't we enjoy the party like normal people?" "This is normal," Tracy defended herself. As the girls ganged up on Tracy about what was normal, Blaise, Neville, and Terry went up to Harry, who was still holding hands with Daphne. "I'm not sure why the girls decided to dress up," Blaise said. "It's not like this is a political function. Simple clothing would have been fine." Despite his words, the silk shirt, creased pants, and shiny black shoes that Blaise wore could have only been the height of fashion. He looked even more dressed up than the girls. You only say that because you don't understand how we girls think, Daphne said. And, how do girls think? Asked Neville. A lot differently than boys. I'll second that, Harry agreed. By the way, Terry started, what do you guys think of this party? I think it's a poorly constructed political ploy by Lucius Malfoy, Harry said with a grunt. Neville and Blaise shared an amused glance. As that's so? Asked Blaise. Are you sure it's not jealousy that you hadn't thought of it first? Harry just clicked his tongue. He was not jealous. Not at all. He wasn't. The party had lasted until midnight. Nothing had happened. Harry didn't know why he was so surprised, as it wasn't like Lucius Malfoy could just randomly show up at a Halloween party meant for the students of Hogwarts. At the same time, he had been expecting just that. It made him wonder about Lucius's motives. Having gone to bed so late, no one went to exercise the next morning. It was Saturday anyway, so they didn't have classes. Harry went down to breakfast with Neville. Astoria had joined them, though she'd claimed it was only because she wanted to eat with her sister. Very few people were in the Great Hall that morning, which appeared pristine, as if the party last night never happened. Harry determined that most of the students were sleeping in. He didn't blame them. If it wasn't for his internal alarm clock, he would have probably still been asleep as well. None of his other friends were there, leading him to believe they were still asleep or just waking up. Since that was the case, Harry sat down at the Ravenclaw table and slowly grabbed a bowl of oatmeal, some milk, almonds, and fruits. Neville and Astoria sat beside him and piled their plates with pancakes and bacon. It looked like you and my sister had a good time at the party, Astoria said, her tone conversational, though Harry thought he detected underlying currents of tension. Yes, I suppose we did, Harry admitted. Daphne had never strayed far from Harry during the party. Thinking on it, Susan hadn't either. They were probably keeping an eye on him, making sure he didn't suffer from a relapse. Regardless of their reasons, he wouldn't deny that spending time with them had been pleasant. Do you like my sister? While Neville did a spit take, spraying pumpkin juice all over the table, Harry paused, his spoon halfway to his mouth. Slowly, he set the spoon back down and regarded Astoria with a speculative glance. I could play the ignorance card, but that wouldn't get me anywhere. He understood that Astoria wasn't talking about liking Daphne as a friend. She wanted to know if he liked her romantically, like the kind of like found in one of Lisa's trashy romance novels. I'd better be honest. I don't know, Harry said, shrugging. I think Daphne's attractive, I like her, but I've never thought about romance before. Actually, he actively tried to avoid it because he didn't want to deal with the trouble that came with it. He didn't like the idea of being romantically involved with someone when he was this young. Even though he was undergoing puberty, even though he had say.ul thoughts, the idea of him someone dating wasn't appealing. And what if I said that my sister liked you? Astoria continued. I'm not sure how that would change my opinion. Harry frowned. Why are you asking me this? Shrugging, Astoria cut a slice of her pancake and stuck it in her mouth. Harry remained silent as she swallowed her food. Because I'm trying to gauge whether or not you'd really do anything to help my sister. If you're asking me whether or not I'd be willing to marry your sister in the future, then you'd have to ask me in the future. As a political idea, marrying Daphne to get her out from underneath her father had merit, but he didn't know if that was what Daphne wanted. What's more, was that something he wanted? It wasn't often that Harry would admit to being his age, but even he believed that contemplating marriage was something that someone his age shouldn't do. Astoria must have realized this, because she nodded seconds later. Fair enough. Though you should be prepared with an answer the next time I ask you this. Understood, Harry said. I have no clue what you two are talking about anymore, Neville finally admitted. That's probably a good thing, Harry added, Astoria nodding along. As morning wore on, people eventually trudged in for breakfast. Daphne walked in with a yawning Tracy and a frowning Blaise. She greeted her sister with a tender key on the temple before sitting in between her and Harry, to whom she offered a smile. Susan and Hannah came in next, with Susan taking his other side, and then Terry and Lisa arrived a few minutes after them. As more and more people arrived, the owls started coming in. Harry looked up as he felt a presence poke at his mind. It was a presence he hadn't felt in some time. The joy he felt at feeling Hedwig again was shocking, but he couldn't deny his happiness as the white owl sat down in front of him and her presence caressed his mind. "Good morning, Hedwig," Harry said. He grabbed a piece of bacon and held it out to her. She took the bacon, then she bit his hand hard enough to draw blood. Ouch. What was that for? Hoot. I know I was being an idiot before, but that's no reason to bite me. Hoot. Well, yes, it is my fault, but I've already expressed my remorse. Hedwig glared, causing Harry to turn away. She hooted again. All right. Fine. I'm sorry, Hedwig. I didn't mean to shut you out. Another hoot. And I'll give you extra bacon every night. Hedwig nodded once as if satisfied, and then she allowed him to pet her. Astoria leaned into Deepon and whispered, "Does this happen often?" Daphne's answering grin made Astoria lean back. "More often than you might think." Uh-huh. Tracy was grinning. "Man, that bird has you whipped." Harry clicked his tongue but didn't say anything. He was too busy fighting against a blush. After Hedwig had gotten her fill of pampering, she alighted and took off, disappearing out the window. Laying on the table where she'd been standing was a newspaper. It had been unrolled. Peter Pettigrew, alive and well, if incredibly frightened, was on the front cover. The title read, "Pettigrew Alive. Sirius Black Innocent." In big, bold print. Harry smiled. It looked like Madame Bones' plan had begun. The Ministry of Magic's auditorium was located within the heart of the ministry. It was a vast space shaped like a bowl. Numerous seats lined the inside, ascending upwards like a series of stairs. Balconies where the press and nobility were given an unobstructed view of the proceedings hung from the walls like dozens of protruding ledges. Amelia stood before the crowd, atop a stage and looking at everyone. There must have been 10,000 people gathered to witness this emergency press conference, which she'd only been able to call with the combined help of Celestina and the Dowager Longbottom. Both of the people who had helped her were also on the podium, sitting down on a pair of chairs with several of their allies, though it looked like the Dowager was doing all in her power to stay as far from Celestina as possible. Minister Fudge, who sat between the two, was nervously gripping his bowler cap. "I would like to thank all of you for coming today," Madame Bones started. "This emergency press conference was called for only one reason, to inform you all about new circumstances that have been uncovered regarding Sirius Black." Hushed murmuring swept through the crowd. She couldn't see their faces. They were too far away, causing their appearance to blur into a uniform of general shapes. However, she could imagine the expressions they wore: unbridled curiosity, fear. Sirius Black had been big news since his escape from Azkaban. Everyone had been on the lookout for him, and now, here she was with important information pertaining to Magical Britain's most wanted criminal. Several weeks ago, Sirius Black somehow managed to infiltrate Hogwarts. What you don't know is that Sirius Black did so to find Peter Pettigrew, a man who we all thought had been killed by Sirius Black himself. From the recent information we've uncovered, it's clear that Peter Pettigrew has been deceiving all of us right from the start. That night 12 years ago, he did not die at the hands of Sirius Black, but cut off his own finger and blew up several muggles before escaping into the sewer. Since then, he's been hiding out as a pet rat in a magical home. The crowd broke out into shouts. Everyone began talking all at once, their voices rising higher and higher until not even a sonorous charm would be able to effectively speak above them. Madame Bones was forced to stand still and wait until the crowd subsided enough for her to begin shouting them down. However, thanks to the fast work of our Aurors and Professor Lupin, the dark arts teacher at Hogwarts, we were able to apprehend Peter Pettigrew. At those words, several Aurors walked onto the stage, their cloaks swirling about them. One of them was Nymphadora Tonks, who took the front. Taking up the rear was Kinglesey Shacklebolt, and Mad-Eye Moody, who was not Auror but had agreed to come on anyway, led the in chains Peter Pettigrew. Pettigrew had never looked so pathetic. Eyes quivering, lips trembling, and snot dribbling from his nose, the man who'd once been a friend to the Potters looked every bit the sniveling rat. A chain was attached to his neck, enchanted to keep him from turning into his rat form. More chains kept his hands bound. They were attached to another chain that Tonks used to pull the reluctant man along. This is the real criminal, Amelia announced to everyone. 12 years ago, Peter Pettigrew gave away the Potter's location to Lord Voldemort. The crowd shrieked at the Dark Lord's name, but Amelia ignored it. He betrayed his best friend. When Sirius Black went to confront him, Pettigrew accused Black of betraying the Potters, cut off his own finger, and fled into the sewers. Thanks to him, an innocent man was put in Azkaban prison. We of the Ministry of Magic will not let this injustice stand. As of now, Peter Pettigrew is being placed on trial for the betrayal and murder of the Potters. A roar of applause went up, thunderous and overwhelming as it echoed across the stadium they were using for the press conference. Furthermore, Amelia continued, I would like to extend both the Ministry's heartfelt apology toward Sirius Black for the grave offense we've committed against him. That is why, on the 24th of November, we would like to request that Sirius Black come to another press conference, where we shall hold a public apology toward a man who was wrongfully accused of heinous crimes he didn't commit. I would like to thank everyone who attended this function. That is all. Amelia turned around and headed to the back of the stage. Celestina and the Dowager Longbottom both stood up. Minister Fudge, after a moment of indecision, also stood and followed her out. Amelia, are you sure this is a good idea? Minister Fudge asked. It's the only thing we can do right now, Amelia answered. Sirius Black never received a trial, so we cannot hold him accountable anymore, even if he was responsible for the Potter's death. What's more, he was wrongfully accused and the real criminal has been caught. In order to mitigate the backlash that the Ministry is sure to receive, we need to make sure Sirius Black is on our side. It's a common rule in politics that one must appeal to the emotions of the masses if they want to have the backing of the people, Celestina said. I fail to see how making a spectacle will do us any good, the Dowager Longbottom retorted. That's because you're an old hag who's used to doing things the old-fashioned way, Celestine responded with a brilliant smile. Better to be an old hag than a vile murderer, Black Widow. Oh, my. Celestina raised a hand to her lips, covering what was no doubt a dangerous smile. I'll have you know that all my husbands have died from natural causes. I'm sure, the Dowager Longbottom snorted. Could you two please stop arguing? Amelia grunted. Right now, we must focus on helping Sirius Black and containing any backlash that we might receive because of the previous minister's blunder. True enough, the Dowager said. I can agree to that, Celestina added. Thank you. What should I do? Minister Fudge asked. Don't get in our way, Celestina suggested with a charming curve of her lips. Pretend you're doing something when you're really not, the Dowager Longbottom added. Minister Fudge twitched. 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. Classes had slowed to a crawl, but Harry didn't mind. He already had a lot on his plate, not just with reintegrating himself into society, but also with all of the tasks he'd set before himself. First and foremost among the many things he needed to do was get rid of the basilisk. He couldn't create his ideal workspace if a massive, 20-meter-long carcass was lying around. Sadly, he'd not had a chance to meet with Headmaster Dumbledore since Madame Bones had called for him, and it wasn't like he could just barge into the headmaster's office uninvited. To that end, Harry had asked if Professor McGonagall could inform the headmaster that he would like to speak with him. She'd done as asked. However, thanks to the recent press conference, the headmaster had been busy. It was to be expected. News of Sirius Black's innocent and Pettigrew's betrayal had sent ripples through the wizarding world. By now, there wasn't a single person who didn't know about what had happened. Harry was grateful to Madame Bones's press conference. While rumors floated around and spread like wildfire, none of them were about him anymore. All anyone talked about was Sirius Black. He felt like he was getting a much-needed break from the rumor mill. It was Saturday morning, and being a weekend, it meant he and the others didn't have classes. They'd also finished all of their homework. This meant they could enjoy the day. Of course, Harry's idea of enjoying the day was being active, and so while some of his friends sat on the sidelines and watched, he along with Neville, Tracy, Daphne, Susan, and Blaise, played a game of magic tag. Harry wore a fierce grin as he wove between a storm of spellfire. Green jets of energy shot at him, but he juked left and right, avoiding the attacks while knocking a few back with deft flicks of his wand. Neville and Susan, who were firing at him, frowned and redoubled their attacks. None of them hit. A little ways over, Daphne and Tracy were fighting against Blaze, who proved himself to be an admirable duelist. The tall, dark-skinned student took a minimalist approach to dueling. He relied mostly on his shield, and only moved when necessary. Sadly for him, he couldn't return fire because Tracy and Daphne were keeping the pressure on him. It was a good thing they were only using a simple color-changing spell. Had they been using stronger magic, Daphne would have already broken through that shield. I can't hit him. Neville complained as he sent 2 more spells in rapid succession. He's like a gazelle, Susan agreed. Her wand was a network of constantly shifting patterns. The tip blazed green as she sought a hole in his defense. However, the best defense was always to not be where someone was attacking, thus there were no holes present. I'll take that as a compliment, Harry said as he dodged 7 more spells. They were trying to hem him in now. Neville and Susan were on either side of him, shooting spells along his back and front flanks. He could see the pattern. They were creating a net with which they hoped to trap him. It's not going to work that way. Narrowing his eyes, Harry reinforced his body with magic and moved faster. Spells flew toward him and were swatted from the air like flies. He then retaliated with his own spellfire, a barrage of color-changing spells that hurtled toward Neville and Susan so quickly they barely had enough time to put up a shield. Frowning, Harry ceased his attacks. He waited and watched as his spells splashed harmlessly against the shield. Then, once Neville and Susan felt safe enough to put the shield down, he launched 2 more spells that struck them in the chest and stomach respectively, dyeing their clothing bright pink. Neville looked down at his now pink chest and grimaced. Looks like I lost again. I really thought we had you this time. I have a lot of experience when it comes to dodging multiple opponents, Harry admitted. However, you 2 did quite well against me. I hadn't expected to face such strong opposition. If it weren't for the short pause when you dropped your shield, I wouldn't have been able to get a single shot in. He wiped the sweat from his forehead as Susan cast a freshening charm on herself. Deciding that her idea was a great one, Harry did the same, glancing at the battle between Daphne and Tracy against Blaze. It looked like that battle was winding to a close. Tracy was out, her shirt colored green, but Daphne was still fighting the strong fight. Now that Tracy was no longer fighting with her, Daphne seemed to have decided to go full thrust. Light blasted from the tip of her wand in successive blasts. It was almost like a constant stream. What's more, the way she moved reminded Harry of a dancer, all grace and elegance. She wove around Blaze's attempts at returning fire. Unlike her opponent, who relied on shields, the bee-owned girl seemed to prefer movement like Harry. The battle ended when she timed an attack to hit Blaze mere seconds after he was forced to dodge her previous attack. The spell hit his hair, making it turn pink. Tracy crowed. That's a good look for you, Blaze. Blaze clicked his tongue. Coming from a woman whose entire body looks like that of a jester, your words lack the impact they should have. Tracy's cheeks swelled like a pair of balloons, expressing her clear dissatisfaction at being verbally bested. Meanwhile, Blaze cast a freshening charm on himself, removed the green from his hair, and sighed. I can't believe you beat me so easily, he said. Daphne could only shrug. I know more about dueling than you. Besides, once Tracy went down, I was able to fight without needing to make sure our spells were in sync. Wait a minute. What do you mean, in sync? Tracy's face scrunched up. Does that mean you were holding back on my account? Yes. That is so not cool. Life's not cool. Big sis, Astoria grinned as she bounded up to Daphne. That was amazing. You're such an incredible duelist. Daphne smiled and tenderly ruffled her sister's hair. Thank you. I'm glad you think so, though Harry is a much better duelist than me. Astoria crossed her arms and huffed. HMPH. Who cares about him? Harry sent Daphne a sidelong glance, to which she shrugged and smiled, causing him to sigh. With the game at an end, the group decided to head back inside. Since it was November, the air was becoming quite chilly. Their breath was even beginning to mist as they breathed, and none of them wanted to stay out there any longer than necessary, even with warming charms. As they were entering through a massive set of doors, which led into a courtyard. Professor Lupin passed by the entrance. There was a heavy presence to his step. Harry thought he seemed more haggard than normal. His face was gaunt and appeared exhausted, though he smiled upon seeing Harry. "Mr. Potter, Headmaster Dumbledore has requested to speak with you." Harry perked up. "I see." He looked at his friends. "Go on, Harry," Susan said. "We'll meet you in the all-house common room." "Thanks." After everyone said their goodbyes, all except for Daphne, who decided to come with him, Harry followed Professor Lupin to Headmaster Dumbledore's office. After the usual matter of the headmaster telling them to enter before Professor Lupin could even knock, the group went inside. The headmaster was sitting behind his desk when they entered. "I have to get back to my duties," Professor Lupin said. "Take care, you two." "You as well, Professor," Harry said. "Mr. Potter, and Ms. Greengrass. I did not expect to see you here." "I wanted to be with Harry," Daphne said by way of explanation. "Indeed." Headmaster Dumbledore gained an amused twinkle in his eyes. "Well, I shall not stop you from being with him. You may stay, if that is your wish." Daphne nodded in gratitude, but she didn't say anything, prompting the headmaster to continue. "Now, then, Professor McGonagall has informed me that you wished to speak with me. I apologize for not getting with you sooner, but matters outside of Hogwarts have kept me busy." It must have been the matter involving Sirius Black, Harry determined. Even with the press conference, there was still a lot that needed to be done. Undoubtedly, Headmaster Dumbledore was helping to manage the situation with his powers as the supreme mugwump of the Wizengamot. "It is fine. I know you're busy." Coughing into his hand, Harry got started. "I was hoping you'd be willing to let the goblins temporarily into Hogwarts." Whatever the headmaster must have been expecting, that did not appear to be it. There was a single moment where Headmaster Dumbledore's eyes nearly popped. Even his half-moon spectacles almost fell off, as if it was experience the shock of its owner. "Pardon?" he asked. "I have a basilisk carcass that I would like to break down into saleable parts," Harry continued. "My hope was to sell it as ingredients for potions and quality clothier material. The goblins have already found several people willing to buy off the parts, but they cannot harvest them without your permission." Headmaster Dumbledore remained silent for a time. Harry could almost see the cogs turning inside of his head. The man, renowned for his vast knowledge and wisdom, was following his string of words and coming to the most likely conclusion. "You are referring to the basilisk located within the Chamber of Secrets, aren't you?" It didn't surprise Harry that Headmaster Dumbledore had come to such a conclusion. He would have arrived at the same one, had their positions been reversed. "Yes." The headmaster nodded. "Before I give you my answer, will you take me down to the Chamber of Secrets?" Harry had known this was coming, and he'd already come up with his answer. "Yes." "Then what are we waiting for?" Dumbledore slapped his knees and stood up. There was a smile on his face. He looked almost like a child, a really old child who was visiting the candy store for the first time. "Let us be off. I've always wanted to see the Chamber of Secrets for myself." Since there were two others with him, Harry didn't use the passage in the second-floor girls' bathroom, and instead chose the one nearest to the headmaster's office. It was located behind a large tapestry with the Ravenclaw crest. Behind the tapestry was a tunnel, lit not by lanterns, but glowing crystals. "These are alchemically created crystals," Headmaster Dumbledore mused as they walked down a flight of stairs. "You're correct," Harry said. "I made these crystals when I first began exploring and rebuilding the Chamber of Secrets." "Fascinating," Headmaster Dumbledore murmured. "If I'm not mistaken, to make crystals capable of emitting light like this, you must first create a crystallized container using the three essential principles." "That's right," Harry said, helping Daphne step down a loose stone step. "After that, I added a minor rune to them, which allow the crystals to draw in magic from their surroundings, or rather, from the emissions that are constantly being released by the students." "An ingenious method," Headmaster Dumbledore praised. Daphne, still holding his hand, sent him a sidelong glance. "Just how far ahead of everyone else are you?" "That would depend on the subject," Harry admitted. She sighed. "I should have expected as much. You never do things half-assed, do you?" He smiled. "You know me too well." The stairs ended, the narrow passage expanding into a cavernous room. A door stood before them. Copper glimmered dully in the light from dozens of crystals. Stained in rust, much of the original color had faded. Harry could just barely make out the snake motifs along the door. Open, Harry hissed in Parseltongue. Creaking echoed around the chamber, a slow groan like the turning of rusted wheels. Slowly, the doors split apart, opening wide to reveal a tunnel. I see, Headmaster Dumbledore said, more to himself than to Harry, it seemed. So the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets can only be opened by Parseltongue. That explains why no one aside from Voldemort had been able to open it. The Dark Lord has opened the Chamber of Secrets. Daphne asked before Harry could. Indeed, Ms. Greengrass. Voldemort was once a student attending Hogwarts. Of course, he did not go by that title back then. Voldemort is but a mere pseudonym. His original name is Tom Riddle. Harry clenched his fists. He remembered that name. It was the name of the person who'd killed Hermione, the one who had tried to kill him with the basilisk. The diary in his possession had once housed the soul known as Tom Riddle. He'd not realized that Tom and Voldemort were one and the same. How foolish I was not to see it. Now that he knew this, his direction was clear. Voldemort had always been his enemy, but now he was the person that Harry would strike down without mercy. Come hell or high water, Voldemort would die by his hands. Headmaster Dumbledore had signed a contract giving the goblins permission to enter Hogwarts. He'd also told Harry that since the Chamber of Secrets could only be opened by him, that he would let Harry use it as he saw fit. Harry thought the headmaster was being awfully accommodating, but he didn't question the man's decision. How could he when it ended with him getting what he wanted? Harry had sent a letter to the goblins along with the contract. It was a magically binding contract that would become effective once Ragnarok signed it in blood. He didn't know how long it would take for the goblins to get a team together, but given the nature of the issue, he believed it wouldn't be long before they arrived. It was November 18th. The 24th, the day where he and Sirius would show up together for the press conference, was only 6 days away, but Harry felt like that was far too little time. There was so much that he still needed to do. He needed to be back in perfect shape, he needed to continue working on regaining his standing among the school, he needed to finish at least one of his projects, and he needed to get that blasted basilisk carcass broken down and sold. He felt more than a little overwhelmed. His first period of the day was potions. As per the usual, after Professor Snape had swept into the room and properly insulted the Gryffindors, he wrote the instructions on the board and told them to get to work. That morning they were working on the girding potion, which was a concoction that temporarily gave its consumer extra endurance for about a month, give or take a few days depending on the potion's quality. Given the nature of the potion, the maximum dosage one could take was 2 vials. It wasn't something to be used lightly. Harry was working alongside Daphne and Neville. Tracy and Blaise sat in front of them next to Seamus Finnegan. It was a bit odd seeing the boy there, but Professor Snape had separated him and Dean to keep the two from blowing up the potion's lab. The girding potion was fairly easy to make. The first step was adding 1 set of fairy wings, and then heating the potion until it turned turquoise. After that, they added 1 measure of doxy eggs and heated it until it turned pink, and then they added toasted dragonfly thoraxes until the potion turned silver before heating it until it became red. The last 4 steps were to add 3 measures of doxy eggs, more dragonfly thoraxes, heat until it turned blue, add 3 flying seahorses, and then heat until it turned green. Despite being a long process, Harry, who was a fine chef, if he did say so himself, could easily replicate the instructions. That said, Harry had a much more efficient way of making the girding potion. Don't heat the potion after adding in the fairy wings, Harry said to Daphne. She nodded, and Harry took out 2 measures of doxy eggs, crushed them, and added them into the potion before stirring clockwise and then counterclockwise 3 times. The potion turned red. Okay. Now add some dragonfly thoraxes. I'll tell you when to stop. Doing as he instructed, Daphne asked, how does skipping the first few steps help hasten the potion-making process? The first heating process doesn't actually do anything, Harry said. The turning of green is simply a sign to indicate that the fairy wings have properly blended into the potion, but it's not a necessary step. Also, The doxy eggs aren't there to do anything other than help the dragonfly thoraxes and fairy wings properly mix. If we stir the potion, we can mix the two without needing that extra step, and then if we add twice the amount of doxy eggs in the next step, we can hasten the process. Not only will we cut our potion making time in half, but the effects of the potion will last 2 weeks longer. Is that because of how the doxy eggs are involatile? Partly, but it's also because of how they interact with the other two ingredients, Harry said. I see. Girding potion took an hour to brew if one followed the instructions. Harry's method cut down the time by half, and long before the class was over, he and Daphne were bottling up their potion and delivering it to Professor Snape. The potion's professor looked them over with his usual scowl. He didn't look at all pleased, but because Daphne was in Slytherin, he couldn't act overtly mean to Harry without proving his bias. Even if he did, he knew that Harry would call him out for it. Done with your potion already? Professor Snape sneered. I see you've used another cheat to get your work done faster. I expected as much from you, Potter, though I am disappointed to see Ms. Greengrass following your example. Harry's smile was so wide he could feel his eyes closing. I prefer to call it working efficiently myself, and I'd ask that you not bring Daphne into this. Otherwise, I might have to contact her father and inform him about the illegitimate accusations you're throwing at her. It was a bluff, of course. If he contacted Daphne's father, the one who'd get in trouble wouldn't be Professor Snape. He wasn't going to let the honorary potions professor know that, however. A red vein throbbed on Professor Snape's forehead. Taking a deep breath, the man visibly forced himself to remain in control. Turn in your potions and move along. You're holding up the class. Done and done. Harry and Daphne handed over their potions. Harry's had an unbreakable charm on the bottle so the professor couldn't sabotage it. They walked back over to their seat and sat down. Since they were finished, there wasn't much they could do. All of their homework was already done. He sighed. This is one of those times where I really wish I could work on my projects. Are you feeling all right? Daphne asked, leaning over and whispering into his ear. He glanced at her from the corner of his eye. I'm fine. Why do you ask? I didn't want to say anything, she began, but you've been looking kind of distracted lately. I thought you might be having trouble with something. Harry smiled. It's nothing serious. I just feel a little overwhelmed. With the serious issue. With a whole bunch issues. It all came back to how much work he needed to do. While he did have an entire year to get everything done, Harry wanted to finish most of his tasks now. That way he could get started on new projects. Daphne nodded. I imagine it's rough adding so many tasks to your plate. But you know, if Susan were here, she'd tell you that you should shelf some of your projects and relax a little more. She would say that, wouldn't she? Susan had become quite the mother hen. Every day she made sure he was eating right. When he wasn't eat what she deemed to be enough, she'd give him more food. In class, she asked him if there was anything she could do to help and did her best to make sure he never needed for anything. During study sessions, she stuck close, asking him questions on their homework or asking whether he needed help with his projects. Harry had politely declined her help on his projects, not because he didn't want it, but because his projects were generally things only he could do. What's more, most of them could be dangerous. This was especially true if someone who didn't know what he was doing tried to help. Alchemy was not something that most people at Hogwarts studied. She would. Daphne agreed. And I tend to agree with her. She placed a hand on his thigh. You should relax a little more. If you keep going like this, you're going to burn yourself out. Sighing, Harry said, maybe you're right. I just don't like the idea of stopping any of my projects. It feels unproductive. Daphne's answering grin made him feel embarrassed. Ambition is good, but it's not good to overextend yourself. As a Slytherin, it may be wrong of me to say this, but you could stand to be a little less ambitious. He sighed again. Even so, he still agreed to shelf at least one or two of his projects for now. There was just no winning against women. 2 days after Harry sent the goblins a missive informing them of the headmaster's permission, Hogwarts received several guests. They arrived during lunch. A somewhat flustered Professor McGonagall and an amused Professor Lupin had come to retrieve him. Harry had asked his friends if they wanted to come with, but only Daphne, Neville, and Susan agreed. Thus the four of them went to the headmaster's office, where several goblins, an unfamiliar human, and Director Ragnarok himself waited. I had not expected to see you, Director, Harry said in surprise. I normally do not come to such expeditions, but I wished to see the basilisk for myself, Director Ragnarok shamelessly admitted. A basilisk is difficult for even a dozen armed goblins to slay. For one so young to slay a creature like that by himself is a remarkable feat. In other words, Director Ragnarok wanted to verify his claims. Of course, the director likely did not suspect a lie. Indeed, lying to someone like him was foolish. However, to lay sight on such an accomplishment with his own eyes was too good an opportunity to pass up, especially for the battle-loving goblins, who, thanks to the treaty, could no longer make war. Allow me to introduce the team charged with extracting parts from the basilisk, the director continued with a sweeping gestures. These three are Hardback, Shieldbreaker, and Shankhook. The human is Bill Weasley, one of our curse breakers. The three goblins looked quite different from each other, at least to Harry. While their skin was mostly the same color, they had distinct differences in facial appearance. One bore a scar across his eye, the other had some of his ear missing, and the last appeared younger, with a face that had less wrinkles. You're the Weasley twins' brother, I'm guessing, Harry said. That's right. Bill grinned. What gave it away? It's the hair, isn't it? It was true that Bill looked eerily similar to his brothers. His hair was flame-colored and his face had the same white pallor as his brothers. Yet his general disposition, the way he carried himself, was vastly different. If the Weasley twins looked like pranksters, then this man looked like an adventurer. Decked in leather chaps, adorned with a leather trench coat, and wearing a dragon claw earring, he was the definition of what most kids Harry's age would have called cool. The hair was part of it, Harry allowed. I think the fact that Director Ragnarok called you, Weasley, was a bigger indicator, though, Daphne said dryly. Bill scratched the back of his head. I guess so. Your girlfriend has a sharp mouth on her. Harry decided not to correct the man's mistake. Instead, he turned to Director Ragnarok. He raised an eyebrow, which the director correctly interpreted as a question. Bill Weasley is here to inspect the infrastructure. The basilisk parts will be large, especially if it's as big as you say. Moving it all will be difficult, and the Chamber of Secrets is thousands of years old. We'd rather not deal with it collapsing on us. Curse breakers went into ancient ruins all the time as part of their job. Dealing with traps, unstable constructions, and various magical issues, they were well suited to studying the infrastructure of the Chamber of Secrets. I understand. Harry nodded and turned to Professors Lupin and McGonagall. Would you two like to see the basilisk as well? I believe I shall remain here, Professor McGonagall stated. I'd rather not see the results of your mischief. I'm going, Professor Lupin said, smiling. I wasn't there to see your accomplishment, but I'd like to at least catch a glimpse of the basilisk before it's excavated for parts. I can't believe I'm going down to see that thing again, Neville muttered to himself. Daphne smirked. You're the one who decided to follow Harry. Thanks for reminding me. Neville grimaced. What was I thinking? They took the same route that Harry had when showing Headmaster Dumbledore the Chamber of Secrets. Bill and those unaware that he was a Parselmouth received a shock when he spoke the password for the door. When they arrived, Harry took a moment to look upon the others. He amused himself with the shocked faces of his companions. Professor Lupin looked like he might die from a heart attack, and even Director Ragnarok's jaw had practically fallen to the floor as he gazed upon the basilisk corpse. What a magnificent beast, the director murmured. It truly is around 20 meters in length. And you brought this thing down alone? Yes, Harry answered. The gleam in Director Ragnarok's eyes lasted but a second. Even so, it was long enough for Harry to notice it. Men, I want you to begin working immediately. Let us emerge from this endeavor with profit. As the goblins and Bill Weasley went to work, Professor Lupin stood next to Harry, Daphne, and Neville, his widened eyes locked on the massive carcass. I cannot believe you killed something like this on your own, he admitted. It was a near thing, Harry agreed. I nearly died several times. He did not mention the mysterious appearance of the strange phoenix with white and blue feathers. That was a mystery he could not solve, and it would do no good to let others know about it until he had solved it. Still, that bird had been strange, familiar almost. Harry felt like he should know it. Yet the only phoenix I know is Fox. I'm still shocked every time I see it, Neville admitted. It is an amazing sight, Daphne agreed, her hand reaching for Harry's almost subconsciously. The feeling of her fingers curling around his hand was comfortably familiar. One of the goblins came up to Ragnarok and barked something in gobbledygook. Harry frowned. He could make out some of the words, but he was still not fluent in gobbledygook, though he could use logic to piece together the parts he didn't understand. It sounded like the goblin, who he recognized as Shieldbreaker by the missing ear, was giving Director Ragnarok an estimation of how much time it would take. The director nodded several times. Then he barked out some orders. Shieldbreaker nodded and went back toward the basilisk. It looks like rendering this down into saleable parts will take several weeks, Director Ragnarok said. You can expect us to be done sometime in December. The skinning process will take the longest, but there are also a lot of ingredients to be gathered. He looked back at the giant corpse. I'm not surprised. This is bigger than I had expected. Your people can stay within Hogwarts until their task is done, Headmaster Dumbledore said. I understand how long a process like this is. Let us know if your people need anything. The goblins will be fine staying down here, Director Ragnarok said. Bill Weasley's task shouldn't take more than a day. That said, my men will need provisions. I assume your house elves know what goblins like to eat. Indeed they do, the headmaster said. I shall inform them to prepare your meals. Just let me know what times they would like them, and we can bring them down here. Then it sounds like we have an agreement, Director Ragnarok said with a vicious-looking grin. Neville shuddered. I've never seen a goblin smile before. It is kind of creepy, Harry said. But you'll get used to it eventually. I'm not sure I want to get used to it. That makes two of us, Daphne muttered, scooting a little closer to Harry as though doing so would keep her from seeing the director's smile. November 23rd was the day before Harry and Sirius were to show up at the Ministry of Magic for a press conference. Since Harry needed to meet up with Sirius, Headmaster Dumbledore had allowed him to leave school early. He'd been escorted out of Hogwarts by Professor Lupin, and together they had apparated all the way to London, where they would meet Sirius at his home. As they walked down the streets of London, Harry glanced at Professor Lupin. Once more, the professor seemed to have aged several years. His haggard appearance was rougher than before, he walked with a noticeable stoop, and his eyes had large bags under them. Are feeling well, Professor? Huh. Oh, yes. Professor Lupin cast him an unconvincing smile. I'm fine. I'm just a little tired from staying up late grading papers. As that's so. Harry acted nonchalant as he said, then you're not feeling under the weather because of your lycanthropy. Professor Lupin stumbled. He would have fallen on his face, but he caught himself at the last second. Turning to face Harry, he stared at him with a gaping look. Why, you knew? Of course I knew, Harry said. I've known about your lycanthropy for a long time now. He didn't tell Professor Lupin that he'd known since he was several months old. That would have sounded weird, and the professor didn't need to know that much anyway. What was more important was letting the professor know that he knew. Does it bother you? Professor Lupin asked hesitantly. What? That you're a werewolf? Harry scoffed. No. Why should it? Werewolves are dangerous. So is a man with a gun. That's a fair point, but it's not really the same. Why not? Harry asked. You can kill people in your werewolf form. Well, a man with a submachine gun can kill people, too. Actually, someone with a submachine gun can kill more people than you can as a werewolf. That may be true, but those people aren't cursed like I am. Professor Lupin frowned as he looked at his hands. Even if someone survived after I attacked them, they'd never be the same. Lycanthropy is a curse that's spread through our very blood. Even being attacked by our claws is enough to leave you cursed. I'm not sure how that matters, Harry said. It matters because once someone is infected, they can never go back to being human. They're stuck forever as one of us, one of those who've been damned. It's not something that I would wish on anyone. Thanks to his lack of success in getting Professor Lupin out of his funk, Harry needed a moment to arrange what he wanted to say. This man might have been even worse than him in the self-pity department. Well, you might care about something as dumb as a curse, Harry said. But I don't think it really matters. It's not like getting a little furry once in a full moon changes who you are as a person. Finally, Professor Lupin smiled. You know, your mum told me the same thing. As that's so. My mom was a smart woman, then, Harry said. Indeed she was. Smartest woman I've ever met. Grimmauld Place was their destination. Professor Lupin had already been given the secret by Harry. They walked up to the somewhat imposing building, which looked as creepy as ever, and knocked on the door. Who is it? A voice called out. It's Harry and Moony, Professor Lupin said. Sorry, the voice called again, but I don't know Harry Mooners. Professor Lupin's lips twitched. Come off it, you old dog. Let us in. The door opened to reveal a grinning Sirius. Welcome. Welcome, you two, to my humble abode. Step this way, and do be mindful of the carpet. It was freshly cleaned this morning. Harry and Professor Lupin entered the hallway, and as he did, Harry's feet partially sank into the floor. He looked down. The carpet appeared new, clean and soft, its color was no longer faded with age. Harry wondered if this was the result of magic, or if it had been replaced. The portrait of Walburga still hung from the wall. It wasn't covered. The painting watched as the two walked in, frowning almost imperceptibly. Follow me into the kitchen, Sirius said, gesturing for them as he wandered down the hall. Much like the hallway, the kitchen appeared as if brand new. The floor sparkled, new appliances sat on the shelves, and the counters and cabinets were different than before, newer. They sat around the table in the center of the room, which Harry also didn't remember. Sparkling and glossy, it looked as though Sirius had replaced the old table as well. Food appeared before them, sandwiches filled with various deli meats. Creature's work, no doubt. It looks like you've been doing well for yourself, Harry said. I see you've redecorated. Sirius's grin could have split his face in half. I've not only redecorated, I've completely remodeled the entire house. Expansion charms, more rooms, new appliances and furniture, the works. I figured if I'm going to live here, I might as well make it a comfortable place to live. Indeed. So, Sirius leaned forward and gave Professor Lupin a grin. How's life as a professor? Professor Lupin smiled as he sipped some tea. It's pleasant. Most of the students are good kids, and I find that I enjoy teaching. You always were an excellent student, Sirius admitted with a rueful grin. You were also pretty patient with James and my antics. I had to be. You two were always getting us into trouble. As if you didn't cause your own mischief. Watching the two trade barbs back and forth, Harry wondered if that was how they acted when they were younger. Perhaps it was his own thoughts that lead him to believing so. However, as he looked at the pair as they traded good-natured barbs, he could have sworn the two aged a bit. Maybe being reunited like this made them feel younger. He'd read that people often appear that way when they're reminiscing about old times. Since the two were busy catching up, Harry focused on the plan tomorrow. He and Sirius would head off to the ministry early in the morning. Madame Bones would be waiting for them. She and a group of Aurors would then escort them to the press conference. Harry would then inform everyone about the truth behind his disappearance, and then Minister Fudge would announce how the ministry would give Sirius reparations for wrongly accusing him of a crime he didn't commit. By the way, Harry, Sirius interrupted his thoughts. What is it? I heard that you and Ms. Greengrass have become awfully close. Sirius sniffed and wiped a fake tear from his eyes. Ah, my godson is becoming a player in the field just like me. Harry twitched. Sirius was so getting itching powder in his bed tonight. Early the next morning, Harry and Sirius left Grimmauld Place and traveled to the Ministry of Magic. Because the Flow network was not connected to his residence, they had to travel via cab. They could have apparated there. However, apparition within the atrium was illegal. To that end, Harry and Sirius took the train at King's Cross. Then they traveled all the way to Parliament Street, just before the entrance into Westminster Underground Station. There was a telephone booth by the entrance. Harry and Sirius entered the booth, and then Sirius typed in the number 62,442. The telephone booth shuddered, and then it descended. And the mundane folks don't even notice. This thing must be covered in enchantments. The lift booth continued to descend, and as it did, the front shifted into a glass panel that revealed the atrium in its entirety. Having already seen the atrium, Harry didn't pay much attention to the architecture. He studied the faces below. Madame Bones stood in the nearly empty interior, a squadron of Aurors standing at the ready behind her. There were 13, including Madame Bones herself. A magically strong number. Madame Bones has a sense of humor. Flanking Madame Bones was Nymphadora Tonks, Kinglesey Shacklebolt, and Alistair Mad-Eye Moody. It was quite the welcome. The lift reached the bottom and the doors opened with a chime. Harry stepped out, followed by a jauntily grinning Sirius Black. "Good morning, Amelia." Sirius greeted the woman exuberantly. "You are looking positively stunning today. Is that a new haircut?" "No. Wait. Don't tell me. Your monocle has been freshly polished." While Nymphadora Tonks snorted, Madame Bones cast him a dry look, even as she pocketed her monocle. "Try to act with a bit more decorum, Black. I know that is difficult for a rapscallion such as yourself, but this is a serious moment." "Aye, serious it is indeed." Harry gave Madame Bones a frustrated look. "Please don't mention Sirius anywhere around Sirius." "I apologize." Madame Bones was chagrined. "It seems I let the seriousness of the moment get to me." "Well, I think we could all stand to be a little more serious," Sirius said. Harry and Madame Bones both sighed. Behind her, Kingsley nudged Tonks, who was stifling her giggles by shoving a fist into her mouth. "Just follow me," Madame Bones muttered. As one, the group marched off, with Madame Bones in the lead and Harry and Sirius following her. Their Auror escort moved in a guard formation, with 2 on either side and 2 in the back. The rest were spread out at exactly 2 meters from them. Press conferences took place in another atrium located on the first floor. To reach it, Madame Bones led them through several long corridors. It almost felt like they were leaving the ministry entirely. However, they eventually reached a small door, which Madame Bones led them through. Harry looked around, blinking several times until his eyes adjusted to the low lighting. His feet tapped against the wooden floor. There were no furnishings in this room, save the large curtain several meters away. Light spilled in through the curtain. His ears perked as the sound of talking reached them. The ground vibrated beneath his feet from hundreds, maybe even thousands, of footsteps. It sounded like there were already a lot of people already filling up the stands. "Where's the minister?" asked Harry. "He should be here any moment now," Madame Bones assured. "You were a little early." She swished her wand and created a Patronus. "Go inform Minister Fudge that Harry Potter and Sirius Black are in the press conference auditorium." The wispy Patronus, which had taken on the form of a tiger, nodded and leapt away. Harry watched as it disappeared. He was frowning. Patronus charms can also be used to deliver messages, it seems. "I really must learn how to create one." "So, what do we do now?" asked Sirius. Madame Bones raised an eyebrow. "Now, the stands are still filling with people and the minister has yet to arrive. All we can do is wait." "How boring," Sirius mumbled. He glanced around at the Aurors. Harry almost groaned when the man's eyes landed on Tonks. The disturbing gleam that appeared did not bode well. "I can already tell, this is going to be troublesome." "Cousin," Sirius suddenly shouted, making everyone jump, and none more so than Tonks. "Wait a second. Are you just now noticing that I'm here?" asked Tonks after she had calmed down. Her hair was turning pink. "I was kinda busy enjoying my newfound freedom," Sirius explained. "But wow, look at you. You've grown so much since the last time I saw you. Why, I remember when you were this little brat who used to sit on my knee and asked me to call you Nymphy." Harry covered his laugh with a cough as Tonks's face went beet red. It was even more impressive because, thanks to her metamorph powers, the color was deeper than what could have been accomplished with a simple blush. The laughter of her coworkers probably didn't help. "Don't call me that," Tonks ground out. From the grin on Sirius's face, it was clear to all that he had no intention of stopping. "Why not? I think Nymphy is a cute name. Nymphy, Nymphonia, Nymphet, Nym. That's enough out of you." Tonks made the mistake of lunging at Sirius, who, thanks to Harry's potions, was a lot stronger than he looked. She only realized her mistake when Sirius had already wrapped her up in his arms. Wait, what are you doing? Let go of me. Give me a hug. I don't want a hug. I want you to let go. That's no way to talk to your uncle. Aren't I your favorite uncle? You're my only uncle. Now get the frack off of me. Would you two calm down? Madam Bones snapped. Tonks. Get back in position. Black. Stop harassing my aura. Yes, ma'am, Sirius said, snapping a sloppy salute. Quiet settled on the group again, but not for long. Voices from beyond the door they had entered from made Harry's ears prickle. He recognized the voice of Minister Fudge, though the man was too far away for him to hear. As he channeled energy into his ear, the volume became louder and more distinct. I apologize, but this was Amelia's idea. And it's already started. I cannot go back on this. I would urge you to reconsider, Minister. Black is a criminal, said a voice that Harry had only heard a few times before. It was Lucius Malfoy. We have information that proves otherwise, Minister Fudge said. What's more, if we were to charge Black, then I'd have to charge everyone who got out of having a trial because they claimed to be under the Imperius curse. And if I didn't do that, then Amelia would. The door opened and in stepped two people. One was a portly man, short and stout, wearing a lime green bowler cap. The other stood tall, his proud stance masking his arrogance, which he wore like a veil. Lucius Malfoy, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed father of Draco, and a man who stood as one of Harry's biggest obstacles. Lucius paused when his eyes landed on Harry. He seemed surprised, and Harry realized that Madam Bones must have kept quiet about him being there. To his reluctant admiration, Lucius recovered quickly. Harry Potter, he greeted with false courtesy. I had not expected to see you here. I'm rather surprised myself, Harry said, returning the condescending courtesy with a smile that hid his malice. However, since my godfather is the one being acquitted, I thought it would be for the best that I attend. Indeed, Harry didn't need to be a genius to know what was going on through Lucius's mind. The man was undoubtedly determining what his best course of action was. Should he stay and continue trying to convince Minister Fudge not to let Sirius go free, or should he concede this victory to Harry? No doubt he was reciting the pros and cons of both. That was what Harry would have been doing. Minister, I believe I shall take my leave, Lucius said finally. Potter, it was nice seeing you. Black, I hope you enjoy your freedom. Oh, don't worry, Lucy, I plan to. Sirius wore an insufferable grin that made Lucius twitch. Harry was impressed that the man's smile hadn't broken. Lucius left without another word. Minister Fudge, who'd been nervously wringing his hands together, suddenly brightened once the oppressive atmosphere between Harry and Lucius had vanished. Harry, my boy, it's good to see you. Amelia didn't tell me you were gonna be here, but I guess I should have expected as much. Excited to see your godfather finally becoming a free man, Just so, Minister Fudge, Harry said, shaking the man's hand. And, Sirius Black, it's, good to see you. It was funny to see the nervous sweat trickling down Minister Fudge's temple as he shook Sirius's hand. He was clearly still afraid of the man. Harry guessed it was hard to be friendly to someone who was accused of murder, however wrongful it may have been. If Sirius recognized this, he didn't show it. He grinned as he pumped the minister's hand with vigor. Good to see you as well, Minister. Been a while since our last meeting, I indeed. Indeed. Oh, would you look at the time? I think it's about time for me to go on stage and begin the press conference. If you'll excuse me. Harry held his tongue as Minister Fudge used the press conference as an excuse to get away from Sirius. It was a lie, and from the grin his godfather wore, Sirius was aware of that. Madam Bones stepped in. I do believe we have about 5 more minutes before the press conference begins. Saying that, Minister Fudge, I would like to go over some of the finer details with you. Of course. Of course. Leaning over to Harry, Sirius whispered. I think he's afraid of me. Minister Fudge fears a lot of things, Harry whispered back. You're just particularly high on that list. Good to know. 15 minutes passed with relatively little conversation. Harry studied the Aurors. Many of them were shuffling their feet, and a few would look at either him or Sirius, and then look away. It was almost like they were nervous. Well, one of us is famous and the other is infamous. I guess that would make anyone not used to being around celebrities nervous. If there was a downside to being considered a wizarding celebrity, it was that few people could be themselves around him. It made holding a normal conversation with anyone difficult. A plain man in a dark robe and with a basketball-shaped head rushed in from the stage. He went up to Madam Bones and Minster Fudge. Harry felt his lips twitching into a frown as he listened to the conversation. "We're all ready for the press conference," he said. "Good, good," was Minister Fudge's jovial explanation. "Well, let's get this show on the road, shall we? You two wait here until we call for you," Madam Bones said to him and Sirius. She and Minister Fudge walked onto the stage, and Harry decided that whatever they had to say didn't matter to him until they called. Even though he could hear the minister begin speaking, he did his best to tune the voice out. "Are you nervous?" he asked Sirius. The man scoffed. "Me? Nervous? Of course not. Why would I be? Your legs are shaking." Harry pointed to Sirius's legs, which were indeed shaking. In fact, it was the kind of shaking often found in people who were stuck in freezing cold weather. "So I've never been in front of a crowd like this before." "Sue me," Sirius grumbled. Harry grinned. To think the infamous Sirius Black, mass prankster of Hogwarts, is afraid of standing in front of a crowd. "You're not even going to speak, you know." "I am. Bite me. I think the only person here who would bite another human being is you." Sirius mumbled something about smart alecky godsons, but before Harry could respond with something equally witty, he heard his and Sirius's name being called up. "Are you ready?" he asked. Sirius took a deep breath. "As ready as I'll ever be." "Then let's go." As Harry walked onto the stage with Sirius, he felt a smile cross his face. He could feel it in his bones. This was going to be one of those moments where he'd get to shine. This speech would be his first big public speaking platform that would push his name to even greater heights. "Watch me, Mum, Dad. I'm going to make you proud." The press conference had gone well. After getting up on stage, Harry and Sirius had listened as Minister Fudge pontificated, telling everyone that Sirius was innocent and apologizing on behalf of the Ministry of Magic. He had then stated that the ministry, due to their own error in judgment, would make reparations to Sirius. 1,000,000 galleons had been gifted to Sirius for over a decade of unlawful confinement. It was a hefty sum. Indeed, 1,000,000 galleons was more than most minor noble houses possessed. According to Amelia, those galleons didn't come from the ministry coffers, but from the personal bank of Minister Bagnold. Amelia had said that this money came from the donations that Lucius and several Death Eaters had given the former minister to get out of having a trial. Death Eaters. They were still the largest problem. There were numerous Death Eaters who'd been able to get out of being sent to Azkaban. They'd done so by claiming to have been under the Imperious Curse. Several 100,000 galleons donated to repair the damage done by the Dark Lord had kept them from being questioned under Veritaserum. Harry wanted to see them all put where they belong, in a prison surrounded by Dementors. Harry returned to school the next day with Professor Lupin, who insisted that Harry call him Moony when they were not in class. It felt a little weird calling the professor by his nickname. However, for the sake of being friendly with his parents' friend, he spoke informally despite his own feelings. He and the defense professor walked down the hall. Their footsteps echoed along the stone ground. Harry glanced at Professor Lupin, whose haggard appearance worried Harry a bit. The man was walking with a slouched posture. Dark bags hung under his bloodshot eyes. He looked like a drug-addicted going through withdrawals. "Are you feeling all right?" Harry asked. "I'm fine," Professor Lupin assured him. They made it to the Great Hall, where Professor Lupin stopped and turned to him. "Well, this is where I leave you for now," Professor Lupin said. "Have a good day, Harry." "You too, Moony," Harry said. Professor Lupin smiled before he turned around and left. Harry watched him for but a second, and then he turned around and entered the Great Hall. Perhaps it was due to the time late morning, but there were already a lot of people gathered around the tables. The moment he walked in, numerous heads swiveled in his direction. He sighed as he realized that he had missed his chance to eat breakfast unnoticed. "Here it comes." Harry sought out his friends. he spotted them sitting at the Slytherin table that morning. He made a beeline for them. While he walked, he was forced to listen to the conversations that sprang up, spoken in whispered tones. As always, it seemed his peers were interested in the circumstances surrounding him. Did you read about the press conference? He spent the summer with Sirius Black. Sirius Black is innocent. You don't know that. Harry could have been brainwashed. But the Ministry of Magic said. You can't believe everything the Ministry says. Harry remained quiet, not saying anything as he reached his friends. Daphne and Susan, who sat next to each other, immediately split apart, making room for him between them. Harry blinked at the strange action, but he still sat down. The moment his butt was parked, they closed in, sandwiching him between them. Morning, everyone, Harry greeted, eyeing the two girls warily. He wasn't really uncomfortable with their proximity. Lisa often sat this close, but he did have to wonder what they were thinking. He received a chorus of good mornings from everyone before Daphne said, "We saw the newspaper this morning." "Congratulations on helping your godfather get his freedom," Susan added with a kind smile. Harry smiled back. "Thanks. What's going to happen now that your godfather is free?" asked Blaise. "Do you have any plans?" As he spooned some grits onto his plate, Harry frowned thoughtfully as he thought about Blaise's question. "To be honest, I'm not sure about everything yet. I know that I'm going to live with Sirius, but I don't know anything outside of that. Everything's happening so fast that I can't make any concrete plans right now." The problem with trying to make a solid plan of action was that there was too much going on. There were currently far too many variables. When so much was happening all within the same time span, creating a course of action was impossible, since the variables were liable to change at random based on the actions of others. Right now, people like Lucius, Sirius, Minister Fudge, and even Madam Bones were hard at work on their own agendas. Since Harry didn't know what those agendas were, all he could do was react to what they did. "I bet it'll be fun to live with your godfather, though, right?" Tracy said. "I guess," Harry admitted with a shrug. He didn't want to say anything, because he didn't want his friends thinking he was a pansy, but he was nervous about living with Sirius. What if they didn't get along? What if he had a relapse? What if something happened and Sirius suddenly died? So many things could go wrong, and Harry was afraid of not being able to do anything when the time came. "You don't sound very enthusiastic," Hannah said. Harry smiled, but he believed it was more of a grimace. "I'm just nervous." "What's this? The great Harry Potter is nervous?" Tracy teased. Harry shrugged. "Even I get nervous." "Don't worry about being nervous," Susan said, her tone supportive. "All of us are here to help you, so if you ever need anything, be sure to rely on us." Harry smiled. "Thanks, Susan." Since it was Monday, Harry's first class of the day was Care of Magical Creatures with Rubeus Hagrid. That day they were learning about flobberworms, which had to be the most boring lesson ever taught. Flobberworms were 10-inch long worms that fed on lettuce. Since they didn't do anything, Harry and the others spent much of their time talking while their flobberworms just laid around and did, well, nothing. A few died because some of the students overfed them, but most survived since everyone was too focused on chatting to pay much attention. Study of ancient runes was next. Their last class had them working on recreating a rune based on the name of one of the Norse gods. Daphne had chosen Freya. Harry had decided to use Odin All-Father. In Elder Futhark, Odin's name was spelt with Othila, Dagaz, Isa, and Nadis. Since it was a basic name, the rune didn't do much when activated. Harry would have had to add more runes to create an array that did much more than glow with the symbolic color that represented Odin's silver. Still, he believed it was possible to make a powerful array if he played around with some more runes. "I think I should have gone with a different name," Lisa said after class had ended. "I chose Thor because I wanted to be safe, but I feel like I didn't push myself hard enough now. Maybe next time you should think of doing something like Bragi or even Balder," Terry said. Lisa frowned. "Which god did you choose?" Njord. A member of the Vanir clan who joined the Aesir as hostages after the war between their clan and the Aesir, Harry said. "I'm surprised you know about those gods." Terry shrugged. "I'm not a mythology buff like you, but I've studied enough to know the basics." You chose Frigg, didn't you, Susan? Daphne asked. Yes, that's right, Susan admitted, trying not to blush. Did you choose her because she's married to Odin? Daphne continued her questioning with a teasing smile. Susan's face turned several more shades of red. Transfiguration came after ancient runes. Professor McGonagall had already given them a thorough lecture on becoming an animagus, and they were finished with their 1-foot-long papers. Their next lesson was on turning a teapot into a tortoise. Many of the students struggled with this. Even with Harry's help, only 6 members of the entire class came even close to making a complete transfiguration. Most could only change the color. In potions, Professor Snape's scowl had been even more prominent than usual. He'd spoken in a harsh tone that made many a Gryffindor cringe. Unlike most of the time where the professor told them to follow the instructions on the board, this time he had stalked around the room, watching them like a venomous snake looking for a weakness in its prey. The moment someone made an error, he'd snap at them, calling them incompetent fools and giving them an automatic failing grade for the lesson. Naturally, he only did this with the Gryffindors. Harry had the distinct feeling that Professor Snape had been ignoring him and his friends during class. The man refused to look at them, refused to talk to them, and he even refused to speak when they'd gone to hand in their project. The only thing the professor had done that seemed natural was to scowl at Harry when he turned his project in. Even then, he had still said nothing. Most of the students had still been working on their girding potion. Many of them hadn't been able to complete it last class, so they'd been forced to redo it. Since he and his friends were finished, they didn't have any work. They would have been forced to quietly sit there, but they decided to chat by passing notes back and forth. Professor Snape's scowl had deepened, but even then, he didn't say anything to them. When the class ended, Professor Snape told them to pack up and left. Harry followed the man with his eyes as he walked toward the door and slammed it shut behind him. He's in an awfully big hurry, Tracy said. I wonder why. Daphne shrugged as she put her potions equipment away. Maybe he forgot to grab ingredients for his next class from the storeroom. Maybe. Tracy sounded dubious. Harry was also curious, but he honestly didn't care enough to question what the man was doing. He silently packed away his things, and then traveled with the others to their last class of the day. It wasn't until they reached the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom that Harry realized why Professor Snape had been in such a hurry. He and the others paused when they saw the potions professor standing in the Dada classroom. Harry and his friends looked at each other. Judging from the way their jaws had dropped, they clearly hadn't been expecting him to show up either. What are you simpletons waiting for? An invitation. Professor Snape scowled at them. Hurry up and take your seats. With that prompting, everyone entered and took their seats. Professor Snape continued to scowl at them. Even after everyone was seated, his expression remained firmly locked. Werewolves, Professor Snape began, creatures of the dark. Lycanthropy is a magical illness known to be spread by contact between saliva and blood. Thus, when a transformed werewolf bites a human, the bitten will become a werewolf themselves. Can anyone tell me how to save someone after they've been bitten? Potter. Harry twitched at being called out. However, he still stood and answered the question. Applying a mixture of powdered silver and dittany to a fresh bite will seal the wound and let the victim live as a werewolf. However, most witches and wizards who are bitten will often beg for death as opposed to becoming a werewolf. Professor Snape scowled but nodded. Potter is correct. When a witch or wizard is bitten by a werewolf, the only way to save them is by applying powdered silver and dittany. However, becoming a werewolf is a curse. A werewolf cannot choose whether or not to transform and will no longer remember who they are and would kill even their best friend given the opportunity once transformed. Professor Snape lectured them on lycanthropy for the entire class. All the while, Harry was frowning. They weren't supposed to learn about werewolves for another few months, according to Professor Lupin's schedule. He could only conclude that Professor Snape was doing this as an attempt to make people realize what Professor Lupin was. Speaking of, I wonder where Professor Lupin is. It had been a full moon the previous night, which explained why Professor Lupin had looked so haggard this morning. Harry knew that the professor had not arrived at Grimmauld Place until early this morning. Professor Lupin also hadn't been able to take a wolfsbane potion the previous evening, which he could only assume Professor Snape was supplying him. Excuse me, Professor, Daphne said after Professor Snape had finished his lecture and demanded they read from the book. What is it, Ms. Greengrass? Professor Snape asked. I apologize if this seems forward, but do you know where Professor Lupin is? Professor Snape's lip curled. Professor Lupin is currently indisposed. He has not been feeling well since last night. That is why I am substituting for him. Any more questions? No, sir. Good. Then keep reading from chapter 6 of your book. Daphne clicked her tongue, but she seemed to understand that Professor Snape wouldn't answer any more questions. She went back to her reading. The rest of the class passed in silence. No one spoke for fear of earning the professor's ire. When class ended, Professor Snape told them they had a 2-foot-long paper on werewolves and their weaknesses due next class. Since it was the last class of the day, Harry split up with his friends to find Professor Lupin. Daphne decided to go with him. You should always have someone with you, she had said when he questioned her. Harry didn't have the heart to argue. They searched high and low for Professor Lupin, checking the hospital, asking Professor McGonagall, and even going to see if he was with Hagrid. It was all for naught. The professor seemed to have disappeared. I wish I hadn't given the Marauders' map back to the twins, Harry said with a sigh. Finding Professor Lupin would be much easier if I could actually see where he was. Do you think he might be with the headmaster? Asked Daphne. Maybe, but we won't be able to see him if he is, Harry said. The headmaster changes his password daily. I could probably figure it out eventually, but I doubt we'd be allowed to just enter his office whenever we pleased. True enough. I guess not even the boy who lived can simply walk in on the headmaster. Daphne paused. What should we do? After thinking about it for a moment, Harry sighed and said, let's give up for now. I'm sure Professor Lupin will be around tomorrow. I'll talk to him then. Sounds like a plan. As they were wandering off to find their friends, Daphne turned to Harry. By the way, what is it? You looked good in that business suit during the press conference. Harry stopped walking as heat sprang to his face. It felt like he could have fried eggs on them. Grinning, Daphne kept walking, forcing him to eventually catch up and try to convince her that he'd only worn the suit because it made him appear more professional. Daphne didn't believe him, no matter how logical his argument was. Harry hadn't seen Professor Lupin in several days. In fact, no one had seen him for several days, not even the other professors. When Harry had asked Professor McGonagall how the defense professor was doing, she told him that he was currently recovering from a magical illness. Since Harry already knew about his lycanthropy, he didn't say anything, as lycanthropy was considered an illness by many. It was the beginning of December. The windows had become frosted over, the grass was covered in sheets of white, and the air was so cold that Harry's breath misted as he ran laps around the lake. Because it was so cold, most of his friends had opted to stop exercising. Only Daphne, Susan, and Neville remained. His fellow Gryffindor had never missed a single morning of exercise. Every morning he woke up with Harry and headed outside. While Daphne and Susan weren't so dedicated, they still came more often than not. He would see them watching him as he worked out. They must have still been worried about him, which would also explain why there was always one of them around. After he finished running laps around the lake, dropped to the ground and began doing push-ups. The area around him was free of snow, a perfect circle of dried-out grass. He was wearing an alchemy-created vest to increase the difficulty of his push-ups. The vest weighed about 50 kilograms. I used to be capable of wearing something with over 100 kilograms. It still bothered him that he wasn't as strong as he used to be, but 3 months of not exercising would cause anyone's muscles to atrophy. At least he was stronger now than he had been 2 weeks ago. He was regaining his former level of fitness, and thanks to his magic, it was happening faster than it would have with someone else. Harry imagined he'd be back in peak physical condition by the end of December. You about done, Harry? Neville asked. The girls are getting cold. We are not, Daphne and Susan said at the same time. Harry stopped doing push-ups and looked up. Neville was standing by a tree, shivering in his sweater and pants. His skin was shining with frosted over sweat. Likewise, Daphne and Susan were huddled together in an attempt to keep warm. I guess the warming charms wore off. He stood up. You're right. Let's get inside. Thank Merlin, Neville mumbled. Rolling his eyes, Harry cast a quick warming charm on Daphne and Susan. They could have done it themselves, but neither of them had brought their wands. Thanks, Harry, Susan said with a smile. He smiled back. You're welcome. Because it was Thursday, Harry didn't have defense against the dark arts until fourth period, after potions. Professor Lupin was standing inside of the Dada classroom when he and everyone else arrived. Although he greeted them with a smile, dark bags hung under his bloodshot eyes and he stood with a noticeable slouch. He looked like someone who'd gone on an all-night drinking binge. Good day, class, he said. I was informed that Professor Snape has gone ahead and already taught you about werewolves, so today, I'm going to teach you a spell that may help you should you ever come into contact with a werewolf. Harry frowned. As far as he knew, there was no spell that could be used to properly defend against a werewolf. All one could do when facing such a creature was use standard spells and hope their magic was strong enough to deal damage. It's called the freezing spell, otherwise known as Glacius. This spell is a powerful freezing charm that causes the air in front of your wand to reach extremely cold temperatures. Aside from being able to put out fires, create blocks of ice from water, and cool off fire salamanders, it can also be used to freeze werewolves. Can anyone tell me why? Harry needed a moment to get over his surprise, but then he raised his hand. Yes, Mr. Potter. It's because werewolves are warm-blooded, Harry said. It's a proven fact that warm-blooded creatures don't deal well with the cold. When humans are forced into extreme drops in temperature, our bodies become lethargic and slow. They can lead to all kinds of problems like hypothermia. Werewolves have an even harder time dealing with cold weather because of how hot their blood runs. Of course, they also have fur, which helps them deal with colder temperatures, but if you could cast a Glacius that's cold enough to freeze a lake, it could easily defeat a werewolf. An excellent and well thought out, Mr. Potter. Take 10 points for Gryffindor, Professor Lupin praised. He then continued. Now, why don't we head to another room? While I'd like you all to get some practice, I don't want this spell to freeze my classroom. Come on, everyone. Follow me. Harry stood up with the others and followed Professor Lupin out of the classroom. He walked alongside Neville, Daphne, Blaise, and Tracy. The sound of several dozen footsteps caused his eardrums to vibrate. I didn't know we'd be learning how to freeze people, Tracy said excitedly. That's so cool. You didn't know about it because you never study ahead, Daphne said. And it's not that amazing. The freezing charm has so few uses that the chances you'll actually find a use for it are close to zero. Don't be such a spoilsport, Daph, Tracy said. Indeed, Blaise added, seemingly supporting Tracy. Let the girl have her delusions of grandeur. Oi, Tracy squawked in an indignant voice. Daphne brings up a good point, Neville muttered. Are we ever going to find a use for a spell like this? Harry shrugged. You never know. The freezing charm can actually be dead useful in a fight. Just imagine freezing the floor around your enemy's feet. They slip, fall to the ground, and you hit them with a spell before they can get back up. It's good for more than most people realize, but you have to think outside the box. Tracy elbowed Daphne's side. Hear that, Daph? This spell does have its practical uses. Only if you're going to pick a fight with people, Daphne shot back. You already know this spell, don't you? Blaise asked. Harry smiled but said nothing. The classroom they were led to appeared to have been emptied beforehand. There were no desks, tables, or chairs. The only items within the room were a series of large, metal barrels. They were several feet from each other. Each one of you stand in front of a barrel, please, Professor Lupin instructed. Everyone chose a barrel. Harry ended up between Tracy and Neville. Excellent. Now, you'll notice there's some kindling inside of the barrel. Light it with an incendio, please. All around the room, barrels were lit up in a blaze of fire. Harry studied the interior. It was about 2 feet tall, and about half of it was filled with wood and kindling. He pointed his wand and fire shot from the tip, striking the kindling and lighting it ablaze. Good, Professor Lupin said. And now you're all going to practice the Glacius spell. Remember, all you have to do is point your wand at the barrel and say Galcius. Does anyone have any questions? No. All right then. Give it a try. Harry could already do this spell, so he didn't bother wasting time by pretending he couldn't or watching everyone else. He pointed the wand at the barrel. He imagined an icy wind coming from the tip of his wand. He blinked when the barrel and the floor became frozen solid. Glittering ice like large crystal formations formed all around the barrel, which had turned into a white sleet of thick ice. I had only meant to put out the fire. Well, it looks like you got the hang of the spell, Professor Lupin said. And you did it silently, though the spell was a bit, overpowered. Take 5 points for Gryffindor. Harry accepted the points with a nod, but most of his attention was on the ice surrounding his barrel. This wasn't the first time his spell had been more powerful than usual. The other day, his levitation charm had caused his books to fly up to the ceiling. And a week before that, he'd cast a color-changing spell during Magic Tag. Lisa Turpin had been green for 2 days straight. It hadn't been happening very frequently, but at least 1 out of every 20 spells would be overpowered. He wasn't sure what it meant. I may need to contact Emily Smith. He sighed. Great. More problems. That was just what he needed. The goblins had completed extracting parts from the basilisk. Harry received a notice early Saturday morning with a statement saying that the cost of labor was being waived due to the generosity of Harry's business proposal. Basically, they were agreeing to not fine him for the work since he was offering them 50% of the money that would be made from selling the basilisk. When Harry went down that day with his friends, it was to find that the massive carcass was gone. It took him a moment to truly realize how much more space there now was. The difference between now and when the corpse had been sprawled in the middle of the chamber was shocking. Bloody hell, Tracy murmured. I never knew what kind of difference removing the carcass of a giant snake could do for the atmosphere. It does make this chamber seem less grotesque, Daphne added, looking at Harry. What do you plan to do with this place? I mentioned that this is going to be my workshop, Harry said. I plan to redecorate it to suit my tastes. I hope you plan on getting rid of those statues, Hannah said, wrinkling her nose at the giant Salazar statues. I have to agree, Tracy added. I respect Salazar as much as the next Slytherin, but I think this is a little too narcissistic. It would give me more space, Harry admitted. He thought for a moment, and then asked, would you guys like to help me clean this place up? I'd like it to be habitable before I begin adding anything of my own. Isn't it already too late for that? Asked Tracy. I mean, you were living in here like some kind of hermit before we ouch. Tracy yelped and rubbed her sides. You two hit me. No, we didn't, Susan said as she looked away. I don't know what you're talking about, Daphne added. Jerks, Tracy muttered. We don't mind giving you a hand, Susan said, ignoring Tracy's grumbling. Just let us know what you'd like us to do, Daphne added. Harry frowned at the two. Perhaps he was imagining it, but it seemed like Susan and Daphne were becoming even closer than usual. It wasn't all that unusual for them to double-team Tracy, and they were speaking to each other a lot more. He would often find them conversing when it was just the two of them. Every time he noticed them talk, he wondered what they were talking about. In that case, if you guys could start by scourgifying the place, that would be really helpful. While Susan and Daphne merely nodded, Blaise frowned as he pulled out his wand. What are you gonna be doing? Harry smiled. I'm going to get rid of those statues. Cleaning the Chamber of Secrets wasn't a one-day process. It took nearly an entire week to properly scourgify the place. First they had to scourgify the floor. Since there was nearly 1,000 years worth of filth covering the floor, it took over 2 days of constant cleaning. During that time, Harry removed all of the Salazar statues that lined the room and replaced them with alchemically grown trees of his own creation. They were designed to help lessen the harmful chemicals that would be permeating the atmosphere once his experiments began. On the 3rd day, the floor was finished and everyone got started on the walls. This was even harder than the floor because the walls went really high up. What's more, there was rot and fungus stuck between the cracks due to water leaks. In the end, Harry and Tracy had to go up on their brooms to properly scourgify the walls and ceiling, which took another 2 days. By day 7, the Chamber of Secrets was properly scourgified. However, it still lacked any personal touches. Sadly, those would need to wait. It was December 15th, the day they would leave Hogwarts and spend the Christmas holidays with their families. Harry had originally not planned on leaving Hogwarts. Things change, however. Now that he was no longer lost within his own darkness, and especially since Sirius had been acquitted, he could admit that he wanted to spend time with his godfather. The train ride home was a noisy affair. His friends were all talking excitedly, discussing what they would do during their holiday. "Are you traveling anywhere, Hannah?" Susan asked. "Not this year," Hannah replied as she practiced transfiguring the floating teacup in front of her. It changed from a teacup to a mouse, and then to a jewelry box before going back to the teacup. "My dad said he wanted to stay in Britain this year." "You don't sound too disappointed about that," Tracy said. Hannah shrugged as her tongue poked out of her mouth. She waved her wand, and the teacup became a small watch. "I'm not really upset. Honestly, I don't think I want to go anywhere right now. Too much has happened this year for me to feel good about leaving." "I guess so. I doubt my parents and I will do anything special," Lisa said to Blaise, Neville, and Terry. "We never go out during the holidays. My sister will complain, but our family isn't rich." Neville smiled awkwardly. "My family is pretty well off, but Gran doesn't like doing anything. We'll probably have a large family gathering, but we won't go out and do anything spectacular." "What about you, Blaise?" asked Terry. Blaise looked at the ceiling, as though doing so might provide him an answer. "Knowing my mum as I do, we're probably going to have a huge party of some kind. I think she's planning on inviting all of you, though don't quote me on that. I'm not sure what her plan is, to be honest." Typical. Harry sat between the window and Daphne. He wasn't looking at her, though he could see her reflection in the window. He could also feel her playing with his hand. A part of him wondered if he should make her stop. The other part wanted to bask in human contact. It kind of bothered him. He felt like he shouldn't have been this comfortable with physical contact. Perhaps it was thanks to Lisa Croft. For as long as he'd known her, Lisa was the kind of person who hugged first and spoke later. When they were at her house, she would sit as close as possible. When she was tired, she would lay her head on his lap and ask him to stroke her hair. When they walked, she held his hand. If she'd not been so hung up on this kind of touching, Harry was sure this sort of contact would bother him like it did other boys his age. Then again, maybe it's my fault for indulging her, the thought made him release a wry chuckle. "You've been acting kind of weird today," Daphne said, breaking him from his thoughts. "Have I?" Harry murmured. "Yes." Nodding, Daphne said, "Are you thinking about your Muggle friend?" "Muggle? Whatever happened the mundane?" Frowning, Harry said, Maybe a little. I didn't see her at all this summer, so." Daphne smiled as he trailed off. "You're nervous." "I guess I am." Harry wanted to rub his forehead in consternation. Since when had Daphne been able to read him so well? Knowing her, she's probably been worrying herself sick. I have to confront her and apologize for disappearing, but I don't know what to say. This wasn't something that he could plan a speech for. Even if he had a speech memorized, words spoken as though they were being read from a script wouldn't be of any use. He would need to speak from the heart. Harry hated speaking from the heart. It was too messy. He received a jolt when Daphne, letting go of his hand, instead reached for his arm. She leaned over and placed her head against his shoulder, as if to use it as her pillow. "You'll come up with something, I'm sure," Daphne said. "This is you, after all. Just be honest." "Honest? Huh?" Harry looked around. No one seemed to have noticed Daphne's action, and she'd already pulled away, leading him to believe she'd moved away before the others could realize what was happening. "By the way, where's Astoria?" "She's with her friends," Daphne said. "Astoria is quite popular with her peers. I don't want to cramp her style by hovering around her." "I see." Harry paused. "It must be lonely, not having Astoria around." Daphne smiled. "It is, but I'm just happy she's enjoying herself. Even if it's not with me, so long as Astoria is having fun, I can be happy." You're a really good sister. Thank you. Daphne's answering smile was like a panacea for the soul. Harry felt the train rumble as it slowed into platform 9 3/4. A glance out the window revealed hundreds of parents waiting for their children to exit the Hogwarts Express. Welp. Time to head out, Tracy said as she hopped to her feet. Always the enthusiastic one, Daphne mumbled with a sigh. Of course. One of us should be enthusiastic. The group waited for a bit before exiting the compartment. Harry floated everyone's luggage down from the overhead rack as the rest of the students vacated the train and rushed onto the platform. As Harry set foot on the platform, he gazed around, staring at parents hugging their children, at children speed talking about all the crazy things that happened to them. Everyone looked like they were having fun. Hey, Harry. The crowd parted as a grinning man walked toward him. Sirius Black was given a wide berth. The people around him eyed the man as though he might go on a killing spree at any moment. Despite the wary looks of the people around him, Sirius wore a grin that could have split his face in half. Harry. He should have been prepared for it, but when Sirius lifted him into a bear hug, Harry nearly froze. Matters only became worse when his feet left the ground as Sirius spun around like a gleeful child. He even laughed with childlike exuberance. Sirius, Harry mumbled, his cheek squished against the man's chest. Put me down. Still laughing, Sirius did as told. How've ya been, Harry? Been having fun with your two girlfriends? Harry twitched at Sirius mentioning the aforementioned girlfriends, but then he sighed and smiled wearily. I have been having fun, thanks for asking. Anytime. Sirius rubbed his hands together. So, how about introducing me to your friends? Agreeing, Harry turned around to his friends and gestured to Sirius. Everyone, the reprobate standing behind me is Sirius Black. A reprobate? Sirius questioned. Why does that sound like something your mum would say? My godfather. Please be sure to stay at least 10 feet from him at all times. You might catch rabies if you don't. What am I? An animal? Such a dumb question should have never been asked. Wow, Tracy muttered before Sirius could come up with a suitable reply. You're really Sirius Black, right? I am seriously Sirius Black, Sirius said. While the others still seemed somewhat flabbergasted at being in the presence of someone so infamous, Susan stepped forward and made a polite bow. It's nice to meet you again, Mr. Black. Sirius blinked. You're Amelia's niece, right? Yes, that's me. Thought so. It's nice to see you again. I hope my godson has been treating you well. He's treated me very well, thank you. Good to know that my godson is learning to follow in my footsteps. I have no idea what you mean by that, Harry said morosely. You met Sirius Black before now? Daphne asked. It was when the headmaster called Harry up to his office, Susan said. I feel like I should have gone with you. Daphne sighed and stepped forward before giving Sirius a polite curtsy. I'm Daphne Greengrass. We've never met, but it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Daphne Greengrass, Sirius murmured, his grin widening. I hear you and Harry are really close. A certain wolf told me that you two have been seen holding hands and everything. While Daphne turned her head in a vain attempt to hide her blush, Harry frowned at the man. He was beginning to realize that all adults enjoyed teasing kids way too much. Why did every joke that came out of an adult's mouth have to be a relationship-related one? Sirius Black, a voice said from within the crowd. Everyone turned around to see a woman walking through the throng of people. A slit on the left side of her long, black dress opened as she walked, revealing a pale, lean leg. Her hair, artfully done up in several braids with a few strands left over to frame her face, bounced as she walked. Celestina Zabini. The woman looked every bit as sinful as Harry remembered. Celestina, Sirius said with a voice that made Harry wonder if his godfather had been punched in the gut. Is that you? Sirius. Celestina took a few more steps, and then stopped. She raised a hand to her chest, took a deep breath, and then smiled. It looked shaky to Harry. How long has it been since you and I last saw each other? Sirius smiled broadly, though there was a certain tremor to it. About 15 years, if I'm not mistaken. The last time I saw you, you were getting married, Lysander Knott, wasn't it? Ah, yes. That's right. Lysander. How is your marriage, by the way? asked a curious Sirius. Oh, my husband is dead. Celestina's smile widened just a bit. He died only a year into our marriage, the poor man. I hadn't known that. I'm not surprised. With the war going on, you were more focused on surviving than what happened in my life. The two continued to talk, and as they did, Harry thought he felt a hint of tension coming from Celestina. Sirius seemed unaware of it, though it may have been due to his own worries. He spoke like he and Celestina were old friends, but to Harry, Sirius looked like a spring that had been coiled too tightly. Harry wondered if Celestina might have been one of his godfather's previous conquests at Hogwarts. I should ask him about that. It could affect my alliance with Celestina. Blaise appeared by Harry's side. A subtle frown had worked itself onto his face. I had no idea your godfather and my mother were close. Me neither, Harry admitted. I guess there's a first time for everything. I suppose. Harry turned his attention from his godfather when a shout of, Daphne, went up. Astoria Greengrass wove through the crowd, rushing up to her big sister. The younger bee, owned, was giggling as she stopped in front of Daphne. There you are. I was wondering where you were, Astoria said. The amused smile worn by Daphne spoke volumes. Shouldn't that be my line? Where have you been? I was saying goodbye to my friends, Astoria said before pausing. She tugged at Daphne's sleeve and pointed at Sirius. Hey, sis, isn't that Sirius Black? It is. Whoa, think I could get his autograph. I'm not sure why you'd want his autograph, Harry said as he walked up to them. Astoria rolled her eyes. Because he's famous, duh. I'm famous. I don't care. Harry held back a smile. When he and Astoria had first met, she'd been so excited. Now she barely spoke to him, though it was better than when Harry had first returned after his self-imposed pity party. I suppose not. Do you really want his autograph? Yes. All right then. Harry turned, cupped his hands to his mouth, and shouted, Hey, Sirius. My friend would like your autograph. Her cheeks turning pink, a flustered Astoria grabbed Harry by the shoulders and shook him. What do you think you're doing, Potter? You said you wanted an autograph. I didn't want you shouting it for everyone to hear. What's this about an autograph? Asked Sirius as he walked up to the group. Harry looked behind the man to see Celestina speaking with Blaise. He pointed at Astoria. She wants your autograph. What? Astoria squawked. I don't. As that's so. An autograph. All right. Sirius surprised even Harry when he conjured a sheet of parchment and a piece of charcoal, signed the parchment, and handed it to the stunned Astoria. There you go. One authentic Sirius Black signature. You should cherish that. You're the first of many, you know. Am I? Astoria's lips twitched into an amused smile. I guess that means I'm lucky. Very lucky, Sirius said with a cheerful grin. Harry's friends had thankfully been unafraid of Sirius when they met, though the same could not be said of their parents. Terry's and Lisa's parents had been practically shaking as Sirius spoke to them. He supposed it was because they were the most normal. Celestina was an aristocrat and a cunning woman. She also seemed intimately familiar with Sirius. Madame Bones was the head of law enforcement, the Dowager Longbottom was about as unflappable as a woman could be, and Daphne's father was like a robot. Speaking of Daphne's father, he hadn't appeared pleased to see Sirius. Granted, the way Sirius had thrown an arm around the man's shoulder and called him Nat probably hadn't endeared him to the man. Harry had the distinct impression that Nathaniel and Sirius had a sordid history together. After he and his friends had said goodbye, Harry had gone back to Grimmauld Place with Sirius. The changes that the house had undergone still struck him as odd. Everything seemed just slightly off. The new carpet was lush and soft, the walls had been repainted, and the furnishing all seemed brand new. It was such a far cry from the original gloomy disposition of the manor that Harry still had trouble dealing with it. My lord, the portrait of Walburga Black said, curtsying as he entered the hallway. Remembering how Harry had cowed the portrait before, he wasn't surprised by the woman's respectful tone, and so he responded as a lord might to his subjects. Walburga, I trust everything has been well here. Indeed, my lord, Walburga murmured respectfully as Sirius closed and locked the door. Although it could have been better if my good-for-nothing son hadn't been so keen on redecorating the entire house. Thanks to him, I've not had single good night's sleep. Shut up, you old bat, Sirius said. You're a portrait. You don't need to sleep. Even if I don't need sleep, that doesn't mean I don't enjoy it. Then maybe you should have thought about that when you decided to have your portrait placed here. It's not like I was the one who chose to be placed in the entryway, you stupid boy. Stupid am I? I'll show you who's the stupid one. Harry stood there as the pair argued and insulted each other, his fists clenched and his arms shaking. As the derogatory insults became ever more degrading, he clenched his teeth, and when Sirius started in on the "your mama" jokes, which made no sense because this was a portrait of his mom, he decided that enough was enough. Silence. Harry spat in Parseltongue. Sirius and the portrait of Walburga went still. Harry glared at them. They shuddered. Why must you two constantly squabble like children in front of me? I have neither the time nor the desire to hear your petty arguments. Act your age. Yes, sir, Sirius squeaked. My apologies, my lord. The portrait stuttered. Harry sighed. These two were so tiring. I'm going up to my room. You two, try not to argue. He didn't give them a chance to respond before wandering up the stairs. Harry's room was the second door on the right. Upon opening it, he was greeted to a room that could have passed for the room of Gryffindor's poster boy. Distastefully eyeing the gaudy decor and bright red walls, Harry closed the door, silently promising himself that he was going to redecorate this room. Setting down his luggage, Harry flicked his wand at the suitcase, which caused the lid to flip open and several items to come soaring out. Each item went to a specific place. His clothing folded itself and went into his drawer. The items he'd decided he didn't need flew into a chest that Sirius had bought for him, and several photographs of himself and his friends at Hogsmeade set themselves on the desk in the western corner of the room. Once everything was in its proper place, Harry flopped onto his bed and let loose an intense sigh. As he rested, his body sank into the mattress. Exhaustion engulfed him. He didn't know why, but he was tired. So tired. Harry sat up with a slight jerk. He blinked several times as he looked around, taking notice of the objects in his room and stifling a frown. I must have fallen asleep. That begged the question of what had woken him up so suddenly. He pressed a hand to his forehead, trying to ignore the slight pounding behind his temples. He had a headache. It happened when he only got around 15 or 20 minutes of sleep in a single sitting. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked at the door. Sirius's muffled voice echoed to him seconds later. Hey, Harry. You awake in there? Dinner is ready. You should come down and eat with me. I'd like to spend more time with my godson. Right. Harry stood up, stretched his arms above his head as he stifled a yawn, and walked over to the door. Sirius was standing on the other side. His godfather wore a grin so bright Harry thought he might go blind. You coming down for dinner? Sirius asked. Harry sent him an irritable look. I wouldn't have opened the door if I wasn't. Such a sour puss. So insufferable. His lips twitched. Sirius's grin widened. Trying not to let his godfather see his smile, Harry turned and walked down the stairs. Come on, Sirius. Dinner's ready. Wasn't I just saying that? Dinner had already been set on the table when he and Sirius entered. It looked like Creature had gone all out. There were numerous dishes set on the table, pork loins and rolls, mashed potatoes and gravy. Harry even saw grilled chicken and greens set to the side. Creature must have remembered that he preferred eating healthy. They sat down and put food onto their plate. As they did, Sirius spoke up. So I was thinking of a bunch of fun things we could do this holiday. Moony won't be coming for a while, though he assured me that he would be here at some point. Once he gets here, I was thinking we could go shopping for a bike. A bike? You mean a motorcycle? Harry clarified. Sirius nodded. That's right. I gave my old one to Hagrid. While I could always ask him to return it, I think now's the perfect time to get a better one. Then you and I could take our time customizing it. Harry had read a lot of books on mechanics and mechanical engineering. He'd never been able to put them to practical use, however, which was the greatest joy when it came to gaining knowledge. Harry barely needed a second to think about it before nodding. Sounds good. Awesome, Sirius said, clapping his hands together and rubbing them like an evil mastermind who'd concocted a most devious plan. Then tomorrow we can start. Not tomorrow, Harry interrupted. Huh, I can't tomorrow. Sirius frowned. Why not? Because tomorrow I'm going to see a friend, Harry answered, and then, in a voice so soft, he added, a very dear friend. Life had not been very fun since Harry disappeared. No one seemed to know where he was. Lisa still remembered when she'd gone to the Dursleys and asked about Harry's whereabouts. Her shock when they had given her a look like she was stupid and asked who Harry was had been a kick to the gut. Lisa had panicked after that and gone to her mum, frantically trying to tell her mum that Harry had vanished and no one knew who he was. Her mum had barely been able to understand her. She'd been asked multiple times to calm down, and when she was finally able to get out what she wanted to say, her mum hadn't believed her. Her mum had gone to the Dursleys and asked them where Harry was. They had given her a lot of lip, especially when she'd stormed past them and gone in search of Harry. However, to her mum's shock, there hadn't been a single clue as to where Harry was. All of his stuff had been gone. In fact, the entire room that Harry had been living in was empty. Lisa's mum had panicked after that. They'd gone to the police and informed them that her friend had gone missing. The police had gotten involved. They'd gone to investigate, heading to the Dursleys and even going so far as to contain Vernon when he became belligerent. However, no matter what they did, no one could figure out where Harry was. Harry's story had gone to the news. Newspapers and the TV had reported on the missing Harry, and everyone had been asked to report in if they had any information on him. Nothing had come of it. Eventually, with no reports on Harry's whereabouts coming in, the news had eventually stopped reporting, and he'd been assumed dead. Lisa had been devastated. It was like someone had ripped her heart out. She'd stayed in her room after that, locking the door and refusing to answer anyone. Her mum had tried several times to make her come out. She'd refused. It wasn't until school had started and her father had broken the door down that she'd been forced to return to normal life. School had started after that, but it wasn't the same. She'd tried getting in the groove of things, talking to her friends and doing what she'd always done, but she couldn't. All of her friends had talked about was what boy they liked, or what new clothes they had bought. It was like they had completely forgotten about Harry. The last straw had been several weeks ago, when one of her friends had made an offhand comment about how Harry must have disappeared because he was tired of being around people. She'd blown up on the girl, telling her that she didn't know what she was talking about. Her friend had gotten upset, and she had shoved her to the ground, and then she got in trouble with the principal for starting a fight. Lisa had been suspended for a week. When she'd returned, a lot of her friends had started avoiding her. They turned away when she walked down the hall. They whispered behind her back. Lisa had ignored them. If they were going to act like that, then they weren't people she wanted to befriend anyway. Of course, not everyone had abandoned her. Mari, a girl in her class and someone who never said a bad thing about anyone, remained friends with her. However, she was the only one. I was thinking of going out to get some ice cream and see a movie this weekend, Mari was saying as she and Lisa exited the bus and walked home. Mari lived several streets from her. Do you want to come with me? Lisa hesitated before answering. Mari had been asking her if she'd like to come out and do something with her for nearly 3 weeks now. Lisa had turned her down every time. Much as she liked her friend, she didn't want to go out if she wasn't with Harry. At the same time, she knew that if she wanted to move forward, she would have to do something eventually. I'd like that, she said softly. Come on. Don't be like that, Lisa, Mari complained. Can't you just wait? Did you just say you'll come with me this weekend? Yes. Mari gasped. Then she smiled, and then she lunged at Lisa. That's so great. I'm so happy. This will be the first time we've done anything together since, well, in a while. Yeah, Lisa said. Sorry, I haven't been a very good friend lately. It's okay. Mari smiled. I know you've been through a lot. Lisa didn't know if she was as deserving of such forgiveness as Mari seemed to think, but she didn't say anything either. She and Mari parted ways soon. After saying goodbye to her friend, she walked the rest of the way home, her small feet tapping against the pavement. As her house came into sight, Lisa looked up. She froze. Someone was standing in front her house. He had dark hair like raven's feathers and eyes like emeralds. He was wearing casual clothes, a pair of slacks and a fashionable jacket, which rustled as he raised an arm and ran his hand through his tousled locks. Harry, she said. Freezing for a moment, Harry turned slowly, his eyes widening as they landed on her. He opened his mouth, but he didn't say anything. Slowly closing his mouth again, he coughed into his hand and started over. Lisa. Lisa didn't hear any more. She bounded over to him, bodily tackling Harry to the ground. A loud thump echoed in her ears, swiftly followed by the sound of all the oxygen in Harry's lungs being expelled. Lisa, what are you? Harry started, only to stop abruptly. Harry, you jerk. Hot tears stung Lisa's eyes as she pounded a fist against Harry's chest. Her body, incapable of containing all of the pent-up emotions inside of her, became racked with painful sobs. Deep, shuddering breaths were expelled from her mouth, stifled by her crying. You stupid, insensitive jerk. Do you know how worried I was about you? I'm sorry. Sorry doesn't cut it. You're an insensitive brute. I'm sorry. Stupid. Idiot. I'm sorry. Lisa felt Harry's arms as they wrapped around her, familiar and strong. Even though it had been months since she'd been held by these arms, Lisa still recognized them, still remembered how they felt. She closed her eyes and took a moment to bask in the feeling of being held. Is it really you, Harry? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Yes, it's really me. You're really back. Yeah, I'm back. Lisa sniffled. She rubbed her face against his shirt, covering it in even more tears. Then she lifted her head and smiled at Harry. Her face was wet, tears fell down her cheeks, and her nose was running, but she still smiled. Welcome back, Harry. Harry returned her smile. It's good to be back. Harry had been lying on the pavement with a crying Lisa lying on top of him for 20 minutes and going. Her tears had stopped a minute ago. However, she continued to sniffle, and Harry, loath to interrupt his friend as she poured out her emotions, waited until she stopped wiping her nose against his shirt before talking. I'm sorry for disappearing on you. You should be sorry, Lisa mumbled into his shirt. Do you even realize how worried I was when you went missing? It was like you had completely vanished. The Dursleys couldn't even remember you for some reason. I had no idea what was going on. He sighed. I know, and I know I have a lot of explaining to do. I promised to tell you everything, but I think we should get off the ground and head into your house before I start talking. Lisa shifted on top of him before slowly standing up. Harry stood as well, discreetly using a cleaning charm on his clothes to get Lisa's tears and nose fluids off his shirt. He then held out his hand for Lisa, who grabbed onto it and squeezed as though he might disappear if she didn't keep a tight grip. They walked up to the house, and Lisa pulled out a key, unlocked the door, and then entered. Harry went in with her. The Crofts' house looked just as he remembered. He glanced around as his feet tapped against the wood panels. To his right, he observed the carpeted living room, which had a comfortable-looking sofa, several chairs, and a television sitting on top of a stand. Are your parents home? Harry asked. Lisa shook her head as she led him to her room. No, Mum is out with friends and Dad is working. Neither of them will be home for a few hours at least. That will probably make telling Lisa what I need to tell her easier. Not much had changed in Lisa's room, though he could see a few new items dotting the landscape. He and Lisa walked around several footballs that lay scattered across the carpet as they traveled deeper into the room. A number of picture frames containing photos of when they were kids hung from the walls. They hadn't been there before. As he and Lisa sat down on her bed, Harry glanced at the desk, where several frames filled with pictures of them sat. Lisa crossed her arms. She tried to look stern, but her eyes and nose were both red. Start talking. I hope you have a good explanation for why you disappeared on me. Harry would have smiled at the front Lisa was putting up if he hadn't felt so guilty. It gnawed at him like a black void consuming his soul, this horrible feeling of self-loathing. His friend was hurt because of him. While he'd always known that he was going to hurt her when he disappeared, he'd been so wrapped in his own darkness that he hadn't even cared. He truly was an awful friend. What I have to tell you is a long story, and it might be hard for you to believe, Harry began. He unsheathed his mother's wand. It had been so long since he'd tried to use it that he wasn't even sure if he could. What's that? Lisa asked as she gestured to the wand. This is part of what I need to tell you about. Because he wanted to be safe, Harry cast several basic charms to mask their conversation, including a muffaliato spell. It was dumb. However, a part of him was really worried that someone from the ministry would find out what he was going to do here. If they learned that he was planning to tell a non-magical human about magic, well, he didn't want to know what they would do. So I can use my mother's wand now. I wonder if it's because the wand sensed my dark intentions before and refused to work with me. It was an interesting theory. He would have to explore it later. Lisa, Harry said, taking a deep breath. Lisa leaned forward in anticipation. I am a wizard. Whatever she'd been expecting, that had apparently not been it. After nearly falling off the bed, she stared at him with a stupefied expression and put her thoughts in the most eloquent manner possible. With a wizard. I'm a wizard. Lisa stared at him for several seconds. The expression on her face reminded Harry of someone who'd never studied fine art suddenly being put in front of a Van Gogh painting. Finally, she placed a hand on his forehead. Are you feeling okay, Harry? You're not feverish, are you? I'm feeling fine, Harry said, pushing her hand away. He held up his mother's wand. Watch. Harry flicked his wand at the photograph on Lisa's desk. Lisa gasped as the photograph rattled and then slowly rose off the wooden surface. It floated over to Harry, who held out his hand and allowed the object to silently land on it. He looked at Lisa. I'm a wizard. The school I go to is called Hogwarts. It's a school where witches and wizards go to learn about magic. Harry launched into an explanation about magic. He told her everything he could, holding nothing back. He told her about his parents, their death, how he came to live with the Dursleys, and how he received his Hogwarts letter when he turned 11. Throughout it all, Lisa said nothing. She just sat there, her mouth slightly agape, her eyes widened to the size of a snitch. He hoped she wouldn't pass out after he finished his story. That would have been cliched. By the time he finished, not only had Harry spent an hour talking, but he'd transfigured her table into a lion and then back to a table when Lisa freaked out and repainted her walls to make them look like a somewhat decent replica of the Mona Lisa. Needless to say, Lisa couldn't dispute his words. This is a lot to take in, Lisa said at last. Harry looked away. I know. I'm sorry for dumping so much information on you. Don't apologize, Lisa said, though it was with a weary sigh, as if she now had the weight of an entire world on her shoulders. I'm glad I know. I only regret not being able to help you. Also, I'm sorry about your friend. A tremulous smile appeared on his lips. Harry hadn't neglected to tell Lisa about Hermione, as it was his friend's death that ultimately led him to erasing the Dursleys' memory of him and disappearing. It's okay. He paused. Aren't you angry at me? You mean about how I'm only just now finding out that you're a wizard? Harry nodded, and Lisa looked at her hands. No, I feel like I should be, but it's not like you didn't want to tell me. You're not really supposed to. I know you'd get in trouble if people from your side found out you told me all this. Your side. It wasn't something that Harry wanted to hear from Lisa, but he couldn't deny that there were sides. Lisa was not a witch. She was not a part of his side. She was also correct. If the ministry found out that he'd told her about all of this, they would both be in trouble, and she would have her memories of him erased. He would need to be cautious now that she knew. So, you're a wizard, Lisa said at last. Yeah. Do you think you can show me more magic? Harry smiled. I think I can handle that. For the next hour, Harry performed various feats of magic. He showed Lisa apparition, transfigured objects, used glamour charms to change his appearance, and he even showed her his Jaguar Animagus transformation. That was, in fact, the last thing he showed her. So cool, Lisa muttered as she ran her hand down his back. Her fingers glided through his fur, gently scraping against his skin and making him purr with pleasure. Since Animagus transformations literally turned Animagi into an animal, the same strengths and weaknesses of their animal applied. Jaguars, like most cats, had a weak spot on their back near their neck. When stroked, it made them weaker than a kitten. It took everything Harry had not to dig his claws into the carpet as he melted into a puddle. So what's this called again? Animagic. Harry transformed back into a human, and Lisa stepped back as he shook his head and stood up. It's called Animagus transformation. Right. Animagus. Lisa nodded. This is really cool. I can't believe my friend's a wizard. Harry smiled. There are wizards all over the world. However, because of the statute of secrecy, we're not actually allowed to reveal ourselves. That must be hard on people when they're married to non-magical folk. Not really. If a witch or wizard marries a non-magical person, they're allowed to tell their spouse about it. Really? Lisa blushed. Yeah, really. Harry let out a yawn as he stretched. Being in animal form always made his muscles tense. Do you have any questions for me? Lisa shook her head. No, I don't think so. Not right now, at least. To be honest, I'm still trying to take all this in. Harry nodded and opened his mouth, prepared to ask if she wanted to watch something with him when the door to her room suddenly opened and Mrs. Croft walked in. Lisa's mom didn't look much different than he remembered. She appeared a little more weathered. Her hair had lost some of its luster, her face seemed to have more lines. Even so, she remained the pretty woman that he recalled from his memories. Lisa, dinner will be ready soon, Mrs. Croft trailed off. Her eyes landed on Harry. They slowly widened. Harry. Harry straightened. Mrs. Croft, it's good to. He froze when Lisa's mum pulled him into a hug. He would have said something, but when Mrs. Croft started crying, he remained silent. The sound of a grown woman's cries echoed around the room. Once she finished crying, Mrs. Croft had given Harry the sternest lecture he'd ever received. He had spent nearly an hour standing in front of the woman as she angrily ranted at him, telling him that he was reckless, asking if he knew how much she and Lisa had been worried about him, and making him promise to never disappear like that again. Harry had agreed. What else could he do? Once she'd exhausted herself, Mrs. Croft had pulled him into a fierce hug once more. She had then started on dinner and asked Harry if he planned on staying. Sirius was going to pick him up in a few hours, but that was merely a formality. He was coming to introduce himself to the parents of Harry's friend. Harry had told Mrs. Croft as much, stating that while he could have dinner with them, his godfather would be coming over eventually. That was when Mr. Croft had arrived. The man had taken one look at him, frowned, and then wandered over to the sofa in the living room. He'd been sitting there ever since. Harry had offered to help Mrs. Croft in making dinner. She'd smiled at him and told him not to worry. Her exact words had been, "You should spend more time with Lisa, so leave the cooking to me." Since Harry wasn't needed to cook, he ended up spending all of his time with Lisa. Of course, spending time with Lisa meant sitting in the living room and chatting as they watched a Disney movie. "So, you're not going to stay the night?" Lisa asked, pouting at him. Harry smiled. "I think we're a little too old to be having a sleepover." Thinking about it, he and Lisa had been too old for a while now. They'd done it anyway because neither of them wanted their relationship to change, but ever since Harry had recognized that Lisa was a girl, he'd begun to realize how bad an idea sleeping at Lisa's house was. "Ugh," Lisa groaned. "That's what Dad said too. I can't believe you two would actually agree on something." Harry glanced at Lisa's dad, who was eyeing the two of them. There was a satisfied smile on his face. However, when he saw that Harry was staring at him, he frowned and looked away. Lisa stood up. Harry looked at her with a raised eyebrow, but she just smiled and said, "I need to use the loo." As she wandered off, an uncomfortable silence filled the air. Harry glanced at Mr. Croft. He didn't know what to say to the man, and it appeared the man didn't know what to say to him either. Neither of them spoke. "My daughter," Mr. Croft started, causing Harry to look back up. "My daughter has not been the same without you here." Harry blinked. This was the first time Mr. Croft had ever said something to him that wasn't rude. Harry was more than a little shocked. "Sir, do not think this means I'm giving her to you," Mr. Croft continued. "I'm only saying this for the sake of my daughter's happiness. It's become clear to me that you make her happy. Keep making her happy, and you and I will have no problems." Harry didn't know how to respond to this strange turn of events, so he just nodded. Mr. Croft's expression became hard enough to cut diamonds. However, if you ever make my daughter as miserable as you have these past few months, no force in this world will stop me from making you regret being alive. Harry gulped. He wasn't necessarily afraid of Mr. Croft. Indeed, he was quite sure that, even if Mr. Croft tried to harm him, the man wouldn't last 5 seconds against him. Even so, hearing Lisa's father say that made his insides squeamish. Seconds later, Lisa came back in. As she sat down, she took one look at Harry's face, and then frowned. Are you okay? Yeah. Harry coughed into his hand. I'm fine. Lisa frowned for several seconds before shrugging. Moments later, Mrs. Croft came in to tell them that dinner was ready. Harry, Lisa, and Mr. Croft all moved from the living room to the dining room, where they sat down for the feast that Mrs. Croft had prepared for them. It was quite large. There was salmon and crab legs, salad, pasta, and French bread. It looked like Mrs. Croft had gone all out. While dinner wasn't quiet, it wasn't as talkative as it used to be. A strange tension hung in the air. Words were occasionally exchanged, but it was quiet most of the time. Harry felt like this change in the atmosphere was his fault. It was because he'd disappeared on them, destroying his place among them. Now they didn't know how to react. Because he wanted to make up for what he'd done to everyone, when dinner ended, he cleaned the dishes. Mrs. Croft had tried to tell him that he didn't need to. However, while Lisa's mum could be quite stubborn, so could he. In the end, she'd given up and let him do as he pleased. Footsteps echoed to him as someone walked into the kitchen. The lightness of the steps let him know that it was Lisa. He didn't turn around, and she stopped walking. He could feel her gaze on his back. You know, Mum doesn't feel like you need to make things up to us or anything, Lisa said. I know, Harry said. Then why are you washing the dishes like you're trying to patch things up between us? Lisa asked. Harry didn't answer her. She sighed. Harry, I know you feel like you need to make things up to us, but you really don't. We're just glad that you're back. I know, Harry admitted, his voice a whisper. And I know that you and your mum aren't blaming me for what happened. But still, I'm doing this because I wouldn't feel right if I didn't. Even if you tell me that everything is forgiven, I can't forgive myself. Oh, Harry. Lisa's footsteps started again. Harry froze when her body collided with his back. Why are you always like this? You beat yourself up over everything. Whenever something goes wrong, you blame yourself and wallow in guilt. I hate seeing you like this. Harry placed the rest of the dishes in the sink, and then he leaned back, allowing Lisa to embrace him. I'm sorry. Lisa buried her face in his neck. Don't apologize. Sore, I mean, okay. Harry wondered if there was something wrong with him for feeling guilty. He felt bad for giving into Lisa's arms, for letting her comfort him. He was supposed to be a pillar of support. It wasn't supposed to be the other way around. A loud knocking echoed from outside of the kitchen. Harry strained his ears and listened as the door was opened by someone. Hello, Mr. Croft said. You must be Daniel Croft, a voice said. Sirius. I'm Sirius Black, Harry's godfather. I'm here to pick up Harry. I see. Mr. Black. I've heard of you. The news says that you were wrongfully accused of your friend's murder over a decade ago and were only recently acquitted. Congratulations on finally having the truth brought to light. Thank you. I appreciate the sentiment. Is Harry in? He's probably in the kitchen, Mrs. Croft said. I'll go see if he's still there. Footsteps resounded in his ear. They grew closer to the kitchen. Harry was still turned to the sink, so he couldn't see when Mrs. Croft entered, but he knew she had because her footsteps stopped. I guess I'll leave you two alone for a moment, she said after a long pause. Harry, your godfather is here, so make sure you come out soon. Yes, Mrs. Croft. Mrs. left the kitchen. Harry frowned when Lisa pressed her nose to his back. Looks like it's time for me to go, Harry said. Lisa. Don't want you to. I don't want you to go. Harry felt a sullen smile tug at his lips. I know, but I have to. Don't worry. I promise to come back. You promise. I promise. Lisa sniffed and let go of his back. Harry turned around and, before she could step backwards, he grabbed her arm and pulled her into a proper hug. Lisa stiffened, but then she relaxed into his embrace. I'm holding you to that, Lisa said. Of course. Harry let go of Lisa and took a step back. He held out his hand. Would you like to meet my godfather? Lisa stared at his hand for a moment, biting her lip before, with some hesitation, she grabbed onto his hand. Yeah, I would. Then come on. Harry tugged on her hand, making her follow him into the living room. There, Mr. Croft stood with Mrs. Croft and Sirius. His godfather was wearing a grin, which brightened when he entered the room hand in hand with Lisa. Hey there, Harry. I'm guessing this is the friend you told me all about. Harry nodded. Sirius, this is Lisa Croft. Lisa, this is my godfather, Sirius Black. Hello Mr. Black, Lisa said, her voice more demure than Harry had ever heard it. What's with the formality? Sirius asked. Try not to be so serious and just call me Sirius. Sirius, Lisa said in a tone that suggested she wasn't comfortable being so informal with a man she didn't know. You ready to go, Harry? Sirius asked. Harry nodded. Yes. Goodbyes lasted a while longer, in spite of what he had said. Sirius spoke with Mr. and Mrs. Croft for several minutes, giving Harry plenty of time to give his friend a proper goodbye. Lisa had given him another hug and refused to let go. Mrs. Croft had to physically pry the girl off of him. Harry supposed he should have just been glad that Lisa hadn't run off to her room. The last he saw of his friend before leaving was her teary-eyed smile. As they were leaving, Harry looked back at the house. Lisa was standing in the window. When their eyes locked, she grinned and waved. Even from this distance, he could see the tears still falling down her cheeks. I'll visit her again soon, Harry promised himself. So that's your muggle friend, huh? Sirius said, his manner casual as they walked away from the house. She's cute. She is, Harry agreed. I can't believe you're surrounded by so many cute girls. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Sirius ignored him. Let's see, there's Susan, Daphne, and now Lisa. So, which one do you like the most? Is that a serious question? As serious as my name. Meaning not very serious at all. Oi, I'm always serious. If you say so. As Sirius began to rant about how serious he was, Harry masked his sigh of relief with a smile. He'd properly succeeded in changing the subject. Even so, a part of him couldn't help but think about Sirius's question. Romance seemed to be a big part of his life now that he was a little older. Granted, Lisa had always been into romance, and her mum would tease them about how they were such a cute couple for years. Harry used to ignore it. However, ever since the summer before his second year, their comments had been getting to him. He didn't want to become involved in a romantic relationship, but he couldn't stop thinking about the girls in his life. His dreams often involved one or more of them. They were a constant presence now. Daphne and Susan had barely let him out of their sight since he returned to the fold, and he imagined that Lisa would be around near constantly during Christmas break. It was sad, but he wasn't going to be able to avoid thinking about it. Who did he like? That question bothered more than any other. The next day, Harry went with Sirius and Professor Lupin, who asked that he go by Remus when not at school, to buy a motorcycle. Since motorcycles were a mundane creation, it meant they were all dressed in purely non-magical fashion. Harry had elected to wear fashionable black jeans, a white t-shirt, and a name-brand leather jacket. Unlike his clothing, which cost about as much as a well-made replica of fine art, Sirius and Remus had donned regular clothing. While Sirius wore a pair of jeans and a sweater, Remus was in a worn, gray suit. They had gone to a motorcycle shop. It was a tiny place. The main building was only a few dozen meters wide, and the parking lot was only large enough to contain maybe 50 motorcycles. Even so, all the bikes they passed as they were led on a tour looked like custom models. Harry knew little about bikes, they didn't interest him, but even he could tell these were high-quality creations. What exactly are you looking for? The man who was leading them on the tour asked. He was a lanky person. His legs were long and gangly, and his arms were longer than average. They hung down to his knees. I want a Norton, if you have one, Sirius said. If not, then let's go with a Viper. We have several Nortons, the man said. They were shown several Nortons, like the Dominator and the Commando 961 SFMK2. While Sirius spoke with the salesperson, asking all kinds of questions about torque and speed, Harry and Remus stood back and watched. This reminds me of the first time Sirius bought a motorcycle, the Dada professor said, wearing a fond smile. Was he like this before? He was even worse, Remus said. Back then, Sirius was having an argument with his parents, who felt like he wasn't a proper black because he was in Gryffindor. Sirius had bought his first motorcycle as a means of getting back at his parents. He'd then gone and customized it for the next year or so. He added all kinds of magic enchantments. I imagine you helped him with those, Harry said. I did help with some of them, but your mother cast the majority of the enchantments. Remus paused. Lily was the most talented person at charms that I've ever known. I don't know if you know this, but after graduating from Hogwarts, she'd studied under an enchantress for 2 years. I hadn't known that, Harry admitted. It sounded like there was a lot about his parents that he didn't know. Thinking about it logically, he understood that he couldn't know everything, but he was still surprised. His mum and dad had told him so many stories. At the same time, they'd only had 1 year together, and a single year was not enough to learn everything about someone even for one with eidetic memory. Oh, I like this one. Sirius's loud voice snapped Harry's attention back to the present. The motorcycle that Sirius was being shown was a slick motorcycle that looked like a streamlined war horse. Covering much of the vehicle was red plating, which had an organic appearance as opposed to one with hard angles. The end piece was tapered. Meanwhile, the front was also kind of bulbous. The engine was the only part visible, but even that was covered by what appeared to be flaps. Long metal pipes jutted from the engines and shifted into a single exhaust near the back. You like the Viper V10? The salesperson asked. That's definitely a good one, though it's a bit more expensive than most of the other motorcycles here. I don't care about the price, Sirius said. I'm buying this one. The man didn't seem displeased by this. His lips kept twitching as if he was trying to hide a smile. Harry imagined he was thinking about the commission he'd get for selling this bike. The process for buying the motorcycle was easy. After filling out some paperwork, Sirius paid the man in cash. The slack-jawed expression that the salesperson had worn was pretty impressive. Harry was surprised his jaw hadn't dropped to the floor. Sirius had then made Harry get on the back and drove them to Grimmauld Place. Remus had apparated. It was still early in the afternoon, so Harry decided to make some lunch and head to Lisa's house. His idea was to go on a picnic with her. He'd done his best to ignore the dotting noises that Sirius had made as he was leaving. Standing in front of the Crofts' residence after apparating in a nearby alley, Harry knocked several times and waited. In his hands was a basket filled with the food he'd prepared. Kreacher had complained when he saw that Harry was cooking food, but he wasn't about to let a house elf outdo him when it came to cooking for his friend. The one who answered the door wasn't Lisa. Harry shifted when Mr. Croft opened the door. After frowning at him for nearly a full 30 seconds, Mr. Croft sighed, looked back into the house, and said, Lisa. Harry Potter is here. Harry is here. A shout came from inside. Then came the footsteps, followed by Lisa pushing past her dad and leaping at him. Harry. Stumbling backwards after Lisa slammed into him like a pro wrestler, Harry was barely able to keep from falling. He wrapped an arm around her waist as he put his left foot back to stabilize himself. Lisa laughed as she looked up at him. I'm glad you're back. Harry smiled. I came to see if you'd like to go on a picnic with me. A picnic? Yes. Lisa's eyes gained a vibrant sheen as her smile widened. I'd love to. Mr. Croft, who'd been watching them from the doorway, grunted. Be sure not to come home too late. Don't worry, Lisa said as she wrapped her arms around one of Harry's. We'll come back before it gets dark. The nearby park didn't have many people there. Harry didn't find that odd, given the cold weather, though he had expected there to be a few kids at least. Since no one was there, he chose a spot in the sun. He set the basket down, pulled out a blanket, and spread it across the grass. I'm kinda surprised to see you again so soon, Lisa admitted as she sat down. I didn't spend any time with you all summer, Harry said. I figured I should make up for lost time. Lost time, Smiling, Lisa looked off into the distance and nodded several times. Yeah, I guess you do have a lot of lost time to make up for. You should do everything in your power to make it up to me. I know. I plan to make it up to you however I can. Lisa gawked at him. Then her face turned bright red as she shook her hands back and forth in a warding gesture. I was just kidding. I already told you there's nothing to make up for. I forgave you the moment you explained everything to me. Nodding, Harry said, I'm aware of that. However, it doesn't really change the fact that I hurt you. I can't make up for what I did in the past, but I'd like to make things right by being here for you now. As she calmed down, Lisa leaned back on her hands and sighed. You always did take things like this personally. Even when I tell you not to worry about something, you still take it upon yourself to make up for any perceived misbehavior on your part. Shifting uncomfortably, Harry tried to deny Lisa's words. It wasn't like he always took the blame for something upon himself. He only did that when he had made a mistake. One could not consider themselves an adult if they couldn't recognize when they were wrong and do all in their power to atone for their mistakes. Harry changed the conversation to Lisa and her schooling. He took out their lunch as she spoke, setting the sandwiches he made on a plate and handing it to her. Lisa chattered on about how she didn't like her school because everyone had forgotten about him, or how none of her friends talked to her anymore. It seemed she was having a hard time fitting in. I just can't seem to get along with anyone these days, Lisa concluded. It's like, I don't know, I just feel like all the people I spend time with aren't actual friends, like they're just people I know and hang out with because I don't have anyone else to spend time with. Even though he knew that, technically, it wasn't his fault, some part of him still felt responsible. If he hadn't become such a large part of Lisa's life, she wouldn't have had trouble fitting in. Maybe if he'd never befriended her, then. Stop that. Ouch. Harry winced as Lisa pinched his hand. Shaking his hand, he sent her a mild glare. What was that for? Because you were about to start blaming yourself for my school life, Lisa said, crossing her arms. You can't fool me. I know you too well. So it seems, Harry said. Right. So stop being a sourpuss. I'd much rather smile and laugh with you than mope around on what should be a happy moment. You're right. Harry smiled at Lisa. Thank you. Lisa returned his smile with a grin. Anytime. As the picnic continued, Harry became aware of the fast pace of his heart. It was beating faster than usual. While he didn't let Lisa know about the way his heart felt like a drum solo to a Weird Sisters cover band, he couldn't help but feel worried. Why did his heart beat so quickly whenever he was around his friend? St. Mungo's Hospital had several patients already inside when he and Sirius entered. There was a young child sitting on the chair, kicking his legs back and forth as he belched out green bubbles. An older gentleman sat several meters away from the kid, several lumpy, undulating protrusions growing from his body at random. Harry walked up to the front, Sirius trailing behind him. He stopped in front of the register. Hello. I'm Harry Potter, and I'm here for my appointment with Ms. Emily Smith. The woman behind the register, a plump woman with large lips, jerked at his name. She looked up and her eyes widened. Mr. Potter. Emily has been expecting you. If you'll fill out this application form, I will let her know that you are here. Harry took the application form offered, thanked the woman, and filled out his form using the quill that the woman had provided. After handing it back, the woman stood up and left. Harry assumed she was going to let Emily know that he was there. St. Mungo's, it's been a long time since I've been here, Sirius said as he and Harry sat down. You're probably going to be coming here a lot more now, Harry said. While my potions have done a good job healing your body, there might still be some problems they didn't fix. You'll need to be checked up at least monthly. Sirius grimaced. I'm not a big fan of getting checkups. Harry felt his lips twitch. I think you might change your mind once you meet Ms. Smith. As if his words were a magic spell, Ms. Smith walked into the room. She looked just as he remembered. Her long, black hair swayed behind her. She wore a Medowitch overcoat, which swished as she walked. A youthful face with brown eyes, lush lips, and a pink blush on her cheeks reminded Harry that this woman was still only in her 20s. Sirius looked like he'd been struck by Cupid's arrow. His eyes were wide, and there was a large blush staining his cheeks. Before Ms. Smith could even open her mouth, he was before her, smiling in what Harry guessed was supposed to be a suave look. I had no idea the doctors at St. Mungo's seconded as angels. Do you think you could heal me? I'm suffering from heartache, and only you can fix it for me. Ms. Smith took one glance at him, and then walked around him as if he wasn't even there. Sirius's jaw dropped as Ms. Smith stopped in front of Harry and began speaking. Mr. Potter, it's a pleasure to see you again. I read about what happened recently. You have my condolences for your loss. Harry knew that Ms. Smith was being courteous, but he didn't want to talk about the past, not now, not here. Thank you. A lot has happened, but I'm fine now. More importantly, I think something is wrong with my magic. So I've heard. Come on back and we'll give you a checkup. Ms. Smith turned and began walking away. Harry looked at Sirius, who remained frozen in place, and then followed Ms. Smith. Footsteps behind him alerted Harry that Sirius was following. Ms. Smith led them into a medical room and bade Harry to sit down on the hospital bed. As he did, Sirius walked over to a wall and leaned against it, crossing his arms. Ms. Smith took out her wand and began performing basic diagnostic spells. So, what seems to be the problem? My magic has been fluctuating wildly. Some of my spells have been overpowered, out of control. Overpowered in what way? Such as when my glacius spell froze an entire barrel and the ground around it when I was only trying to put out a fire, or when my levitation spell sent an object flying toward the ceiling instead of hovering above the ground. I once used an augmentee, and instead of shooting a small stream of water, it sent a jet stream that nearly broke the trunk of a tree. Ms. Smith hummed as she cast another spell. Harry's body was covered in a light blue aura that caused his skin to prickle. That does sound like a problem. I'm going to catalog your magical index again, to see if there are any changes. That sounds fine. Ms. Smith glanced at Sirius, then back at Harry. Do you want him to stay, or should I kick him out? Oi. Sirius apparently took offense to the dismissive way Ms. Smith talked about him. Sirius can stay, Harry said. Very well. Then let's begin. Harry remained perfectly still as Ms. Smith began creating runes all around him. Having studied up on those runes since the last time he was here, Harry could name all of them, and he knew how they worked in conjunction together. He didn't know if he could perform this spell, though. He hadn't learned anything about rune projection, the magic that she was using to carve runes into the air. Ms. Smith frowned. Have you undergone any recent changes? Furrowing his brow, Harry asked, changes? Like have you had any mental or emotional changes? Ms. Smith clarified. People who undergo changes in their mentality can sometimes experience a change in their magic. So, my magic has changed, Harry said. It seems to have become lighter, for lack of a better term, Ms. Smith said. Thanks to the curse that remains from when the Dark Lord tried to kill you, your magic has always held a kernel of darkness. However, it looks like the darkness has been repressed, for lack of a better term. Lighter. The only thing Harry could think about that might have caused this change was Daphne and Susan, the two who'd become a constant presence in his Hogwarts life. Without them, he would have been swallowed by his own darkness. While his other friends were a big help, those two were the ones who'd spent the most time helping him. A part of him actually felt guilty for relying on them so much. I understand, Harry said, sighing. You're not wrong. I have gone through a few changes. I thought as much, Ms. Smith said. Your magical index hasn't changed. It's the same as it was last time, so I figured that must be it. Sirius walked up to the bed, his face set in a concerned frown. This change isn't going to affect Harry, will it? Don't worry, Ms. Smith assured him. The effects are only temporary. Once his magic has settled down, Harry's spells will go back to normal. That's good, Harry said. I was a little worried about this change. Ms. Smith stood up. Well, you can rest easy. You have nothing to worry about. Harry also stood up. Good to know. Thank you for the checkup. You're welcome. Come on, Sirius, Harry said. We're leaving. Actually, I was thinking maybe I could stay here and ouch. Harry ignored Sirius's pleas as he grabbed the man by the ear and pulled him out. Ow, ow, ow. Call me soon, Doctor. After leaving St. Mungo's, Harry and Sirius apparated back to Grimmauld Place. Sirius spent the next several hours sulking. Harry was glad to know that his magic wasn't being adversely affected. It was a large load off his shoulders. That said, it was only one resolved issue among a series of other, unrelated problems. First and foremost on his mind were his friends, not just Lisa, but his magical friends. Daphne and Susan, in particular, were on his mind. He wanted to gather everyone together and do something fun. Sadly, he wasn't sure what they should do. A simple get-together. Go out and see a movie. His friends might enjoy learning more about the non-magical world. He could even invite Lisa that way. Sirius's new motorcycle was also on his mind. He, Remus, and Sirius had started working on the motorcycle the day after St. Mungo's. Remus did most of the enchantments. Harry had learned that while Remus didn't have his mother's ability at charms, he was skilled enough to cast most of the enchantments that had been on Sirius's original bike. There were 3 basic enchantments that the bike used: a levitation enchantment to help the bike fly, an invisibility enchantment, and a refueling enchantment. The refueling enchantment was the one that Harry was most interested in. It was a spell based on a theory known as the theory of transfiguration particle relativity. By taking in the various carbon particles floating in the air, the enchantment will transfigure it into fuel, ensuring that the motorcycle would never run out of power. Such an efficient method of fueling was genius. Not only would it mean the motorcycle never had to be refueled, it also helped clear up the atmosphere. Harry didn't know any enchantments. He spent most of the time watching, though he did ask Remus many questions on the enchantments he added. While Sirius knew nothing about enchanting, he was an able mechanic. Even now, he'd taken off the chrome chassis and was working on the engine. His clothing, an old shirt and ripped jeans, were covered in grease as he took the engine apart. Harry knew enough about mechanics to know he was upgrading the parts. Sirius had gone out the previous day and bought a bunch of new motorcycle parts. Harry didn't know what they were, or what they did, but they appeared to be mostly engine parts and exhausts. What are those new parts supposed to do? Harry asked as Sirius finished screwing in one of the new pieces. His voice echoed across the room. They were in the hangar, as Sirius called it. The large space could have easily fit a single-person airplane. Concrete walls, floor, and ceiling surrounded them, and the only way out was through a door on the northeastern corner of the room. Wiping his head, which consequently caused it to become covered in grease, Sirius said, "These new parts will add power to the engine, allowing me to reach top speeds faster. And the metal cylinder things. Mufflers to give the engines a nice purr." "I see." Sirius finished up his work. Then he went to take a shower while Harry traveled up to his room. He sat down at his desk, smiling when a plate of white chocolate chip cookies appeared, and pulled out some paper and a calligraphy pen. He started writing a letter to his friends. He wanted to invite them all to his house, including Lisa. Harry didn't want to leave her out of anything. As he finished writing his letters, Hedwig's presence touched his mind. He stood up, went over to the window, and opened it just as Hedwig flew inside. She landed on the desk. Harry summoned some owl treats and walked up to her. "Hey, girl, did you have a good hunt?" "Hoot. That's good. Try not to eat too many mice, though. It'll spoil your appetite." "Hoot. Well, I guess it's true that you mostly eat mice anyway, but you don't know where those mice have been." "Hoot. Hoot." Harry sighed. "Fine, but don't blame me if you get sick. Ouch." Wincing, Harry healed his now bleeding hand. Meanwhile, Hedwig puffed up her feathers and glared at him. All right. I think that's enough joking around." Harry grabbed his now rolled up letters and placed them in a pouch. "Think you can deliver these for me?" "Hoot." Hedwig gave him a look that all but said, "Who the hell do you think I am?" "Right. Here you go." Harry placed the pouch around Hedwig, who shifted a bit before hooting. With a flap of her wings, the white owl took off, disappearing out the window. He watched until she was gone. Then he grabbed his plate of half-finished food and left the room. He was going to spend some more time with his godfather. Harry paced back and forth across the living room, which was a massive space filled with cozy furniture. He walked the entire length of the brand new leather sofa. Then he about-faced and walked back the other way. Sitting on the sofa, Sirius stared at him with an expression that Harry had seen on a certain Cheshire cat that starred in a certain Disney cartoon. You really should stop pacing like that, Sirius said. You're going to wear out the carpet, which is brand new by the way. I can't help it. Harry reached the end of the sofa, turned around, and walked back to the other end. This is the first time Lisa's going to meet all my friends, and it's the first time my Hogwarts friends are going to meet a mundane person. Mundane. What if they don't get along? Harry continued, ignoring Sirius's questioning gaze. They come from two different worlds, so there's no telling what could happen. Also, Lisa is the only one who can't use magic. What if that makes her uncomfortable? Wow. Sirius whistled. You really are a worrywart, aren't you? Harry opened his mouth to reply, but the doorbell chose that moment to ring. While Sirius slowly lumbered to his feet, Harry rushed out of the room, into the hallway, and toward the door. After fumbling with the lock, he threw the door wide open. Harry! Lisa shouted as she leapt on him. Harry caught his friend in a hug, twirling her around and laughing. Seeing her smiling face made him relieved. Perhaps there was something pacifying about her presence, but whatever the case, he felt like a weight was being lifted off his chest. Mr. and Mrs. Croft stood in the doorway. Harry greeted them courteously, but most of his attention was on Lisa. He let Sirius do most of the talking to the adults. Be sure to have fun, Lisa, Mrs. Croft said. I will. Lisa beamed. Mr. Croft grunted as he and Mrs. Croft left. The door shut. Seconds later, Harry heard the engine of a car starting. Smiling at his friend, Harry said, Come on, Lisa. I'll give you a tour of the house. Lisa smiled back. Okay. You kids going on a tour of the house? Sirius asked. That's right, Harry said. Sirius clapped his hands together. All right then. Let me join you. I know a bit more about this house than you do, Harry. Fine, Harry mumbled after thinking about it for a moment. It wasn't like he really needed to be the only one showing her around, though the thought of not getting to be alone with Lisa did rankle on his nerves for some reason. As they were heading up the stairs, the portrait of Walburga followed them. Portraits could not detect magic, so Harry didn't think it knew that Lisa was not magical, and he had no intention of letting it know that either. The portrait might listen to him. However, if he suddenly became friendly with someone from the mundane world, that alliance would end. With Sirius taking the lead, they showed Lisa around Grimmauld Place. Lisa reminded him of a child during the tour. Her big eyes were wide as she looked at the massive rooms, which were larger than they should have been, and the magical portraits that moved and spoke as they walked past them. Those portraits were given more than just a little attention. The moment one of them opened its mouth, Lisa bombarded him with thousands of questions regarding how a portrait could talk. By the time they had finished the tour, Lisa was slumped on the couch, reeling from shock. I never knew our worlds could be so different, she said. I mean, I knew you had magic, but I don't think I was prepared to see how much that changed things. You really do live in a different world than me. Yeah, Harry said softly. He was sitting next to Lisa. But you know, even if we live in different worlds, you're still my best friend. Best friend? Lisa frowned. Harry nodded. Yeah, you and I have always been best friends. Lisa smiled, but it seemed somewhat brittle. Yeah, I suppose we have. The doorbell rang again. Harry stood up, and Lisa followed suit. He walked into the hallway with his friend. Sirius was already opening the door. Oh, hey there, you three. I know you, but I don't know who you two are. Harry walked up to the door, looked past Sirius, and felt a moment of shock. Blaise, Daphne, and Tracy were standing in the doorway. Daphne was the first to notice him. Her lips curved into a smile. Harry, it looks like you're doing well, she said before her eyes landed on Lisa. Yeah, it's good to see you too. Harry couldn't explain it, but for some reason, he felt nervous. His stomach was twisting into knots, and he thought he could feel an unusual heat on his back. Harry, Lisa said as she walked up behind him. Who are these two? You mean three, right? Harry asked. Lisa looked at Daphne, and then Trace. Finally, her eyes landed on Blaise. She looked back at Harry. Right. Three. These three. Why don't you introduce me? Okay. Harry coughed several times. Blaze, Tracy, Daff. Daff. Lisa raised an eyebrow. Harry barely withheld a squeak. This is my friend Lisa. Lisa. These are 3 of my friends from Hogwarts. That's Blaze, Tracy, and Daphne. Yo. Tracy gave Lisa a grin and a lazy salute. Blaze didn't say anything, but he did nod in acknowledgement. Daphne, on the other hand. You're Lisa Croft, right? She asked. Lisa stiffened under the owned girl's gaze. That's right. Daphne smiled and grabbed Lisa's arm. I'd like to talk to you, in private. Lisa gulped. Harry had no idea what Daphne said to Lisa. However, when the two came into the living room, Lisa had taken one look at him, blushed from her head to her toes, looked at Daphne, and then looked away just as quickly. Daphne was smiling. Harry wasn't sure he liked that smile. So, where is Astoria? Harry asked. She's with Luna Lovegood, Daphne said as she sat next to him on the sofa. Lisa hesitated for a moment before sitting on the chair. Harry frowned. I think she's still a little uncomfortable around you. I guess so. Harry sighed. Don't feel too bad. Daphne placed her hand on his. Lisa squeaked. Astoria just isn't sure how to deal with you anymore. You were one of her heroes, you know. So when after what happened this year, you kind of shattered her illusions of you. Harry grimaced. I guess I can't blame her for that. Hey, Tracy said to Lisa, poking the girl in the side. You all right? Your face looks like a pig my puff. I doubt she knows what a pig my puff is, Blaze said. Unlike the others, who were lounging around on the chairs and couch, he was standing by the window. Tracy rubbed the back of her head. That's right. I forgot. Idiot, Daphne said with a sigh as she pressed a hand to her forehead. More people soon arrived. Neville came with the Dowager Longbottom. While the Longbottom matriarch engaged in conversation with Sirius, Neville joined Harry and the others. Hey, everyone, he greeted in a cheery voice. What's up, Nev? Tracy said with a grin as everyone else greeted him. Introductions were made between Lisa and Neville, and then Lisa Turpin and Terry Boot when they showed up about 10 minutes later. Lisa Croft was shocked to find out that Harry knew another Lisa. Even so, she was pretty excited to meet someone else who had the same name as her. Soon after the 2 Ravenclaws arrived, Susan and Hannah showed up while the Dowager Longbottom left, and then the group left Grimmauld Place and headed to the movies. It was the first time for all of Harry's magical friends. They had never even heard of a movie theater, much less been to one. The expressions on their faces as he and Lisa led them into the theater, with its red carpet, massive size, and gigantic screens showing trailers for the latest movies that were out, was impressive. Harry was reminded of a sarlacc pit as he looked at their slack-jawed mouths. What the bloody hell is this place? Tracy squawked. Neither Daphne nor Susan were able to correct, such was their surprise. I never imagined the Muggles could build something so large, Lisa Turpin said in awe. Muggles? Harry frowned. And what about those people hidden inside of those boxes? Terry asked. What kind of magic is that? Lisa Croft leaned over to Harry and whispered, do they really think those TVs are magic? It might as well be to them, Harry whispered back. What are you two whispering about? Asked Susan. Nothing, Harry and Lisa said at the same time. I bet they're making fun of us for not knowing about movie theaters, Daphne said, eyeing them with a dry look. Lisa and Harry looked away from her. While his non-magical friend pretended to whisper innocently, he decided to engage the shocked Neville and Blaze in conversation. The movie they were going to see that day was Jurassic Park. It was a new movie that had been produced by Steven Spielberg, a famous movie director from the colonies who'd created a number of movies and cartoons. Of course, only he and Lisa knew that. His magical friends didn't know squat, and the looks they had given him as Sirius went up to the booth and bought tickets made him feel stupid. You'll understand when you see it, he told them. Once Sirius had the tickets, Harry directed everyone toward the concession stand. Since none of them knew the first thing about concessions, he bought everyone popcorn, drinks, and a few different types of candy. Tracy, being who she was, ate a good portion of her popcorn before they even reached the theater. Don't eat too much of that, Lisa warned. If you eat too much popcorn, you're going to get fat. What? Tracy's aghast expression as she warily eyed the popcorn was hilarious. Everyone laughed at her, which caused the girl's face to turn bright red. Everyone sat down. Lisa Croft frowned when Susan and Daphne chose the two seats on either side of Harry. It looked like she wanted to say something. Her mouth even opened and closed a few times, but then she looked around at everyone else, and she slowly sank into a chair between Neville and Daphne. I'll spend some extra time with her later, Harry promised himself. The movie eventually started playing, and all of Harry's friends became enraptured. Their gawking faces were impressive. Harry didn't think he'd ever seen anyone whose eyes could get so wide, never mind the fact that all 8 of his magical friends had the same expression. He wondered if it was the dinosaurs that made them gape like that, or if it was the non-magical technology. It's probably a mixture of both. Once the movie was over, everyone hopped over to the train station that would take them back to Grimmauld Place. Since the train consisted of numerous long benches, Harry and the others were seated across the benches. Susan had ceded her seat to Lisa. Now Lisa and Daphne were sitting next to him, and maybe it was his imagination, but his mundane friend seemed to be more clingy than normal. Girls are so weird. I just don't understand what those things were, Tracy confessed. What's a dinosaur? Are they magical? They looked like demented dragons. Dinosaurs are creatures that existed somewhere between 231 and 243 million years ago, Harry told her. They're a form of giant reptile. The word dinosaur literally translates into terrible lizard. I actually have a theory that dinosaurs are the pre-evolved form of dragons. You're using a lot of big words, Tracy complained, holding her head as though she had the world's largest headache. On the other hand, Lisa Turpin had sparkles in her eyes. So you think dragons were originally dinosaurs? Do you have any evidence to support your hypothesis? While he and Lisa Turpin talked about how dragons were clearly an evolved form of dinosaur, Lisa Croft pouted. He should be paying more attention to me. I was his friend first. Susan smiled at the girl. Don't be too jealous. This usually happens once Lisa and Harry start talking about history. Harry always has been a history nut, Lisa sighed. Besides, you can't afford to be jealous, Daphne added. Remember what we talked about before. While Lisa blushed, Harry frowned. What did you two talk about? Nothing, Daphne and Lisa said at the same time. His frown deepened. It deepened even more when Sirius started snickering at him from afar. Upon arriving at Grimmauld Place, the group was given a feast prepared by Creature. Everyone spent that time eating and talking. When they were finished with their meal, they took their conversation to the living room and played games. Lisa Croft was given her first taste of exploding snaps. I think I hate this game, she muttered after the cards exploded in her face for the 12th time. Susan offered her a conciliatory smile. It's fun once you get the hang of it. Are you being patronizing? Not at all. Harry leaned back against the sofa as Lisa bantered with Susan. Sitting next to him on the floor, Daphne twirled a strand of owned hair between her fingers. You look like you're thinking about something, she said, clearly offering him an ear. I was just wondering if your father is okay with all this, he said. I mean, I doubt he'd let you come with us if he wasn't, but I won't deny that seeing him let you go so easily has me worried. I can't help but wonder if he's planning something. Father is always planning something, Daphne informed him. However, for the moment, I have you and Blaze's mum to thank. Celestina. Daphne nodded. Thanks to her blackmailing father with something, he's been a lot more lenient with me and Story. Of course, you loosened the noose first. I'll always be grateful for that. Harry had not been informed about Celestina blackmailing Nathaniel Greengrass, but when he considered how out of touch he'd been, it made sense that he wouldn't know about this. So much had happened this summer. There was a lot that went on which he was unaware of. Thinking about how unhelpful he'd been bothered him. Well, he started, I'm just glad your dad is letting you and Astoria have more freedom. Me too, Daphne said. Harry's friends stayed for nearly an hour longer before, in groups of 2s and 3s, they left. Lisa Turpin was the first to leave. Her sister had come with their parents, and she tried to convince Harry to give her a tour. Lisa had dragged the older girl out of the house, apologizing as the older of the two complained like a child who'd been told she couldn't have any more chocolate. Then Terry's parents came and picked up, followed by Celestina coming to pick up Blaze, Tracy, and Daphne. Susan and Hannah left next, and then Neville was picked up by his gran. Soon, the only person remaining was Lisa. So, those are your friends, huh? Lisa asked. She and Harry were on the couch. Lisa was laying down and using his lap as a pillow. Harry was glad that he wasn't experiencing any male issues right then. That would have been embarrassing. Yeah, they seem like nice people. They are. And they're all able to use magic. Yeah, I'm so jealous. I wish I could use magic. Harry placed a hand on his friend's head. I wouldn't worry about that. Even if you can't use magic, nothing's going to change the way I feel about you. I'm not so sure that's a good thing. What do you mean by that? Nothing, Lisa mumbled, sighing as his fingers scratched her scalp. That feels good. Keep doing it. Yes, ma'am. For the rest of Lisa's time there, Harry gently ran his hands through her hair. He ignored the feeling of Sirius's grinning eyes on him. I'm never going to hear the end of this, am I? Harry Potter woke up in the middle of the night. Opening his eyes, he stared at the ceiling, wondering what the heck had woken him. It wasn't until his bladder told him he needed to use the restroom that he realized why he'd woken up. Clambering out of bed, Harry exited his room and wandered down the hall. After taking care of business in the bathroom, he was about to wander back to his bedroom. Several voices stopped him. I apologize for asking to meet you so late, said the voice of Madam Bones. Don't worry about it. I was already up anyway, Sirius answered. Sounds like I'm not the only one who has trouble sleeping. Harry turned back around and crept down the stairs. He wandered into the hallway as the sound of a door closing echoed through the interior. That had been the kitchen door, which he silently crept up to. The door was closed, but he could still hear the conversation taking place on the other side. So, Sirius began, can I ask what this is about? I don't know how else to tell you this, so I'm going to just come right out and say it, Madam Bones said. Peter Pettigrew is dead. One of our Aurors found him early this morning hanging in his cell. Harry froze before the door, his mind blanking as he tried to comprehend what Madam Bones had said, but he couldn't wrap his mind around it. Pettigrew was dead. How did this happen? What, or who, could have killed him? Needing to know more, Harry opened the door and walked in. Sirius and Madam Bones jerked their heads toward him. Their eyes widened. Harry, Sirius said as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. What are you doing awake? Couldn't sleep, Harry said as he sat down at the table. Please continue. I'd like to know more about Pettigrew's death as well. Madam Bones looked at Sirius, who gave her a, what are you looking at me for? Shrug. She sighed, and then, beginning again, she said, we're not exactly sure what happened. No one even realized that Pettigrew was dead until early this morning during a shift change. Let me guess. Harry started, it was made to look like a suicide. Madam Bones gave him a mirthless smile. If only things were that simple. When we found him, Pettigrew's body was mangled. His limbs were twisted like pretzels, and there was a look of horror on his face, as if the last thing he saw was so terrifying it became permanently etched onto his face. It sounded like someone had tortured him before killing him and then hanging him. What Harry didn't get was the purpose. Why would someone go to so much trouble to kill a person like this? Were they trying to make an example of him? Who were they making this example to? Was this punishment? Who could have punished him? I wonder if one of the Death Eaters somehow killed him to keep him from being interrogated. The theory was entirely possible. Pettigrew must have known who all the Death Eaters were, so he would have been able to identify them, which was another reason Harry had wanted to capture him alive. With Pettigrew's knowledge, they would have had enough evidence to sentence the Death Eaters who got out of a trial by claiming they were under the Imperious Curse. What about your Aurors? Asked Harry. Did they not notice anything unusual? Madam Bones shook her head. That's the problem. No one noticed anything unusual. Harry didn't get understand. For Pettigrew to have been killed in such a gruesome manner, he must have undergone intense pain. He should have been screaming his head off. Yet no one had even heard him. No one had known anything unusual was happening. That was just weird. Did you check your ores to see if their memories had been tampered with? We have. Madame Bones sighed and leaned back in her chair. Adjusting her monocle, she continued, however, none of my ores have had their memories tampered with or erased. Croker of the Unspeakables has already verified this for me. Tampering with a person's memories was generally a sloppy affair. To mess with someone's memories, they had to obliviate them and then replace what was lost with false memories. What's more, the false memories had to seamlessly merge with the real memories. Otherwise, you ran the risk of having the person whose memories you replaced realize that something was wrong. Also, because of how fragile the mind was, erasing and replacing memories was a delicate procedure. Few people could do it right. In fact, the act of tampering with someone's memories without giving them lasting brain damage was next to impossible. Erasing. Sure. That was easy. Tampering. No. Harry didn't even think Headmaster Dumbledore could seamlessly replace a person's memories with false ones. So, you think someone assassinated Pettigrew? Sirius asked. Madame Bones nodded. That is what we believe. However, you have no information on who could have done it. That about sums it up. Well, damn. Harry stewed and thought about how Pettigrew could have been killed. Whoever killed him must have been a skilled assassin. Perhaps this person was an animagus. If someone had an animagus form that was small enough, they could have slipped in without anyone noticing, created a barrier to keep noise and distort one's sight, and then assassinate Pettigrew in as tough a manner possible before slipping back out. Are there any wizarding assassins? Harry asked. I haven't looked into this because it didn't seem relevant to me, but if there are people who kill others for money in the wizarding world, one of the Death Eaters might have hired them to kill Pettigrew. Madame Bones frowned. There are hit wizards, but all of them work for the Ministry. That means very little, Harry said. A good portion of the Ministry is controlled by people like Lucius. Besides, not everyone is altruistic. Slip the right amount of money into a person's pocket, and most of them wouldn't think twice about doing something illegal. I guess that's true. Leaning back in her head, Madame Bones looked at the ceiling and blew out a deep breath. However, I would like to place my faith in the people working in the Ministry. The hit wizards especially. They might be under a different branch than the Aurors, but they are still members of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Harry knew nothing of hit wizards, so he couldn't say anything about them. However, what if they're not hit wizards working for the Ministry? He asked. There's nothing that says an assassin has to work for the Ministry. I'm betting there's probably a group or individual somewhere who accepts assassination contracts from the darker families. I know of a few people who killed others for dark families, Sirius said. I don't know any names, but my parents would often have people over. Money would exchange hands, and then a few days later, someone who my parents disliked, or someone who had opposed them, would wind up dead. I don't deny that there are people who kill for money, Madame Bones said. However, assassins in the magic world keep their names strictly confidential. I'll have to ask Alastor about it, but my understanding is that not even the families who hire them know the true identities of the people they hire. Madame Bones stood up, adjusted her monocle, and looked down at them. In either event, I came here tonight to inform you of what's happened, since you are involved in all of this. An investigation is underway, but I don't know how much we'll find out. We'll be sure to inform you of whatever we do find, however. I would appreciate that, Sirius said. Thank you, Harry added. Madame Bones nodded at them both as he and Sirius stood up. They walked her to the door, which she left from since the fireplace still wasn't connected to the flow network. She bade them both a good night, and then walked off the lawn and disapparated once she'd gone past the wards. Harry glanced at Sirius, who stood still and was staring at the place that Madame Bones had left, a strange grimace etched onto his face. Are you all right? He asked. Yeah, Sirius said. I'm just not sure how to feel. Pettigrew had, at one point, been Sirius's friend. Regardless of what the rat had done, in spite of the bad blood that now existed between them, and despite Pettigrew's betrayal, it did not change the fact that, at some point in time, they had been friends. Harry could not claim to know what was going through his godfather's mind. How could he? It wasn't like Harry had ever been betrayed before. Even so, He imagined his godfather must have been hurting. Say, Sirius, Harry began. Sirius turned him, and Harry, still looking at his godfather out of the corner of his eyes, smiled. Have you ever heard of Nintendo? Go, go, go. Hop on the turtle. Hop on the turtle. It's not a turtle, Sirius. It's a Koopa. Whatever. Just hop on it. In an effort to cheer up Sirius, Harry had gone out and bought a Nintendo NES and a TV. He'd then asked Creature to create an area within the wards that negated magic. Since magic adversely affected machines, he needed an area where there was no magic. Wards were a complicated field of magic that required nearly a decade of study to master. They were a combination of runes and permanent enchantments. Harry, having never studied wards in depth yet due to not having enough time, couldn't even begin to figure out the wards surrounding Grimmauld Place, which were ancient and complex. Fortunately, he didn't have to. One of the benefits to having a house elf was that they were given access to the wards. This was done for multiple reasons. For one, a house elf could not betray their master, loyalty was assured. For another, house elves actually had more raw power than most humans, not to mention an instinctive intimacy with the intricacies of magic that few humans possessed. Where a skilled human could manipulate a ward in minutes, a house elf would only take seconds. Now, he and Sirius were playing Mario Brothers. It was a new game that had just come out this year. Harry really did have to thank Ragnarok's people for updating him with knowledge about this gaming system. He was sure this company, Nintendo, would eventually become a major player in the industry of video games. Jump. Jump. I am jumping. Shut up and let me play. On the screen, a tiny pixelated man in red ran along, leaping over small red Goombas and hopping on the shells of Koopas, all of it done in search of a princess, who was in another castle. What the hell is this? Sirius shouted as a small creature with a mushroom head hopped up and down. We went through all that trouble to rescue the princess, only to discover that she wasn't even there. I call foul play. You mean I went through all that trouble, Harry corrected. You have not done anything yet. However, it's your turn now. That was the deal, right? Either one death or one level complete before we switch places. All right. It's my time to shine. Sirius cheered. Give me that thingamajig. It's time to show you what I'm made of. It was during this time, as Sirius began playing, that the doorbell rang. Since his godfather was preoccupied, Harry stood and wandered toward the door. Professor Lupin was on the other side. Harry blinked. Harry, the professor greeted with a tired smile. Where's Sirius? In the living room, Harry answered seconds before a shout of, "What the hell are you doing?" came to them from the living room. I see, Professor Lupin said. Harry chuckled. It's good to see you, Moony. Why don't you head into the living room? Sirius is currently discovering the joy of video games. I'm sure he'd be thrilled to have you join him on this most auspicious moment. Professor Lupin snorted to hide his laughter. I'm sure. Harry watched as the Dada professor wandered into the living room. He listened as Sirius bellowed out a greeting so loud that his voice reverberated off the walls. Why do you allow such filth into our home, my lord? Walburga asked, her tone resentful. Harry glanced at her. You served under the Dark Lord decades ago, yes. I did. Did you know that the Dark Lord had allied himself with werewolves, vampires, and dementors? Harry asked. He spread his arms as Walburga recoiled. The world is not so black and white as you might believe. Our world is one of shades. The Dark Lord knew this, and he used that knowledge to pull wool over the eyes of Britain's noble houses. And you seek to do that same? Walburga asked, frowning. Harry shook his head. Rather than pull wool over your eyes, I would see it undone. My goal is not to spread disinformation, but to inform those who are lacking in knowledge the truth about this world, so they can make their own decisions. Harry smiled, saying that, I would prefer it if that decision was to follow me, but one cannot always have what they desire. The portrait frowned, which caused Harry to stifle his chuckle. As master of the house and one who spoke Parseltongue, she gave him preferential treatment. This had allowed him to practice his speeches on her. After all, if he could convince one such as Walburga to join his cause, then convincing the other dark houses shouldn't prove too difficult. Harry woke up early the next day and went for a 15-kilometer run. He wanted to get a feel for the area, since he was going to be living here for the foreseeable future. The area surrounding Grimald Place was completely different from Privet Drive. Far more industrialized than what he was used to. There were tall buildings all around him. Not skyscrapers, but certainly larger than anything found near his old home outside of the library. The ancient house of the Blacks was on Eversholt Street and Phoenix Road. There weren't many people outside. At the same time, there were far more people than Harry was used to seeing first thing in the morning. An older couple was walking a dog on the other side of the street. Several young people strolled past him, college students, and paused to look at him as he passed. One of the girls in the group whistled, and Harry felt his lips turning into a frown. It took a while, but Harry soon discovered a park. Oakley Square Gardens was a small copse of trees next to a triangular-shaped section of buildings. Harry stopped there and used this place to do his push-ups and other exercises. By the time he returned home, sweat dripped down his skin, soaking his shirt all the way through and making it cling to him. After grabbing the morning newspaper, he entered Grimald Place on silent feet. The portrait of Walburga was sleeping, and so Harry crept past it, wandered into the shower, and cleaned off before getting dressed. Harry's normal routine when he was home was to make breakfast for the Dursleys. Then he would sit down and have some coffee while reading the newspaper and checking his stocks. Since Creature didn't like it when he cooked, Harry didn't make breakfast. He set the morning newspaper on the table, right next to a letter from Gringotts, which informed him of how his stocks were doing. Setting aside his stocks for the moment, he picked up the newspaper. It was a mundane newspaper. There wasn't much going on in the mundane world, though it seemed several people had gone missing in London, a couple of older people and a young woman from college. They'd gone missing 16 miles from the hotel that he'd been staying at during the summer break. Deciding that there was nothing interesting in the news, he picked up the Gringotts letter and read on how his stocks were doing. It looks like Microsoft's value is higher than Apple right now. Feeling the deep frown on his face, Harry tried to determine what the best course of action would be. He could sell his Microsoft stocks now and buy Apple stocks while they were low. However, it looked like Microsoft would still rise a bit more. He wanted to sell and buy when these two companies were at their highest and lowest respectively. The door to the kitchen opened and Sirius stumbled in. His eyes were still half closed, and he was yawning as he scratched his stomach. Morning, he yawned as he slumped onto his chair. A plate filled with a traditional English breakfast appeared before him. Good morning, Sirius, Harry said absently as he flipped to the next page. I'm so glad Ragnarok has switched from parchment to paper. What's that? Sirius asked as he stuffed his face with poached eggs. My stocks, Harry replied. Stocks. The stock market. I have no clue what that is. I'm not surprised. I feel like I've just been insulted. And I should care because. Sirius pouted as Harry flipped another page. He blinked at the contents. It looked like Ragnarok had found a seller for the basilisk skin. The offer being made was 5,000 galleons per square meter. It was a lot of money. The amount of skin taken from the basilisk, including the shed skin, was about 256.5 square meters. That's 1,282,500 galleons. That was a lot of money, and it was only what he would make from the skin. What am I going to do with all this? Harry sighed. It looked like he was going to have to speak with a few people. Flipping to the next page, Harry found the title deed to a small shop located within Diagon Alley. The shop, which was being named CH Potions, was not yet open for business. However, it looked like the shop owner was someone that he knew quite well. So, Cassidy managed to get a license and is opening the shop. I'll go see her soon. But first, he needed to do some Christmas shopping. CH Potions had been given a prime location. It was 2 buildings away from Ollivander's, making it more visible to the public than the other potion shops. The glass windows were currently covered with a curtain, and there was a sign hanging from the wooden door that said, "Not yet open for business." Harry walked up to the door, knocked once, and then waited to see if someone would answer. There was a pause. Then there was some thumping. Harry heard someone thumping against the door. Who is it? A voice called from the other side. Cassidy. Harry said. It's Harry. Harry. The door swung wide open. A woman stood in the doorway. Cassidy Fergens looked the same as last year. She wore her brown hair in braids, and there were a few strands framing her face. Light brown eyes were widened in surprise. She must not have been expecting him. She's shorter than me. He must have grown without realizing it. The last time they met, she'd been taller than him, but now he was a few centimeters taller than her. You're here. Cassidy looked shocked, as though someone had beeper punched her in the face. Yeah, Harry said. I got a letter from Gringotts. They said they found you a place to open shop. Thought I'd check in. Gringotts normally wouldn't send someone a letter about another person's business. However, Cassidy had gotten her loan through him. The contract that she had signed was one that he'd written up and signed in blood, essentially making them magically contracted business partners. I thought you had forgotten about me, Cassidy admitted. I'm sorry. Harry ran a hand through his hair. A lot has happened. I know, Cassidy said. I read the news. Harry smiled. There's a lot more that happened that the Daily Prophet didn't cover. However, most of it isn't important. I came because I wanted to see how you were doing, and also. Reaching into a pouch at his side, Harry pulled out a spiral-bound notebook, which he held out to Cassidy. She took it. There was a curious frown on her face. What is this? She asked. These are all my notes on the potions of modified to be stronger and more effective. Harry watched as she flipped through his notes. If you want, you and I can schedule some time to go over a few of these. Cassidy's stunned expression reminded him of someone who'd been shocked with a taser. Yeah, I'd like that. Are you sure you have time? She asked, coming out of her stupor at least enough to speak. I can make time, Harry said. This is important. It's not every day you become the shop owner to a potion store. Thank you, Cassidy said. An awkward silence befell them. Harry and Cassidy stood there, neither of them saying a thing. Should he say something more to break the ice? Hadn't they already talked, though? The ice should have been broken. This is really awkward. Well, Harry coughed into his hand and tried to hide his blush. I'll let you get back to it. Good luck with the shop, and let me know if you need any help. Thank you, Harry, Cassidy said with a smile. Harry smiled back and left. That had to have been one of the most awkward meetings in his life. Christmas was coming up, and Harry was wondering what he was going to do for it. Certainly, he'd be spending time with Sirius. However, what should he do beyond that? He wanted to do something for his friends, with his friends, but he didn't know what that something was. A party. A small gathering. Would he go to someone else's gathering? After what happened this summer, would I even be invited? Harry knew he shouldn't be dwelling on this. He knew it wasn't healthy. On a theoretical level, he understood that what he was doing, wallowing in self-derision over something that everyone else had already forgiven, was not good for him. And yet he couldn't help it. Having eidetic memory meant that he could never forget anything that happened, no matter how much he might want to. His parents' death, the way he treated the Dursleys when he was younger, Hermione's death, and how he'd treated everyone after that, all the things he wished he could forget would remain with him for the rest of his life. It made forgiving himself difficult. Sitting at the table in the kitchen, scribbling notes on a notebook, Harry wondered how long it would be before these moments of intense guilt would fully leave him. A while, was his guess. Still, he had hope, and he was getting better. He guessed it would just take him longer than most people. The doorbell rang. I'll get it. Sirius called. Loud thumping reverberated from the hallway. Harry's ears twitched as the door opened and a surprised voice squawked. See Celestina. Harry blinked. Standing up, he walked out of the kitchen and into the hallway just as Celestina was greeting Sirius. Sirius, you look as rakish as ever, Celestina said. I do look rather debonair, don't I? I think shabby might be a bit more accurate. How harsh. Celestina, Harry greeted as he walked into the room. Celestina looked at him. Harry almost shuddered at the bright smile on her face. Harry, she said with a warm smile that sent chills down his spine. I'm guessing you're not here to see me, Sirius said. You're just a bonus. I'm actually here to speak with Harry. From what little he knew of Sirius, Harry understood that his godfather was moments away from trying to hit on the woman. Wanting to head that off, Harry said, Would you like to come into the sitting room, where we can speak in private? Private? Sirius asked. Are you saying you don't want me there? I think that would be for the best, Celestina admitted with all the primness of a sophisticated noble. It wouldn't be a good idea to have any dogs sniffing around. You know how they are. Willing to hump anything with 2 legs and a bosom, Harry agreed. Oh, very funny, you two, Sirius said. You're both so hilarious. The sitting room was one of the new rooms that had come about when Sirius did all of his redecorating. It was a spacious room with soft carpet that sank underneath Harry's feet. The walls were a light cream, but they were tastefully decorated with silver and gold patterns. Bookshelves lined the walls. Most of the tomes that sat on those shelves were the less sensitive books. All of the ones filled with dark magic were in a hidden room that only Harry could access. As they sat at an intricate glass table, 2 glasses appeared before them. One of them, a large glass mug, was filled with butterbeer. The other was empty. Do you have a preference for your drink? Harry asked. Do you have wine? Celestina wore a smile as Harry blinked. You mean the non-magical drink? Yes. White or red? White, please. The moment she asked for white wine, her glass became filled with liquid. Celestina picked up the glass. She lightly swirled the wine, smiled, and then took a sip. This is good wine. I'm glad to hear that, Harry said. This was the same wine that Celine had made him drink when they'd gone out to eat. Since he didn't know much about wine, he had thought it would be a safe bet. I suppose not, Celestina admitted with a wry smile. How have you been? I did not get many chances to speak with you the other day. She was obviously referring to when they had arrived on platform 9 3/4. He inferred from her words that she'd been hoping to speak with him. Sirius's presence must have derailed her plan, whatever it was, and now she was coming to coerce him into something. I have been well, Harry replied. Things were hard for a while, but everything has improved since this summer. Yes, this summer. For the first time since they had met, Harry thought he saw remorse in the woman's eyes. It only lasted for a second. Harry blinked and it was gone, making him wonder if it had been a trick of the light. Harry, I am sorry about what happened. Blaise told me about Hermione. It must have been very hard for you. Harry swallowed the lump that threatened to stilt his speech. He knew platitudes would come eventually, if for no other reason than because people loved to feign sympathy. However, he'd not expected Celestina to show any form of remorse. She'd never seemed like that type to him. My son was deeply injured by Hermione's passing, Celestina continued. It was hard on him, and he had his friends. As I understand it, you had no one to rely on during your time of need. Shifting in his seat, Harry forced the words out. It was trying, I'll admit. However, thanks to Blaise and the others, I was able to move past my grief once I arrived at Hogwarts. It was not entirely true. He might have moved past his grief, but the guilt he felt from his actions afterwards still occasionally clouded him. However, Harry didn't want to tell this to Celestina. You mentioned that you wanted to discuss something with me, Harry prompted. Yes. Setting her glass down, Celestina gazed at Harry with a knowing expression. You have not done much this year to expand your influence. While this hasn't necessarily hurt your reputation, and many are now sympathetic toward you because of what happened to Sirius, your position is currently being threatened by several people. Such as Lucius, Harry said. Such as Lucius, Celestina agreed. To counteract this, I was thinking you should host your own Yuletide celebration. My son will attend, of course, and I imagine all of your friends and their families will also be there. There was merit in hosting his own party. Nobles loved to party. It was a great place to solidify alliance, talk politics, and even make backdoor deals if one was bold enough. Her suggestion was a good one, but still. Are you suggesting I host a party because doing so will allow you to showcase the friendship between myself and your son? Celestina smiled. You're a smart boy. That is one reason I am suggesting this. However, that is only part of the reason. Remaining silent was harder than Harry would have thought. He wanted to ask this woman what the other part was, but at the same time, saying that he wanted to know felt a lot like losing. He refused to lose to anyone. Her smile glimmering with a sort of deviousness that made Harry think she knew his every thought, Celestina continued. The other reason is because of you. The ambition burning brightly within you is a rare thing for someone your age, and yet I can already see the results of your ambition in Blaze and your friends. When you come of age, you will bring great change. I would like to align my house to yours so I can be there when you bring about this change. So that was it. Celestina knew that he wanted to change the wizarding world, believed he had what it took to succeed, and wanted to align herself with him to be there when it happened. It was a rather straightforward reasoning. He was surprised. Given that this woman was a Slytherin, he would have expected something more subtle. Not every scheme needs to be subtle, Celestina said, once again seeming to peer into his mind. Subtle doesn't always benefit people, least of all the ones that are coming up with the scheme. There are many occasions where it's best to take a straightforward approach. Harry felt his cheeks growing warm, though he tried to pretend he wasn't embarrassed at being seen through so easily. Yes, I suppose you have a point. Leaning forward ever so slightly, Celestina pinned him with her vivid, smiling face. I don't suppose you'd mind if I offered a few suggestions for your Yuletide celebration, would you? Not at all, Harry said, gesturing for her to continue. It only occurred to him after she started talking that Celestina had successfully coerced him into doing her bidding. It seems I still have much to learn, he thought while listening to Celestina's suggestions. Sirius had been sulking since Celestina came over. The man walked as if in a slump, he spoke in half-hearted grunts, his entire disposition reminded Harry of a child who'd been scolded by his parents. His godfather only acted like himself when the three of them, him, Professor Lupin, and Sirius were working on the motorcycle. It was during one of those motorcycle sessions, while he and Professor Lupin stood off to the side as Sirius replaced old parts with new ones, that Harry asked about something that had been bothering him. You want to know about the relationship between Sirius and Celestina? Professor Lupin asked. Yes. Professor Lupin looked up, his eyes gaining a thoughtful glance. Their relationship is complicated. I'm sure you already know that arranged marriages aren't unheard of in wizarding society. This is especially true for the ancient and noble houses or the founding five houses like Black, Bones, and Potter. Even today, there are still arranged marriages happening in our world. I'm guessing Celestina and Sirius were placed into an arranged marriage with each other. Harry said. You're only half right, Professor Lupin said. You see, Celestina and Sirius were, I guess you could say they were romantically entangled. Sirius, as you seem to be aware, is something of a playboy. Back at Hogwarts, he would take many women to bed with him. Well, Celestina was the same way when it came to men. There was actually a betting pool between the Marauders to see who among those two would sleep with the most people. That sounds really interesting. Harry thought he might have been turning green. The knowledge of his godfather's promiscuousness was rather disturbing. Anyway, he and Celestina, when they weren't sleeping with other people, would sleep with each other. I'm not really sure about the true nature of their relationship, but they seemed close enough to James and I. What does that have to do with them being put into an arranged marriage? Well, their parents eventually decided to arrange a marriage for them when they were still attending Hogwarts. Sirius didn't take it too well and ran away from home. That was actually what led to him being kicked out of the family. Harry wasn't sure what he should say to that. He hadn't known this part of his godfather's past, and he wasn't sure what to think. Even so, hearing all this did make him curious about the history between Sirius and Celestina. Was there something there? Was Celestina upset that Sirius had run away from the arranged marriage, or was she relieved? He wanted to ask more questions, but he didn't think it would be appropriate. Everyone has a few skeletons they want to hide. Are you two going to keep standing there all day, or are you going to help me? Asked Sirius, snapping Harry and Professor Lupin out of their conversation. I guess we should lend him a hand, Professor Lupin said. Who knows what Sirius might blow up if we're not watching him. Right, Harry agreed. As he and Professor Lupin joined Sirius by the motorcycle, Harry pondered the past surrounding his father's friends. The life of a marauder was surely a complicated story. Sleepover. It was a new term for Daphne, who'd never heard of it until Susan Bones suggested they have one. According to her, it was originally a Muggle term used to describe when a group of friends got together at someone's house and spent the night. Witches and wizards did not have sleepovers. The act of sleeping over at another's house when you weren't a member of said household was generally reserved for important guests, dignitaries, and political allies. It wasn't something that a group of teenage girls did together for fun. Thanks to Celestina's blackmail, she and Astoria had been allowed to attend one of these sleepovers. Daphne had no idea what sort of blackmail material Blaze's mum had on her father. However, it must have been significant, something that could destroy everything he had worked toward. Otherwise, there was no he would have let her and Astoria do as they pleased. Arriving at Susan's house via Flo, Daphne and her sister were greeted by Susan, Hannah, Tracy, and Lisa. The three of them were standing beside Madame Amelia Bones. Daphne found the vision of Madame Bones, known for her professionalism, wearing Muggle clothing, jeans and a t-shirt, to be a highly unusual dichotomy with her normal views of the woman. Yet she couldn't deny that the head of the DMLE wore them well. Daphne. Story. Susan greeted them with a big smile. She and the other girls walked up as they stepped out of the fireplace. "How are you two doing?" "We're doing great," Astoria said, beaming at everyone. "Thank you for having us over," Daphne said. "Don't mention it." Susan grabbed their hands. "We're glad you could come." Daphne. Tracy leapt at Daphne, who stepped to the side and let her friend plow face first into a wall. OWCH. Before anyone else could speak, Madame Bones walked up to them. "Susan, I need to head off to work soon. Why don't you girls go to the lounge and relax?" "Okay. Bye, Auntie." After giving her aunt a hug, Susan led them to a large room with several comfortable-looking chairs, sofas, and tables. Daphne glanced at the billiards table as they walked past it. Switching her gaze, she noticed the numerous games, both Muggle and magical, that were set inside. There was a table for wizarding poker, another that had various Muggle board games, and one that she couldn't figure out what it was. All she could tell was that it had a net stretched across the middle. "This is so exciting," Hannah said, grinning from ear to ear. "We've never had a sleepover with so many people." "I've never had a sleepover, period," Tracy said. Then she paused. "Then again, we did all stay at Blaze's house a while back. Couldn't that be considered a sleepover as well?" Hannah shook her head with an emphatic no. "First off, we were with the boys. It's only a sleepover when it's just us girls." Daphne didn't know about the veracity of that statement, though she did understand the semantics. There were some things that could only be spoken of around other girls. "But what does one do at a sleepover, I wonder?" Lisa inquired, seemingly to herself. Susan and Hannah shared a grin. Sleepovers, as Daphne soon learned, involved a lot of girl talk. They spoke of things like the latest fashion, the latest gossip on various wizarding celebrities, and what boys at Hogwarts they thought was cute. "Don't tell anyone this, but I actually think Anthony Goldstein is kind of cute," Lisa confessed. "Anthony?" Hannah gawked. "Really? I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. He's a good enough guy, but I don't think I would call him attractive." "Then what boy do you think is attractive?" asked Tracy. "Oh, well." With her cheeks turning a mild red, Hannah looked down at the table, where a plate filled with scones sat. Harry. You mean Harry Potter?" Lisa asked. Hannah nodded. "Well, I can't really blame you for that. I think Harry's handsome too, but isn't that kind of obvious? Every girl at Hogwarts thinks he's the hottest thing since before everyone learned that Gilderoy Lockhart was a fraud." "I suppose that's true," Hannah allowed. Tracy nodded. "Right. We shouldn't talk about boys who are obviously cute. Otherwise I would have mentioned Blaze. And Terry, right?" Lisa teased. "Wah no," Tracy said, her voice almost hotter than her face. "I'd never think that little jerkwad was attractive." Sure. You can keep telling yourself that," Lisa said. "Denial is an unpleasant thing," Hannah added. "I am not in denial." "So, Tracy likes Terry?" Astoria asked. "I thought it was weird how they were always arguing like an old married couple." Tracy whirled on Astoria, and, pointing a finger at the girl, shouted, "We do not act like an old married couple. We don't act anything remotely resembling a couple. I'm surprised you know what remotely resembling means, Daphne teased. Shut up, Daph, TracyMo.ned. You're totally killing my vibe here. As the conversation went from teasing Tracy and back to the most eligible bachelor of Hogwarts, Daphne leaned over to Susan. Speaking of who we all like, did you decide on what we should do about Harry? She and Susan had been talking a lot, and their discussions had naturally been about Harry. Daphne had presented Susan with a proposal. She wanted to marry Harry, but thanks to a bunch of ancient laws that the ministry had never seen fit to change, Daphne could not take on the Potter name. She could either become a second wife or a mistress. Being a second wife would allow her to keep her name, but it meant her firstborn child would also be a Potter. Knowing her father as she did, he would have found that unacceptable. His goal had always been to turn her into someone's mistress. That said, Daphne didn't care about her title. Her ultimate goal was to get out from under her father's grip, to become free from the influence of her father, and to save her sister from ever having her life controlled by that man. Harry could make that happen. What's more, Daphne would admit that she liked Harry a lot. She didn't know if she loved him. However, whenever she thought of a life without Harry in it, the pain in her chest was unbearable. He was important to her. If she was going to create a life for herself, then she wanted it to be with Harry. To that end, Daphne had created a proposal to Susan. She would become Harry's second wife. As a Bones, she couldn't become the first wife because she needed to retain her family name. The family name was important in their society, the Bones even more so. As a founding house, the loss of the Bones family would be an indelible blow. In return for becoming Harry's second wife, she'd help make sure Daphne became his mistress. I have thought of it, Susan admitted. But could you give me some more time? Daphne wished she could tell Susan no, that she had to answer now. She couldn't. Unlike her, Susan was not in a hurry to secure her livelihood. She wasn't rushing to attain freedom for herself and her sister, and while Daphne wanted to push her friend into agreeing, she refused to do that. Doing something like that, forcing her friend into something she might not want, was something her father would do. She wouldn't become like him. I understand, Daphne said. She tried not to let disappointment leak into her voice, but it must have shown on her face. I'm sorry, Susan said. I know your circumstances aren't the best. It's okay. Daphne beeped in a deep breath, blew it out, and smiled. Nothing will happen to me or Story for a while yet. I'm just impatient. Hey, what are you two talking about? Asked Astoria. Daphne smiled and ruffled her sister's hair. Nothing important. Astoria frowned, but thankfully for Daphne, Tracy quickly grabbed everyone's attention with her antics. They went from girl talk to playing games. They played everything from pool to exploding snaps to Uno. It was fun. There was also the added benefit of seeing her sister smile. While Astoria smiled a lot, it was rare to see her look so relaxed during the holidays. Living with their father was like living in a constant, never-ending nightmare. Every day Daphne feared for what he might decide to do with her sister. Every day Astoria had to worry about her future. As the second daughter to a prominent neutral dark family, the chances of her being sold off to ally the House of Greengrass with a more powerful house was high. More than anything else, Daphne was afraid of that happening. She was terrified of the knowledge that their father could sign a magical contract that bound her sister to live as someone's mistress, or worse, the chattel of some rich noble. A loud popping sound to their left alerted everyone to the appearance of a house elf. Daphne was surprised, but she also knew that not all houses treated their elves like they should be invisible. The Bones must have been one of those houses that treated their elves like a part of the family. Miss Susan, I have several letters for you and your friends, the house elf said. Oh, Susan sounded surprised. Thank you. The house elf handed the letters over to Susan, who flipped through the envelopes before handing each one out to the people they were intended for. There was one for each of them. As Susan handed Daphne the letter meant for her, she glanced at the seal, and, upon recognizing the combined crest of houses Black and Potter, tore it open without a second's thought. Dear Daph, she read out loud, smiling at the fluttery feeling the informal greeting invoked within her. I hope this letter finds you well. It is my honor to invite you to attend a Yuletide celebration on the 23rd of December. I hope you can attend. Yours truly, Harry. I didn't know Harry was going to have a Christmas party, Tracy said. I wonder if it was his idea or someone else's. Lisa inquired. He does seem the type, but I thought he would have asked us to come personally. He's not the kind of guy who does things without prior planning. No, he isn't, Daphne agreed. Someone must have convinced him that a party was a good idea. She didn't know who, but she wasn't going to complain. Any opportunity to spend time with Harry was a good thing. Well, it looks like I need a new dress, Tracy said. Me too, Hannah added. Oh, I'd also like a dress, Lisa said. Me for. Astoria cheered. Daphne looked at Susan, who looked back. Think we'll have time for a shopping trip tomorrow? She asked. Susan shrugged. I imagine we will. Then I guess that's settled. Their plans were set, though they would have to get Madame Bones's permission. Daphne wondered if she should get a casual dress or an elegant dress. She didn't know what sort of party Harry was planning, but his mention of Yuletide instead of Christmas informed her that there would likely be politicking. Elegant it is. With her decision made, Daphne joined her friends. The rest of her night was spent gossiping, giggling, and getting into pillows fights until exhaustion claimed her. Harry knew it probably wasn't the best idea, but he had sent an invitation to Lisa Croft, inviting her to the party as well. While he was concerned about someone discovering her non-magical origins, he had his godfather and friends to help him. The doorbell rang early that morning. When Harry answered the door, Lisa's mother and father were standing behind her. While her mother wore a cardigan and her father a business suit, Lisa was wearing a yellow sundress, but she was also dragging a large suitcase behind her. Hey, Harry, Lisa greeted with a grin. Lisa. Harry smiled. Come on in. Here, let me grab your luggage. Oh, thank you. Harry grabbed the handle from Lisa. At the same time, he greeted Mr. and Mrs. Croft. It's a pleasure to see you both again. Likewise. You look a lot happier than you were when you lived with the Dursleys, Mrs. Croft said. I'm happy for you. Thank you. Hey, Harry, Sirius said as he wandered into the hallway. Who's at the O? He paused upon seeing Mr. and Mrs. Croft. Hello. Harry almost sighed at seeing Sirius, who wore nothing but an expensive robe and slippers. They were one of his godfather's splurges. The man wore these every morning now. Harry thought the gaudy pink color was ridiculous, but Sirius loved them. Mr. Black, Mrs. Croft sounded like she was trying not to choke on her own spit. Harry understood. That outfit was garish. It's a pleasure to see you, this morning. Please be sure to take care of my daughter. Hey, Harry, Lisa whispered into his ear. Why is your godfather wearing a pink robe? Because he thinks it's manly, Harry whispered back. But it's pink. I know. Sirius didn't seem to realize that Mr. and Mrs. Croft were staring at his wardrobe. Don't worry. Harry here is the most responsible kid I know. He'll be sure to take good care of your daughter. He'd better, Mr. Croft mumbled, only to grunt when Mrs. Croft elbowed him. Please be sure to take care of our daughter, Harry, Mrs. Croft said. I will, Mrs. Croft, Harry said. Harry, why don't you take Lisa's luggage upstairs? Sirius said, then turned to the Croft parents. Would you two like a tour of the house? Mr. Croft looked like he was going to say no, but Mrs. Croft smiled and clapped her hands together. We'd love to see the place where Harry is now living. She looked at her husband. Wouldn't we? Mr. Croft grunted. Sure. Harry led Lisa upstairs, giving the portrait of Walburga a sharp glance as he passed, and carrying her luggage over his shoulder. It was heavier than he expected. What did she have in here? Why had she even brought her luggage over? Is it just me, or does this hallway look larger than it should? Mrs. Croft's voice drifted from below. I'm not sure what you mean. Sirius released a nervous laugh. Anyway, how about I show you the kitchen? So, can I ask what all this luggage is for? Asked Harry. Oh, those are my spare clothes and toiletries, Lisa said. I've also got a dress in there. A dress? For the party. Ah, right. Lisa was going to take part in his party, which he'd committed to on the suggestion of Celestina. While it was illegal for his friend to know about magic, Harry didn't care, and he had a plan to let her get away with it. Lisa. Harry grabbed his friend's attention. We need to come up with your alias for when the party starts. Alias? Lisa questioned. Nodding, Harry said, that's right. This party is going to have more people than just my friends. A lot of political figures from the wizarding world will be here, so I need to make sure they don't find out that you're a non-magical person who discovered magic. They'll erase your memory if they do. Lisa paled as she and Harry entered the hallway. I don't want that. Me neither, Harry said. Which is why we're going to say that you are my pen pal from the colonies, and that we became contacts because we signed up for a mundane program where we send letters to each other. You're currently visiting here with your family, and the school you go to is the all-girls Salem Academy for Witches in West Pure. Ia. Since underage wizards can't use magic, no one will be able to question you on this. Okay, Lisa agreed. Harry smiled. There's no need to be nervous. I'll let my friends know about the alias, so they can help keep your secret. Lisa nodded. All right. Their footsteps thudded along the hallway. Harry paused in front of a door, and then he frowned as he realized what he was doing. He backtracked their conversation. He went over it again. That was when he realized that something she said didn't make sense. Wait, why did you bring toiletries with you? Harry asked. The expression on Lisa's face, which Harry could have sworn all but said, "Are you kidding me?" made him wonder if he was missing something. Didn't your godfather tell you? Lisa asked. I'm spending the rest of Christmas break here. FWEH, was Harry's eloquent response. After getting Lisa set up in a room, Harry and Lisa came back downstairs. The Crofts stayed for a while longer before giving their daughter and Harry a goodbye. Afterward, he asked Lisa to wait for him upstairs. Meanwhile, he dragged Sirius into the kitchen and magically locked the door. Sirius, why didn't you tell me that Lisa was staying over? Sirius grinned as he sat at the kitchen table. A plate of bacon and the appeared before him, which he took great relish in munching on. Harry glared at him. His childish godfather was doing this, stretching out the time it took to answer, because he found it fun to mess with him. The jerk. Did you like that little surprise? Like it? Harry growled. Do you even realize what kind of trouble you're causing for me? I don't see what the big deal is, Sirius said. You should be happy that your friend is staying over the night. I've given you the perfect opportunity. Opportunity? Harry blinked. For what? His words earned Harry an, "Are you an idiot?" expression from Sirius. How can you be so dense? I'm giving you the perfect opportunity to make your friend one of your conquests. This is your chance to get some experience with women. I can already tell that she's sweet on you, so making her fall the rest of the way should be easy. Harry needed several seconds to actually comprehend Sirius's words. His mind simply couldn't fathom them. It was like trying to answer questions like, what is the meaning of life? Or, why can't I find my underwear? He simply couldn't wrap his head around it. When he finally did get it, his face became a furnace of shame. Sirius, Harry muttered, his arms shaking. You are going to regret ever speaking. He pulled a wand out from beneath his sleeve. Sirius blinked. Then he stood up as Harry pointed the wand at him. Now, Harry, what are you doing with that wand? Surely you can't be thinking of using magic. It's illegal. Oh, don't worry. Harry smiled. I'm using my mother's wand. The ministry won't even know I'm using magic. Now be quiet and take your punishment like the dog you are. Sirius never stood a chance. Half an hour later, Lisa would come down and ask Harry about all of the screaming she'd heard. Getting ready to host a party took a lot of work. There was decorating the house, determining what meals should be prepared, getting outfitted in a wardrobe fit for the occasion, and helping his friend choose a suitable gown. The first few problems were easy, as Harry had Professor Lupin and Creature to help. Sirius could have helped too. However, Harry wasn't sure he trusted that old dog not to do something potentially disastrous for his own amusement. That was why, while Professor Lupin spent time decorating Grimmauld Place and Creature prepared the meals down to his exact specifications, Sirius was running errands. His godfather might have grumbled about being worked like a dog, but Harry knew that Sirius was pleased to be doing something, as the smile he'd been wearing hadn't left his face. It really must have been tough on him, being locked up in Azkaban. That was another reason why Harry had tasked Sirius with running around London and Diagon Alley to gather supplies. Of course, there was another reason why he'd had Sirius out of the house. I'm not sure I understand, the portrait of Walburga said. Are mudbloods not the enemy? If we let them into our society, they will ruin everything. While Harry wasn't the only person currently in the house, Lisa was also there. His guest was still asleep. Really, that girl could be so lazy. He couldn't complain, though. This would suit his purposes just fine. Only if you let them, Harry replied. You see, the issue between purebloods and those who come from a non-magical background is that we don't understand each other. The purebloods don't try to teach those who come from the mundane world, and the ones who come from a mundane background don't bother learning about our society because they think they know better. Harry had been doing this from the moment he'd come to Grimmauld Place, slowly subverting the beliefs of Walburga's portrait. Every day he spent his mornings slowly trying to broaden her understanding. She was, in all regards, the greatest test subject he could have asked for, stubbornly clinging to her opinions. However, that is why it is up to us to help them see the light, Harry continued. As members of an ancient and noble house, of a founding house, we are duty-bound to help those who come after us understand our culture. In doing so, we indebt those we aid. They'll be grateful to us for showing them the correct path, which strengthens our position in society. Walburga cupped her chin and frowned. So you are saying that we make the mudbloods indebted to us by teaching them? By doing that, we become more powerful. Harry didn't like how Walburga used the term mudblood. It wasn't just because it was derogatory. It was a banal insult used by purebloods who lacked originality and could only spout the same vitriolic tirade of their forefathers. How could he ever bridge the barrier between purebloods and first-generation witches and wizards if they were too busy spewing this sort of tripe? Still, he put up with it, for now. There was little to be done but slowly change the opinions of those who saw people like Hermione as blights on society. That's exactly it, Harry said. However, we need to go even beyond that. You see, by teaching those from a non-magical background, we also expand our own knowledge of those who can't use magic. Walburga's eyes widened. Know thy enemy. Harry wanted to mow. And in frustration. This wasn't a matter of knowing the enemy, because there was no enemy to know. He knew that saying something wouldn't change Walburga's ideas on the non-magical community, however. That was why he kept quiet. The doorbell suddenly rang, bringing an end to their conversation. Harry went over to the door and opened it. Andromeda Tonks stood on the other side. Harry, Andromeda said with a smile. I'm glad to see that you are well, though I'm disappointed you haven't come to visit me. Withholding his wince, Harry bowed in apology. I'm sorry. I meant to, but so much has happened lately that I haven't had the time. I am just teasing you, dear, Andromeda said, waving away his apology. In truth, I am just glad that you saw fit to invite me over so I could help. I am pleased that you haven't forgotten about me, and I'm looking forward to seeing my cousin again. I have him out of the house right now, Harry admitted. I was hoping to surprise him. Indeed. Why don't you come in? Harry suggested, stepping to the side and allowing Andromeda to precede him. Thank you. When Andromeda entered the room, Walburga's portrait followed her like a hawk. Andromeda frowned at it but said nothing. After closing the door, Harry led her into the kitchen, where they sat down as 2 cups of freshly brewed tea appeared before them. I'm surprised that Walburga didn't say anything after I entered, Andromeda finally said. I have her on orders to remain silent when we have guests over, Harry admitted. They're magically binding, so she can't speak even if she wanted to. I didn't know you could do that. Since portraits are magical, they can be bound by magical contracts provided you can trick them into it. Wanting to switch gears, Harry changed the subject. I'm guessing you know why I invited you here. Andromeda nodded. You mentioned something about a party in your letter. Right. The party is tonight. You and your family are invited, naturally. However, I was also hoping you'd be able to help me find my friend a dress suited to a function of this nature. Oh, does that mean we're going shopping? Andromeda asked, her lips curling into a smile. Yes, Harry responded. Yes, it does. After waking up Lisa, Harry introduced her to Andromeda, who'd studied the girl's appearance as a jeweler might diamonds. Lisa had been shivering as the woman looked her over from head to toe. Harry would have laughed, but he understood how most people were uncomfortable being looked at like they were an item at a street vendor stall. I think I know the perfect outfit for her, Andromeda had declared, and with those words, they were off. Lisa had never apparated anywhere. It was only natural, then, that the act made her sick. Second-hand apparition was a terrible sensation. The feeling of your body being compressed like you were being squeezed through a tube beeped. That was why Harry much preferred apparating himself. You okay? Harry asked as he rubbed Lisa's back. She was dry heaving on the concrete walkway, in front of the leaky cauldron. He supposed it was a good thing she hadn't just vomited. Do I look okay? Lisa asked. Not really. No. There is, your answer. Andromeda hummed as she stared down at Lisa. Is this your first time apparating? Why yes. How odd. I had not realized that. Most children your age have already apparated with their parents at least once. If I had known, I would have tried to ensure the ride was a bit more comfortable. Groaning, Lisa mumbled, I don't see how anything so unpleasant could be comfortable. Andromeda didn't know that Lisa wasn't a wizard, which was another contributing factor to Lisa's discomfort. Underage witches and wizards were protected. While they were not allowed to use magic, their magic protected them from a good portion of the apparating process. It formed a thin around the witch or wizard's body, shielding them. Mundane people didn't have that protection. Using a mild healing charm to help his friend feel better, Harry pulled Lisa to her feet. He also channeled some magic through their hand contact. It was another charm. Visus. A charm of magical sight that allowed one to see that which was hidden by magic. It only worked on mild charms, such as the one hiding the leaky cauldron from mundane people. Lisa's eyes widened when she saw it. Come along. You too, Andromeda said, leading the way into the bar. Watching his friend's expression as they entered the leaky cauldron was a sight indeed. Lisa's eyes became the size of Odysseus's. She craned her neck around, as if attempting to take in everything at once. Harry understood her awe. He'd felt something similar his first time coming to this place before he had been mobbed by all those people. He still shivered thinking about how everyone had crowded around him. Andromeda knew of what had happened. She also knew that he didn't like unnecessary attention. After greeting Tom the barkeep, she led him and Lisa through the bar and into Diagon Alley. Whoa, Lisa muttered. Harry grinned. Pretty amazing, right? Yeah, Lisa nodded. I know you told me about it before, but seeing it and hearing about it are two different things. Lisa gawked at the myriad of stores and magical happenings to be found in Diagon Alley. She was like a child seeing a movie for the first time. Her head swiveled as if it was on a spoke, glancing at the potions shops, Ollivanders, and the broom shops that sat near the entrance. As she did, Andromeda studied her with a frown. Did they not have something like this in the colonies? That was the alias that Harry had come up with. Lisa was a pen pal from the United States, who was visiting here to learn more about Great Britain's magical culture. Of course, he would be telling Andromeda the truth soon, but he needed to have her swear to secrecy, especially given the nature of this secret. For now, however, they needed to get Lisa appropriate clothing for a party, and there was no better place to get clothing than Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. The door chimed as they entered the modest-looking shop. There weren't many people inside, just a small family of 4 surveying the fabrics. With Lisa's hand still in his, he pulled the girl along, not wanting her to look so surprised someone might discern her origins. Try not to look so shocked, Harry said. It will seem suspicious. Well, sorry for not being used to any of this magic crap, Lisa whispered back. It's not like I've known about magic for long. Harry sighed. I'm aware, but you should try to at least look like you're used to magic. We can't pretend you don't know what magic is since you're the same age as me. I know that, but you can't expect me to be as calm as you. I guess not. Look, just do your best. Madame Malkin was seeing to a customer when they entered, a little girl who reminded Harry of the woman checking out the fabric. They were probably mother and daughter. Her helper, the Hufflepuff that Tracy had inadvertently insulted before the start of their first year at Hogwarts, was helping the parents look at the fabrics. I'll be right with you three once I finish this young one, Madame Malkin said. Don't worry, Harry replied. We can wait. Harry escorted Lisa around the clothier shop as Madame Malkin and her aide helped the other customers. As they walked, he quietly informed Lisa about the myriad of different fabrics they used to create their clothes. Since all this was new, and quite a few of those fabrics sounded magical, for lack of a better term, she was quite excited. Andromeda followed a few paces behind. She kept a close eye on them. There was a smile on her face. Harry was sure that she had already figured out who Lisa was, or rather, what Lisa wasn't. However, just like the consummate professional that she was, she said nothing. Sorry for the wait, Madame Malkin said after she had finished measuring the girl. What can I do for you? Oh, my. Mr. Potter. I hadn't realized you were one of my customers today. With something of a deprecating smile, Harry shrugged and said, I didn't initially plan on it, but I found myself in need of your assistance. I would like you to make my friend here a dress from your finest stores of Acromantula silk. Reaching into his robes, he pulled out a sheet of parchment and handed it to Madame Malkin. Please use that as a reference. One look at the parchment was enough to make Madame Malkin's eyes widen. A smile quickly appeared on her face. She rolled up the scroll, looked back at Harry, and said, I can certainly craft something of this nature, but first, I'll need your friend's measurements. The measuring process was just as laborious and annoying for Lisa as it was for Harry when he first had his measurements taken. On the other hand, he rather enjoyed watching Lisa as she squirmed, complained, and yelped when her squirming caused her to get poked. Lisa saw his smile and started yelling at him. Of course, that only caused her to get poked even more. It was going to be a very discomfited Lisa who arrived home later that day. Madame Malkin had told Harry that it would take her 2 days to prepare the dress for Lisa. That was fine with him. The party wouldn't be for another 2 days, on the 25th of December. They arrived back at Grimmauld Place via apparition once more, and this time, Lisa didn't dry heave, though she still looked sick. Upon entering the house, they moved to the living room. Andromeda took a chair while Lisa and Harry sat on the couch. She gave them both an amused yet strained smile. You aren't Harry's pen pal from the colonies, are you? She asked at last. You are K. Lisa choked on her own spit. What are you talking about? Of course I. Sorry, but there's no point in lying to me, Andromeda said. She took out her wand. While Lisa tensed, Harry just sighed. I swear on my magic that I shall not reveal the secrets the two of you divulged to me. There was a flash of light, and then a strange hum that rent the air. Andromeda lowered her wand. There. Now will you tell me the truth? It's fine, Lisa, Harry said. I was going to tell her eventually. You were. Yes. We need people who can help us, and Andromeda is my barrister. There's no one better to entrust this secret to than her. You flatter me, Andromeda said with a smile. Lisa gawked. Didn't know you had one of those. Well, I do. Andromeda chuckled at the two of them. You were waiting for a good time to get that magical oath from me, right? So, who is this girl? Judging from how unused to apparition she is, I'm guessing she's a muggle. Again with the muggle. Yes, she's an ordinary human, Harry said. Lisa was the first friend I ever made. No. He shook his head. She's one of the few people I've ever been able to call a friend. Lisa's cheeks flushed. Harry. Looking back and forth between the two, Andromeda said, it looks to me like you're more than just friends. While Lisa's cheeks turned a shade of red he rarely saw, Harry tried to ignore the fluttering in his chest. He'd have liked to deny her accusations. He would have liked to claim that Lisa was like a sister to him. Yet the truth of the matter was different. He hadn't been able to see her as a sister for a while now. That bothered him. He didn't want things to change between him and Lisa. There was no telling what would happen if they did, what would become of her, and also, there was Daphne to think about. He still hadn't been able to figure out what his feelings were for her. This wasn't even going into the political ramifications that this whole mess could cause. Even though Daphne would never be able to claim the position as someone's wife at least, so long as she wanted to keep her family name if he did decide to marry her, then taking Lisa as his first wife, or even his second, would cause problems. Political problems. Not only would it be a blow to his reputation in the wizarding world, but it would jeopardize Daphne's position. To have a non-magical person take the position of wife was like a slap to the face in magical society. There was also Nathaniel Greengrass to think about. There was no way a man like that would allow Daphne to marry someone who married a mundane human. Of course, all this was going off the assumption that he would marry Daphne. He still wasn't sure if that was the best option. I won't lie and say we aren't close, Harry said. Lisa is probably the person I'm closest to. However, that's not the issue right now. I suppose not. Andromeda shifted, crossing her left leg over her right. You told a muggle about magic, thereby breaking the law. If you were anyone else, I would have reported you. However, since it's you, I know you must have a reason for it. Harry shook his head. There's no great reason this time. I just didn't want to keep lying. I see. Andromeda raised an eyebrow. Well, in that case, why don't you tell me what you want? I'd like you to help me keep this a secret. I've created the alias that Lisa is a pen pal who's attending Salem's Witch Academy. To that end, I need someone who can help teach her a bit about our world so she's not floundering whenever something magical happens in front of her. Oi, you make it sound like I'm an invalid or something, Lisa complained. When it comes to magic, you might as well be. Lisa's shoulders slumped. Why yeah, but you don't have to say it like that. I can help teach her what she needs to know, Andromeda said. However, understand that my time is limited. You're not my only client, even if you are my best client. In fact, if we weren't related, I'd never do this for you. Harry nodded. I understand. I hear you've been busy since our lawsuit. I've been extremely busy, Andromeda corrected. Making sure all of the companies we filed a lawsuit against pay our reparations, dealing with the various factions, weeding out people who try to skim money off us, and trying to determine which new clients to accept has been exhausting. Ever since the lawsuit, Tonks and Tonks had become the #1 barrister group in Great Britain. Even people outside of Britain had been coming to have Andromeda work for them. While the popularity gained from Harry's lawsuit was good for publicity, the truth of the matter was that having so many people wanting her to work for them meant she spent less time working and more time sifting through potential customers. It had to be annoying. Have you thought of hiring some aides? Asked Harry. I have, and there are even a few people I'm looking at. However, you'd have to bring them into the fold, Harry deduced. Yes, Andromeda said. Lisa stared at them both. I don't get it. What are you two talking about? Legal matters, Harry said. Anyway, Andromeda, I was wondering if you'd like to stay for dinner. I think it would be a nice surprise for Sirius if he could see his cousin again. I don't mind staying, but do you mind if I invite Nymphadora and Ted? She asked. I don't have a problem with that, Harry said. Though you'll want to be careful of the portrait. She's got no choice but to keep quiet. However, I'm not sure how Walburga will respond to Ted's presence. He might have been able to keep a tight leash on Walburga's portrait thus far, but he still had a long way to go before she would accept all of his beliefs. That was another reason he'd been careful about where he let Lisa's secret out. He didn't want that portrait discovering that Lisa wasn't a witch. Andromeda smiled. Don't worry, I know how to deal with a portrait. It turned out, dealing with a portrait meant casting a silencing charm on it. Harry had been correct when he assumed Walburga's portrait would not like seeing Ted Tonks. She might have put up with Andromeda for Harry's sake, but the bad blood between her and Ted, Mudblood, was too much for her right now. Not even his magic had been able to stop her from going off. Perhaps with time, that would change. No, he would make her change. For now, however, this was necessary. It's good to see you again, Mr. Tonks, Harry said as he greeted the man with a handshake. The pleasure's all mine, Ted replied. Unlike Andromeda, who he had worked with a lot before disappearing, Harry rarely saw Ted Tonks, except for when he had come over for dinner. Ted was also a barrister, and while he wasn't as popular as Andromeda, he had no shortage of customers. Ted was a fairly large man with an average appearance. He had brown hair, brown eyes, and a regular build with a bit of a gut. Looking at him next to Andromeda was disparaging. While he felt bad for thinking so, some part of him couldn't help but wonder what someone as gorgeous as Andromeda saw in Ted Tonks. Saying that, the man was affable, kind-hearted, and a good man. Perhaps that was it. Nymphadora isn't here, Harry noted. I guess she's working. Yes, Ted said. Something big has happened over at the ministry, so she's been pulling several all-nighters lately. It must have been Pettigrew's murder. That was the only thing he could think of that would cause Madame Bones to make her Aurors stay late. No doubt they were doing everything in their power to discover the killer. I wish I could help. Sadly, not even being the boy who lived gave him permission to help in an investigation like this. All he could do was sit tight and wait. I hate waiting. Harry coughed into his hand. Let's not stand on ceremony. Come into the living room and I'll get us some tea. The living room's decorations were only half finished. It had been expanded to about 3 times its original size, and there were several tables that had been set up. Streamers that represented every color of the 4 Hogwarts houses hung from the ceiling, creating long loops, which would change color every 5 seconds. He still needed to decorate the walls, but he planned on finishing that up tomorrow. Mr. Tonks, please allow me to introduce my friend, Lisa, Harry said with a gesture. Lisa, this is Ted Tonks, Andromeda's husband and the second barrister for Tonks and Tonks. Lisa wiped her hands on her pants and tried to curtsy. It's very nice to meet you, sir. A pleasure to meet you as well, Ted Tonks said. Tea was served by Kreacher, who remained invisible even now. Harry spoke with Andromeda and Ted while Lisa quietly sat beside him. She seemed nervous, or perhaps she didn't know what to say. Harry supposed he could blame her. All of this was pretty new to his friend, who'd never once had to deal with adults in this manner. I've heard about everything that's happened, Ted Tonks said at some point while they were all sitting around a table. I know you've probably grown sick of hearing everyone offer you false platitudes, but I am sorry to hear about what happened to your friend. I can only imagine how hard that must have been. Ted was right. Harry had grown tired of hearing platitudes like this. At the press conference, everyone and their mother had been offering him their heartfelt apologies, but it was obvious to him that none of them actually cared that Hermione had died. A part of him hated those people for it. How dare they give someone false sympathies? How dare they pretend to care? Yet that was human nature. Humans always liked to feign a sympathy they didn't feel, and Harry couldn't condemn other people for doing something that he had done himself. No, it wasn't easy, Harry said. However, it's all in the past. Let's not dredge up what happened in the past. They moved on to other topics, talking until Sirius and Professor Lupin came back carrying loads of party supplies. Sirius had taken one look at Andromeda. Then he dropped everything he was carrying, raced up to the woman, and pulled her into a hug of gargantuan proportions. Ha ha ha. I'm so glad to see you, Andy. I'd be more glad to see you if you'd put me down. Not a chance. Lisa and Harry watched as a laughing Sirius spun Andromeda around like she was a child. The grin on his face was miles wide, practically splitting his face from ear to ear. Sirius really did look like a kid when he was excited like this. Harry, Lisa said. Yes. Is your godfather crazy? Probably. Professor Lupin walked over to Ted Tonks and greeted the man with a firm handshake. They spoke like old friends, which made sense. They had gone to school together, though Ted was a few years older than Sirius and Professor Lupin. That hadn't stopped him from being pranked. According to his dad's stories, Ted was not only one of the people they pranked the most, but it was thanks to Sirius that he and Andromeda had gotten together. I'm glad to see life's been going well for you, Professor Lupin was saying. It looks like you've been pretty successful. We've been doing well for ourselves, maybe even a little too well recently, Ted admitted. I have heard that your company has received a lot of attention as of late. It's true. Harry stopped focusing on the adults' conversation to look at his friend. Lisa was frowning, and her shoulders were slumped with a sort of forlornness. He frowned. What's wrong? It's nothing, Lisa said, shaking her head. It's just, seeing you talk with those two about so many adult things really makes me realize how different we are. She looked down at her cup of tea. Her face was set in a grimace. I've always known that you were calm and cool and mature, but I don't think I ever realized how much more like an adult you were. It's kind of funny. You call me your best friend, but I feel like I barely know a single thing about you. You shouldn't say things like that, Harry muttered. You might not know everything, but it's not like you know nothing and you're learning a lot more about me. If anyone is to blame for you not knowing stuff, it's me. I'm the one who kept you in the dark for so long. I'm sorry. It's okay. I know you couldn't say anything. While they both understood the situation, it didn't make what was happening any better. Harry was beginning to realize something. He and his friend had been drifting further and further apart the more involved he became with the wizarding world. However, Harry didn't want that to happen anymore. He didn't know what he felt for Lisa. He didn't know what he should be feeling. The only thing he knew was that she was important to him, and he didn't want to give her up. Not for the wizarding world. Yet there were only a few ways to bridge the gap that separated them. And Harry didn't know if he could commit to any of them. How troublesome. 2 days passed by more quickly than Harry had expected. Perhaps it was because he had been so busy. He'd gone shopping with Lisa and Sirius, finished decorating for the party, helped Sirius and Professor Lupin with the motorcycle, worked on his own projects, and spent whatever free time remained with Lisa. He'd done a lot in just 2 days. That probably explained why he slept in on the day of the party. Waking up in bed, Harry did all of the things that he normally did. He exercised, refreshed himself and got dressed, and then spent the morning reading the news and checking his stocks before everyone else woke up. It looks like 3 more people have gone missing in London. Morning, Harry, Lisa said as she stumbled into the kitchen and plopped down at the table. Breakfast appeared before her. It was a testament to how used to magic she'd become that she didn't even blink. The first time food appeared before her like that, she'd shrieked her head off and started blabbering about ghosts and curses. Morning. Harry slid a warm drink over to her. It was his rejuvenation beverage, which he made for Tracy every morning at Hogwarts. This one had been modified for non-magical consumption. Drink up. That'll wake you up. Lisa did as told, taking a huge gulp from the cup. Her body perked up, straightening almost like her spine was snapping into place, and her ears turned bright red as steam wafted from them. Whoa, she muttered. She took another sip. This is some strong stuff. It should be, Harry said. I made that drink especially for you. As that's so, Lisa mumbled as she took another sip, this one much longer than the last. Her ears were still red for some reason. The physical effects should have worn off after the first sip. Sirius and Professor Lupin came down next. Both of them were tired, but Harry had prepared drinks for them as well. Professor Lupin was impressed. He asked Harry about the rejuvenation potion, to which he and his dark arts professor discussed throughout breakfast, much to the displeasure of Lisa and Sirius. It's like listening to a couple of nerds, Lisa said, wrinkling her nose. I don't know what a nerd is, but I agree, Sirius added before attempting to change the subject. So, the party is today. That's right, Harry said. Tonight, to be specific. What time are your friends coming over? Asked Professor Lupin. Early this afternoon, Harry answered. Then we still have some time to do some last-minute preparations. Right. After breakfast, Harry had Sirius and Professor Lupin help him finish the decorations. Lisa sat on the couch and watched as they swished and flicked their wands, moving furniture around and creating streamers that went along the walls and ceiling. She was pouting. You know, as a teacher, I really should report you for using underage magic, Professor Lupin said. But you won't, Harry shot back. After all, no good marauder would rat out their friend's child. He's got you there, Sirius said as he slashed his wand, creating a spray of what appeared to be paint. However, rather than splash everywhere, it stopped midair and began floating like bubbles, which then shifted and changed colors as they bobbed around the room like they were caught on zephyrs. You have your father's mischievous side and your mother's brain, Professor Lupin spoke with a sigh. He flicked his wand. Streamers shot from the tip. A dangerous combination, to be sure. I wish I could use magic like you guys, Lisa pouted. It's not fair. Don't be too upset, little lady, Sirius said. It'll give you wrinkles. Lisa's response was to pout some more. It took about an hour to finish decorating. Lunch was ready by the time they were finished, and after lunch, the group went into what was now being called the game room. It was basically just a small room that negated the house's magic. There they played various Nintendo NES games until Harry's friends arrived. "I'm glad all of you could make it," Harry said as he exchanged greetings, hugging Daphne, Susan, Hannah, and Lisa, and slapping backs with Blaze and Neville and Terry. "We wouldn't miss this," Tracy said, grinning. "A party thrown by Harry Potter." "Definitely not," Hannah added. "Astoria and I were looking forward to it," Daphne said. "I was not," Astoria complained, crossing her arms and huffing. "Of course not," Daphne said with a conciliatory smile. They had come with their parents, who'd also been invited. Fortunately, after the obligatory greeting, Sirius and Professor Lupin took the adults into another room where they could adult and let the kids do as they pleased. Harry could hear bits and pieces of their conversation through the walls. "Oh, dear, I had not realized you would be here. Shouldn't you be at home, in bed? It can't be healthy for someone who's so decrepit to leave her room often. Shouldn't you be out plotting to murder your next husband? I'm not sure of who to marry yet, so no. Sounds like Celestina and Augusta are arguing." "Come on, you guys," Lisa said, grabbing Daphne by the hand and pulling her up the stairs. "You guys have to play the Nintendo with us." "Nintendo?" Blaze questioned with furrowed brows. Harry grinned. "I bet you guys are going to love the Nintendo. Just be sure not to use magic around it, okay?" It turned out, they did love the Nintendo NES. After their initial shock, which involved them gawking like mundane children who'd just seen their first magic trick, the group had really gotten into playing. Oddly enough, the one who Harry had expected to get the most into Tracy was not the one who liked it the most. Come on, Mario. Jump. Don't let that stupid turtle get you." Blaze shouted as he played his turn. He was doing pretty well for someone who'd never played. He had already beaten the first castle. Harry was impressed. "Don't think I'm going to let you strange red mushrooms beat me." Terry and Neville were sitting next to Blaze as he played. They were staring at the screen like zombies, with their mouths wide open and their eyes glazed over. Harry wondered if showing them Mario was a good idea. "I'm not sure letting them play that was a good idea," Daphne said, unknowing parroting his thoughts. "I'm beginning to think you're right," Harry said. "I want to play too," Tracy mumbled, her longing stare locked onto the screen. "You can play if you want to," Harry said. "Oh, no," Daphne interrupted before Tracy could cheer. If Tracy started playing, she'd never stop, and then we'd have to pry her away and it would take hours. "No thanks. We're going to have to get ready for the party soon anyway." Harry blinked. "But the party isn't for another 3 hours." Daphne, Susan, Hannah, both Lisas, and even Tracy stared at him like he was stupid. "Us girls need time to get ready," Lisa Turpin said. "A lot of time," Hannah added. "In fact, we should probably start getting ready right now," Daphne began. "It's going to take at least an hour to do our makeup." Harry didn't get it. He knew women took longer than men to get ready. Lisa took at least an hour longer than him to get ready for school, but he thought 3 hours was excessive. That didn't mean he was going to argue with them. "In that case, you may want to pry Astoria away from the Nintendo." It looks like she somehow got a hold of the controller. "What?" Daphne blinked, looked at her side, blinked again, and then swiveled her head toward the TV. Astoria was, indeed, sitting with Blaze and the other guys, controller in hand and fingers tapping away at the buttons. "Story. We're supposed to be getting ready for the party soon." "But Daph, I just started playing. Let me play for a little longer." "Absolutely not. You have to get ready for the party." "But the party isn't for another 3 hours." "That's what I said." "Yes, and that's barely enough time for me to do your hair, your makeup, and put your outfit on, not to mention my own outfit. There's a lot that we need to do. But this game is so fun. You can play it later." Story. As everyone watched the two sisters bicker, Tracy saddled up to Harry, a wide grin splitting her face. "Are you as amused by these two as I am?" Harry took one look at the two sisters. Daphne had grabbed Astoria's hand and was trying to drag the girl away, but the younger of the two had had a strong grip carpet and was refusing to budge. He looked back at Tracy. "Yes," he admitted. "Yes, I am." The party had started, but the girls had yet to come down. Harry didn't want to say he was getting worried, but, well, he wouldn't deny that he was curious. He understood that girls took longer to get ready than boys, but what could they possibly be doing that it would take over 5 hours to get ready? He and the other boys had been ready for the party when it started. And they hadn't gotten dressed until the party was half an hour away. There were a lot of people at this party, more than even he had expected, far more. Harry had left the matter of sending out invitations to Celestina and Augusta Longbottom. Despite how they didn't get along, both had somehow come to an agreement on who to send letters to. Now there were over 50 people inside of Grimmauld Place's living room. Being the host technically, Sirius was the host, as this Yuletide festival was, in celebration of his release. Harry had been making his rounds around the party. He'd met with all the movers and shakers. He spoke with the fringe families and light families. He rubbed elbows with the darker families that had come at Celestina's behest, while sharing laughs and smiles with those who lived in the light as Augusta wanted him to. Just as Augusta had introduced him to some of the light families that he didn't know, so, too, had Celestina helped him with the darker families. There were several. The McNavers were distant relatives of the Knotts. There was also the Ashwoods, a dark family who had immigrated from Germany. There were many people, and thanks to his eidetic memory, Harry had made sure to memorize every new face he saw. Professor Lupin and Sirius were also there, making friendly. Professor Lupin had tried to leave before the party started. However, neither he nor Sirius were going to let him. They had immobilized Professor Lupin before he could make off, stuffed him into a suit, and then kept him frozen until it was time for the party to start. The werewolf had sulked for a while, but even he couldn't stay upset as Sirius dragged him around the room. It looks like they know a lot of these people. While some people were still wary of Sirius, shown by the way they grew silent when he approached, it didn't take long before many of them were animatedly chatting with him. Sirius had a way with people. He was so upbeat, always smiling and laughing. It was hard for someone to remain suspicious in the face of such gaiety. Andromeda, Ted, and Nymphadora were also present. While Andromeda was decked out in a lovely dress that flattered her womanly figure, Ted had donned his best business suit and Nymphadora had, well, at least she was wearing a dress. That said, she picked at her dress every few seconds, as though longing to be rid of it. This forced Andromeda to slap the girl's hands, even as she politicked with several other guests. All of his male friends were also present. Blaise moved with his mum and Celine, his flirty older sister who occasionally threw Harry winks. Neville made rounds with his gran. Terry had looked completely out of his element until Harry had introduced him to Andrew Fulton, a wizarding astronomer who studied the magical theory of star-based rituals. He'd been speaking with the man ever since. As he was talking to Emily Smith, discussing the latest in magical medicine, the doors to the living room opened, and Harry finally understood what had taken the girls so long to get ready. They were breathtaking. Harry wasn't the only one who was stunned as they walked into the room. Blaise, Terry, and Neville looked like they'd been hit by a stunner, and some of the guests who were around their age appeared similarly struck dumb. There were even some older witches and wizards who eyed the group of 7, though Harry did not approve of the stares. It was like they didn't see the girls in question. It was more like they were judging the girls' worth, as if they were a source of monetary gain instead of people. Begging off his conversation with the Medowitch, Harry made it to the girls before anyone else. He greeted them with a smile. "You girls look stunning," he said. "I think you've just left the entire room speechless." "As well we should," Tracy said, turning her nose up in the approximation of a snobby noble. "My beauty has clearly left them in a state of stupefaction." "Such a humble girl you are," Daphne said with a sigh. "What do you think of my dress, Harry?" Lisa Croft asked as she twirled around, allowing the elegant folds of her golden dress robes to shimmer and ruffle. It was a single-shoulder dress, the kind that resembled those worn by Hollywood actresses. Harry had designed the dress based on one that he'd seen being worn by Meg Ryan. "You look even lovelier than I imagined you would," Harry said honestly. Lisa's entire face turned red. "Ah, thank you. You look pretty dashing yourself, Harry," Hannah said, her voice as bubbly as her stunning yellow dress, which swished as she walked. Harry grinned. Thanks. I do look rather dashing, don't I? It seems Tracy isn't the only humble one here, Susan joked. With a dress the same color as her hair, she walked up to him. Harry held out his arm, allowing her to slide her arm through. She was wearing white silk gloves, which moved up to her forearms. Her dress was sleeveless. Humility is my middle name, Harry said seriously. Susan smiled. I'm sure. Lisa Croft pouted at the two of them, and so Harry offered her his other arm. His friend smiled. She took a step forward. Then she stopped, looked back at Daphne, who slowly shook her head, sighed, and took a step back. That was weird. There are a lot of people here, Lisa Turpin said. Political parties always have a lot of people, Blaise said as he, Terry, and Neville walked up to them. Can't politic unless there are loads of people. I guess. Don't worry about the others too much, Harry said. We're only going to take one round around the room. I'll introduce all of you as my friends, and then we can seclude ourselves under the pretense of wanting to speak with people our own age. A sound plan, Daphne agreed. Tracy just groaned. I hate politics. Introducing his friends to everyone was an interesting experience. He had to be careful of how he introduced everyone, and also the order introductions were made. To mitigate favoritism, Harry took a clockwise tour around the room. With each new group that he bumped into, he introduced his friends, starting with Susan and Neville, then Blaise and Daphne, followed by Hannah, Lisa Turpin, Terry, Tracy, and Lisa Croft. Susan and Neville were always introduced first. They were members of the Founding Five, so, along with himself, they were the highest-ranking individuals there. Blaise and Daphne were members of a noble house. Tracy, Terry, Hannah, and Lisa Turpin were normal witches and wizards. Of course, Lisa Croft wasn't even magical, but no one except his friends, Sirius and Professor Lupin, and Andromeda Tonks knew this. It was just as Harry and his friends were about to beg off so they could catch up with what's happened over the Christmas holidays, that someone unwanted entered the room. Lucius looked immaculate in his silver dress robes, and Narcissa complimented him with her dark green gown. Walking beside them was Draco, dressed in the finest robes galleons could buy. There was a sickening smirk plastered over the man's face. Harry kept his shock from registering, walked up to the trio, and bowed his head politely. Lucius, Narcissa, Draco, it has been a while since we last met. I had not realized you were coming. Celestina and Augustus had not sent them invitations. Harry also didn't know how they'd gotten in, unless. Creature. Harry hadn't told the house elf that he forbade these three from entering, and Narcissa was a black, regardless of her last name. Creature had no reason not to let them in. An oversight on my part. I should have foreseen this. Indeed, Lucius said with the quiet confidence and grace of a deadly cobra. My family and I were in the neighborhood and decided to stop by. We wanted to give Narcissa's cousin our heartfelt joy at his newfound freedom because we are family. Of course, Harry agreed. The only sign of his wariness was the twitch of his fingers. Please, enjoy the festivities. Lucius smiled a viper's smile. He had Harry caught within his trap, and he knew that Harry also knew that. Curse this man. They wandered over to Sirius Black and Professor Lupin. As they did, Draco turned his head and gave Harry a smirk, as though he'd been the one to have orchestrated this entire thing. Arrogant sod. His friends walked up to him. Their expressions all varied, but most were centered on concern. Harry? Daphne asked, placing a hand on his arm. Sorry, Harry said to his friends. Do you mind if we stay for a moment longer? Something was about to happen, something big, something that could be potentially ruinous. Lucius would not have come by for any other reason. Harry needed to know what that something was. If he didn't know, then coming up with an appropriate countermeasure was going to be impossible. It's fine, Tracy said. We'll stick around. Thank you. Astoria glowered at the three. This is just what we need, a bunch of arrogant sods. Story, Daphne whispered, her voice containing a hint of warning. Lisa Croft, the only one who didn't know the Malfoys, watched on with worry. Sirius, it's wonderful to see you in such high spirits, Lucius greeted with false joviality. He sounded genuinely happy. Harry was reluctantly impressed by the man's acting ability. What's Sirius going to do? Harry was understandably worried. Sirius was his godfather, but he was also a loose cannon. There was no telling what that man would say or do. To Harry's relief, Sirius did not react rashly, but instead graced Lucius with a wide grin. "Lucy," he said with a cheerfulness that was teeth-grating. "It's so good to see you. And Narcissa, cousin, I haven't laid eyes on you since you were a scrawny brat who followed me around everywhere. Look at how you've grown." Narcissa twitched, but gave Sirius an indulgent smile. "It is nice to see that you haven't changed much from man I once knew." Sirius's laugh was a loud guffaw that echoed through the now silent living room. "You know nothing can change me." "Indeed," Lucius said, and the once happy smile suddenly became predatory as he locked eyes on Professor Lupin. "Professor Lupin," Lucius spoke again, but this time, his tone was different. No longer jovial, no longer kind, it was now laced with amused venom. "It has been so long since you and I have seen each other. I hear you're teaching at Hogwarts now." Professor Lupin must have sensed the underlying poison in Lucius's tone. He was tense, like a coiled spring. "Lucius, it has indeed been a long time. You are correct. I am a teacher at Hogwarts these days." Out of the corner of his eyes, Harry spotted Celestina, Andromeda, Madame Bones, and Augustus Longbottom all head toward the now dangerous confrontation. They surely sensed it just as Harry did. Whatever was going to happen, whatever reason Lucius was here for, the moment was coming soon. "You teach defense against the dark arts, yes?" Lucius inquired with polite curiosity. "Draco has told me so much about you. He has given you nothing but praise." From the disgusted expression on Malfoy's face, Lucius's words were a lie. "Has he? I'm very grateful, though I'm just doing my best to instruct the next generation," Professor Lupin said, his expression and voice humble. "Truly. That is good to hear. You seem to have a lot of experience," Lucius said. His lips curled into a cruel smile. "Though I am not surprised, given the dark nature of your existence." "Oh, no." Harry's eyes widened at the same time that Professor Lupin became ramrod straight. "I'm not sure what you mean," Professor Lupin said, his voice choked. Lucius's smile couldn't have been more vicious if he tried. Harry, upon seeing that smile, tried to rush through the crowd, to head off whatever Lucius was going to say. He was too late. "Oh, do not be modest, Professor Lupin. There is no need to hide the fact that you are a werewolf." With only a few words, Lucius Malfoy not only ruined Harry's Yuletide party, but he also destroyed Professor Lupin's reputation. Harry should have known that his good fortune wouldn't last. Lucius Malfoy had left the party after dropping his bomb, politely excusing himself as he and his family disappeared. Harry had been unable to repair the damage done. Celestina and Augustus had taken charge, subtly convincing the others to leave, not that there had been much need. Once Lucius had told everyone that Professor Lupin was a werewolf, they were all too happy to leave. That poisonous snake. Harry wanted to rip his hair out in frustration. He should have known that Lucius knew of Professor Lupin's condition, should have realized that man would attack the professor. Pettigrew had been a Death Eater. That meant every Death Eater in Voldemort's inner circle had known about Professor Lupin's affliction. As a werewolf, Professor Lupin was one of the few weak points that Lucius could attack to undermine Harry. He couldn't attack Harry directly. That was political suicide. However, if he attacked Professor Lupin, exposed Professor Lupin for what he was, then he wouldn't need to attack Harry. Word would spread, and pretty soon, everyone would know that Harry was friends with a werewolf. Werewolves were hated in wizarding society. Many considered them to be a blight, a black mark, a stain. Those who befriended a werewolf were shunned as if they were a werewolf themselves. The very act was considered criminal. Everyone would treat you like you had the plague. Harry's reputation was sure to suffer for this, especially since he had no intention of leaving Professor Lupin to fend for himself. Was there any way to recover from this? It was the next day. Christmas morning. Harry had done as he'd always done: exercised, washed off and got dressed, and then sat down to breakfast. The Daily Prophet was already on the table when he arrived in the kitchen. The front page headline was titled "Dark Arts Teacher is a Werewolf. Your Children Aren't Safe." By the Daily Prophet's gossip correspondent, Rita Skeeter. Hogwarts has gone barmy. While we all know that Albus Brian Percival Wulfric Dumbledore is an oddball, none of us knew how dangerous such eccentricities could be. Just yesterday, we discovered that Professor Remus Lupin, the newest defense against the dark arts professor, is a werewolf. This writer is truly appalled by how the headmaster of Hogwarts was willing to hire such a dangerous creature, and the parents of the children who attend Hogwarts are even more so. I've known Remus Lupin since we attended Hogwarts together, said one concerned parent. I never knew that he was a monster. Had I known, I would have never gone to Hogwarts, and now that I do know, my child certainly won't be going back. My son was always wary around Professor Lupin, a young mother who shall remain nameless for her own protection stated in an interview. Now we know why. Dumbledore, how could you hire a monster to work for you? These are just some of the concerns voiced by parents everywhere. There are many more. As of early this morning, no less than 200 letters have been sent to Hogwarts, demanding the immediate removal of Professor Remus Lupin from his post as the Dada Professor. At the head of this crusade to remove such a dangerous creature is none other than Lucius Malfoy, a member of the board of directors at Hogwarts, and a man who's always believed in keeping our young safe. I've known Remus Lupin since we were young and attending Hogwarts together. I had always admired his diligence, and was glad when I learned he'd be teaching my son, Lucius Malfoy admitted to the press. However, when I learned that he was a werewolf, I became shocked. He'd always struck me as a kind child, but I suppose it was merely a mask that he used to hide his more sinister nature. I can't believe the headmaster hired someone like that, knowing it would place our children in jeopardy. We at the Daily Prophet cannot condone letting a known monster work at Hogwarts. While we understand that finding a professor for the defense against the dark arts position is difficult, the headmaster should have chosen a better person for the job. For more information on Professor Lupin, go to page 6. Harry didn't think he'd ever been more furious. The entire article was pure vitriol. It was tripe. Too bad sheep love to eat the shite that people like Lucius feed them. Professor Lupin was currently at Hogwarts, having returned there immediately after the party to speak with the headmaster. Harry hadn't heard back from him. He hoped the man would return sometime today. After the party, Celestina had apologized for what happened. It wasn't her fault, however. No one could have predicted that Lucius would learn of the party. It hadn't been advertised, and in fact, Celestina and Augustus had done their best to send invitations out discreetly. That Lucius found out regardless meant one of the people invited had informed him. If I ever find out who told Lucius, I'm going to make them regret being alive. Morning, Harry, Lisa mumbled as she entered through the doorway. A necklace hung from around her neck, jingling as she stumbled to her seat. It was made from white gold, and a small pendant sat in the center. Harry had commissioned that necklace for her Christmas present. It was a magical item that had been enchanted with basic protection magic. While it wouldn't stand up to dark magic, it would protect her from basic jinxes and hexes, which might become necessary in the future. He'd given it to her last night. Good morning, Harry grunted. Lisa frowned as she grabbed the cup that he slid over to her. What's wrong? She asked before taking a sip of the rejuvenation potion. Harry pushed the newspaper toward her. See for yourself. As Lisa read the newspaper, Sirius walked into the kitchen. He looked worse than Harry. Bags hung under his bloodshot eyes, his posture was slouched, and his face held a haggard appearance like he'd aged 20 years in a single night. Slumping as he sat down, Sirius greeted Harry and Lisa with a grunt before piling the plate that appeared before him with food. You look like you got a good night's rest, Harry snarked. Couldn't sleep. Sirius shook his head. Not a wink. Worried about Professor Lupin. Yeah, Harry couldn't blame Sirius for being worried. There was no telling what would happen now that Professor Lupin's secret was out. However, the fact that he'd been denounced as a werewolf was debilitating. Werewolves couldn't hold jobs, they weren't allowed in most places including Diagon Alley, and they had no rights to speak of. Being a Muggleborn was easier by far. Professor Lupin didn't return to Grimmauld Place for another 2 hours, and when he finally arrived, his worn-down appearance said it all. Harry didn't think he'd ever seen someone look so defeated. I'm no longer going to be your professor, Harry, Professor Lupin said with an accepting smile as they sat down around the living room. He and Sirius had taken a pair of chairs while Harry sat on the couch with Lisa. You mean Dumbledore fired you? Sirius all but shouted. Professor Lupin shook his head. No, Headmaster Dumbledore was going to fight on my behalf. However, doing so would have been a futile struggle. It would have weakened his position, so I resigned. Given the current situation, that was probably the best way to mitigate the damage, Harry admitted. What are you saying? Asked Sirius, aghast. I'm saying that if he'd stayed as a professor, Headmaster Dumbledore and he would have had to fight a losing battle, Harry said. Professor Lupin is a werewolf. Regardless of everything else, that fact won't change, just as the hearts and minds of the people won't change. They would have been fighting against the entire wizarding world. That's not a fight that can be won, not even by a man like Headmaster Dumbledore. Even though he said this, it was still galling to be forced to submit to Lucius Malfoy's scheme. Harry hated that he couldn't think of a way to rectify this situation. The only possible way for this to be even somewhat repaired was if Professor Lupin had a job. What are you going to do now? Asked a curious Lisa. Now, Professor Lupin shrugged. I don't know. Since everyone knows I'm a werewolf, I can't find employment. I might have to get a job in the Muggle world. Mundane world, Harry corrected. Professor Lupin blinked. Huh. Why don't you just stay here? Sirius suggested. This place is pretty big, and I've got enough money to live comfortably for the rest of my life. You don't need a job if you stick around. Shaking his head, Professor Lupin said, thank you, but no. I'd feel bad if I had to rely on you. Actually, I think it's a great idea. Harry stood up. Stay here for now. I'll fix this. Fix this. Professor Lupin looked like someone had struck him in the face. How? Harry grinned. By finding a way to show the world that you aren't dangerous. It was still Christmas Eve. This day was meant to be spent with family, but Harry had left the moment he had finished breakfast. There were things that needed to be done, things that couldn't wait. Harry's first stop of the day was Gringotts. The Wizarding Bank loomed over him like an imposing Goliath, but he ignored its appearance as he marched past the massive double doors. Since it was Christmas, there weren't many people there. Everyone was spending time with their family. Harry should have been spending time with his family, but his new directive was beyond imperative. He walked up to a teller, waited until the goblin looked up, and said, I need to speak with Director Ragnarok. Do you have an appointment? Asked the goblin. I do not, but if you inform him that the heir of the Potter family has a business proposal for him, he should be willing to make some time. The goblin frowned. He frowned for so long that Harry wondered if he would ever move. After nearly a second of nothing but frowning, the goblin hopped off his stool and made for the door on the far side. Wait here, he said. Harry closed his eyes and magically enhanced his ears, allowing the sounds of the bank to wash over him. 6 meters away, a goblin placed jewels on a scale, the chink-chink of shifting jewelry causing his ears to prick. To his left, a wizard paced. The tapping of his feet created a series of staccato echoes that resonated with Harry's state of mind. A door opening with a slow creak made Harry open his eyes again. The goblin had returned. Director Ragnarok said that he will see you, the goblin said with a sneer. Follow me. When Harry entered Director Ragnarok's office, it was to find the goblin in charge of Gringotts going over papers. Harry walked up to the desk and sat down. It's not like you to demand to meet with me without scheduling an appointment first, Ragnarok said. I take it you have something important to discuss. I'm going to open a restaurant that caters to magical creatures, Harry said without preamble. One did not offer a goblin platitudes unless they wished to have their head removed from their shoulders. To that end, I would like to buy some real estate. However, due to the nature of the restaurant, it has to be somewhere more discreet than Diagon Alley. Ragnarok stopped reading through papers and looked at him. His shrewd eyes were narrowed as though he was trying to peer into Harry's soul. You wish to open a restaurant for magical creatures. Specifically for those creatures who are labeled dark, like vampires and werewolves, Harry said. He reached into his robes and pulled out a parchment, which he handed to Director Ragnarok. Either I'll need to buy a building with these specifications, or I'll need to buy land where I can have a building with these specifications built. Ragnarok looked at the parchment, studying the architecture no doubt. His face remained inscrutable. He looked back at Harry. And what do you hope to accomplish with this? Harry understood enough about goblin culture to read between the lines. Director Ragnarok wasn't asking what he was hoping to gain, but rather, what the Goblin Nation stood to gain for helping Harry with this endeavor. Goblins aren't allowed to loiter around places like Diagon Alley or other wizard-heavy population centers. While you do have your city under Gringotts Bank, not being able to go where you want is rankling. This restaurant, which is also going to second as an inn, will be open to all magical creatures, including goblins. Since this has never been done, it's bound to be a profitable venture, especially if advertised right. Director Ragnarok set the parchment on the desk and frowned at Harry. If anyone else had come up to me with this proposal, I would have never considered it. However, since it's you, and you've proven to be a highly successful businessman, I'm going to make an exception. We'll find either a building or some real estate in a location that would best suit an inn like this. Thank you. Harry stood up and made for the door. Since their meeting was done, there was no point in staying, and Director Ragnarok disliked mingling any longer than necessary. Herr Potter, Director Ragnarok said as Harry placed his hand on the door. Yes. Next time, schedule an appointment. Harry paused, but it was only for a second. Yes, sir, he said before leaving. His goal for coming to Gringotts was a success, albeit, Director Ragnarok had given him a warning which could have been akin to a death sentence in goblin terms. Since he was finished with Goal 1, he decided to complete the second goal for his coming to Diagon Alley. CH Potions was still not open for business. Harry had used his connections in the potion ingredients industry to negotiate a deal for quality ingredients at a low price. He'd also contacted Neville and Blaze. Neville owned several greenhouses filled with plants, and Blaze had a more comprehensive knowledge of imports and exports than he let on. While Celestina and Augustus were technically in charge of their business, both had agreed to help out. Now that Harry and Cassidy had a means of acquiring ingredients, they would be able to open up the shop soon. Harry was here for other reasons today. He knocked on the door and waited, listening as someone squeaked on the other side. Footsteps echoed from behind the door. The sound was muffled, but it grew louder as the person on the other side got close. There was a pause. Harry heard breathing. Then the door opened and a flustered Cassidy peered outside. Harry. Cassidy stared at him as if he was an alien entity. Good morning. Do you mind if I come in? Asked Harry. Oh, yes. Please come in. Cassidy's cheeks were red as he entered the shop. It was odd to see her so flustered, as she normally kept a pretty calm demeanor when she was working at Flourish and Blots. He wondered if her new situation, being the owner of a potions shop, was making her nervous. How have things been? Are you nearly ready to open up shop? Harry asked as he glanced around. This was his first time inside. Not yet, Cassidy admitted. I'm still working on making enough potions to sell that I won't run out. They walked past a shelf lined with vials that were filled with potions. Green, red, yellow, purple. The potions were represented in a myriad of colors. Harry could tell from a combination of the color and viscosity what type of potion each one was. They were all fairly standard. Rejuvenation, pepper up, burning salve, etc. Did the ingredients come in okay? Yes, they did. That's actually why I'm here today. They came in and I really needed to stow them in the back room. Certain potion ingredients expired quickly. While most jars had their own freshening charm to make ingredients last longer, they only worked for a few months. To rectify this, the back room of the shop was placed inside of a stasis charm, which kept everything sealed from the outside world, almost as if they were frozen in time. Harry nodded several times. If you want, I can get someone to help you create the potions. Really? Cassidy whirled around on him. Her eyes were shining like two beacons. Harry leaned backwards in a vain attempt to avoid her stare. That's right, Harry said. I was thinking of having my house elf come over and help make potions with you. I figured it would be easier if you had an extra hand who could make the basic potions, which would leave you free to create the more complex ones. That would be nice, Cassidy said. I'll see what I can do about sending you some help, then. Harry eyed the magical posters on the wall. Each of them contained ingredients on a different potion. As he looked at one of the posters, it quickly changed from displaying a pepper-up potion to a wolfsbane potion. Thank you very much, Cassidy said. I appreciate everything you've done for me. You're welcome, Harry said. Actually, I was hoping you would also be able to help me with something. Considering all the help you're giving me, including the shop, potions ingredients, and now this, I'll do whatever I can to help, Cassidy said. Then, do you know how to create a wolfsbane potion? Cassidy blinked. I know how to make a wolfsbane potion, but I've only made it once or twice, so I'm not the best at it. That's fine, Harry said with a wave of his hand. The reason I'm here isn't just to see if you do this for me, but also to help you create a wolfsbane potion according to my own findings. It's stronger than the normal wolfsbane. I've brought enough ingredients for us to make 6 attempts. I wouldn't mind practicing. Are we going to do it now? I'd like to get you proficient as soon as possible. Is that okay? Frowning for a second, Cassidy eventually nodded. Yes, that's fine. Thank you. Cassidy turned to him as they wandered to the back of the store. The back was lined with more shelves, and a counter sat in front of the shelves. There was a door situated off to the side. Harry could not see beyond the door, but since this was a 2-story building, he imagined it would lead to a shop should also have a basement, so it would probably be back there as well. Do you have some particular need for wolfsbane potion, Harry? Cassidy finally asked. I do, Harry said. I'll tell you about it as we work, if you want. That would be nice, Cassidy said, and with those words, the two of them got to work. Harry spent about an hour with Cassidy until he felt she was proficient in brewing wolfsbane potion. He also left her with his notes. It was the entire process of creating wolfsbane potion, along with his reasoning on why he'd made certain changes to the process. Arriving back home, Harry discovered Professor Lupin, Sirius, and Lisa playing video games in the game room. While the former Dada professor stood back and watched, Lisa and Sirius were screaming at the television. Come on. You're supposed to jump onto those floating boxes. Ha. You haven't seen my true skills yet. Eat this, damn it. That stupid Goomba killed me again. You see. This is why you keep dying. Stuff a sock in it. Sirius was playing right now, and it appeared that he and Lisa were arguing on how best to defeat a certain part of the game. They were arguing so much that they were barely paying attention to the game. Sirius had already died once more, which meant Lisa was now playing. She was a lot better than Sirius. You see this? This is how you clear a level. No way. How did you become so skilled? I've always been talented at video games. Now bow before your master. Sighing when Sirius actually did bow to Lisa, Harry walked further into the room. Are you two having fun? Harry. Lisa turned around to face him, and was subsequently killed when Mario leapt into a chasm. Ah, that's not fair. I was distracted. Distraction or not, we agreed to trade turns once someone dies, Sirius said, making creepy gestures for the controller. Gimme. Fine. Lisa shoved the controller into his hands and stood up. As Sirius began playing again, Lisa went up to Harry. Did you finish everything you needed? Yeah, it's all done, Harry said. Great. Lisa grabbed his hand. Then let's do something fun. Harry blinked. Fun. Lisa's idea of fun was, apparently, going to the park. After getting dressed in regular mundane clothes, he and Lisa went to St. George's Garden. It was a fenced-off park surrounded by buildings. Since it was winter, the trees had no leaves, but the grass was still green. It didn't snow often in London, not unless the weather was freezing. Freezing or not, it was still cold. Lisa had bundled up in a jacket that made her look like a snowman. Harry was wearing a plain leather jacket, which did little to protect him from the cold, but he didn't need to worry about that since he had magic. How are you not cold? Lisa asked. Mist blew from Harry's mouth as he said, warming charm. Wah, no fair. Put a warming charm on me too. All right. I can try, though I'm not sure how long it'll last on you. Harry discreetly placed a wandless warming charm on his friend, who breathed a sigh of relief as the charm activated. I love magic. You've only been introduced to it a few days ago, Harry said. And now I love it. Magic is like the most convenient thing in the entire world. Well, Harry started, I won't deny that it's convenient. It is. However, there's a lot more to magic than mere convenience. I know that. Lisa pouted. They wandered through the park, passing by several benches, trees, and various decorations. Numerous graves littered the park. They were large creations, monoliths that served to show who was buried there. Some were larger than others. One even looked like a stake jutting into the sky. So, you know that tomorrow is the last day I get to stay here, Lisa said at last. I know. Christmas Day. Your parents are going to pick you up early in the morning, right? After we open presents. That's right. Harry hummed. I'm surprised your father let you stay over at my place for so long. I think he was reassured about there being a parental figure around, Lisa confessed, though from the glimmer in her eyes, he knew what she thought of that. Yeah, Sirius isn't much of a parental figure. No, Lisa giggled. He isn't. They spent nearly an hour more outside, until the warming charm on Lisa wore off, and then they traveled back to Grimmauld Place. Sirius would still be playing video games when they arrived. Harry woke up later than usual on Christmas Day. He'd spent the previous night playing video games with Lisa, Sirius, and Remus. That normally wouldn't have been enough to put him out so thoroughly, but Sirius was a terrible influence. Harry didn't know if Sirius had not thought about the implications, or simply not remembered that his friend wasn't magical, but he'd given Lisa Butterbeer. Butterbeer was a wizarding beverage with a mild alcohol content, about 2.8%, if Harry wasn't mistaken. Underage witches and wizards were allowed to drink it because their magic flushed alcohol from their bodies. However, the effects it had on a mundane child were vastly different. Lisa had gotten drunk after guzzling 3 pints of butterbeer. She'd then come onto him stronger than he could ever remember. To make matters worse, she'd stripped off most of her clothes, claiming she was hot, which had probably been a side effect of being a mundane child who'd gotten drunk off a wizarding beverage. Afterward, she chased Harry all throughout the house until she passed out in the living room. Harry had then been forced to carry the half-BPD girl to her room, put her in some pajamas, and then he'd gone to Sirius and lectured the man about responsibility for the next 2 hours. After which he'd passed out from exhaustion. It had not been a pleasant night. Groaning as he sat up in bed, Harry pressed a hand to his face and circulated some magic through his mind. The headache he'd been feeling slowly faded. However, no amount of magic could keep the disturbing images of last night from entering his mind. I truly hate having perfect memory sometimes. Yes, there were occasions when the benefits of perfect memory were not worth the drawbacks. Now he was going to be stuck with images of a half-naked Lisa for the rest of his life. If there had been any shred of brotherly feelings for her left over, any sense of familial love, last night had done an exceedingly smashing job of destroying them. Definitely not an image I want to have. Harry needed to take a cold shower to bring his arousal under control. He couldn't allow himself to think about Lisa like that, nor did he want to. After staying in the shower for 15 minutes longer than normal, he got dressed and wandered downstairs, where the scent of breakfast wafted from the living room. Are they eating on the carpet? He rushed into the living room. Not only were Sirius and Lisa eating on the carpet, but Lisa was lying on her stomach as she shoved French toast into her mouth. Sirius was sitting cross-legged by the Christmas tree. However, he was a sloppier eater than Lisa. Harry didn't know how long they'd been eating, but there was already bits of food in his godfather's goatee. Why can't you two take Mooney's example and at least eat on the couch? Harry asked, gesturing to Professor Lupin, who was, indeed, sitting on the couch as he carefully ate breakfast. Harry. Sirius greeted cheerfully, completely ignoring everything Harry had just said. Happy Christmas. Happy Christmas, Harry. Lisa also greeted. Harry pressed his palm against his face and turned to Professor Lupin, who merely smiled at him. Happy Christmas, Harry. He sighed. Happy Christmas. Grab some breakfast and come join us, Harry, Lisa said. We're going to open presents soon. I can't wait. Sirius cheered like a child who'd just been given the keys to the car. Harry sighed again, but he went into the kitchen, grabbed some breakfast, and wandered back into the living room. He sat down next to Lisa. She seemed awfully chipper for someone who'd gotten drunk the previous night. Of course, that was likely because Harry had used magic to clear the alcohol from her system so she wouldn't have a hangover. We should at least wait until Lisa's parents arrive, he said. I still need to give her a lecture on accepting beverages from someone as morally unscrupulous as Sirius Black. That would be for another time, however. Today was Christmas, and so it wouldn't do if he were to ruin it by giving his best friend a lecture. While Sirius and Lisa Mo.Ned in complaint, Harry remained adamant about waiting for Lisa's parents, who arrived 15 minutes after everyone had finished eating. Greetings had been subdued. This was mostly because of Mr. Croft. The man remained gruff even though he was in someone else's house. Harry sighed. At least he was polite. Once the two Crofts had arrived, Lisa and Sirius had tore into their Christmas gifts like, well, children. It was almost like watching a couple ravenous beasts tear into a dying animal. Paper and ribbons flew everywhere as though they were guts and blood. Harry could only watch with Remus and Lisa's parents, who seemed astonished to find an adult who acted like such a child. Had I realized Sirius Black acted like this, I would not have agreed to let Lisa stay over, Mr. Croft grunted. Now, dear, Lisa has not seen her friend for a long time. Mrs. Croft smiled. Would you deny her this time with Harry? Mr. Croft responded with another grunt, but he didn't say anything to dispute his wife. Outside of his necklace, which he'd given to her before the party, Harry had bought Lisa a number of gifts that ranged in price, from name brand t-shirts to movies and books. His friend had gushed over each one. Her hugs had been like Heracles squeezing a grape between his thumb and forefinger. For Sirius, he'd bought a brand new outfit for his motorcycle, including chaps, a helmet, and a jacket. Mr. Croft received a brand new Rolex watch, and Mrs. Croft had been given several erotic novels, which he knew she liked because she had a secret stash that she hid in the closet. The last person he'd bought presents for was Professor Lupin. For his former professor, Harry had bought a werewolf mug, a brand new suit, and 2 tickets to a Led Zeppelin concert. The stunned expression on the teacher's face had been reward enough. Harry wasn't the only one who'd bought presents. Lisa, Sirius, and Professor Lupin had all given him incredible gifts. From Sirius, Harry was given several books on mechanics plus an expensive broom cleaning kit. Remus had bought him a rare book on charms that Harry had been searching for but hadn't been able to find. The best gift, however, had come from Lisa. Oh, wow, Harry muttered as he tore away the packaging and saw the present hidden inside. It was a brand new computer. Harry had never owned a computer before, but he'd used enough to understand that this one was an excellent buy, one of the best that a regular citizen could get. It had a 66 MHz P5 based Pentium processor. It came with a Windows NT 3.1 operating system, and there was also a game that had come with it as a package: Doom. Gaming was a relatively new concept. Video games had technically been around since 1950. However, they were mostly novelties back then. The only people who had played them were programmers who had access to computers, and they were very simple games. Even later on, the games were large and unwieldy, using a vector display system. They simply weren't that good. Now people could play games on their computer. Again, most of the games were simple. Pong. Frogger. Doom was, according to the instruction manual, being touted as a game with some of the best graphics around. Technology is coming even further than I thought. This is amazing, he muttered. Lisa grinned at him. Isn't it? I spent a lot of time working to get that for you, so be sure to keep praising me, UWA. She was given no chance for a comeback when Harry pulled her into a tight hug. Thank you for this. I'll be sure to treasure it. Harry felt a pair of hands grab his back. Why, you'd better. She says she worked hard getting that, but it was actually me who bought it, Mr. Croft grumbled. Come on, dear. Don't belittle Lisa's contribution. She's been working several hours every day since last Christmas to get this for Harry, Mrs. Croft chided her husband, who grunted but said nothing else. It sounded like Lisa had been working from the moment last Christmas had ended to buy him this gift. The mere thought that Lisa had done this for him caused warmth to spread through his chest. He wished he could capture this feeling in a bottle, so he could save it for whenever he was feeling down. Euphoric did nothing to describe how he felt. Thank you, Harry said, giving Lisa the widest, most heartfelt smile he could muster. Lisa's cheeks turned into a bonfire of red. Why, you're welcome. presents were finished unwrapping and Lisa left with her family. Harry had gotten a lot more presents than he'd ever had before. Aside from Lisa's gift, which had also been a joint gift by the entire Croft family, Harry had received several books from Daphne on old magic rituals, a fashionable cloak that could be used in place of wizarding robes from Blaze, several different types of Honeydukes candy from Tracy, the newest star chart from Terry, a book on Egyptian magic from Lisa Turpin, sealed plant ingredients from Neville, and an advanced dueling kit from Hannah and Susan. That was on top of all the gifts he'd gotten from Sirius and Professor Lupin. I think this year is my biggest haul yet. So how was it? Sirius asked. Harry looked up from his place on the floor. Sirius was also sitting on the floor, his face split into a wide yet nervous grin. Your first Christmas here, I mean. Did you have fun? Yeah, I did, Harry admitted. Thank you, Sirius. This has been one of the best Christmases I've ever celebrated. Since befriending Lisa, most of his Christmas celebrations had been with her and her family. While they had been fun and exciting, it wasn't quite the same as this year. There was something different. Perhaps it was because Sirius was his godfather, or it could have just been because of the man's exuberant personality. Whatever the case, this Christmas had been a lot of fun. Hee hee, you're welcome. Sirius looked quite pleased with himself. His grinning face had the kind of satisfied look that Harry expected to see on a well-fed and lazy cat who was sunbathing. Harry ended up putting most of his presents in his room. Since there were a lot of books, he transfigured a bookshelf inside of his bedroom and placed the books there. He also took out all of the books that he'd memorized out of his trunk and put them on the shelf as well. There was no sense in lugging around a book that he'd already memorized. It took nearly an hour to organize his presents. It was lunchtime when he finished, and Harry walked into the kitchen, ignoring Walburga's portrait, which seemed to be pouting at having been forced into silence. Sirius and Remus were eating when he entered. He sat down beside them as a plate with a sandwich appeared on it. Sirius, Harry said as he stared at his sandwich. Sirius looked up, his mouth half full. There's something I need to discuss with you. Swallowing his food, Sirius said, what's with the formal tone? I'm not sure if you know this, but as members of the Founding Five, you and I have seats on the Wizengamot and the House of Lords. The Wizengamot was the judicial body through which trials were held. Every person who was placed on trial stood before the Wizengamot as they were either sentenced for their crimes or proven innocent. Meanwhile, the House of Lords was half of the governing body. While the ministry governed, it was the House of Lords that passed laws, though they still needed approval from the Minister of Magic. We do? Sirius asked. Harry gave his godfather a blank stare. Did you not know that? No, but I never really cared for crap like that. Well, you're going to have to care now, Harry said adamantly. I'm not old enough to claim my place on either the Wizengamot or the House of Lords. Currently, both House Black and House Potter's seats are empty. Someone needs to fill those places until I'm old enough to assume them myself. While Sirius spent most of his time goofing around or working on his motorcycle, he wasn't dumb. He understood the meaning of those words. It was hard not to. Oh, no, Sirius said, shaking his head. No. Look, Harry, I know you're all gung-ho for this political stuff, but I'm not cut out to be a politician. I have no talent for it. Besides, I hate politics to begin with. Half the reason I ran away from my parents was so I wouldn't have to deal with politics. Harry nodded. I understand, which is why you won't have to do anything but sit there during meetings. I'm not expecting you to do anything. However, I need someone to take up those two positions and report what's happening to me. Sirius's stubborn expression didn't waver. Harry sighed and leaned forward. Look, Sirius, considering what happened to Moony, we can't afford to stay in the dark. Lucius Malfoy is a huge threat, and he has a good majority of the dark houses in his pocket. I need you there, so you can gather information on him for me. Lucius Malfoy had one of the largest block of votes on the Wizengamot and the House of Lords. More than half the dark houses were in his debt, owed him favors, or had entered an alliance with the House of Malfoy. The only dark houses that weren't aligned with him were the fringe families. However, while the fringe families actually make up more than 45% of the governing body, they were a fractured group. The only solid voting bloc for the fringe families was Nathaniel Greengrass's. He, and those aligned with him, made up around 30% of the voting blocs for fringe families, making him someone who could swing votes in favor of whoever he deemed fit. He was like that single ingot on a scale. Whenever the light and dark sides were deadlocked, he was the person they had to convince to make their side's law pass. Sirius scratched his head. Damn, you know how to hit where it hurts, bringing up that bigot. All right, fine. I'll attend those stupid meetings for you. Thank you. Harry shared a quick grin with Professor Lupin. But who's going to watch the house while I'm gone? Sirius asked. Why, Sirius, don't you remember saying I could stay here? Asked Professor Lupin, his calm smile holding a hint of mischief. I would be more than happy to house sit for you while you go and enjoy sitting in meetings for several hours a day. Sirius slammed his head onto the table and groaned. F.K.U. Mooney. F.K.U. The days passed by more quickly than Harry had expected. Harry had spent his days with Lisa, Sirius and Mooney. He hadn't been able to see his friends from Hogwarts since the party, but that didn't surprise him. They had their own things to do with their families. It was the last day of the holidays. Tomorrow, Harry would go with Sirius to platform 9 3/4. Professor Lupin would not be joining them. Much as it pained Harry to admit, at the moment, it was better for the former dark arts professor to lie low. It would be especially bad if he showed up at the platform where a bunch of children were being seen off by their parents. As Harry showered after his workout, he thought about what steps had been taken to mitigate the damage done by Lucius's scheme. It wasn't much. Professor Lupin had resigned, and Headmaster Dumbledore had not made any comments to the Daily Prophet, other than to let them know that Professor Lupin would no longer be teaching at Hogwarts. Harry was impressed by the headmaster's ability to repair his damaged reputation without slandering Professor Lupin or claiming ignorance. He'd let the media make up their own minds by not commenting on his thoughts. Even so, all he'd done was seal the cracks. He hadn't actually fixed anything. Those cracks in his defense could be reopened if someone decided to attack him again. They were fortunate that the headmaster was intelligent enough not to fall prey to Lucius's tactics more than once. So long as Headmaster Dumbledore didn't do something that the Ministry would disapprove of, Lucius would have no ammo to attack further. After getting out of the shower, Harry donned brand name jeans, a shirt, and his new jacket. He wandered into the game room. Sirius and Professor Lupin were playing Mario again. I'm heading out, he told them. I'm going to meet some people. I don't know how long I'll be gone. Sirius was not in charge of the controller right then, and he frowned at Harry. Where are you going? I'm going to visit Hermione's parents. Sirius remained silent for a moment. Professor Lupin was still playing, and he was surprisingly good, having cleared a level while he and Sirius spoke. When his godfather did speak, he sounded like he was being cautious in picking his words. Do you want me to go with you? Harry shook his head. Thank you, but no. I'd like to do this myself. Nodding, Sirius said, Okay. I'll let you do this, but be sure to come back before it gets dark. Oh, and don't just bottle everything up. I'm serious. If you feel angry or sad or whatever, then be sure to talk to me. Will do, Harry said. You should also be careful when you go out, Professor Lupin added. There've been people disappearing around London. I know that Hermione's parents don't live near where the disappearances are happening, but you can never be too careful. I know, Harry said. Don't worry, I'll be careful. The Grangers lived in a cul-de-sac much like the Crofts. All of the houses were uniform, one-story buildings with the same colored roofs and walls. As he moved down the walkway, he looked at the numbers on the houses. The Grangers' house was number 204. It turned out the house was at the end of the cul-de-sac, in a small dead end. Harry stood in front of the door. His hands shook. He knew what he had to do, but now that he was here, standing before the house of his friend's parents, all of his nerve had fled him. What would they say when they saw him? How would they feel? When Hermione had died, Harry had felt like something had swallowed him. He'd become lost in darkness. Part of that was because he blamed himself for not being proactive. If only he'd done more, if only he'd solved the mystery behind the Chamber of Secrets. If only, if only, if only. He'd kept thinking about all the things he could have done, should have done, and it had consumed him. These were Hermione's parents. Harry had been hit hard when she died, but he was just a friend. How much harder had her death hit the Grangers? How could he even face them knowing that he was the cause of their suffering? It was while he stared at the door in indecision that a light clicking echoed from the other side. Harry's eyes widened as the door opened. The woman on the other end, easily recognizable by her brown hair and eyes, stared at him in shock. Harry, she said, as though she was having trouble believing he was there. Mrs. Granger. Harry swallowed. His mouth felt dry. I'm here too. Words fled when Harry was suddenly engulfed in an unexpected hug. Harry froze. His body felt like it had been dunked into ice-cold water. He had no idea what to do, no clue as to how he should respond. Mrs. Granger pulled back and smiled. It was a smile laced with sadness, which could be seen through her tired eyes and the weariness of her posture. It's very good to see you, Harry. Won't you come inside for a bit? His reason for being here had simply been to apologize. However, faced with this woman's smile and the motherly aura coming off her, he could do nothing but agree. Yes, I'd like that. Mrs. Granger led him inside, and Harry looked at the many pictures lining the walls. All of them featured Hermione. There was a young Hermione holding an award of academic excellence, another smiling into a camera with her two large front teeth showing. And there were still more of Hermione at various stages of her life, including a magical one of Hermione after getting her wand. Mrs. Granger's voice interrupted his inspection. Come on into the kitchen. You're just in time for a spot of tea. The wooden floor shifted into tiles. Harry glanced around. The kitchen and living room shared the same space, with a small carpeted section marking where the living room began. A man was sitting on a couch, watching the news, which was discussing another disappearance that had happened. Harry recognized Mr. Granger. William. Look who's come for a visit, Mrs. Granger said. William Granger shifted and turned his head. He stared at Harry for a second, nodded, and went back to the TV. It was like he hadn't even seen Harry. Mrs. Granger gave him a pained smile. I'm sorry. I'm afraid William hasn't been the same since, she trailed off. Harry forced back the lump in his throat. I understand. You don't need to say any more. Thank you. Tea was served on the back porch, which sat next to a small but lovely garden. Harry recognized the myriad of flowers. Looking at all the different varieties made him wonder how the ones he'd cultivated at the Dursleys were doing. They've probably died off. Petunia doesn't know how to garden. I want to thank you for coming, Harry, Mrs. Granger said. She and he sat at a round, glass table. I've wanted to speak with you for some time, but we could never get in touch. I'm afraid Muggles can't use owl posts. Mrs. Granger. Oh, that's right. I have something I wanted to show you. Mrs. Granger stood up. Wait here for just one moment, please. Harry could do nothing as Mrs. Granger went back inside, presumably to grab something that she wanted to show him. Frowning, he turned back to the garden. Had Hermione been into gardening? He didn't know. The thought made his chest sting. There had been so much about Hermione that he didn't know, and now he would never know except through second-hand information. The door opened and Mrs. Granger walked back outside. She was carrying a box underneath her arm, which she set on the table. It was a simple box shaped like a small chest. There was a lock on the front. Mrs. Granger unlocked it with a key, and then opened the chest, revealing its contents to Harry. These are the letters that you and everyone else sent her, Mrs. Granger said, her sad smile back in full force. Hermione never had any friends before you and the others came along. Thanks to her intelligence, none of her peers wanted to spend time with her. She found solace in books and the praise of her teachers. It's why she always tried so hard at school. Harry knew that much from his conversations with Hermione. She'd shared a lot about her past with him, how the other students had made fun of her for getting good grades, how she'd kept her loneliness at bay by reading books, the names the students used to call her thanks to her teeth. Still, he let Mrs. Granger talk. The woman probably knew that he knew this, but she wanted to reminisce. That's why I'm really grateful to you. Mrs. Granger smiled at him. Harry thought it would have been better if she'd stabbed him through the chest. After she befriended you, you were all she ever talked about. She would go on and on about you and the others, about how much fun she was having, and how she couldn't wait to see you all again. Why? Harry whispered. Mrs. Granger frowned. Excuse me. Why are you being so nice to me? Why don't you hate me? A perplexed expression overcame Mrs. Granger's features. I'm afraid I don't understand. Why would I hate you? Because, Harry choked. Your daughter only died because I failed to protect her. I'm supposed to be the boy who lived, the wizarding genius who can do anything when he sets his mind to it. But I couldn't protect one of my friends. I couldn't protect Hermione. I let her die. I was negligent, and my negligence is what killed her. Now that's ridiculous, Mrs. Granger said. It's not. I'm Harry Potter. I'm supposed to be strong and capable. I'm supposed to be a leader. Yet I let Hermione die. I could have saved her if I'd been more proactive. If I'd worked on solving the mystery from the start, if I'd done more, I know I could have saved her. Harry's breathing was a heavy rasp. His chest ached from shouting. His eyesight was blurring, which explained why he didn't see Mrs. Granger until her arms were already wrapped around his head. He froze. It's just as I thought, she said. What? Out of all the people Hermione told me about, you're the one she talked about the most, Mrs. Granger continued. She said that you always tried to make everyone think you were perfect, but that you took everything that went wrong as a personal failure on your part. That's not. It's hard, isn't it? Her words silenced him. Trying to be perfect all the time, trying to take all the responsibilities onto your shoulders, that has to be difficult. But you know what, Harry? You might be mature beyond your years, but you're still only 12. No 12-year-old is perfect, not even if they are the boy who lived. The fight was leaving him. Harry felt weak, tired, defeated. He hated this feeling, but he couldn't seem to gather his strength. You don't understand. I have to be perfect. Not even adults are perfect, Mrs. Granger said. There were plenty of adults involved in what happened, but not even they were able to save my daughter. If they couldn't, what makes you think you could? Against such logic, Harry had nothing to say. Mrs. Granger continued. You've been holding onto this guilt for so long. It's okay to let it go. You shouldn't feel guilty about what happened. Harry tried to hold it in. He really did. However, her words were like the key that unlocked the floodgates. There was no way to stop the avalanche of emotions that poured from him. Harry's eyes burned as he cried out all of his guilt. It wasn't long before Harry was back at Hogwarts, attending classes, spending time with his friends, and working on his projects in the Chamber of Secrets. It had taken a lot of work, but the Chamber of Secrets had finally been fully converted into his workspace. No longer was it the dank, dark, and stagnant room that it had been. Vibrant lights sprayed the room with illumination thanks to the alchemy crystals floating in the air. While the floor was still made from stone, it had been transmuted to create a perfectly even surface, and all of the water that had created puddles on the floor was gathered into a pool near the back. The pool was another of Harry's creations. He'd converted the single remaining Slytherin statue, the largest one, which he could not remove because it was magically bound in place, into a fountain. The water was recycled through a series of pipes and shot from the statue's mouth. Unlike before, when the water had been murky and unclean, now it was pure. Harry had, once again, relied on alchemy to dispose of the waste within the water. In order to create fire, I need to find some way of separating the H2O molecules found in the air to form hydrogen. I can use the elemental symbol for water to help with that, but that won't fully separate the hydrogen from the oxygen. Also, I'd need the oxygen to feed the flames. This is tricky. Harry was sitting at his brand new desk. It was made from dark oak wood, polished to a shine, an expensive work desk that could second as a bookshelf. Several books were already sitting inside. Currently, all of them were on alchemy. Several sheets of parchment sat on his desk, each one containing sketches of various transmutation circles. He was trying to create a circle that could ignite the atmosphere. It was a theoretical exercise, not something he planned on creating for real. While making fire using alchemy sounded easy, the truth was that it was far harder than most people could have expected. First, one had to separate the hydrogen and oxygen molecules found in the atmosphere. Next, they had to find a way to directly manipulate oxygen molecules, lest they burn themselves when they create the fire. And finally, one needed to start the fire with a spark. The biggest issue was manipulating the oxygen molecules and creating the spark. Separating oxygen and hydrogen was easy. Perhaps he could do something to control the wind flow and create a tunnel, but no, that would still mean he'd be right next to the detonation when the spark ignited. This is a lot tougher than I thought. Harry wasn't alone that day. While he usually worked on his projects by himself, his friends had taken to hanging out around his workspace. He didn't mind. There was a lot for them to do. Neville had taken to his exercise equipment, the bench press and pull-up bars. He often spent time trying to use them. Harry had shown him how they were used. However, it was still difficult. Even now, if Harry were to look at the pull-up bar, he knew that he'd see the red-faced Neville trying to do as many pull-ups as he could. Blaise, Terry, Lisa, and Hannah were more interested in his library of books. Many of his books were unavailable in the Hogwarts library, and even more of them were one of a kind. Since Sirius had no interest in books, Harry had gathered all of the magical books from the Black Library that couldn't be read anywhere else. This included several books on dark magic. Those ones were stashed away in his luggage, however. Tracy didn't seem interested in most of Harry's items. Since she had no interest in books or exercise, he'd built a small, constantly changing flying course. It had actually been his birthday present to her. The goal was to fly through the hoops, which were always shifting, changing positions, and growing larger or smaller. Harry had made these based on several algorithmic patterns designed to feel randomized. There were over 2,560 preset configurations, and those configurations could be mixed to create over 6 million other patterns. With 12 hoops in total, that meant Tracy had a lot of material to practice on. Susan and Daphne were sitting on the couches that he'd set up for when he needed a break and Harry, I think you've been working long enough. Correction. They were now standing behind him. Harry blinked as he looked at the two. I didn't even hear them walk up to me. I will just as soon as I finish this transmutation circle, Harry said, gesturing to the half-finished drawing on his parchment. I'm almost done. I think it would be best if you stopped now, Susan rebutted with a shake of her head. You've been working for over an hour now. Even in this light, staring at something for so long is hard on the eyes. You should take a break. You can always come back to it. Susan's mention of how he could always come back to it was her subtle way of reminding him that he had eidetic memory, which meant he literally could leave, come back, and remember everything he needed to start the project up as if nothing had happened. It was cunning of her to use that against him. Perhaps he shouldn't have revealed his perfect recall to her. Too late now. I'm not going to be as much of a mother hen as Susan, Daphne said, which caused Susan to pout. But I do think you should stop for today. It's the weekend. Don't you think it would be nice if we could go outside? It was early spring. February 25th. The snow had melted and the trees were no longer quite so barren. While the weather remained cold, it was beginning to grow warmer. Harry realized that everyone was now staring at him, Daphne, and Susan, their faces expectant. He sighed. I suppose it couldn't hurt to take the rest of the day off and do something fun. Daphne and Susan shared a fist bump. Harry wondered if they had learned that from Lisa. It was such a mundane action. Everyone left the Chamber of Secrets via a tunnel that led them to the dungeons. The exit was hidden behind a tapestry of a serpent, and it was in the same hallway as the Slytherin dorms. A clear sky greeted them as they emerged from the castle and onto Hogwarts grounds. It was still relatively early. Lunch wouldn't be for another 2 hours. Several changes had come about at Hogwarts, not the least of which being that Professor Lupin was no longer a professor. He had been replaced by a man named Adrogus Antus. He was a middle-aged man with androgynous features, brown hair, and a monotone voice. Harry did not think this man was qualified to be a teacher. He seemed knowledgeable, as he would answer any question someone had, but he took a hands-off approach that Harry found lazy. He didn't give the informative lectures that Professor Lupin had done. Also, and maybe it was just him, but there was something odd about the new Dada professor. Harry always felt on edge whenever he was in the man's presence. I heard that Headmaster Dumbledore tried to get another Auror to come in and teach, Tracy said as they sat around the grass. She was between Terry and Blaise. I heard the same rumor, Hannah said. I also heard that Lucius blocked him from getting the teacher he wanted. He did, Blaise said. Lucius used the headmaster's hiring of Professor Lupin to put his ability to make rational decisions into question. The words he used were, if the headmaster is willing to hire a werewolf, what other dark creatures might he hire? What a load of shite, Tracy complained. Even if Professor Lupin is a werewolf, I'd still choose him over the boring guy we have know any day. Harry withheld the urge to hide his anger behind closed eyes. Tracy's words of, even if he is a werewolf, bothered him, but he couldn't blame her for them either. Those who grew up in the wizarding world were taught to fear and hate werewolves from a young age. The fact that Tracy still thought Professor Lupin was a good teacher despite that meant a lot. He still didn't like the way she'd said werewolf as if lycanthropy was a disease. Professor Lupin is staying at your house, right, Harry? Lisa asked. That's right, Harry said. At least temporarily. He doesn't want to stay because he feels like he would be imposing. I'm hoping he'll at least stick around for a couple of months, though. Isn't that dangerous? Asked Terry. Not at all, Harry said. I've stocked up on Wolfsbane potion. Professor Lupin only becomes a werewolf during the full moon, and so long as he drinks the potion before midnight, I won't have to worry about him losing his mind when he transforms. Can the Wolfsbane potion really keep him from losing his humanity? Asked Neville. I don't know if you'd call it losing his humanity, since he still turns into a werewolf, Harry admitted. However, it keeps him from giving into his instincts. His mind is still human, if nothing else. That sounds cool, Tracy admitted. It always amazes me to see her flip opinions so quickly. I suppose. Thinking about Professor Lupin made him recall the recent news he'd received from Gringotts. They had found a building that would suit his purposes, and they were currently in the process of renovating it. The total price would come to 46,654 galleons, which was a lot, though nowhere close to the amount he had been willing to spend. Most people would need a loan for that kind of money. Harry could toss that money around like it was spare change, not that he would flaunt his wealth. He just had no problem using it to suit his purposes. Lunch soon came, and Harry wandered to the Great Hall with his friends. They sat at the Gryffindor table. Astoria and Luna joined them for a while, but they were soon called away by some of their friends. It's good to see your sister flourishing here, isn't it? Harry said to Daphne, whose smile was soft, and maybe even a touch sad. Yes, though my sister has always been a social butterfly. She just never got to show it before now. Harry nodded. Astoria had always struck him as the outgoing sort. When they had first met, she'd been a regular chatterbox, talking about anything and everything that she could think of. Even now, he could see her with her friends, talking away as everyone else laughed. She has a way with people. While they were eating, Professor McGonagall wandered into the Great Hall and walked up to them. She stopped in front of Harry. Mr. Potter, I have a letter for you. A letter. Now that was odd. No one would use a teacher to deliver a letter unless they were Headmaster Dumbledore. He couldn't think of many other reasons for the head of House Gryffindor to even have a letter. He wondered what the headmaster wanted now. Thank you. He took the letter. It seemed a little bland for a letter from the headmaster, but he guessed the man was still busy dealing with the political fallout from hiring Professor Lupin. See to it that you open it later tonight, Professor McGonagall said before walking off. What do you think the letter is about? Asked Tracy. Who knows? Harry said, pocketing the letter. He would read it tonight. It sounded like Headmaster Dumbledore wanted to tell him something that he couldn't tell anyone else. Later that night, Harry lay on his bed in the Gryffindor dorm. Everyone else was asleep. Seamus's loud snoring drifted into his ear like the blaring of a Saxon. Neville quietly shuffled around in bed, mumbling something that Harry couldn't make out. Dean Thomas lay sprawled haphazardly across his bed. Harry held the letter that Professor McGonagall had given to him in his hands. The letter, written in neat cursive, read, "Meet me at the Shrieking Shack tonight. Come alone." There was no signature. This was not Headmaster Dumbledore's handwriting. That begged the question. Whose handwriting was this? Harry studied the handwriting more in depth. There were no telling marks that would let him figure out who'd written this. In fact, the cursive was so nondescript that he couldn't help but think someone had made it look this way on purpose. It was like they knew about Harry's ability and had ensured they had adequately masked their handwriting to make sure he wouldn't recognize it. Because he didn't know who had sent this, there was no way to know what the purpose of the letter was. A trap. Well, obviously this entire thing was suspicious. Saying that, he couldn't see Professor McGonagall delivering him a letter from someone she didn't know. Could she have been placed under the Imperius curse? It sounded like a far-fetched idea, almost as far-fetched as Professor McGonagall handing him a letter from someone she didn't know or trust. I guess there's only one way to find out who sent this to me. Climbing out of bed, Harry grabbed his invisibility cloak, threw it over his head, and traveled out of the Gryffindor dorms. He was careful not to wake the fat lady, who continued snoring away as he wandered down the hall. Getting out of Hogwarts was easy. Even if he didn't have the Marauders map, he knew exactly where Filch would be monitoring, and he'd used scent deadeners so Mrs. Norris couldn't track him. He made it out of the castle in record time. The night was quiet as he made his way across the grounds, not even the crickets were chirping. He wondered what that meant. Was the person who'd made Professor McGonagall deliver that letter waiting for him already? Harry cast another spell at his feet to deaden the sound of his footsteps. Sadly, they couldn't make it look like he wasn't walking at all. A depression formed in the ground with every step he took. While it didn't look like anyone else was around, they could have been hidden under a disillusionment charm. The Whomping Willow loomed overhead. It hadn't noticed him. He made sure it stayed that way as he silently walked to the base of the tree and opened the secret passage. He slid down. Last time he'd done this, he wasn't quite prepared for it, but this time, he bent his legs to better distribute the impact. It might have been his imagination, but he felt like that had made a lot of noise. He hoped the person who'd sent the letter hadn't heard him. He creeped forward. The floorboards didn't creak thanks to his charm, but it wouldn't have mattered anyway. His heart was pounding so loudly in his ears, he doubted he would have heard his own footsteps. He moved forward, checking the rooms as he passed. There was no one. Every room was empty. Coming up on the last room, Harry frowned as he slowly peered inside. It didn't look like anyone was in there either. Could the person who'd sent that letter not have come yet? His ears strained as he listened for any sign of movement. Yet not even his ears, enhanced by his animagus form, could hear anything. Either this person was good at standing still, they were using a charm like him, or they had yet to arrive. I'll never get anywhere if I don't move forward. Knowing that he couldn't stand around, Harry entered the room. It was empty. There wasn't a single soul around. He moved forward, one step at a time, turning his head this way and that. He needed to keep up his vigilance. Otherwise, he might. Harry's body froze as light emitted from his feet. His body, it was seizing up. He couldn't move. In desperation, he rolled his eyes toward the ground. There, beneath his feet, was a giant runic array. Glowing lines connected to eccentric circles and symbols. He couldn't see everything, but this was clearly a paralysis rune of some kind. What the? Harry barely had a moment to realize that the entire room was shaking. Seconds later, several £100 worth of rubble fell on top of him as the ceiling caved in. The last thing he felt was an incredible weight crushing him as he was buried alive. Sirius Black was bored. He was so bored. No, he was boarder than bored. He was so bored he could have probably written a book on how bored he was. Just like Harry had asked, Sirius had taken up his duties as the head of House Black and the guardian of Harry Potter. Of course, once you had taken up your house duties, you were duty-bound to attend ministry functions. This included trials, meetings of the House of Lords where laws were ratified, and various other functions. It was all so boring. Sirius didn't know what he'd been thinking when he agreed to join the noble houses. Had he truly been foolish enough to listen to his godson's words? Well, he was here, sitting in a balcony reserved for the most ancient and noble House of Black, listening as some pompous windbag with too much time on his hands tried to convince those in attendance why his law, which Sirius honestly didn't know what it was about since he wasn't paying attention, should be passed. I feel like I've lost something important in all this. Sirius could only sigh. He was so bored. You really should pay more attention to these proceedings, Sirius, a voice said from behind him. Sirius smiled. But then I might start bleeding out of my ears. He turned his head to greet his guest with a smile. Celestina, you're looking lovely today. Shouldn't you be in your booth? Moving forward with an elegant grace that reminded Sirius of a predator, Celestina sat in the empty seat next to him. I was in my booth, but then I saw you sitting by your lonesome and thought you could use some company. Well, I certainly don't mind having such beautiful company. Such a flatterer. Celestina looked down at the man talking on the podium. But you really should listen to what this man has to say. You're only here because Harry asked you to take up your position as the head of House Black, right? That means he's asking you for help. It would be a shame if you disappointed him. Sirius sighed. Yeah, I guess it would. It definitely would. Now pay attention. With a hefty sigh, Sirius did as he was told. He really did want to help Harry even if that meant putting up with boring politics. He didn't know who the person down below was, but that hardly mattered. He could tell just from listening to the crap spewing from the man's mouth some garbage about stricter penalties for Muggleborns who broke the law that he was just a mouthpiece. A puppet. More than likely, the person whose agenda he was pushing was Lucius Malfoy's. It's just like Lucius to push an agenda like this through someone else to keep his hands from getting dirty. The man soon finished speaking, and the House of Lords held a vote on whether or not to pass the bill. Sirius, of course, voted against it, and he used both his and Harry's vote. He was sure his godson wouldn't mind. Several other houses did as well. Most of them were lighthouses like House Diggory, however, there were a few fringe and neutral houses who voted against the law as well. Celestina was one of those people. What a farce, she said. What's a farce? Sirius asked. That man. She nodded at the man as he was leaving the stage. He knew this law wasn't going to be passed. I'm not even sure if he cares. His purpose in lecturing us about the benefits of this law were designed to bore us, so that we would be less capable of focusing and more likely to pass a law out of careless haste. That makes sense, I think. Celestina smiled at him but said nothing, making Sirius feel like he'd said something stupid. Another person walked onto the podium, and this time, Sirius almost grabbed the railing that kept him from falling. Lucius stood in front of the lectern. The man appeared inscrutable, calm, and confident. His robes were immaculate, and his hair looked freshly washed. Even from where he sat, high above the podium, Sirius could see the way it shined. He looks like a woman from up here. Sirius wondered what the man's angle was this time. As you're all aware, we recently had a problem at Hogwarts when Headmaster Dumbledore decided to hire a werewolf as a teacher, Lucius began. Sirius felt a snarl crawl up his throat. Werewolves are dangerous creatures. They kill without mercy, act only on their most base instinct, and any who survive a werewolf attack are forever changed. This is a serious problem, and one that I believe we cannot allow to stand. Sirius wished he had his wand. Sadly, all wands had been relinquished at the doorway and were only given back when you left. That is why I propose that we. Lucius Malfoy was interrupted when several people suddenly stood from their seats, pulled out their wands, and pointed them at Lucius. Sirius had just enough time to make a face. Then the wands fired several jets of bright red light. Pandemonium erupted around the room. A threnody of screams drowned out the sound of the podium erupting into bright red flames. Lucius dove to the floor below, barely avoiding death. Everyone else stood up and tried to rush for the doors, which had the unfortunate accident of blocking the Aurors from doing their jobs. This allowed the attackers to keep attacking. Damn it! Sirius swore as he stood up. Celestina also stood up. What should we do? She asked as she pulled out a wand. Sirius stared. Why do you still have your wand? Rolling her eyes, Celestina said, this is a spare. Most of the nobles who attend these functions keep an extra wand on them during the proceedings. Can we please get down to business now? Right. Let's get in there and help out. But you don't have a wand. Don't worry. I've got these. Sirius flexed his arm for emphasis. Celestina rolled her eyes again. Men. Sirius didn't hesitate to race down to the bottom floor. The attackers were still attempting to kill Lucius, which was actually alright with him, except he couldn't really let the man die. Morals and all that. With this in mind, Sirius knocked the first attacker nearest to him out cold with a solid straight punch to the jaw. Ouch. Sirius hissed as he rubbed his now stinging knuckles. Punching people hurt a lot more than he'd expected it to. The other attackers either hadn't noticed him or didn't care. They continued to fire at Lucius, who'd hidden himself behind the podium, which was now a flaming wreck. That was odd. Wouldn't most people switch targets when they realized that there was someone dangerous close to them? Sirius launched himself at the next person, tackling them and sending both him and her spilling to the ground. The person he tackled hit her head on the floor, which knocked her out cold. The woman, who he vaguely recognized as one of the nobles who'd gone to his godson's Christmas party, went limp in seconds. Sirius stood back up. High above him, still standing in his booth, Celestina rained hellfire down on the attackers. Her wand was a blur. Jets of red energy streamed from it, hitting the attackers one by one, causing them to crumple like a stack of blown-over cards. Sirius whistled as she felled the remaining 6 attackers in half as many seconds. Damn, she's been practicing, he muttered. He actually felt a little inadequate. Just a little. After taking care of the attackers, the Aurors were able to calm down the nobles and the situation was resolved. Lucius was checked out by a Medowitch. Meanwhile, Amelia Bones, who'd been informed of what happened, was speaking with Sirius and Celestina, since they were the only ones who'd responded to the threat with something that resembled common sense. So you don't know what might have caused these people to attack Lucius? I'm afraid not. Amelia looked like she'd aged 10 years. Sirius really felt for the woman. Being the law-abiding citizen that she was, Amelia had relinquished her wand, and she didn't carry a spare like Celestina, so she'd been unable to do anything during the attack. Well, she might have still tried to physically deal with these people, but she'd been busy trying to calm the panicking nobles. It would have been different had she been there on DMLE business. However, since she had been acting in her capacity as the head of House Bones, she'd follow the same laws as everyone else. She probably could have carried a wand under the claim that she was, in fact, the head of the DMLE, but that didn't seem to be her style. Amelia's modus operandi was setting an example for others. She followed the law despite how she could, theoretically, get around it, so that other people would see her and follow her example. This isn't good, Amelia murmured. Why's that? Asked Sirius. Because all of these people are people that either myself or Augusta invited to your Yuletide celebration, Celestina said for Amelia, who nodded. No doubt the Daily Prophet is going to mention that in the headline news that this attack will surely make. I'll do my best to stall the Daily Prophet from releasing any information about this attack until we've determined what happened, Amelia assured Celestina. That's not very reassuring, Celestina sighed. While I trust that you'll do everything possible, the Daily Prophet doesn't obey the whims of anyone but themselves. They're not going to stop from posting a juicy story if it means losing readers. I guess not, Amelia agreed. They spoke for a little longer, but there really wasn't much that either he or Celestina could give Amelia to help in her investigation. Before anyone could leave, Kingsley Shacklebolt rushed into the chamber and over to Amelia. Madam Bones, he said in a breathless voice. We have a problem. The look on Amelia's face all but screamed, what now? Sirius didn't blame her. What's the problem? She asked. Headmaster Dumbledore is requesting your assistance. It seems Harry Potter has been gravely injured. Harry awoke with a sharp intake of breath and a jerk of his body. His eyes opened wide, but all he saw was a mishmash of blurring colors. How did he get here? Where was here? He blinked rapidly. His eyes came into focus. A white ceiling greeted him, the cracks and crevices familiar and reassuring. The hospital wing. He was in the Hogwarts hospital wing. But how had he ended up here? The last thing I remember was being trapped by the runic array and the ceiling of the shrieking shack coming down on me. Harry frowned. Someone had set a trap for him, and like an idiot, he'd fallen right into it. It never occurred to me that someone might lay a trap for me. Perhaps it was because he was at Hogwarts, or maybe it was simply because he'd grown arrogant, but he had never imagined that anyone would try to kill him, certainly not while he was at Hogwarts. Of course, the fact that someone did try to kill him left him with a slew of questions. The one first and foremost in his mind was, who had tried to kill him. There were a number of people who might want him dead. Lucius Malfoy, Theodore Nott Sr., any and every Death Eater that hadn't been thrown into prison. However, they weren't at Hogwarts. Could one of them have hired someone to kill me? Possible. Likely even. If there were killers for hire, then it stood to reason that one of the Death Eaters had hired someone to kill him. In which case, the questions he needed to ask himself were, which Death Eater had hired a killer, and who was the killer? The second question was more important than the first, at least for the moment. Once he found out one who'd tried to do him in, he could interrogate them and discover who had hired them. Harry. A tired voice mumbled. Harry blinked. Then he looked down. Daphne was sitting in a chair, staring at him with disbelieving eyes. Her normally perfect owned hair was a disheveled mess, and her eyes were rimmed with red, a sign that she'd been crying. She must have fallen asleep and woken up seconds after he'd jerked awake. Daphne, Harry said, I hadn't realized anyone was here with me. Does Madame Pomfrey know you're here? Shaking her head, Daphne said, no one knows I'm here, at least, I don't think they do. I snuck in here last night. Last night? How long was I out for? 2 days, Daphne replied. A sudden tightening of his hand made Harry look down. Daphne's delicate fingers were squeezing his hand. They were slick with sweat. She must have been holding his hand for most of the night. It was really terrible. Harry, you were in such bad shape when they brought you in. What happened? I was caught in a trap. It was embarrassing to admit this, so embarrassing that Harry felt like he could die. He was supposed to be intelligent. People like him shouldn't get caught in traps. A trap. Daphne's brow furrowed. Harry nodded. You remember the letter that Professor McGonagall had given to me at lunch? Yes. It asked me to go to the Shrieking Shack. I didn't know who'd sent it because only the headmaster should be able to have Professor McGonagall act as a courier. I wanted to know who it was from, so I went to the shack and was nearly killed with a runic array that activated underneath my feet and caused the ceiling to collapse. Harry hadn't been able to get a good look at the runic array. There hadn't been enough time. All he'd seen was a small part of the array, but it wasn't enough to determine much beyond the fact that it wasn't an array using Futhark runes. They had looked Egyptian. Egyptian runes used hieroglyphs, a formal writing system that used logographic and alphabetic elements. Just before the ceiling had collapsed on him and a split second after the array had appeared, he'd seen a hieroglyph that reminded him of a person sitting in a chair. Harry wasn't well versed in Egyptian runes yet. However, he knew a little about them from his reading of non-magical books. According to the books he'd read, that hieroglyph represented a man, so, presumably, the hieroglyph could have been about him. Perhaps it was strung together with other symbols, which, when combined, meant something like, bind this man in place, or something similar. The problem was that Harry hadn't been able to see the other runes that had been used. Without at least seeing the other runes, he wouldn't be able to remember them. You can't remember what you never saw. This also meant that all he could do was guess. But, considering the way my body had seized up, I believe the array may have been a paralysis one. Still, the array had seemed pretty large for a simple paralysis array. Maybe it was a combined array. This lack of information is so frustrating. Harry, Daphne said, interrupting his train of thought. Is everything all right? Yes, Harry replied, smiling in an attempt to ease the girl's anxiety. Everything is fine. Everything is not fine, another voice said. Harry nearly squawked when a man appeared in front of him, Sirius, who was glaring at him with a stern expression. When did you get here? Harry asked. I've been here the whole time, Sirius said. He was in his animagus form, Daphne added helpfully. I could have sworn he was asleep, though. I was, Sirius admitted. Your talking woke me up. Harry, I can't believe you followed the advice of a strange letter. Harry felt his cheeks turning red. It was given to me by Professor McGonagall, so I thought I could trust it. At the very least, I wanted to know who had it delivered to me. I also wanted to know who could get my head of house to deliver something for them, since it hadn't from the headmaster. The serious look that Sirius had adopted seemed out of place on his face. That is a good point. The only person who should be able to order old Minnie around is Albus Dumbledore. Whoever sent that letter was definitely not Dumbledore. Exactly. And if it wasn't Headmaster Dumbledore, then who was it? Sadly, no one had an answer to that question. Harry was eventually released from the hospital wing after Madame Pomfrey returned from wherever she'd been. The woman had not been pleased to find Daphne there, though she'd apparently let Sirius stay the night because he was Harry's godfather. She'd let them go after giving Daphne a stern lecture on hospital rules. During the time before he was released, Daphne and Sirius had explained what happened while he'd been unconscious. The first bit of news was about the attack on Lucius Malfoy. It had made the Daily Prophet headlines. In fact, it was, according to Sirius, all anyone would talk about. Daphne had also informed him about how Draco was spreading the word through Hogwarts, so that everyone knew about it. There had been no mention of his near death outside of his hospitalization for unspecified reasons. It seemed the news that a group of Light family nobles had attacked Lucius Malfoy was bigger news than Harry being nearly killed. Of course, Harry soon learned that no one had even realized he'd nearly died. Everyone he spoke with had wished him a well recovery as if he'd just had the flu. They'd apparently been under the impression that he was sick. His friends, at least, had been happy to see him back in action, and Harry had told them the truth about what happened. "You're kidding me," Tracy said, her eyes round and wide. Harry shook his head. "I'm not. That letter lead me straight into a trap." Bloody ouch. "Not right now," Daphne and Susan said at the same time, even as they retracted the hand they had used to hit Tracy upside the head with. Tracy clicked her tongue as she rubbed her head. Meanwhile, Lisa was frowning. "But who could have sent that letter to you? And how did they convince Professor McGonagall to give it to you?" Professor McGonagall also knew about what had happened, mostly because Harry had told Headmaster Dumbledore of the event after being released and she had been present for the conversation. She had apologized profusely. Sadly, even though she remembered giving him the letter, she couldn't remember who had given it to her or why she'd given it to him in the first place. Harry suspected that she had been imperious and had the memory of whoever had handed it her the letter erased. "I have my suspects," Harry told them. "Well, I have a suspect. He's the only one I can think of who would be capable of something like this right now." "Who is it?" asked Neville. "It's the new Dada professor, isn't it?" Blaise guessed. Harry nodded. "Yes. He's the only one who I can see doing this. None of the other professors would have done this, and I doubt there's a single student at Hogwarts who can use the Imperius Curse. Even Harry had problems with that curse. He could cast it fine on mundane people, but it took more skill than he was capable of to cast it on another magical being. A witch or wizard's innate magical resistance kept most of them from being controlled. To imperious someone, it required the caster to overpower that person's mental defenses with legilimency. This weakened them and allowed the curse to take hold. The other way was to overpower them with pure magic, but that required someone to have more magical power than the person they were imperiousing. Professor McGonagall, as an adult and the head of House Gryffindor, was an incredibly powerful witch. She was not the kind of person who'd be overtaken so easily, certainly not by a student. Harry's thoughts were like this all throughout the day. During Defense Against the Dark Arts class, he spent his time staring at Professor Antus with a deep frown. That day he had them read about the Lumos Duo charm, a variation of the wand lighting charm. This spell created a focused beam of wand light that connected the caster's wand to their target. One of the charm's uses was that the intense beam of light forced away ghouls, an ugly ogre-like creature, and it also caused Hinky Punks to solidify. It also worked wonders at blinding opponents. After they had finished reading about the spell, Professor Antus had them practice the charm in class. When class ended, he told them that they had a 12-inch long paper due by next week. While most of the class groaned, Harry resolved to have it finished before the day ended. Later that night, when everyone else had gone to bed, Harry, Neville, and, oddly enough, Astoria, remained awake. "Are you not tired?" Harry asked Astoria, who sat on one of the plushy chairs in the Gryffindor common room. He was sitting near the fire while Neville sat on the couch. "Nope," Astoria said, grinning. "I'm wide awake. Besides, I saw you glancing at the fireplace. You're going to make a flow call, right? I want to see who you call. She's a curious one." "Well, That's fine. It's not like you don't already know what's going on. So, who are you calling? Astoria asked. Sirius. Oh, your godfather. Yep. That's cool. I wanted to talk to him again. Why is that? Because your godfather's hot, duh. As Neville snickered behind his back, Harry did his best to hide his green face. I didn't need to know that, he muttered as he reached into his robes, pulled out a bag of flow powder, and threw some of the powder onto the fire. Sirius Black. There was a spark, followed by a roar from the flames. The fire turned green, and then, a face suddenly appeared before them. Harry, Sirius said, his mouth stretching in a huge yawn. He must have been sleeping. Is something wrong? You haven't gotten yourself into trouble again, have you? Of course not, Harry said as if offended. I'm actually calling because I wanted you to get in touch with Celestina and Madame Bones. Hi, Sirius. Astoria cut in before Harry could speak. Her beaming face brought a smile to Sirius's face. Hello. Astoria. Right. Astoria nodded. That's right, but you can call me Story. Will do. Wanting to head of Astoria's conversation, Harry said, think you can get in contact with them. While Astoria pouted at him, Sirius asked, what do you need to speak with them about? I'd like them to look into Professor Androgus Antis's background, Harry answered. Sirius paused. You suspect he's the one who dropped the shrieking shack on you. I have no conclusive evidence, but he's the only person currently at Hogwarts who could have possibly done it, Harry answered. While Sirius still seemed unsure, he agreed to get in contact with Madame Bones and Celestina Zabini. He then left, his face winking out of the fire, which died down into embers. Harry leaned his back against the table and sighed. I wanted to talk to Sirius more, Astoria grumbled. Quiet you, Harry said. That was easy, Neville joked. That's because that was the easy part, Harry returned. I guess, Neville said, grimacing. What are you going to do now? Let the teachers know. Harry thought about it for a moment. Should he let the teachers know? There was no guarantee that they would believe him. On the other hand, he didn't think they could afford to just ignore a potential suspect either. So long as he presented them with some evidence, they should take him seriously. Except I don't have any evidence. I think I'll tell Professor McGonagall and the headmaster, Harry said at last. But I don't want too many people knowing this. The more people who know, the more likely it is that Professor Antus will learn about my suspicions. Sounds like you've got a lot of problems, Astoria summed up his life quite succinctly. Yeah, Harry didn't disagree. Since there wasn't much left to do, they decided to go to bed. Before they could travel to their respective dorm rooms, footsteps echoed to them from the stairs. They froze. Ginny Weasley walked into the common room. Upon seeing him and the others, she froze, her eyes widening and her face paling. Sorry, I was just. Guilt coiled in Harry's stomach at the sight of a frightened Ginny. He didn't like her. He probably never would like her, but it wasn't her fault that Hermione was gone. They hadn't spoken much, but Harry had blamed Ginny for what happened to Hermione for a long time. Ever since school had started, Harry had given her nothing but cold looks, to the point where she flinched whenever their eyes met. I'm sorry, Harry apologized. Ginny blinked in surprise. I've been treating you poorly for something that isn't your fault. I'm sorry about that. Oh, no, it's all right, Ginny mumbled, looking at the ground. I'm sorry about what happened. I was aware of what Tom was doing, but I couldn't control my body. It was like I was just a puppet. Harry didn't want this to turn into a crying fest, not on his side nor hers. He quickly headed off this conversation before it could become heavy. Don't be too hard on yourself. No one else could have done any better had they been in your place. So, it was perhaps not the most eloquent way of telling someone they did all they could, but Harry wasn't much good at comforting people unless their name was Lisa Croft. Anyway, good night. Good night, Ginny said. As he and Neville climbed up the stairs, Harry heard Astoria's voice drift from down below. Man, I wanted to talk to Sirius for a little while longer. Seems like someone has a crush on your godfather, Neville said in a light, teasing voice. Harry sighed. Yes, it does, and I would like to ask that you never bring it up again. Neville just smiled. The next morning, Harry was called into Headmaster Dumbledore's office. Daphne had gone with him. Susan had looked like she wanted to come, but after standing up with him and Daphne, she'd sat back down at the breakfast table and slouched her shoulders as if depressed. He wondered if she was feeling all right. There didn't seem to be anything wrong with her the other day. He'd asked Daphne if something was wrong with Susan, but she had just smiled and said, "I'm sure Susan is just trying to think about what she wants out of this relationship." Harry didn't get it. He also wasn't sure he wanted to get it. Ergo, he decided to pretend the conversation had never taken place. Amelia Bones and Celestina Zabini were present when Harry and Daphne arrived. They stood in front the headmaster, who was sitting behind his desk, and beside Professor McGonagall. His head of house looked put off about something. Her arms were crossed, and she eyed Celestina with something that resembled stern disapproval. "I wonder how these two know each other." "Madam Bones, Celestina," Harry greeted hesitantly, shivering when the woman's eyes gleamed at the way he had addressed her. "It's good to see you too. And you as well." Celestina smiled. "I see you've brought Daphne along with you. My, but you two get along so well." While Daphne remained stoic, though a smile did cross her face, Harry frowned. There was a hidden meaning behind her comment. That was what he felt. He wouldn't get a chance to ask about it because Madam Bones cleared her throat. "There's a lot going on at the ministry right now, so I'll get right to the point," she said. First, a background check was already performed on Professor Androgus Antus prior to him being allowed at Hogwarts. In fact, the background check was done by me. Not only does everything check out, but I know him and can personally vouch for his integrity. Harry bit his lip. That completely ruined his theory about the new Dada professor being the one trying to kill him, which left him at square one. Not good. Second, Professor McGonagall was examined the day after you were almost buried alive. Professor McGonagall coughed into her hand, and Harry thought he saw her cheeks turn red, but it must have been his imagination. He couldn't fathom the Professor McGonagall blushing. There were no signs of her having been imperioused by anyone. However, there was some magic lingering around her. "We suspect someone used a subtle confundus charm." This time, Professor McGonagall's cheeks definitely turned pink. However, Harry wasn't paying attention anymore. If someone had used a confundus charm, then they could theoretically confuse someone into thinking they were delivering a letter for one person, when they were in fact delivering a letter for someone else. However, such a thing wasn't easy by any means. First, the caster had to be more powerful than the one they were casting the spell on. Second, either the caster had to be a master legilimens, or the one they were casting the spell on had to have no talent at occlumency. "Professor McGonagall," Harry said suddenly. "How proficient are you with occlumency?" His head of house appeared startled. However, she soon answered with, "I am decently proficient at occlumency. However, I am not a master of the art." Which meant that even if someone wasn't as powerful as Professor McGonagall, they could still have confunded her provided they had a higher proficiency at legilimency than she did at occlumency. There were no students who had this level of proficiency, not outside of him, at least. Harry had already discreetly cast legilimens on just about every student, and outside of Daphne, Blaise, and several other noble children, none of them knew occlumency or legilimency. That meant it had to have been an adult. But who could it be? It was a mystery that Harry didn't know how to solve. He hated those kinds of mysteries. The days passed by in general obscurity. Classes came and went, and the status quo had returned. Harry had become the popular and helpful student, once again, though perhaps not to the same degree as before. People still asked him for help. They still came to him when troubled. However, there seemed to be a wall between him and most of his peers. It didn't feel like they were afraid of him. It was more like they'd placed him on another pedestal. Well, it could have been his imagination, but that's how it felt. He was doing well in all of his classes, naturally. His friends were also on top of their classes, but that wasn't surprising. He and his friends studied together every day during lunch and after class. It wasn't just because they wanted to do well. Getting their homework and studies done early meant they could have fun the rest of the time. They'd gone into Hogsmeade a number of times, they had shopped at Honeyduke's, drank Butterbeer at the Three Broomsticks, and wandered around the village grounds. However, while all of his friends seemed to be having fun, a cloud hung over Harry's head. Professor Androgus Ansu. Despite making numerous inquiries and following Professor Antus's movements via the Marauder's map, which he had borrowed from the Weasley twins, he had yet to find anything incriminating. It wasn't that Harry didn't believe Madame Bones when she personally vouched for the new Dada professor. The problem wasn't so black and white. Someone had tried to kill him, and that someone had to have infiltrated Hogwarts. It would have been impossible to confund Professor McGonagall otherwise. The only person who was new to Hogwarts was Professor Antus. Also, he didn't think any of the students had the power to confund such a powerful teacher. So, unless someone had infiltrated Hogwarts without anyone's knowledge, Professor Antus was the only one who could have done it. Harry, are you there? Hello. Earth to Harry. Blinking several times, Harry came back to reality. He looked at his friends. They were all sitting together at the lunch table, with Daphne on his left and Susan on his right, their usual places. Astoria was sitting next to Daphne, and Luna sat on Astoria's other side. At the opposite end of the table, Blaise, Tracy, Neville, Lisa, Hannah, and Terry stared at Harry with concerned eyes. Are you feeling all right, Harry? Hannah asked. Oh, yes, I'm fine. Harry gave the owned girl a smile that he didn't feel. I've just been thinking about something. Professor Antus, Daphne said, nodding. Harry almost fell backwards off the chair. Wah, how did you know? Oh, please. Daphne flicked her hair back as if imitating a snobby rich girl. It's all over your face. Susan nodded. You're kind of like an open book these days. Harry felt like he'd received a punch to the gut, or like some world-renowned wrestler had just body slammed him. He still kept up with his occlumency practice every night. He still worked hard at keeping his emotions in check. He shouldn't have been this easy to read. I wonder if it's because they just know me better now. I hope that's the case. He sighed. It's true. I'm still not sure I trust Professor Antus, but I haven't been able to find anything incriminating either. Do you really think he might be the one who tried to kill you? Asked Neville. Harry shrugged. I don't know. That's the problem. Adopting a thoughtful look, Blaise cupped his chin. What do we know about Professor Antus? I know that he's a former hit wizard who worked under Madame Bones, Harry said. Madame Bones told me during our meeting. I also know that the reason he quit was because he couldn't take the pressure of being a hit wizard. That's all I could find out, though. Madame Bones wouldn't tell me anything else, and I haven't been able to find out more on my own. He would have asked someone like Andromeda for help, but she was busy enough with her own work. Sirius couldn't help him with this. Neither could Professor Lupin. In short, Harry couldn't rely on an adult for this, which left his options limited. My mum might be able to find out something about him, Blaise said. Harry shook his head. I've already checked with Celestina. She doesn't know any more than what I already know. If you want, I can ask Gran to make a few inquiries, Neville said. She has different connections than Blaise's mum. Maybe one of them can help. That would be nice. Thanks, Nev. Neville grinned. Anytime. It was moments like this that made Harry realize how lucky he was. He'd never been a good friend, always thinking about how he could use the people around him to his advantage, always trying to elevate himself above everyone else. Yet even so, his friends still supported him. He didn't think he'd ever be able to express how grateful he was to them. Excuse me, a voice said behind him. He turned his head to find Ginny Weasley standing behind him, her expression nervous and her legs shaking. She looked ready to collapse. Can I help you? Harry asked. I was wondering if I could. I mean, I'd like to sit with you, but you don't have to let me if you don't want me to. What I mean is. Ginny Weasley, from Harry's understanding, had no friends. It wasn't that people hadn't tried talking to her, they had. The problem was that Ginny didn't talk to anyone. Ever since year 3 had started, she'd been alone. He'd see her sitting alone during breakfast, lunch, and dinner. She never showed up in the Gryffindor common room. He'd once overheard a conversation about how she stayed in the girls' dorm most of the time. Is it because of me, or is it because of what happened to her last year? Sure, Harry said, pointing to a seat next to Susan. Have a seat. Thank you, Ginny said with a smile as she sat down. On the other side of their side, Luna Lovegood leaned forward and stared at Ginny. There was an odd smile on her lips. Hello, Ginny. Oh, hello, Luna, Ginny said. How's your dad doing? He's doing well. The last I checked, he was researching into the Rotfang conspiracy that the Ministry of Magic is trying to hide. So, same always then. Do you two know each other? Asked Tracy. Ginny nodded. Luna and I have known each other since we were little. Oh, Tracy looked shocked. Harry understood her feelings. Lunch continued on until their next set of classes. While Harry pretended that nothing was wrong, his mind was still churning over the issue regarding his unknown attacker. If he went on the hypothesis that it wasn't Professor Antus, then that left no leads for him to follow. However, it wasn't like he'd find conclusive evidence that supported his hypothesis even if he continued to watch the Dada Professor. Harry felt like he was going in circles. A vampire is a dark creature most known for its thirst for human blood. They are typically gaunt and thin, which is because they're constantly starving since all they care about is beeping the blood of humans. Harry did not listen to Professor Antus's lecture on vampires mostly because the professor was wrong. Having met Celine Gallio the previous year, he understood more about vampires than this man ever would. For magic's sake, the professor hadn't even mentioned the different vampire classifications. Mr. Potter, Professor Antus called him out. It seems you find my lesson boring. Could it be that you already know about vampires? I know more than you, certainly. I do know a good deal about vampires, yes, Harry admitted. Then perhaps you'd care to share your knowledge with the class. Harry debated whether or not that would be a good idea. It probably wouldn't be, but, well, he kind of wanted to show off. He was also upset. The ministry was doing a piss-poor job of teaching the next generation, and it was going to cause a lot of his half-finished plans to go up in smoke before they even started. Time to start rectifying that. Standing up, Harry walked to the front of the class, pulling out his wand as he went. Do you mind? He asked Professor Antus, who raised an eyebrow, but gestured for him to continue. Thank you. Harry waved his wand and a chalkboard appeared on a stand, along with several sticks of chalk. It was basic conjuration. It wouldn't last long. However, he'd pumped enough magic into it so it would last until the end of class. He took a piece of chalk and drew a human with slightly pointed ears. Then he drew another human with slightly pointed ears. Finally, he drew a creature that vaguely resembled a human, but it looked more lifeless, for lack of a better term, than the other two. He wrote a single word above each figure, and then he turned to face the class. The first thing you need to know is that there are 3 types of vampire: purebloods, dhampirs, and ghouls. Conjuring a long, thin stick, he pointed at the one that had the word, ghoul, written over it. I'll start with ghouls. Ghouls are humans that were turned into a vampire by ingesting a vampire's blood. They are essentially mindless drones. They have all the traditional weaknesses of a vampire. They dislike garlic, they can't be in the sunlight, and they're incredibly weak, being no stronger than a regular human. He moved the stick to the second vampire. The next type of vampire is a dhampir. These are vampires who are born from the union between a vampire and a human, and they are the most common type of vampire. They have the same level of intellect that a human has. Also, while sunlight won't kill them right away, they will eventually turn into dust if they stay outside for too long. Finally, he pointed at the third one. The final type of vampire is a pureblood. These are the strongest and rarest of the vampires. While they do share the same weaknesses as the other two, sunlight, silver, garlic, and crosses will only weaken them. It won't kill them. That's because pureblood vampires are actually alive. What a load of bull, Draco Malfoy said from his place in the back, interrupting Harry just as he was getting into his groove. You're full of shite, pothead. Everyone knows that vampires are just undead beasts. Harry was about to come back with a snappy reply, but sadly, Professor Antus spoke first. I'd suggest watching your mouth, Mr. Malfoy. I do not mind if you disagree with Mr. Potter, but if I ever hear you swear in my class again, you'll automatically fail. Draco's ears turned pink. What was that? When? Your father won't be able to do anything, Harry cut him off. He's the reason Professor Antus is even here, so any complaints he has are useless. Now sit down and shut up. You're interrupting the class. While many of the students laughed with Tracy being the loudest, Draco, his entire face now red, sneered as he sat down. You'll eventually get yours, pothead. Just you wait.
Harry ignored Draco. That fool wasn't worth getting worked up over. Now, then. Where was I? Harry made a show of pretending he was lost. Oh, yes. Pureblood vampires are. And thus the class continued. After class, Professor Antus called Harry to remain. His friends had looked at him, as if asking whether or not they should wait, but Harry told them to go on ahead. He would catch up with them later. He stood in front of the professor, who studied him with a frown. You are very knowledgeable about vampires. Harry wasn't sure what to say to that. Thank you. You know, if it weren't for how sure of yourself you sounded, I'd never have believed a word of what you said. Is that so? Professor Antus paused. Then, staring at him as though he was trying to solve a puzzle, he asked, how do you know so much?
Probing for information. Was that what Professor Antus was doing? For what purpose, and what should Harry do about it?
While Harry debated the merits of lying, the Dada professor raised a hand. I'm not asking because I'm trying to incriminate you in anything. I'm merely curious.
Startled, Harry checked his mind to see if the professor had probed him with legilimency. He found nothing. That meant there either was no mind probe happening or the professor was just that good. Considering his own not so inconsiderate skills at the mind arts, Harry believed it was the former. I met a vampire during my summer of second year, Harry admitted. A pureblood. During that time, I was taught a lot about vampires.
I see, you weren't bitten, were you? Of course not. Professor Antus remained silent. Harry felt the teacher was waiting for him to say something, to extrapolate, but he had no intention of doing so. I see, the professor said at last. You can go. However, I'd like to give you some advice. Harry shuffled his feet as he focused more fully on the man. Be careful. There's something not quite right at Hogwarts. Oh. Harry frowned. Professor Antus shook his head. I can't tell you anymore. I don't know what's happening myself. Confusion set into Harry. Was the professor warning him, or trying to throw him off the trail? Harry was tempted to use legilimency, but if this professor really was a former hit wizard, then he would have occlumency training. Harry couldn't afford to get into trouble because he got caught using legilimency on someone. I'll take that under advisement, Harry said. That's all I ask. Still confused by the entire conversation, Harry left and was not surprised to find Daphne waiting for him. She smiled as he walked up to her and held out her hand. Harry hesitated for a moment before taking it. She's getting bolder, or maybe she's getting more desperate. He wondered if he should let this continue. Her affection wasn't unwanted, but considering his own aspirations and unsurety when it came to what he wanted out of their relationship, he didn't know if getting her hopes up like this was appropriate. At the same time, he didn't really want to stop either. Does that make me selfish? What did the professor want to talk about? Daphne asked. Harry snapped back to the present. He was just asking me about my knowledge on vampires, and he wanted to warn me that something wasn't right here at Hogwarts. When is something ever right at Hogwarts? Daphne joked. That was a good point. Hogwarts had a track record for trouble, at least with him. First year, Voldemort. Second year, Chamber of Secrets. Third year, Pettigrew, his own turmoil, and someone trying to kill him. He could only imagine what the next 4 years would be like.
I can't bother myself with what might happen next year. I need to keep my focus on the here and now. The first thing he needed to do was find out who was trying to kill him. He could deal with everything else after he had solved that mystery. Stationed at various intersections and key buildings, several oars had been posted at Hogsmeade. Their goal was allegedly to investigate the Shrieking Shack's collapse. However, Harry had been told in private that they were there to protect him. It made him feel pampered. Harry hated being pampered. The red cloak of an oar standing by the 3 broomsticks swooshed as he and his friends walked past, entering the tavern, which had already grown quite crowded. They found a place to sit that would fit all of them. Fortunately, Astoria, Luna and Ginny were not allowed at Hogsmeade. There wouldn't have been any room for them. They ordered butterbeers from Madame Rosmerta. Then they chatted while waiting for their drinks. I don't know if I told you this, but my mum bought me a Muggle magazine the other day, Hannah said to Tracy, Lisa, Hannah, Susan, and Daphne. It shows the latest in Muggle fashion. Harry twitched at the mention of the word Muggle. He felt like sulking. That word should have gone extinct last year, so why were people still using it? I don't think you showed it to us yet, Lisa said. That's because I didn't bring it with me, Hannah said. I meant to, but I forgot it while I was packing. So, what kind of dresses did it have? Asked Tracy. It didn't have a lot of dresses. It mostly focused on cute pants and t-shirts, but it did have this really cute sundress that I want to get. It's a light yellow and it stops around your knees. I thought it was adorable. Mundane fashion had been catching on with the younger generation of witches for several years now. The biggest reason was because the amount of magical children born from mundane parents outweighed the amount of pureblood children. For centuries now, the purebloods had been slowly dying out. Since they refused to diversify their genes, it was becoming harder to reproduce. Even most light families, steadfast in their support of Muggle-born rights, refused to let a magical child born from mundane parents into their household. Are you sure that's what he said? Neville asked Blaise, who was telling a story about something that Draco Malfoy had done. Of course I am. That's what Draco always says. You know how he is. My father this and my father that, and when my father hears about this, is practically all he can say. That is true, Neville muttered. Who's he complaining about this time? Terry asked before taking a sip of his butterbeer. He was mostly complaining about Harry, Blaise admitted. That's a big surprise, Harry said with a straight face. I couldn't possibly imagine why he'd complain about me. I wonder if I've done something to offend him. As several of his friends snickered, Blaise adopted a mock-serious face and said, who knows? Their conversation, along with the conversations of everyone else, was interrupted when a loud shriek went up. One shriek turned into two. Two became three. Soon, a threnody of people were screaming and shouting as they leapt from their seats, shoving and pushing and trampling in their efforts to run away from something. What's going on? Tracy asked in a shout. Meanwhile, Daphne had taken out her wand. From the magic surrounding her, she was preparing a defensive spell. Look at the floor, Susan shouted as she also pulled out her wand. Harry had already seen what Susan pointed out. Snakes. Dozens of snakes had appeared and were biting the patrons. Harry recognized the type they were. Cobras. Snakes filled with enough venom to fell a fully grown adult. Several patrons who'd been bitten were already on the floor, froth foaming from their mouths as more and more snakes latched onto their flesh. Their screams turned into gurgles. Their muscles twitched and spasmed as the venom flowed through their bloodstream. Onto the table, Harry shouted to everyone. He was just in time. Several snakes were under their table, and they leapt at the group with fangs exposed. One of them nearly bit Tracy. She was fortunate that it latched onto her robe instead of her. Harry sent an incendio at it. That should. What the? When his spell hit Tracy's robe instead of the snake, Harry realized what this really was. An illusion. It was all an illusion. The snake wasn't real. Then that means. Waving his wand, Harry sent out a massive wave of bright blue energy. The wave washed over the room, the patrons, and, most importantly, the snakes. As it moved along the ground like rushing water lapping at the shores of a beach, the snakes dissolved into nothing. Sadly, the people who'd been bitten had not stopped convulsing. The poison might not be real, but their bodies think it's real. Cobra venom is an example of a molecule that prohibits the interaction of acetylcholine molecules transmitted from nerve endings surrounding the diaphragm muscle with the receptor sites on the diaphragm muscle. It binds to the receptor sites, blocking them from interacting with acetylcholine molecules. Even worse, the venom molecule will not immediately break down and vacate the receptor site, effectively removing the site from active duty. Even if that wasn't what was really happening because all this was an illusion, the mind and body were inextricably linked. When the mind believed something to be true, the body responded by making it so. It was a more literal example of how people's reality was determined by what they perceived to be real. If something isn't done soon, these people will die. The basic effect of cobra venom was that it caused the muscles in people to cease functioning, essentially asphyxiating them. In order to save these people, Harry needed to restart the receptor sites in their diaphragm. That meant giving them a mild electric shock. Tracy. Harry barked. I want you and Hannah to get the Aurors and have them come in here. Tell them to also inform someone at Hogwarts about what's happened. Neville and Blaise, look around and see if there's anyone not in this room who was also bitten. The rest of us will administer first aid by using the shock spell to restart their muscles. No one argued with him. Tracy and Hannah raced out of the door. Meanwhile, Neville and Blaise ran over to the counter. As for Harry, he, Daphne, Susan, Lisa, and Terry began administering the shock spell to everyone convulsing on the floor. Known as Fulmin's, the shock spell basically sent a small electric current through a person's body. It was supposedly used at St. Mungo's to cure magical illnesses. Harry didn't know about that. However, it worked wonders as a method of restarting one's heart. It could also be used to restart the muscles. He and the others worked on each victim one by one. They cast Fulmin's on every person, sometimes being required to cast it 2 or even 3, to kickstart that person's respiratory system. It was hard. The venom didn't just cause the muscles to suddenly stop. It basically caused them to cease functioning. An electric pulse could restart that process, but it took skill manipulating the electronic charge like that. It was good that his friends had practiced magic with him, as they actually did have enough skill to use Fulmin's in this capacity. Already, Daphne, Susan, and Lisa had properly healed 5 people each, making for a total of 15. Harry had healed 10 people. Thanks to their efficient work, Harry and his friends managed to heal everyone there. There were a few others who'd been bitten that weren't in this room, Neville reported after he and Blaise returned. It seems this illusion happened everywhere in the 3 broomsticks, not just in here. That means we're dealing with a large-scale spell that affects a wide area, Harry murmured. I take it that's bad, Blaise said. It's very bad. Harry bit his thumb. Wide-scale spells are hard to cast because of the power requirements. The larger the spell, the larger the area it affects, and the more power it requires to cast. While I can't estimate how strong someone must be to cast a spell like that on the 3 broomsticks, it's definitely more powerful than most witches and wizards. That's definitely bad, Susan said. Daphne nodded. If it really does take that much power, it probably wasn't done by a student. Which means it could have been done by anyone, Lisa added. Exactly, Harry said with a sigh. Just then, Tracy and Hannah burst into the 3 broomsticks. Their wide eyes were frantic as they rushed up to them. Bad news, Harry. That snake spell happened all across Hogsmeade. Harry nearly groaned. It looked like the bad news just got 10 times worse. The day had ended in tragedy. After learning that the illusion spell had been cast across the entire city, Harry had directed his friends outside to help everyone else. The Aurors were useless. They'd been unprepared, and many had been bitten. Only 5 of the 15 Aurors guarding Hogsmeade had avoided that fate. Harry suspected they were either attacked first, or they'd been injured defending others. Harry had done his best to help. He and his friends had tried. It had mostly been for naught. With only 6 of them present, they'd not been able to save everyone. Almost 24 people had died, killed by an illusory venom. Perhaps if they had been mundane people, they could have been saved. However, magicals, thanks to their magic, were weak against illusions like this. Once an illusion took hold, it became a part of their magic. It entered their magic. Not even dispelling the original illusion could change that. Since mundanes didn't have magic, they weren't affected in the same way. Headmaster Dumbledore along with Madame Pomfrey and Professor Snape had arrived nearly an hour after the event had already taken place. They had come with a group of Aurors. It was too late by then, sadly. At that point, whoever could have been saved was already saved and those who couldn't, well, they were no longer of this world. Harry did not know how many people had died, as he'd only seen a few of the corpses. He imagined some of them were students. He and his friend had been asked several questions. It was a vain effort made after the fact to figure out what happened. Harry had described the events in great detail, even offering a theory on how the magic might have been conjured. Too bad all he had were theories. That magic had been several magnitudes larger than he had ever thought possible. Even 2 days after the event had happened, Harry Potter was still thinking about it, trying to theoretically recreate the magic spell. It wasn't a conjuration spell like Serpensortia. It had been an illusion, a spell that affected the mind. Sadly, illusions weren't taught at Hogwarts. It was an advanced art that one had to learn from a master. It was dinner. Everyone was sitting at their chosen tables. However, conversation was not loud. It was hush, tense, frightened. There was an undercurrent of fear traveling through everyone. Harry had learned the other day that 6 Hogwarts students had died. 2 third years, a 7th year, a 5th year, and 1 6th year. He hadn't really known any of them. Saying that, thanks to his memory, he at least would never forget their names. It wasn't enough. I feel like I should have done more. These students were the people he was going to lead in the future. Regardless of whether they were his now, they would eventually become his people, the people who helped him shape the wizarding world. A leader was supposed to protect his people. He hadn't done that. I'm not sure what to say about all this, Tracy said to Lisa. I mean, I feel like crap that I couldn't do anything, but I can't even say I'm shocked by what happened. I know what you mean, Lisa agreed. So much has happened to us since we started Hogwarts that this feels almost natural. He hated how situations like this had become par for the course. As the meal was winding down to a close, Headmaster Dumbledore stood from his seat and took center stage. He coughed into his hand, which, when enhanced with sonorous, echoed across the vast hall. Voices lowered and eyes turned to him. The headmaster's expression was not jovial. There was not twinkle in his eye, no smile on his face. Somber, downcast, disheartened. To Harry, he looked like a man who was being weighed down by the weight of the entire world. Students of Hogwarts, he said, his voice every bit as depressed as his expression. We have faced many hardships recently. Last year, we lost a person who was dear to many, and this year, 6 students who should be sitting here with you, laughing with you, enjoying life with you, are no more. Harry looked around. The eyes of many were downcast. Some of his peers had haunted eyes. He recognized them. His perfect memory ensured that he could never forget. Those people who looked like they'd journeyed through hell, they were the ones who'd been at Hogsmeade during the illusory attack. During this time of hardship, it is important not to lose yourselves to despair. It is important not to isolate yourself from others. Rely on the people around you, your friends, your family, the people you love. Love is the greatest magic of all. Those who have it are capable of great things. You must all remember to let yourself rely on your loved ones, and remember to let them rely on you. The headmaster paused. His shoulders seemed to sink. Harry was reminded of a mythological story he'd once read, a Greek story about Atlas, the titan who Zeus had forced to hold up the world on his shoulders. I wish I could say that all of you can rely on me. Headmaster Dumbledore's smile had never looked so sad. He'd never looked so old. Sadly, the board of directors has decided that I no longer have a place here. They are relieving me of my duties as headmaster. The reaction was almost immediate. No one spoke. However, the air suddenly became thick, cloying, stifling. Harry could have sworn the fear that permeated the room like month-old sweaty socks suddenly increased 1,000-fold. They feel that I am no longer capable of protecting you, the headmaster said. I am entrusting the reins of this school to Minerva McGonagall, who shall be the temporary headmistress until someone can come to take her place. Listen to her. She is wise and strong. She will shelter you through the coming hardships. Tomorrow, I will be gone. However, do not be afraid. Even if I am gone from Hogwarts halls, so long as there are people who remain loyal, I shall never truly leave. Despite making that last part sound like he was telling them that he would always be there, Harry knew that it was a false platitude. Headmaster Dumbledore was no longer the headmaster of Hogwarts. That news made the world seem like a darker place. Harry was already worried about what tomorrow would bring. In the week following Headmaster Dumbledore's forced resignation, the school had lost the sense of security that had once encompassed it. Perhaps it was merely his imagination. However, to Harry, It felt like the warm and comforting presence that Hogwarts once boasted had evaporated with the headmaster's departure. A lot had changed in the following days, and it wasn't in a good way. Students no longer loitered in the courtyards or hallways. They hurried from class to class, barely talking, barely looking at anyone else. It was like everyone had become afraid of their own shadows. As a silver lining, the all-house common room had become exceedingly popular. A lot of people spent time there after class, during breaks, or whenever they had some free time. It seemed everyone had come to the conclusion that there was safety in numbers, and it couldn't be more safe than when all four houses congregated in a single place. On the other hand, because it was so popular, the common room for all houses was often crowded. With so many people gathered there, Harry felt uncomfortable because he couldn't talk about anything serious with his friends. Which was why they were using the Chamber of Secrets as their new de facto meeting place. "What do you think of the new headmistress?" asked Blaise. He was sitting on a couch, in front of the coffee table, playing chess against Terry. The look of concentration that he wore, eyes staring at the board without blinking, made him look several years older than his 13 years of life suggested. "What do I think?" Terry parroted as he moved a pawn. "I think she's a right hag is what I think." "Agreed. I don't like her much either." Blaise moved one of his rooks. Their new headmistress had arrived just yesterday, and Harry already didn't like her. He couldn't place a finger on it, not really, but something about her, a vile aura that seemed to emit from her disgusting pink cardigan, repulsed him. Blaise and Terry seemed to share his opinion. The day she had arrived at Hogwarts was one that he wished he could erase from his memory. It was late in the evening. The Great Hall was crowded with students eating dinner. Harry and his friends sat together, along with Astoria, Luna, and Ginny, who seemed to be doing better these days. If nothing else, the redhead smiled a lot more, though she also had a horrible habit of staring blankly at nothing. He'd once caught her gazing at a wall for nearly 15 minutes. She might have been there longer if he hadn't snapped her out of it. Conversations were no longer loud but quiet and sparse. Harry believed it was because of the fear permeating the school. Everyone was afraid of what might happen now that Dumbledore was gone. "Hey, who is that?" asked Astoria as she pointed to someone at the teacher's table. Harry looked over to see all of the teachers eating with them. That was a rare occurrence. Most teachers took their meals in their rooms after the first day, except for the heads of houses, who always ate with the students, and Hagrid, who just loved being around people. Sitting among the faculty was another person who Harry didn't recognize, a woman with a pudgy face that reminded him of a toad. She wore a disgustingly bright pink cardigan, and she sat with the straight-postured bearing of a snooty wannabe noble woman. Combine that with her smile, which reminded him of a combination between a grotesque amphibian and a less playful Cheshire cat, and he already felt wary of her. Susan looked at the woman Astoria was pointing to and said, "That's Madame Umbridge. I don't know much about her, but Auntie doesn't like her very much. She likes to complain about her a lot. She's the undersecretary to the Minister for Magic," Daphne added. "The undersecretary, huh?" Harry mumbled. Near the end of dinner, the one that Susan had called Madame Umbridge stood up and waddled to the front. She coughed several times. The sound bounced around the room. It must have been amplified by a sonorous charm. "Good evening, students," she said in a sickeningly sweet voice. On the other side of the table, Tracy made several gagging noises. Terry snickered beside her. "Before you head off to bed, I would like to introduce myself. I am Madame Umbridge, and I'll be the new headmistress of Hogwarts. I do so hope that we can all get along." Her words caused a stir. Harry glanced at Professor McGonagall, whose deep-seated frown made him wonder if she disagreed with having this woman as headmistress. "I wonder why they sent the undersecretary to become the headmistress," Neville pondered out loud. "It's probably because the ministry is in trouble right now," Harry answered. "The Daily Prophet isn't on the ministry's side. They've been bashed every bit as much as Remus Lupin and Headmaster Dumbledore. The recent article even detailed the ministry's incompetence in regards to how they let the headmaster run wild at Hogwarts." Neville's face scrunched up. "So what? The ministry is trying to save face by sending this woman. More or less." Harry shrugged. Even though he said that, Harry believed there was another reason why Umbridge had been sent here, though he had no way of confirming this. Either way, it looked like Hogwarts was in for a rough time. What do you think about Headmistress Umbridge? Susan asked Harry. Shrugging as he flipped a page in his notebook, Harry said, I'm not sure how I feel about her as the headmistress, since it hasn't even been a day since she arrived, but there's something about her personality that rubs me the wrong way. When she had introduced herself as the new headmistress, she had spoken in a saccharine sweet tone that had made him want to gag. There was simply no way that tone was the regular tone she spoke with. She must have been hiding something, a sinister secret or agenda, and she was using that tone to try and throw them off guard. I've heard about her, Neville said. He was watching the game between Blaise and Terry as he sat on a comfy armchair. Gran told me that she's a selfish bint who tries to ingratiate herself to Minister Fudge. According to my Gran, she's a toady who likes to lord her power and position over others. What? Why are you all looking at me like that? No reason, Blaise said, still looking at Neville like he'd sprouted 2 extra heads. I was just surprised to hear you call someone a selfish bint. That's all. Neville's face burst into a bright red pigment as he looked down. That's just what my Gran called her. I agree with your Gran, Tracy said, walking up to them. She'd been practicing her spell casting at several stationary dummies that Harry had set up along the wall furthest from what he'd taken to calling the lobby. I don't know anything about that woman, but I can tell that she's bad news. Harry didn't know much about Madame Umbridge beyond what he'd been told so far. He'd sent a missive to Andromeda, asking her if she knew about the new headmistress, but he had yet to receive a reply. She was probably busy with work. While he would have loved to stay in the Chamber of Secrets with his friends, they were required to attend their last classes of the day. After classes, they went to dinner with everyone else. The Ravenclaw table was where they had chosen to sit that day. Their group was surrounded by several Ravenclaw students who were speaking in hushed tones, occasionally stopping to glance at them before going back to speaking. With his enhanced hearing, Harry could make out bits of their conversation. Have you noticed how Potter and his friends seem to disappear every so often? I have. It's like they just vanish into thin air sometimes. David thinks Potter might have been responsible for that attack at Hogsmeade. What? No way. Well, I don't know if I believe him. Still, Potter is a Parselmouth. It would make sense. Harry stopped listening. He didn't want to hear any more. Oi, do you jerks have something you'd like to share with us? Tracy stood up, slammed her hands on the table, and glared the group of claws. When they suddenly grew silent, she scoffed at them. That's what I thought. If you don't have the guts to say crap like that to someone's face, then you shouldn't be talking. Jerks. Tracy sat back down with a huff. Hannah, who sat on the girl's left, whistled. Wow, you really went off on them. Angry much? Don't say that like you didn't want to do the same thing. I don't like idiots who say crap without knowing the facts. Kinda like how you talk about Quidditch without knowing the facts. Asked Terry. Can it, Boot? Do you think most of the students feel the same way? Asked Susan. Doubtful, Daphne said as she calmly ate her food. She seemed to have disregarded the meat and was going straight for the potatoes. There are over 100 students at this school. It's impossible that all of them feel the same way, and I'm sure some of them remember what happened last year. A frown creased her lips. Saying that, I'm sure there are just as many people who believe that Harry was responsible for that attack as there are people who don't. Idiots will believe anything, after all. That was quite the speech, Daff, Tracy teased. Coming from the girl whose speech consists of shouting, that doesn't mean much, Daphne said with a teasing smile. Ouch. Harsh much. Did this happen last year? Asked Astoria. When everyone looked at her, she elaborated with, I mean people blaming Harry for what happened. Daphne and Susan looked at each other. Harry studied the youngest in their group. She was a lot sharper than she let on. Not really, Susan said at last. I mean, there were a few idiots who might have thought he was responsible when they found out he could speak to snakes, but most people were smart enough to know he couldn't have been the culprit of those attacks. Unsaid was the, especially after what happened to Hermione, that everyone was no doubt thinking. Harry was glad no one actually said it. While Hermione's death had already been addressed, he didn't want to reopen old wounds. I suppose some people are just dumb, Astoria uttered. You said it, Tracy said with a nod. As dinner wound to a close, Harry caught movement out of the corner of his left eye. Turning his head, he saw a flash of pink, a ton of frills, and a toad-like face. It was the new headmistress. Madame Umbridge. She had stood from her seat and made her way to the podium, which was set in front of the teacher's table. Ahem, she coughed, and the sound traveled to every part of the great hall. Excuse me, everyone. I would like to have your attention, please. On the other side of the table, Tracy cringed at the headmistress's voice. Harry understood how she felt. Headmistress Umbridge spoke in a voice that was so sickly sweet it was enough to make someone choke. While I was able to introduce myself to all of you the previous day, I didn't have much of a chance to speak about the changes that Hogwarts will be undergoing. She paused, and a smile that was so saccharine Harry thought he would die from seeing it appeared on her face. As you all know, the safety of this school has been jeopardized. Several students have been tragically killed, and there will be even more deaths if something isn't done. To that end, I will be instituting a number of new rules. Harry felt a chill run down his spine. He had no reason to think her rules would be unreasonable, but hearing about how she would be instituting new rules made his skin crawl for some reason. He blamed George Orwell. The first rule is that students are not going to be allowed outside of their dormitories after 6 in the evening unless they have class. The second rule is that students must always walk in groups of at least 2. Those rules actually seemed fairly logical. Setting a curfew would help curtail students being out late, thereby cutting off one of the most likely times when a student could be attacked. The second rule was also a good precaution. In the event of an attack happening, one student would be able to get away and inform a teacher if the other student was in trouble, though it would be even better if there were more than 2 students. 4 would be ideal, but 3 could also work. My third and most important rule, Umbridge continued, is that students of different houses may no longer mix. What? Harry looked around at the other students. Many of them were looking at their friends, who they'd made outside of their house. Harry could see them, the variation of different colored robes mixing together to create a quad-colored sea. Only the stubborn Slytherins, the truly stubborn ones who had refused to mix, remained segregated from everyone else. It has become clear to me that the biggest reason people are becoming so susceptible to these attacks is because students from different houses are mixing together. For the safety of you students, people from different houses will no longer be allowed to socialize outside of classes. While everyone else seemed confused, Harry had noticed something particular about her words. She hadn't included breakfast, lunch, and dinner in the places where students from other houses could socialize. This meant that her last rule wasn't done for the safety of the students. It was because of some other agenda. But whose agenda is it? The Minister for Magic, or her own? Susan. Harry leaned into her ear and whispered. Susan's ear went red, which he figured meant she'd heard him. Could you do me a favor? She nodded. Send a letter to Madame Bones and tell her about how Madame Umbridge is trying to segregate the Hogwarts houses. Ask her if she knows anything that could help us. I'd like to know whose agenda this woman is pushing. I can do that, Susan said quietly. Harry nodded and smiled. Dinner soon ended and everyone went to their common rooms. Harry lay awake in bed, wondering how long it would take for him to get the information on Madame Umbridge. He really didn't like waiting. The next day was arduous. Harry and his friends had gathered for breakfast as usual. Everything was normal. They had spoken about their next classes, argued about Quidditch, or gossiped about wizarding fashion. The Foul-Mouthed Falcons are doing well this year, Tracy said. I think they might be the team who wins the cup. Harry listened as Tracy spoke of which Quidditch team she thought was going to take home the gold. He had no real interest in the sport himself. At best, it was a tool that he could use to engender himself to others, a conversational topic to open deeper dialogue, but the sport itself wasn't that interesting. Then again, the only sport he'd ever enjoyed was martial arts. They might be doing well, but I heard their teamwork has been suffering because Randolph Keitch and Basil Horton are arguing again, Terry retorted before munching down on an English muffin. Randolph and Basil were both members of the Foul-Mouthed Falcons. Basil was a beater while Randolph was the seeker. During their last game, Randolph had been hit by a bludger that Basil had been keeping off of him. He had naturally blamed the beater on not being able to protect him, which had caused a fight to break out between the two in the middle of a game. According to the Daily Prophet, they were no longer on speaking terms. "Look at this," Hannah said as Lisa, Daphne, Astoria, Ginny, and Susan crowded around her. A brand new magazine for Teen Witch Weekly lay on the table, open to a page showcasing the latest in female wizarding fashion. "See the new cut on these robes. Aren't they cute?" Susan was blushing as she looked at the magazine. Hers and Ginny's faces were nearly as red as their hair. Harry wondered what they were looking at. He couldn't see from where he sat. "Isn't that cut kind of immodest?" Susan asked. "I don't think so," Daphne argued. "It reminds me of some of the dresses I've worn, except it covers more." Harry had attended several political functions with Daphne, so he knew that she was talking about the dresses her father forced her into. They were made for the purpose of showcasing the goods to the parents of potential suitors. Thanks to Celestina's blackmail, Daphne had not been forced to wear anything like that for a while. Harry was grateful to Blaze's mum. He didn't like it when Daphne was forced into clothing that was so skimpy. There was also the matter of her being way too young for that kind of clothing. "I wonder if Celestina realizes how much I owe her." Harry thought about that for a moment before shaking his head. Probably not. If she did, she'd have cashed in the favor by now. Ahem. Before their conversation could continue, a sickly sweet and obnoxious cough came from behind them. Harry, Blaze, Neville, Tracy, and Terry turned in their seat. Umbridge was standing behind them, a smile as nauseatingly sweet as her disgustingly fake cutesy cough plastered on her toad-like face. "Excuse me," the new headmistress began, "however, might I ask what you children are doing?" Eating," Tracy said in a, "what are you smoking?" kind of voice. "Tisk, tisk. That is not what I meant." The smile widened. "I meant what are you doing sitting together? I believe I mentioned this before, but students of different houses are no longer allowed to mix like this. So she really is going to try this." Harry had not been sure if she'd attempt to reinforce her rule, but even so, he'd been up all night thinking of ways to counter this woman in case she did. In the end, he had come up with a rather simple solution. "Excuse me, headmistress," Harry said, standing up and bowing his head in what seemed like a polite gesture. "Forgive me for sounding so ignorant, but would you mind telling me how keeping students from different houses from interacting guarantees their safety? I'm afraid that I'm a bit too young to understand the concept." From the toad-like suspicion on Umbridge's face, she didn't seem capable of telling whether he was being honest or not. However, Harry, ever the consummate actor, kept up his demeanor as the young and naive student. Eventually, the woman smiled. It wasn't a pleasant smile by any means. Harry forced back his shudder. "I would be more than happy to educate you, Mr. Potter," Umbridge said. "Thank you. I appreciate that," Harry smiled. "You see, since we're not allowed to spend time together anymore, I have to write letters to Madame Amelia Bones, Celestina Zabini, and Nathaniel Greengrass, and explain to them that I can no longer spend time with their children. I want to make sure they understand why I've cut ties with their families, so your explanation will help me a lot." Harry had come to realize that he had something of a sadistic streak. He enjoyed watching Neville huff, puff, and wheeze during their first few months of exercise. He liked seeing the faces people made when he teased them. He even enjoyed it when he made girls blush. However, he didn't think he could have ever derived so much pleasure from watching someone's face shift colors like this. It was almost amusing, the way Umbridge's eyes widened and became akin to the bulging eyes of a toad's before her face turned white as a sheet. Of course, it didn't stay white. With each name dropped, her face turned an even more sickly shade of green, until he'd gotten to Nathaniel's name. Nathaniel Greengrass was feared in the wizarding world. It wasn't the kind of fear that Voldemort had inspired. As a man who held nearly enough votes to break any deadlock, everyone was forced to walk on eggshells when dealing with him. Even Lucius Malfoy couldn't outright refuse a demand from the head of the noble house of Greengrass. That was how powerful the man was. By mentioning his name here, by stating that he was allied in some way to Nathaniel Greengrass, Harry all but told Umbridge that she was interfering in house politics between him and one of the most powerful members of the nobility. Harry decided to drive the final nail into this coffin. Surely, you had realized that our families were thinking of formalizing an alliance. We've been discussing the matter for some time. It was believed that an alliance between the houses of Black, Bones, Greengrass, Potter, Longbottom, and Zabini would be an excellent means of securing a future for our families. Umbridge's green face turned a shade that Harry had never seen before. He didn't even know humans were capable of gaining a hue like that. Perhaps she really is part toad. Is that so? Umbridge stuttered, suddenly looking unsure. She took a hesitant step back. Her body shook as though she was a leaf caught within a hurricane. Well, I suppose I can let this go for now. I do not intend to cause issues between noble houses, of course. We appreciate that, Harry said, masking his mocking smile behind a polite demeanor. Because she no longer had any reason to be there, and she had just realized that everyone was staring at them, Umbridge left the Great Hall in a hurry. Harry watched her waddle away. Once she'd disappeared behind the large double doors, he sat down with a sigh. Lisa began, could someone please explain what just happened for those of us who aren't knowledgeable about politics? It was nothing big, Daphne said. Harry just used a basic political scare, informed Umbridge that we're together because we're discussing house matters. There are several laws put in place that keep the ministry from being able to interfere in the politics of noble houses. She couldn't have done anything anyway. However, once Harry stated that the houses of Black, Bones, Greengrass, Potter, Longbottom, and Zabini were thinking of formalizing an alliance, she had no choice but to back off. Interfering in the business of that many noble houses, especially houses that powerful, is like committing political suicide, Blaise added. 4 of those houses are members of the Founding Five, and while the Greengrass and Zabinis are only noble houses, we both have a vast range of wealth. Mum is currently the wealthiest woman in Britain, and Daphne's father is the most powerful member of the neutral families on the House of Nobles, plus an acute businessman. Any one of those houses could make her life a living hell, Harry added. If we became a true alliance of houses, we'd be one of the most feared political groups in Wizarding Britain. Though something like that probably won't happen, Susan added. Even if we're friends, some of our family doesn't get along, so the possibility of us forming an alliance of houses right now is quite small. Sounds complicated, Hannah said, rubbing her head as though their lesson had given her a headache. Harry shrugged. That's politics for you. No one could say anything to dispute that. Although Harry had managed to curtail Umbridge for the moment, he knew that wouldn't be the end of it. This woman had a hidden agenda. No, he was sure that she was pushing someone else's agenda. The first thing he needed to do was find out whose agenda she was pushing. That was why he had Blaise, Susan, and Neville contact their families for information on the woman. Each of those 3 families had different contacts in the wizarding world due to their stances, so there was a good chance that one of them would know about possible connections a specific family might have to Umbridge. Outside of trying to figure out the new headmistress's game, Harry attended classes with everyone else. Classes weren't anything special. In study of ancient runes, they were beginning to string runes together to form arrays, or at least, they were learning the theory behind it. Runes were a language, and in order to create a magical effect, they needed to create sentences that invoked magic. A good example would be creating a jet of water. It wasn't enough to just write the characters for water. A sentence would need to be written that said something along the lines of, shoot a stream of water for X distance. Of course, it wasn't as easy as that. There were still rules that needed to be followed. One of those rules followed a law that was similar to conservation of mass, a principle that stated mass cannot be created or destroyed. In other words, even if someone created a runic array to shoot water a certain distance, without having water to shoot, it wouldn't do anything because there was no water. While magic could be used to conjure, that would require creating another runic array and combining the 2 arrays together, which opened up a whole other can of worms. It wasn't something they were learning this year. Arithmancy was still his best elective subject, which he excelled at because the math in magic was nowhere near as complex as mundane math. If he had to give arithmancy a difficulty level, then he would have to say that it was around the same level as basic geometry and algebra. There was nothing particularly hard about it. There was only one real problem at the moment outside of his normal problems. This one technically had nothing to do with him. Even so, Harry felt obligated to do something about it. The problem was with the headmistress's new policy on not allowing students from other houses to mix. Umbridge might have been lenient with Harry and his friends. However, even though she'd made an exception for them due to their political status, others did not have the same protection. Several students had already gotten into trouble with the headmistress. Harry had seen numerous students being given detentions for just walking in the hall with students from another house. Because he didn't want to cause a scene, or incite jealousy from others thanks to their preferential treatment, Harry and his friends spent their free time in the Chamber of Secrets. What had once been his private work room had now become a lounge. Harry glanced around at the interior, wondering about the changes to the chamber. The large space appeared to have more in common with a house than it did a laboratory. In the center of the room were several lounge chairs and sofas centered around a coffee table, which had a chess set currently sitting on top. Underneath the furniture was a soft rug. The lounge-like area didn't take up much space. However, next to the lounge was a fully equipped gym. Harry had bought the equipment, placed some featherweight charms on them, and brought them in his trunk. There was also the spell casting range, which was basically just a series of self-repairing dummies that people could use for target practice. His personal workspace, which consisted of a large desk that curved around to form an L shape, was easily the smallest part of the chamber. Even the airspace wasn't safe since Tracy's broom track was up there. There was also a place for studying, a long table that had been set up with 13 chairs and had 13 candles lying lengthwise across it. That was where Harry and the others were at the moment. "I got a letter from Auntie," Susan said, setting the letter on the table and carefully unfolding it. "She says that Madame Umbridge is the senior undersecretary for the Minister for Magic." "We already knew that," Tracy said, causing Susan to blush. "What else does it say?" Lisa asked. "Not much," Susan admitted. "It doesn't say anything about potential families that she might be allied to, at least." The senior undersecretary was a high-ranking position within the Ministry of Magic, second only to the Minister for Magic. The job of the senior undersecretary was to act as the second in command. They were answerable only to the Minister for Magic, granting them a great deal of power within the ministry. Fortunately, the ministry wasn't all-powerful. The government was set up with two branches, the Ministry of Magic and the House of Nobles. The ministry made sure everyone upheld the law. However, it was the House of Nobles that created the laws, and while the Minister for Magic could also create his or her own laws, it needed to have a 2/3 RDS vote from the House of Nobles in order for it to be passed. There was also the Wizengamot, but they were just the governmental body used to hold trials. They had no say when it came to the creation of laws and wizarding policies. This gave Harry a lot of leeway. As the heir apparent to a founding house, and the godson and heir to the ancient and most noble House of Black, another founding house, Harry wielded a lot of political power on his own. When combined with the Bones, Longbottom, Zabini, and Greengrass houses, that power made him almost politically untouchable. Harry had no issues with using that power to his own benefit. There was no point in having power if a person couldn't use it. At the same time, he wanted to be careful. If it became a crutch, then he would grow complacent, which could cause irreparable damage to his reputation. It could also hurt the reputation of his allies. Having already learned what happened when he became complacent the hard way, he had vowed to never let himself become like that again. "What does it say about Umbridge personally?" asked Daphne. Susan glanced back at the letter. "It says she's a spiteful troll who hates Muggleborns with a passion and dislikes anyone who doesn't follow what she believes is the ideal wizarding life." "A troll, huh?" Tracy said with a grin. "Doesn't your aunt mean a toad?" Susan shrugged, as if to say, "Don't ask me. That more or less coincides with what Gran told me," Neville said. "Umbridge is a pureblood supremacist. She's been advocating pureblood rights ever since she attained office. She's even butted heads with Dumbledore, blocking a number of his attempts to pass laws that would help Muggleborn children acclimate to wizarding society better." "An extremist, huh?" Harry uttered with a sigh. Extremists were the worst type of people to deal with. They would never budge on their position, even if refusing to bow down meant taking the whole world with them into hell. Do we know whose agenda she's pushing? I don't think she's pushing anyone's agenda but her own, Blaise said. She was appointed by the Minister for Magic, who we all know is in the pocket of Lucius Malfoy. It stands to reason that Malfoy is the reason she got the position. However, Umbridge isn't the kind of person that Malfoy usually associates with. She's too fanatical. True enough. Lucius preferred allies who were intelligent enough to get the job done, but not so intelligent that they could betray him. Umbridge didn't strike him as smart. The very fact that she'd created a policy that would cause friction in Hogwarts thanks to the current climate was proof of this. Sitting by Tracy, Lisa frowned. Then why would he give her the position of Hogwarts headmistress? Because she's a distraction, most likely, Harry deduced, biting on his lower lip as he thought of what he would do in his enemy's position. Lucius Malfoy is cunning. He's not going to use such an extreme fanatic for whatever plot he's hatching. However, using her to distract us from the real plot is exactly something that he would do. Then what is his game plan? Asked Terry. If I knew that, we could have already neutralized it, Harry said. Whatever the case is, I think we should deal with Umbridge first, Daphne said. No one disagreed with her. After finishing their homework, everyone exited the Chamber of Secrets via the only passage that no longer required Parseltongue to open. Now it was just a regular door with a Fidelius charm placed over it. Harry's last class that day was herbology. It was a Wednesday, which was one of his shortest days. He only had 4 classes total. Herbology was shared with the Ravenclaws, so Harry and Neville walked to the greenhouse with Terry and Lisa. Neville was talking Lisa's ear off about how excited he was because they would finally be dealing with Devil's Snare. Lisa listened with an indulgent smile. Just as they were reaching Greenhouse 5, a heart-rending shriek split the air. A crashing noise echoed across the grounds, followed by the sound of tearing metal and shattering glass. Several feet away, Greenhouse 5 exploded as the large vines of a massive plant busted through every window. The vines writhed like the tentacles of a kraken. They curled around the metal framework and then squeezed, crushing the greenhouse as though it was cheap plastic. Harry recognized the plant. It was a Devil's Snare, but it was a dozen times bigger than the one he and his friends had dealt with in their first year. Within several of its tentacle-like vines were people Professor Sprout and several students that Harry recognized as 7th years. Their screams resounded across the school grounds, piercing his ears. What's a Devil's Snare doing out in the sun like this? Neville squawked. That thing should have shriveled up by now. Never mind that, Terry snapped. What are we supposed to do? Given the situation, Harry decided to take charge. Terry, run and get Madame Pomfrey. Do so quickly. Lisa and Neville, you two are with me. Right. Terry raced off while Neville and Lisa pulled out their wands. Harry also pulled out his wands, both his and his mother's. He'd need all the firepower he could get. How are we going to deal with this? Asked Lisa. Cast your strongest incendio, Harry instructed. Aim inside of the warehouse. Got it. It was a testament to his growth that Neville didn't hesitate. He rushed forward like a reckless Gryffindor and cast his strongest incendio at the base of the plant, which was hidden within the barely standing Greenhouse 5. Several vines swooped down to try and pound Neville into the ground, but he deftly avoided them with swift leaps from side to side. Incendio. Fire burst from the tip of Neville's wand, a cylindrical cone of orange flames that slammed into the Devil's Snare's middle. The monstrous plant shrieked as a conflagration spread across its body. The fire spread when Lisa joined in, attacking from a distance. Harry used this opportunity to rescue the students and Professor Sprout. Several powerful cutting curses flew from his personal wand, which had lost its black sheen and returned to the entwined mixture of black and white wood. The cutting curses sliced into the massive vines with impunity. The 7th years and Professor Sprout shrieked as they fell. Harry then swished his mother's wand at them. Everyone falling halted in midair before they were jerked over to him, where they landed on the ground. Neville, Harry called. Get back. Instead of nodding to acknowledge the order, Neville merely hopped backwards several times, weaving past the vines as they came down. He sent several cutting curses at the vines. While it didn't lop them off, they were too thick for anything but the most powerful of spells. It did cause the vines to rear back as if in pain. Harry had to admire his friend's movement. Their constant training really had done a wonder on Neville. He moved almost like a professional duelist. When Neville was out of harm's way, Harry thrust his wand forward while unleashing as much magic as possible. The area in front of him roared to life. A fire nearly as wide as he was tall blasted from his wand like a cannon. The force was such that Harry was almost lifted off the ground, but he used magic to force his feet to stick, which resulted in him sliding backwards. The flames, an incandescent white blaze, struck Greenhouse 5, melting a lot of the metal before plowing into the devil's snare. There was no pained shriek, no flailing vines. The devil's snare went up in flames, which quickly spread across its surface, consuming it within seconds. When all was said and done, nothing remained. The devil's snare was gone and the greenhouse was standing on its last leg. With the devil's snare destroyed, Harry was able to focus on the injured. Professor Sprout and the others were all in varying states of abuse. Some only had bruised skin, but there were a few who'd suffered from broken bones. Harry started mending the most serious injuries first. It was harder than he would have liked, but he contented himself with the knowledge that he didn't know any actual healing spells. Hogwarts did not offer any books on medical spells. The reason was because healing was a branch of magic that could be fatal if not cast right. It was a dangerous magic. Even Hannah, who knew a bit about healing, only knew so much because her mother was a former Medowitch. The Ministry of Magic carefully regulated the books people could buy on healing magic. It was technically required for a witch or wizard to undergo training and receive a license before even being allowed to use healing magic. Madame Pomfrey arrived around 15 minutes later, and she took over Harry's job, shooing him out of the way so she could work in peace. Harry was all too happy to leave her to it. He hadn't been able to do much more than number their pain. "What should we do now?" asked Neville. "I don't imagine we'll have class with Professor Sprout out of commission like this." "I'm of the same mind," Harry admitted. "Should we do a self-study until it's time for our next class?" As he spoke, what remained of Greenhouse 5 groaned and then collapsed. Harry, Lisa, Terry and Neville stared at the ruins of what had once been where they learned about herbology. It took Harry a moment, but he eventually figured out the only thing he could have said in this situation. "I didn't do it." Lisa, Neville, and Terry gave him very odd looks. Defense Against the Dark Arts was a self-study. The goal for the class was for everyone to finish writing a report on the differences between vampires and werewolves. It was a 2-foot-long report, meaning it would take most people several weeks. Professor Antus had thought it would be a good idea if they worked on it in class, where he was available should anyone have any questions or a need for clarification. Harry had already finished his report. Daphne, Neville, Tracy, and Blaise had also finished their reports. They had even gone ahead and turned them in. Since they were done, it meant they didn't have anything to do. Tracy and Neville were playing a quiet game of mundane poker, Blaise was reading a book of wizarding poets, and Daphne was writing in a diary. Consequently, the diary was something that Harry had bought her for Christmas. Since he didn't want anyone knowing about his projects outside of his friends, Harry was left with nothing to do except meditate. With his mind being what it was, he still needed to meditate every night. His occlumency had been getting a lot better. That was what he believed, at any rate. Without having a legilimens with more power and skill than him test his ability to defend against intrusions, there was no way to know for sure. "I should ask Professor Lupin if he knows legilimency." A chill traveled down Harry's spine. He stopped meditating and opened his eyes, peering around at the people nearest him. His friends were busy doing their own thing. The others close to him were writing or reading from their textbooks. The chill had yet to leave. Someone was watching him. He turned his head toward the teacher, Professor Antus, who was staring at him with unblinking eyes. The man inclined his head. It took him a moment, but he realized what the man wanted. Harry nodded back. Class came to an end with the tolling of a bell. No one outside of his group had finished their papers, so, naturally, everyone else had it as homework. Students groaned as they stood from their seats and filed out of the room. "Could you go on without me?" Harry asked his friends. "I need to speak with Professor Antus." "I'm staying," Daphne said. Tracy, Neville, and Blaise shared looks of amusement. Harry wanted to frown, but he was kind of used to this by now. No doubt, Neville would tease him later this evening. We'll see you two later. Then, Neville said. Have fun, Tracy added. Blaise just offered them a nod. You sure you don't want to go with them? Harry asked Daphne as their three friends vacated the room. Daphne shook her head. I want to stay with you. Knowing how stubborn Daphne could be at times, Harry didn't argue with her. He accepted that she was staying. Professor Antus frowned at Daphne when they walked up to him. However, his attention soon turned to Harry. Without waiting for him to speak, the Dada professor said, I apologize for holding you back, but I wanted a chance to speak with you. That is an intriguing coincidence, Harry said. I've been meaning to speak with you as well. I don't think I need to tell you that something unusual is happening within Hogwarts. As if we needed you telling us that, Daphne muttered under her breath. I believe we are probably the most aware that something isn't right at Hogwarts, Harry said before Professor Antus could berate Daphne for her sharp tongue. Then did you know that someone has managed to infiltrate the school? Professor Antus asked. Harry frowned. Do you mean Umbridge? Shaking his head, the Dada professor said, they've been here since before Umbridge. That was disturbing news. Harry wondered if he was talking about the person who cast that area-wide illusion, or was he talking the person who'd attacked Harry? Do you know who they are? Negative. That's why I'm talking to you. Professor Antus gestured to Harry. You and your friends have always been in the thick of things here at Hogwarts. When something goes wrong, you're the ones who are the most involved. Since that's been the case for every year thus far, I was hoping it might be the case this time. I see. Harry sighed. You were hoping we'd know something. He narrowed his eyes. Sadly, we don't actually know anything this time. I see. And now that you've asked a question, there's something I'd like to ask you. Go ahead. Harry nodded. From my understanding, you're no longer a hit wizard, so why are you asking me about this? I might not be a hit wizard anymore, but that doesn't mean I don't still work for the Ministry of Magic, Professor Antus said. Amelia pulled some strings with Minister Fudge when they needed someone to take the defense against the dark arts post after Remus Lupin was laid off. I was selected since I'm technically not under her payroll. She asked me to discreetly look into the incidents happening around Hogwarts. I agreed. So that was it. Madame Bones had chosen Professor Antus because he had cut ties with the hit wizards, which meant no one could claim that she was trying to subvert the students or any such nonsense. At the same time, the professor still held loyalties to Madame Bones, which meant he could be a discreet private investigator for her. The frown that Daphne had been wearing deepened. But nothing had happened until after you came. That's where you're wrong, Ms. Greengrass, Professor Antus said. There were several reports of people going missing near Hogsmeade as early as the first month of the new school year. The reports were made by Madame Rosmerta directly to Amelia, so the DMLE was able to keep the information from leaking to anyone else. While Harry was disgruntled to learn that Amelia had been keeping valuable information from him, he couldn't fault her for doing so. He wasn't a member of the DMLE. He was a student. No one in their right mind, never mind someone with a governmental position as high as hers, would ever tell a 13-year-old student about something like this. He also had to consider the fact that he had been out of touch with the rest of the world during that time. Then how did you come to the conclusion that this person has infiltrated Hogwarts? Asked Harry. It sounds like they're in Hogsmeade. That's where all of the attacks have happened. You mean aside from the fact that someone had Professor McGonagall deliver that letter to you? The Aurors have already done a thorough sweep of Hogsmeade before the last attack. Moving around his oakwood desk, Professor Antus sat down and steepled his fingers. The thing is, the DMLE has been in Hogsmeade since the first person went missing. They never found anything. You checked the surrounding forests and everything? Asked Daphne. They even checked the Forbidden Forest just to be safe, Professor Antus said. Unless they went so deep into the forest that we can't track them, they aren't anywhere around Hogsmeade or the surrounding area. Professor Antus had neglected to mention the possibility of someone apparating to Hogsmeade, but the chances of that being the case were also unlikely. Apparition left traces of magic. There were methods of tracing that magic back to the original apparition point. The only way to avoid that was to apparate somewhere people couldn't get to, like a house under the Fidelius charm. That was how Harry had avoided detection after running from the Aurors during the summer. You two can head off now, Professor Antus said. Just promise me that you'll be careful. I know you guys have a habit of getting into trouble, but I want you to leave this to the professionals. Yes, sir, Harry said before he and Daphne left. What do you think? Daphne asked as they walked down the hall. Harry tilted his head for a moment. I think we shouldn't listen to the professor's suggestion. So we should investigate into this matter. Yes. Daphne hesitated before plowing on. Because of what happened to Hermione. Last year, Harry had suggested not getting involved with the Chamber of Secrets. He'd told everyone to leave the matter to the adults. Hermione had died as a result. Partly, he admitted. However, I think there's more to these attacks than mere random attacks. Maybe it's just me being paranoid, but I feel like the attack on Hogsmeade was meant specifically for us. But that doesn't explain the disappearances that happened before we were even allowed into Hogsmeade, Daphne said. No, but there might be. Harry paused to gather his thoughts. In the Black Library, there are a number of dark books. Some of them involve sacrificing people in exchange for something. Power, the ability to summon a demon, and other such magics. It could be that whoever we're dealing with needed human sacrifices for similar reasons. Daphne shuddered. That doesn't sound pleasant. Who would do something like that? There's only one person I can think of who'd commit such heinous acts, Harry said. His friend beeped in a breath. Do you think we're dealing with Voldemort again? Either him or someone like him, Harry said. This person could be another Dark Lord in the making, or maybe it's someone who's been possessed by the Dark Lord like Ginny or Professor Quirrell had been. I'm not sure which of those prospects is more frightening, Daphne admitted. Me neither, Harry said. Perhaps it was the topic, but the hallway seemed more ominous than before. Fortunately, nothing happened, and after escorting Daphne to the Slytherin's den, Harry began making his way to the Gryffindor Tower. The Gryffindor Tower was on the opposite side of the Slytherin's den. Not only that, but the Slytherins were in the basement while the Gryffindors were in a tower. It meant he had to go from one side of the castle to the other while also ascending numerous staircases and traveling through multiple hallways. As he walked down the hallway, passing by the moving suits of armor, Harry's instinct suddenly flared, warning him of imminent danger. He reacted quickly. The sound of something cutting the air whistled in his ear. Harry leapt to the side, feeling the wind rush past him as though something was slicing the air. Loud squealing erupted from where he'd been standing, and when he looked over, it was to see that one of the swords of armor had tried cutting him in half with a sword. What the hell? The suit of armor stepped down from its small stand. All of the other suits in this hallway followed suit. Harry backed up, warily eyeing the armored suits as they walked toward him, the clang-clang of their footsteps echoing along the hall. Reaching out with his senses, Harry tried to see if he could feel any traces of magical energy. A spell was clearly being used to control these suits of armor. Yet when he felt around, all he could feel was the accumulated magic of several thousand years' worth of students and teachers congregating at this school. With such an overwhelming magical force, he couldn't detect any magic being used. This isn't good. I need to get out of this situation first. Then I can begin investigating into this further. The suit of armor in front of him raised its axe, and Harry leapt out of the way, wincing as the massive weapon sliced into the brick wall. He moved further back. This, sadly, took him next to another armored suit, which swung its broadsword horizontally as though trying to slice off his head. He ducked, spun around, and then he sent a reinforced palm strike into the armored chestplate. It dented, bowing inward as the rest of the armor was sent flying, scattering and bouncing along the walls and floor. Two more suits of armor rushed him. The one on his right was carrying a halberd, the one on his left a sword. Loud clattering behind him alerted to a third suit of armor. It looked like they were trying to ensnare him in a trap. That won't work. Harry didn't time to pull out his wands, much less cast a spell. With nothing else up his sleeve, he channeled all the magic he could into his arms and legs. Using precisely timed bursts, he launched his magic with every punch and kick. The two suits of armor in front of him exploded as he punched them before they could attack with their unwieldy weapons. Then he spun around, launching a precisely timed high kick at the next armored suit's head. Not only did the helmet fly off, but the metal shattered, though that didn't stop the armor from continuing to attack him. He sidestepped a thrust of the armor's claymore, and then spun around when another suit of armor came in from his flank, broadsword swinging. A downward swing was dodged. Harry stepped on the sword's flat end to keep it pinned. Then he launched a fist into the armored chestplate, unleashing a power burst of magic that shattered it. Even with that suit of armor down, Harry was still in a lot of trouble. He counted at least 8 more suits of armor. All of them were closing in fast. Gritting his teeth, Harry found himself dodging a hailstorm of swinging weapons. The scent of steel seared his nose. Air whistled as he swerved around, his feet shuffling in a deadly dance, while a variety of ancient weaponry came millimeters to impaling, slicing, or tearing him apart. His flesh stung as nicks and cuts appeared along his skin. They were shallow wounds. Even so, if he accumulated enough cuts, they would eventually become debilitating. He needed to do something, and quickly. Moving along the ground, ducking, dodging, weaving, and pirouetting, Harry danced through the attacks as he glanced at his surroundings. He searched for something, anything, that he could use as a weapon. Even a tapestry would have been appreciated at this point. Sadly, there weren't any tapestries, but there were several portraits. The paintings inside of the portrait were all following his battle. He spared them a split second. It was long enough to yell, "Get Professor McGonagall," before he was forced to turn his attention back to the suits of armor. Time seemed immemorial as he did his best to stay alive. Harry felt like he was trapped within a haze. A red film had covered his eyes. Left, right, backstep, sidestep, spin. Harry moved and kept moving. Swords and halberds, pikes and spears, all manner of melee weaponry came at him from all sides. He dodged what he could and deflected what he couldn't with his hands. It wasn't enough. More cuts appeared along his skin. Blood began to stain his robes. For just a moment, Harry was sure that he was done for. He was tired, his breathing labored, his body stinging from the damage of hundreds of cuts, and his mind on the verge of collapsing. The suits of armor were tireless, and he was growing tired. It was just as Harry realized that he had been cornered that a miracle occurred. Espero. He was saved. Several stakes jutted from the floor, stabbing straight through several suits of armor. This didn't stop the armor, which kept trying to move toward him. However, as if sensing this, the stakes that were piercing the armor elongated and then curved around and entangled them like elastic bindings. Armor squealed and clinked, yet it didn't budge. That was when Harry felt it, a massive wave of magic that washed through the area. The hairs on his neck prickled. His senses were briefly overwhelmed. Then the wave passed over him, and all of the armored suits went still. A moment of silence passed. The stakes unwrapped from around the armor and went back into the floor, and the armored suits clattered to the ground. "Mr. Potter," a voice said, rolling the R in a familiar Scottish accent. Harry turned. Standing several meters away and getting closer was Professor McGonagall. Her determined and fierce demeanor was like nothing he'd ever seen before, not on her, and the way she moved, with a predatory and feline grace, belied her age. This was not the Professor McGonagall that he remembered. "Are you all right, Mr. Potter?" Nodding, Harry slumped against the wall as his legs, finally out of energy, gave out on him. Professor McGonagall flicked her wand. Harry felt a brief moment where his stomach was in his throat, and then his body became weightless. He floated through the air, toward his head of house, who slung his arm over her shoulder and began half carrying and half dragging him down the hall. "I need you to do some of the walking, Mr. Potter," Professor McGonagall said. "I cannot carry your weight by myself." Harry grunted as he forced magic into his legs, strengthening them. It hurt. While he had plenty of magic left, he'd used so much that using any more to enhance his muscles caused pain. "Sorry. It's fine. Now, come on. Let's get you to the hospital wing." "No." Harry shook his head. "Not the hospital wing. Mr. Potter, you are injured. These injuries aren't serious. I'll heal with a good night's rest. Take me to your office, please." Professor McGonagall didn't speak at first. Harry couldn't see her, but he could practically sense her frown. Very well, she sighed. Professor McGonagall's office was located in the back of the Transfiguration classroom. After entering, she set Harry in a seat that had been situated before her desk, then walked around to the other side and sat down. Her stare, which had probably sent more children than Harry could count running, pierced his soul. I suppose I should begin by telling you what happened, Harry said. That would be a good start. Right. Since there wasn't much to tell, Harry's recounting of how he'd been ambushed and attacked was short. Professor McGonagall still listened to his words despite this. When he finished speaking, the frown that she'd been wearing had become a thin line. I still find it hard to believe that you were attacked by someone who had infiltrated the school, Professor McGonagall stated. It's even more hard to believe that they managed to set those suits of armor on you. Our armor has several defense mechanisms that activate when the school believes that someone is a threat to the safety of the students, so it shouldn't have attacked you. Harry was actually aware of the defensive magics surrounding the armor. Nicholas Flamel had told him that those suits of armor were souls that had been stripped of their identity and encased in the armored suits. It was a punishment that had been used for the vilest of criminals. This was back during the Founders' era, long before Azkaban had been a prison. Do you think someone could have used a spell to make the magic activate when I walked past it? Harry asked. Professor McGonagall bit her lip. There are methods of remotely activating a spell, putting it on a timer, and even setting it to activate upon being tripped by a specific magic presence. However, such methods are more advanced than anything taught at Hogwarts. Only someone with Headmaster Dumbledore's level of knowledge could do something like that. So they were dealing with someone who was as knowledgeable as the headmaster. Harry would have liked say that narrowed down his suspects quite a bit, but in truth, all it did was throw him off. He knew of no one outside of Voldemort with that kind of knowledge. Voldemort wasn't in Hogwarts. He couldn't be. Even with the headmaster gone, the defenses he'd put in place, which kept disembodied spirits attached to the back of people's heads from entering the school, still remained. Did this mean there was a new enemy? Mr. Potter. Professor McGonagall said. Is it possible to keep quiet about what happened? Harry asked. I know that sounds like an unreasonable request, but since we don't know who attacked me, letting everyone know what's going on might incite a panic. I was actually going to suggest the same thing, the stern professor admitted. Really? Indeed. It is not wise for us to let everyone know about what happened yet. Since we don't have a plan of action, letting everyone else know may cause your attacker to panic and react in a manner we can't predict. I was going to suggest that you keep quiet for the time being. Do you have a plan? Harry asked. Not at present, but I'll discreetly speak with Phileas and the others to see if I can come up with a plan to locate the person responsible for this, Professor McGonagall said, standing to her feet. Now, then, I'm going to escort you to the Gryffindor Tower. Since we don't know if that person will attack again, it's dangerous for you to be by yourself. Right. Harry sighed. He'd been nearly at the Gryffindor Tower before being attacked, and now he had to travel all the way up there again. This was turning out to be some day. To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.